Malman Karl, a mercenary, introduced himself to a carpenter in Idola. He inquired about the whereabouts of the others. The carpenter, seemingly bewildered, could only offer a vague response. One of the individuals, lost and confused, admitted to having no memory of how he arrived at this place. Another, a former street vendor from Halcia, echoed the same sentiment of utter bewilderment. Jenna, a woman who had lived in a remote forest, also found herself inexplicably transported to this unknown location. A former farmer, equally perplexed, stated that he too had no recollection of the events that led him there. He, too, shared the same confusion and lack of memory. The group realized that all 11 of them were in the same predicament, unsure of their location and how they arrived there. Despite their confusion, one of them noted that it appeared to be harvest season. 3 men, seemingly captives, found themselves in an unfamiliar, dimly lit chamber. One, with a determined expression, questioned if they had been magically transported there and used as experimental subjects. Another, more apprehensive, cautioned against such talk, suggesting that if they kept talking, they might obtain valuable information. The certainty, however, was that everyone present hailed from Tonia. Suddenly, a young girl with dark hair, large red eyes, and fairy-like wings appeared, her arrival heralded by a burst of pink light. She scoffed at their conversation, dismissing it as utter nonsense. The girl, Isel, explained that their master had opened a time-space crack, and they should prepare for a fight. The 3 men stared, bewildered, as Isel, now appearing as a miniature figure, hovered before them. Fear and confusion were etched on their faces. Isel, introducing herself as the fairy managing the place, warned them to stay in line to avoid getting hurt. One of the men, clearly agitated, questioned how they had been brought there. But Isel dismissed his question, declaring it none of his business. The man, undeterred, drew his sword, vowing to force her to reveal the information. Isel, her expression hardening, warned him to stop acting stupid if he valued his life. Another man, seemingly more powerful, stepped forward, his eyes glowing with energy, criticizing the first man for talking big to someone so small. He drew his own sword, ready for action. He sighed, lamenting their aggressive behavior, and declared his intention to teach them a lesson in manners. Seo Jin Han, a low-ranking hero in the brutal game Pick Me Up, felt the cold sting of death. His eyes widened in disbelief as the world dissolved into a crimson haze. A final, desperate blow ended his life, leaving him sprawled on the cold, hard ground. Blood pooled around him, staining the earth a dark crimson. The cause of death was declared as suicide due to stress. His party members, their faces etched with shock and grief, lamented his impulsive actions. One angrily accused him of not listening to warnings. Meanwhile, a mysterious woman with crimson eyes appeared, radiating an aura of immense power. She coldly warned them against touching her. Her chilling smile hinted at a terrifying power, a stark contrast to the despair of the surrounding party members. She justified her actions as self-defense. She wanted obedience, good fighting, and victory. It was a simple demand, yet it carried an undercurrent of chilling authority. The game's interface blared, a party had been formed, and the player was prompted to drag and drop their chosen heroes. A party of 1-star heroes Lila, Ranto, Marlon, Kelkard, and Jackson had been assembled. The player, unseen but clearly present, had begun the game. The player, a sinister figure lurking behind the screen, urged her team to prepare for the impending challenge. A chilling command echoing in the digital realm as she prepared to unleash a powerful spell, opening a crack in space and time. A gateway to another dimension shimmered into existence. The 5 1-star heroes, their faces etched with a mixture of fear and apprehension, stood before the ominous portal. Their player, unseen, issued a stark warning. "You see this gate, don't you? Go into it if you don't want to die like that last guy." The portal pulsed with an otherworldly energy, a stark reminder of the danger that lay ahead. He suggests letting the player choose their weapons, highlighting the fact that they are 1-star heroes with inadequate equipment. A young woman with vibrant red hair watched with concern as a battle unfolded before her. Her brow furrowed, a question hanging in the air. Again? Tower? She wondered what was happening, her thoughts echoing the unspoken question, what is he going on about? The lifeless body of a fallen hero lay on the ground, his stats displayed in a game-like interface, Malman Karl, LV.1. A young girl with dark hair and a gothic Lolita-style dress stared at the corpse, a grim realization dawning on her. That's true. The girl, seemingly the party leader, addressed an unseen entity, reporting, "Master, the heroes don't have equipment." She then suggested, how about summoning equipment for a smooth battle ahead? With a flourish of digital effects, the girl initiated a summoning sequence. The process was quick and efficient, a clear indication of her mastery over the game mechanics. The girl, identified as Any Ting, successfully summoned an iron sword, E+, a low-grade bow, E+, and a morning star, D+. Meanwhile, a young man with dark hair appeared, prompting a nervous greeting from one of the party members. Hey, you're Han, right? The young man, Seo Jin Han, found himself surrounded by concerned onlookers. One of them asked, Do you know something about this place? The red-haired woman, however, seemed to know more. She warned, this person, what I do know is you'll die if you don't do this properly. Seojin Han, understanding the gravity of the situation, instructed, it'd be best for everyone to take weapons from over there. It'll start soon. Another party member, startled, exclaimed, hey, start? What's starting? The realization of what was about to happen hit Seojin Han hard. Panic set in as he confessed, I don't know how to fight. I've never fought before, even when I was young. Choose your weapons first. Seojin Han, a seasoned player of the notoriously difficult game Pick Me Up, firmly believed that one-star heroes were merely tools for learning boss attack patterns. He declared, I'll choose this, selecting a crude mace from a pile of weapons. His decision made, Seojin found himself facing a grim party of 5 one-star heroes. A group of poorly equipped villagers, armed with swords and spears, stood before him, their expressions a mixture of apprehension and grim determination. A mysterious, dark-haired fairy with gossamer wings appeared before them, pointing towards a shimmering, electric blue portal. What? There aren't any corpses? Is that magic? She questioned, clearly surprised by the lack of casualties. The leader of the villagers, a weathered man with a stern expression, barked orders. Shut up. All 5 of you are to head into the gate now. He raised a hand, and a swirling blue energy pulsed from the portal, drawing the villagers towards it. A wave of apprehension washed over them as they felt the strange energy. One of the villagers, a frail-looking woman, gasped in fear as the energy surged around her. WH. What is this? She cried out in terror. Meanwhile, Seojin, observing from a distance, noticed a low-grade wooden shield, rank E+, in the possession of one of his party members. He internally mused, is this person thinking of using a shield? Should I take it from him? A red-haired woman, another member of Seojin's party, addressed him with a worried expression. You know what's going to happen, right? Why do we need weapons? Where are we and what's with the fairy? A message appeared on the screen, Marlon has returned to the goddess embrace. His fighting spirit will be remembered for eternity. The red-haired woman responded, you have so many questions. Just go into the arena and kill all the enemies. The rest will take care of itself. Seojin muttered, shit. What? What is it? As he watched, horrified, as the names of his party members appeared one by one, each marked with a single star, signifying their demise. The game screen displayed a stark message, Party 1 had been annihilated. A young man with dark hair, Seojin Han, watched with a thoughtful expression, a hint of grim satisfaction in his eyes. He muttered to himself, surprised at the swift defeat. Meanwhile, a young woman with dark hair and a distressed expression reacted with disbelief to the news, exclaiming that the party had been wiped out. The game then prompted the player to form a new party, listing the available one-star heroes, Han, Jenna, Dejil, Grit, and Kale. Party 1 was assembled. A small, fairy-like figure appeared, urging whoever was left to come forward. Seojin and Jenna, a red-haired woman with an archer's build, were shown next, preparing for their turn. Jenna questioned why the previous party hadn't returned. An older man with gray hair, Kale, complained of arthritis, claiming he couldn't walk any further and should be left behind. Jenna, however, dismissed his complaints, pointing out that he seemed perfectly fine. Seojin looked on with a serious expression as Jenna interacted with Kale. A sense of anticipation hung in the air. Seojin urged them to come along, emphasizing the need for mutual support to survive. Kale continued to complain about his arthritis. Seojin, losing his patience, harshly ordered Kale to be quiet and get ready. Another party member, a stout man, expressed his nervousness about the upcoming challenge, revealing his inexperience with a spear. Seojin, now armed with a sword and shield, prepared himself. A surge of energy emanated from him. He encouraged his party, assuring them that they could do this. A swirling blue portal opened before them. Kale, however, felt a sudden stomach ache and begged to be released. Seojin, seemingly unfazed, stepped forward into the portal. Seojin Han, a one-star hero in the game Pick Me Up, found himself and his party, a motley crew of fellow low-ranked heroes, in a disconcerting situation. A wave of disorientation washed over them as they stared at their surroundings, their faces etched with confusion and fear. Their eyes fell upon a luminous, ethereal gateway, its radiant glow illuminating the ancient stone walls of what appeared to be a temple. A palpable sense of unease settled upon them as they wondered where they were and how they had arrived at this mysterious place. The party cautiously approached the gateway, their weapons at the ready. A young woman with fiery red hair, a bow slung across her back, led the way, her gaze sharp and alert. Behind her, a group of men, each armed with a sword, followed closely, their expressions a mixture of apprehension and determination. As they drew nearer, an inscription on the temple wall became visible, "Gather the various." The inscription continued, revealing its ominous purpose, of the dungeon. The gate began to open, and a man with dark hair, seemingly the leader of the group, urged his companions forward. He shouted, "Don't freeze up. Here we go." The party charged into the dungeon, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. The dark-haired man led the charge, his sword flashing as he moved with surprising speed and skill. A fierce battle ensued, the sounds of clashing steel and desperate cries filling the air. The scene shifted, revealing the aftermath of the conflict. The party stood amidst a flurry of fallen debris, their faces grim but resolute. They had survived, but the fight had clearly taken its toll. An elderly man with shock etched across his face stumbled backward, his eyes wide with disbelief. Dust and debris swirled around him, the remnants of some unseen force. He was surrounded by three other figures, a young man with dark hair and a sword, a woman with fiery red hair and a bow, and another man with a grim expression. "Where are we?" the young man demanded, his voice tight with apprehension. The scene shifted. A game interface appeared, stark against the backdrop of a battlefield. Floor 1, mission type, subjugation, objective, annihilate your enemies. 2 goblins, level 3, brandished their weapons, ready for battle. 2 more goblins emerged from the shadows, their eyes glowing menacingly. "It's the battlefield," one of them snarled. The young man's jaw tightened. A bead of sweat trickled down his temple. He addressed his companions, his voice low and determined, "So, pull yourselves together." A wave of projectiles hurtled toward them. The young man cursed, "Fuck." The red-haired woman, Jenna, narrowly avoided being hit, but the other 2 men were not so lucky. A game notification appeared. Jenna, is in a state of fear. All stats are reduced by 30%. The elderly man, Dajil, cried out in terror as he was struck. Another game notification appeared. Dajil, is in a state of fear. All stats are reduced by 30%. The remaining man, Grit, and another man, Kale, were also affected by the fear debuff. "It just got better," Jenna exclaimed sarcastically. Jenna looked around in confusion. "A wall? Why can't we get out?" she wondered, her voice laced with growing panic. 3 men, their faces contorted in discomfort, were crammed together. One groaned, "Ouch. My back hurts." Another cried out, "Let me out. I need to shit." From a distance, a young man with dark hair watched the scene with disdain. He scoffed, "How pathetic." A young woman with vibrant red hair, sweat beading on her brow, watched him with a mixture of fear and apprehension. She whispered, "Han." The red-haired woman, now standing with a bow and arrow, addressed the dark-haired man. "Can we get out if we kill those goblins?" He looked at her, a hint of skepticism in his eyes. She continued, "Do you know how to use a bow?" She answered confidently, "My father was a hunter." She replied, "Yes. Those people, they won't be ignored." A monstrous goblin's gaping maw filled the panel, its sharp teeth bared in a terrifying snarl. A guttural cry escaped its throat, "Kya." The dark-haired man, however, seemed strangely calm amidst the chaos. He confessed, "Actually, I have never wielded a sword before." He continued, his expression grim, "Neither have I used a shield." 2 grotesque goblins, their eyes glowing menacingly, lunged at Seojin, their claws extended, screeching a terrifying "Kya." He braced himself for the impact, his in-game alias, Eyelid Han, barely registering in his mind. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as the reality of his situation crashed down. His real name was Han Seojin, and he was trapped inside the game he once played. The goblin's attack continued relentlessly, one of them swung a crude axe, while another lunged forward, its claws tearing at Seojin's defenses. The force of the blows sent him sprawling. But Seojin, fueled by adrenaline and desperation, managed to parry a blow with his shield, his eyes burning with fierce determination. A young woman with vibrant red hair and freckles, also trapped in the game, appeared, her expression grim as she aimed an arrow at the goblins. The perspective shifted, revealing 3 figures below, their shadows cast upon the ground as the woman's arrow struck its target. The ground cracked open, revealing a dark chasm. The chasm led to a mysterious, ancient-looking door, adorned with a carving of 2 winged figures in prayer. The narrative opens with an explanation of the mobile game, Pick Me Up, developed by Mobius. The objective is to ascend the 100-story tower, creating and strengthening heroes to overcome each stage, using strategy and tactics to conquer the tower's challenges. The scene depicts a group of players strategizing before a challenging level. Seojin Han, the protagonist, reflects on his ordinary life before the game's momentous event. Pick Me Up recently reached 1 million downloads, triggering a special event. He learns about the Transcendental Advent event, a rare opportunity to obtain high-rank heroes. Seojin, while playing the game on his phone, muses about the event, calling the game shitty but acknowledging the event's significance. The game's hero system is explained, heroes range from 1 to 7 stars. Seojin identifies himself as someone with consistently bad luck in the game. Despite numerous paid gacha pulls, he has never obtained a hero above 5 stars, a stark contrast to other players. He considers participating in the Transcendental Advent Dungeon, which offers a chance to obtain 7-star heroes. The game's unforgiving nature is highlighted, unlike other similar games, Pick Me Up. As hardcore rules and heroes, once dead, cannot be revived. This is a high-stakes game. Seojin Han, a player of the notoriously difficult game Pick Me Up, mused over his strategy. His philosophy was simple: 1-star heroes were expendable, mere tools for learning boss attack patterns. He contemplated sending a reconnaissance team into the dungeon, unconcerned about their fate. A warning flashed across the screen. All members of Seojin's party, including Diora, Nicholas, Kent, and Akela, experienced a 30% stat reduction. Seojin, observing this from his phone, questioned their fear. Dioria suggested a retreat, but Seojin remained unfazed. He only needed to study the boss's attack patterns. Meanwhile, Diora panicked. Seojin's attention was drawn to a player named SSHOE who was level 999. He wondered what kind of name that was. The game declared you lose. Seojin dismissed it as a system error. The game reported that Diora, Nicholas, and Kent had perished, their valiant efforts remembered. Seojin was frustrated, his party had died before he could even observe the boss's patterns. A terrifying, shadowy figure emerged, its menacing grin filling the panel. Seojin Han, a young man with messy dark hair, stared blankly ahead, his eyes wide with a mixture of confusion and dawning horror. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as he muttered to himself, questioning if he had just perceived a pattern. His thoughts trailed off as a disorienting darkness filled his vision, the only sound a faint whisper in his mind: the game should be over. A sudden jolt snapped him back to awareness. Panic seized him as he realized he couldn't see anything. Then, a purple interface materialized before his eyes, displaying the words "creating your account." He gasped, utterly bewildered. A screen prompted him to choose a name, specifying a length of 2 to 5 characters. He stared at the screen, utterly confused, muttering, "What is this?" The system offered him the name ANYTN6, suggesting it was short for anything. He hesitated, then, with a sudden surge of defiance, selected yes. Seojin felt a sense of unease as the system seemed to act on its own accord, seemingly ignoring his input. He exclaimed that he wasn't entering it, and it was acting on its own. A message appeared: ANYTN6, welcome to the world of Pick Me Up. The game, it seemed, had chosen him. A new screen appeared, asking if he wanted to start the tutorial, promising a predetermined reward upon completion. His eyes narrowed, a glint of determination in their depths. The scene shifted to a narration box, introducing a boy named Han Islet in a small town of the Heim province. The story was beginning. Seojin Han, a seasoned player of the notoriously difficult game Pick Me Up, found himself in an impossible situation. He stood amidst a burning cityscape, a sword clutched in his hand, his face a mask of disbelief. The scene before him was Tonia, a land where humans and other species coexisted, now ravaged by an unknown enemy. A voice, echoing through the chaos, instructed him: if he wished to save the world, he must climb the tower. Many heroes would join him in this perilous quest. The flames licked at the crumbling buildings, a stark reminder of the scale of the devastation. He turned, his gaze hardening as he surveyed the destruction. A grim determination settled upon his features. Then a message appeared, detailing his first tutorial quest: take down the goblins that invaded the town. Goblins, he muttered, incredulous. Seojin found himself facing a goblin, its crude weapon raised in a clumsy attack. He easily deflected the blow, his mind racing to understand this bizarre situation. The game's mechanics felt jarringly real. This wasn't a game, it was his new reality. The shock quickly gave way to acceptance. He didn't need much time to adjust to this new, harsh reality. Another goblin lunged at him, its eyes burning with savage intent. Seojin prepared to fight, his initial confusion replaced by a steely resolve. Seojin Han, a 1-star hero in the brutal game Pick Me Up, found himself thrust into a desperate battle. His simple strategy of learning enemy attack patterns was now a matter of life and death as he engaged a hulking orc. His movements a blur of controlled fury as he expertly parried the orc's clumsy blows. A grim smile stretched across his face. This was no longer a game. The combat continued automatically, a high-class battle orchestrated by the hero's AI. Seojin could only watch, a breathless chuckle escaping his lips as he witnessed the AI's skill. A series of precise strikes and perfectly timed dodges culminating in a devastating final blow. The orc crumpled, defeated. Seojin felt a strange disconnect, a chilling realization dawning on him as he watched the creature fall. His mind struggling to process the act of killing another being. The game's AI declared the stage complete. Han leveled up, earning rewards. He stood amidst the aftermath, a wave of confusion washing over him as he questioned his surroundings. A dawning realization that he was trapped inside the very game he had once played. He recognized the familiar landscape of the game's world, a chilling confirmation of his predicament. He clutched his sword, his gaze fixed on the distant city. A game notification appearing, prompting him to summon a comrade before the next stage. The reality of his situation sunk in. He was no longer just a player, he was a character in Pick Me Up. Seo-jin Han, a seasoned player of the notoriously difficult game Pick Me Up, found himself in an unexpected predicament. His philosophy of treating low-ranked heroes as mere tools to learn boss attack patterns had backfired spectacularly. He was now one of those one-star heroes, his body battered and bruised, his mind reeling from the sudden, jarring shift in reality. A blinding light engulfed him, the remnants of his previous life fading into a distant memory as he stumbled through a shimmering portal. And into a world of fantastical beings and epic battles. A golden light pulsed, revealing a powerful figure, Shay Lathistry, a 3-star hero, materialized before him. Her arrival heralded by a triumphant fanfare. The game's mechanics were clear. Master Any Ting, the player controlling Seo-jin's party, had just summoned her. Seo-jin's mind raced. A summon? Then did I get summoned like that too? Shay, regal and composed, addressed him directly. Did you summon me? Who are you? Seo-jin, still reeling from the shock of his sudden transportation, introduced himself. His stats, displayed prominently, revealed his low rank, a 1-star hero named Han Seo-jin. Shay, a knight, commented on his unusual name before the game interface prompted them to form a party. Han Seo-jin and Shay Lathistry, an unlikely pair, were now officially a team. Their master, Any Ting, immediately sent them on a new quest, another dungeon run. The narrative shifted to a new scene, showing Shay effortlessly dispatching goblins. A stark contrast to Seo-jin's complete lack of combat experience. He was thrust into a world of danger, his survival now dependent on his ability to adapt and overcome. Shay, a 4-star hero, stood victorious amidst a battlefield littered with fallen goblins. The game displayed a stage-clear message, announcing her level up and rewards. An overwhelming disparity in power was evident. Seo-jin Han, the protagonist, observed the scene. He reflected that while Shay's superior rank had been acceptable during the earlier stages, problems were about to begin. Seo-jin's face contorted in a grimace. He muttered to himself, feeling a sense of impending doom. A small, winged girl appeared, urging him to hurry. She commanded him to enter quickly, her tone urgent. He entered a new area, where he encountered the winged girl again. He questioned her identity, surprised. She identified herself as Isel. Seo-jin was shocked. Isel's surprise was evident as she revealed that she knew his name, Han Seo-jin, from the game Pick Me Up. She held a book showing his in-game character, Islet Han. She questioned his appearance, noting the discrepancy between his real-life self and his in-game persona. Seo-jin, confirming his identity, pleaded to be sent back. Seo-jin Han, a 1-star hero in the game Pick Me Up, found himself in a precarious situation. He muttered to himself, questioning whether he was from Mars, his thoughts trailing off. As a sudden, intense pain shot through him. His eyes widened in shock as he looked at the girl beside him, her face contorted in a grimace. What the hell happened? He exclaimed, a wave of panic washing over him. The girl, equally distressed, cried out, I'm gonna go crazy. The girl urged him to enter a nearby portal first, but Seo-jin refused, fearing death. She insisted, pointing out that he would be synergized, which he countered was essentially the same thing. Ignoring his protests, she commanded him to go in. With a desperate leap, Seo-jin plunged into the glowing blue portal, landing heavily on the ground before a powerful-looking female knight. The knight observed him with a look of disdain, commenting on the noise he made. A voice echoed, Master, the synthesis is starting. A surge of blue energy erupted from Seo-jin's hands. As he realized with a curse that the synthesis had begun. His eyes burned with a mixture of fear and determination. A narration box explained the process. Synthesis enhances a hero by combining two, with one becoming a sacrifice to enhance the other. The panel showed a visual representation of the synthesis process, highlighting the power-up of one hero at the cost of the other. Seo-jin, a 1-star hero, realized the grim reality. He was about to be sacrificed to enhance the 4-star female knight, Shay Lathistry. He knew a normal player would never choose to sacrifice Shay. Seo-jin Han, a 1-star hero in the game Pick Me Up, braced himself for death. A surge of blue energy enveloped him. His final thought echoed the absurdity of his situation. Who would combine a 4-star character with a 1-star? Suddenly, a message flashed, synthesis complete. Seo-jin's eyes widened in disbelief. The intense blue energy subsided, revealing a transformed Seo-jin. Below, a message appeared, Shay has become light and is disappearing. Shay, a 4-star hero, began to fade, leaving Seo-jin alone. Her voice, laced with confusion, echoed through the chamber. Why are you disappearing? It makes no sense. You're a 4-star and I'm a 1-star. Shay calmly explained, I wasn't chosen. That's all. A serene smile touched Shay's lips as she faded completely. I'll leave it to you, Han. Seojin stood alone in the chamber, the remnants of Shay's energy swirling around him. His face reflected confusion and fear. I don't know what is happening. A high-pitched cry of pain, echoed as a blonde-haired man was thrown violently to the ground, his face contorted in agony. His mouth opened in a silent scream, his body racked with the force of the impact. Below the image, a narration box declared, Greet, has returned to the goddess arms. His grit will be remembered forever. The scene shifted to a battlefield. A red-haired woman, wielding a bow and arrow, urged her companions forward. Don't let your guard down. If you do, you'll die, she shouted, her voice sharp and urgent. Another man, nearby, added, Hey old men, fight. The monsters are coming. Two other men, one with dark hair and the other with graying hair, braced themselves against the approaching horde of grotesque monsters, their faces etched with fear and determination. A young man with dark hair, his face grim, engaged in fierce combat with a monstrous creature. He fought with a desperate intensity. The panel shifted to show a different perspective of the battle, revealing a screen displaying the words, synthesizing heroes as a drag and drop function. You touch and drag the hero you want to sacrifice. A thought bubble above the young man revealed his internal conflict, either he made a mistake in dragging or he's playing without thinking things through. The young man's face was filled with anger and frustration. He muttered to himself, I was lucky and Shay died because the master was stupid. That's why this is a shit game. And the other two? He looked around, his gaze settling on the red-haired woman, who called out, I got one of them. But the others? The young man, still visibly shaken, said, Let's think about that later, so come here. He was suddenly attacked again, letting out another pained kayak, as a monstrous creature lunged at him. Seojin Han, a player of the notoriously difficult game Pick Me Up, found himself inexplicably summoned into the very game he had mastered. His eyes blazed with a mixture of anger and disbelief. He had been summoned as a lowly one-star hero. A surge of rage coursed through him as he witnessed his own demise, a brutal end inflicted by a monstrous foe. You damned bastard, he roared, the sound echoing in the desolate landscape of the game world. A chilling reminder of his unexpected arrival. The memory of a level 999 monster, a grotesque aberration within the game's code, flashed before his eyes. It had looked at him and laughed, a chilling premonition of his fate. He realized then that this monstrous entity was responsible for his predicament. That thing had dragged him here. Seojin's fury intensified. He had been wronged, and he would not stand idly by. You messed with the wrong person, he vowed, his voice filled with steely determination. A dark, ominous presence materialized before him, a terrifying manifestation of his wrath. The monstrous entity loomed, its power palpable, a terrifying display of raw might. Leaving behind only two broken swords, a testament to the brutal battle that had just transpired. Seojin Han, a one-star hero in the game Pick Me Up, lay wounded on the battlefield, his body covered in dirt and blood. Nearby, the corpses of grotesque creatures littered the ground. A young woman with fiery red hair, armed with a bow and quiver, rushed to his side. Her worried expression etched deep as she knelt beside him. Appa, your arm! She exclaimed, her voice laced with concern. He reassured her, I'll be fine once we go back. Seojin, still nursing his injuries, reflected on the game's mechanics. He noted that there was almost no player control in combat, the heroes automatically fought. Despite this limited player agency, Pick Me Up boasted 1 million downloads worldwide. The reason being the godlike observational perspective afforded to players. A colossal, glowing eye, surrounded by a hexagonal grid, descended from the heavens, its gaze fixed on Seojin. The sheer scale of the eye dwarfed the landscape. Seojin sat amidst the tall grass, his arm bleeding profusely, his expression a mixture of pain and grim determination. A sinister smile stretched across Seojin's bloodied face. Are you having fun? He asked, his voice a low growl. He revealed a hidden truth about himself. He was once a player who enjoyed the game's depth, particularly its item crafting, tactics, and hero ascension features. He urged himself, even if it's called a shit-doomed game, don't quit. The panel revealed the identity of his opponent, Loki, the 5th-ranked player, a master of masters. Seojin's eyes glowed with a fierce determination. Watch me survive until the end, he vowed, his voice filled with defiance. The stage cleared, and Jenna, a one-star hero, leveled up. Han, also a one-star hero, was declared MVP, receiving 2,000 gold, 2 units of steel, 1 copper ore, and 1 piece of leather as rewards. This was Islet Han, the one-star hero who had unexpectedly achieved MVP status. His image appeared on a character card, a single star gleaming beneath his name. The fallen heroes of Han's party were displayed on cards, each marked died in combat. Among them were Mormont, Rael, Ranto, Kelkard, Jackson, Madeline, Greet, Dejil, and Kale. Seo Han, a young man with dark hair, stood in a desolate, otherworldly landscape. He had decided to accept his fate, silencing the complaints that welled up within him. Whining, he mused, was for children. This was the world of pick-me-up, a harsh reality he now inhabited. He clenched his fists, a surge of frustration coursing through him. He had been summoned as a one-star hero from birth. There were only two ways for a hero to die in this game, in battle or by being compounded, a process of merging lesser heroes into stronger ones. As a one-star hero, Seo knew his position was precarious. He gritted his teeth. Being a one-star hero and pick-me-up was meaningless, they were disposable, the lowest quality. Their stats were pathetic, their growth rate abysmally low. At this rate, he wouldn't escape the ever-present danger of being compounded. His status appeared before him: Eyelid Han, LV of 5, EXP 4450, class, novice. Strength, intelligence, stamina, and dexterity were all at a measly 15/15. He had no unique skills. He had to become stronger. He had to survive, take revenge, and return. Those things were impossible if he didn't get stronger. His determination hardened. Seo Han, a one-star hero in the brutal game Pick-Me-Up, found himself unexpectedly transported into the very world he once played. He knew his survival depended on adapting quickly. The harsh reality of his situation hitting him with the force of a physical blow. The memories of his military training resurfaced, a stark reminder of the challenges ahead. He realized that physical prowess alone wouldn't be enough. His mental fortitude needed strengthening as well. Seo knew that an unstable mind would be his downfall in this unforgiving world. And he resolved to summon the mental resilience he developed during his difficult childhood, a time when he had to fend for himself without parental support. Driven by this newfound resolve, Seo began a grueling training regimen, pushing his body to its absolute limits. Sweat poured from his brow as he relentlessly performed push-ups. His intense workout was interrupted by the arrival of another character, a woman with vibrant red hair, who questioned his actions. The red-haired woman's expression softened slightly as she listened to his explanation, leaving the reader to wonder about her intentions and the nature of their relationship. Jenna, a young woman with vibrant red hair styled in a braid, pondered her predicament. She had spent the previous night contemplating her current situation, and now she was left wondering what her next course of action should be. Jenna, still holding her bow and arrow, considered her options. She questioned whether escape was even possible from this place. With a determined expression, Jenna nocked an arrow, her skill with a bow and arrow stemming from her father's influence as a hunter. She resolved not to be a burden to anyone. Jenna's resolve hardened. She believed that dwelling on her problems wouldn't change anything, action was needed. Suddenly, an arrow struck a nearby scarecrow, a sharp crack echoing through the air. A voice, seemingly from nowhere, challenged her to prove her survival skills. A young man with dark hair appeared, questioning Jenna about her archery skills and whether yesterday marked her first real-life fight. He noted that she seemed to prefer staying home. Jenna modestly described her archery skills as SOSO. A status screen appeared, revealing Jenna's in-game stats: level 2 novice, with relatively low stats but a unique low-rank archery skill. The young man observed that she had gained 4 stat points since yesterday. The young man, whose face is partially obscured by shadow, assessed Jenna's capabilities. Despite her low stats, he acknowledged her unique skills and her quick learning curve. He noted her swift adaptation to the game's challenges, her understanding of the objective, and her ability to learn from her mistakes. He concluded that she was a diamond in the rough, offering his help. A hand extended, palm up, a gesture of invitation or perhaps supplication. Jenna, a young woman with vibrant red hair and striking golden eyes, smiled warmly. Her father's words echoed in her mind: connections are important in life. She looked forward to working with Han. Seo Han, a young man with dark hair, watched her, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. He felt apprehensive. He hesitated for a moment before accepting her outstretched hand. Jenna expressed her eagerness to be his teammate. Han found the constant in-game messages rather annoying. Han urgently called out for someone named Isel. She refused to answer his questions, suggesting he climb the tower if he wanted answers. Isel reiterated that the answers lay within the tower itself. She then questioned whether Han was the only one who could see her stats, displayed above his head. A look of slight annoyance crossed her face as she pondered this. Isel, a fairy character with a level of 257, displayed her stats with a dramatic flourish. Her master, whose identity remained hidden, observed her. Isel's master questioned whether the displayed information was accurate, suspecting a glitch or error in the game's system. He muttered about something irritating, quickly correcting himself. Isel's master's reaction confirmed his suspicions. He was the only one who could see the game's messages and master-forged messages. He turned to another character, possibly a party member, and asked what would happen to Isel if he quit the game. Isel, seemingly aware of the question, warned her master against quitting. The master reflected on a past mistake. Compounding a 1-star character with a 4-star character, Shalathastiri, was not a simple error. It was a costly mistake, given the low probability of obtaining a 4-star character through a paid summoning. He lamented wasting his luck on this error, noting that the game, Pick Me Up, was interlocked with his phone, preventing a restart. The master wondered if the game's time flow differed from Earth's. Isel, irritated by the question, snapped at him to stop asking questions. He acknowledged the time difference and thanked Isel for the information, urging her to continue. Isel, enraged, attacked her master, calling him 1-star trash. Isel explained her limitations. She can only interfere in cases of self-defense or when her master's orders are disobeyed. She vowed to find a solution. Seo Jin Han, a 1-star hero in the game Pick Me Up, found himself unexpectedly transported into the game's world. He muttered to himself, realizing that he'd be eliminated if he couldn't adapt to the game's rules, one by one. A stark contrast to his previous understanding of the game's mechanics. A woman with vibrant red hair, his companion in this strange new reality, looked on with a mixture of concern and curiosity. She questioned their current situation. The red-haired woman's companion explained that they had to navigate a 100-stage tower, completing missions assigned by someone called Master. He continued, explaining that upon reaching the 100th stage, they would likely be able to leave. The red-haired woman, however, was more concerned with the immediate challenges ahead. Inquiring about the necessity of fighting numerous monsters. Her companion confirmed this, stating that this was precisely why he was training diligently to become stronger. She then wondered if they would be alone in this endeavor. He reassured her that Master could summon additional allies, implying that they wouldn't be facing this challenge alone. More people would be joining them soon. Seo Jin reflected on his precarious situation, recognizing that his life now depended entirely on the choices he made. Despite his resolve, a sense of helplessness lingered as he acknowledged their ultimate dependence on the enigmatic Master. After a day of intense training, Seo Jin and the red-haired woman stood together, their silhouettes stark against the backdrop of the mysterious tower. An overhead shot revealed the imposing structure of the tower, a complex of buildings surrounded by a high wall, hinting at the challenges that lay ahead. Seo Jin Han, a 1-star hero in the game Pick Me Up, found himself unexpectedly transported into the very world he once played. He discovered a peculiar rule of this reality. Daily necessities and food are automatically replenished each day. Items he could visualize, like those in drawers or closets, would materialize. However, this convenient replenishment did not extend to weapons or similar items. The effects of training were also unique. Seo Jin, while practicing his swordsmanship against a training dummy, realized something he hadn't understood while playing the game. Even among heroes of the same rank, combat prowess varied. He observed this difference firsthand, comparing his own card to another 1-star hero's. Training in this world didn't boost stats or level, instead, it honed skill acquisition and overall proficiency. Seo Jin reflected on this newfound understanding. He now understood why the game's master categorized heroes. The master, a highly observant figure, divided heroes into 3 main groups based on distinct criteria. The first categorization was based on mentality. The master showed no interest in heroes prone to panic, as seen in the reactions of several heroes during a monster attack. High-ranking heroes already possessed their skills, but lower-ranking heroes' talents remained hidden, requiring the master to actively seek them out. The final category was based on physical capabilities. Seo Jin, determined to improve, began rigorous physical training, pushing his body to its limits. His intense workout demonstrated his commitment to enhancing his physical attributes. The title card for Pick Me Up appeared, announcing the player's arrival. A radiant light filled the scene, signifying the player's login into the game world. Seo Jin Han, a 1-star hero with the skills low-rank swordsmanship, LV.1, and low-rank shield techniques, LV.1, clenched his fists. He had trained as much as possible within the game's limitations. His companion, a red-haired woman, looked on with a mixture of apprehension and determination. He told her to get ready, as the player's summoning was imminent. She responded with surprise, pointing out that only 3 days had passed since their last encounter. The summoning process began. The player, known only as Master Anything, could summon a party of 5 heroes. Seo Jin and his companion anticipated the arrival of 3 more. The summoning sequence displayed messages indicating that Master Anything had obtained 2 new heroes, Aaron and Toby, both 1-star heroes. The newly summoned heroes, Aaron, Toby, and Yelsens, materialized. Disoriented, they found themselves in an unfamiliar location. Aaron questioned their whereabouts, while Yelsens shared his confusion. Seo Jin urged them to prepare for battle, promising explanations once they were safe. The red-haired woman nodded in agreement. Yelsens, startled by the sudden call to arms, demanded to know who they were and why they should fight. A mysterious, dark-haired girl appeared, opening a rift in space and time. The scene was filled with magical energy. A colossal, otherworldly portal shimmered into existence, promising a confrontation with the player. The game notification appeared, announcing the arrival of 3 new party members, Aaron, Toby, and Yelsons, all 1-star heroes. Seo Jin Han, already in the game as a 1-star hero himself, found himself in a dire situation. Jenna, another member of Seojin's party, urged him to arm himself, sensing impending danger. Seo Jin, his face contorted in a grimace, nodded in agreement, his eyes reflecting a grim determination. A game tip reminded players that they could equip weapons from the weapon storage and assign them to other party members. Seo Jin, however, had a problem. He had no weapons left, having lost his previous party. Seo Jin ordered his party to leave, a stark command cutting through the tension. The other party members, confused and frightened, reacted with a mix of fear and anger. One of them demanded to know who they were and where they came from. They accused Seo Jin of bringing them there, their voices rising in panic. Another member tried to calm them down, pointing out that fighting wouldn't solve anything. A farmer pleaded to be taken home to his wife, while another member angrily ordered everyone to leave. Jenna worried about the safety of the civilians, questioning whether they would survive. Seo Jin, however, remained focused on the larger threat, stating that they only needed to avoid Isel. Suddenly, a powerful force struck, throwing the civilians to the ground. The impact was clearly shown by the sound effects. The civilians lay groaning on the ground, injured but alive. One apologized profusely. A mysterious figure, dressed in dark clothing, appeared, addressing Seo Jin and his party. She warned them about the danger posed by the other men. A young woman with dark hair and fairy-like wings materialized from a shimmering, digital portal. Her form flickered, a testament to her digital origins. A mischievous glint in her eyes as she watched, a smirk playing on her lips. "Have fun," she whispered, her voice barely audible above the hum of the energy still crackling around her. She extended a hand, a wave of digital energy rippling outwards from her fingertips. The scene shifted. A title card appeared, Floor 2, Duty Type, Conquest, Goal, Kill all the enemies. Seo Jin Han, along with 3 other players, found themselves in a digital battlefield, a swirling vortex of blue energy surrounding them. The digital landscape warping and reforming around them as they braced for battle. Confusion rippled through the party. One of them shouted, "Where are we?" Another, a woman with fiery red hair, addressed a dark-haired man, "Jenna, are you ready?" Jenna, seemingly calm amidst the chaos, simply replied, "Why yet?" Their surroundings resolved into a grassy plain, where goblins and prairie wolves, their levels clearly marked, emerged from the shadows, preparing to attack. A prairie wolf lunged, its eyes glowing menacingly. And a narration box appeared, revealing that Aaron, Toby, and Yelsons were suffering from a 30% stat decrease due to fear. "WHWH, what is this?" one of them stammered in terror. Seo Jin Han's eyes, sharp and intense, narrowed. A predatory glint shone within their depths. Meanwhile, Jenna, a 1-star hero, visibly trembled. Fear, palpable in the air, caused her stats to plummet by 30%. She nervously asked Seo Jin if he was scared too. Jenna's fear was short-lived. Startled by a sudden noise, she let out a cry. Seo Jin calmly instructed her to take on the 2 goblins while he handled the rest. Jenna's fear subsided. Seo Jin observed, noting that while she was easily frightened, the other new recruits were completely useless. A warning cry pierced the air, wolves were approaching. One of the new recruits was knocked off his feet by the sheer force of the approaching pack. A monstrous wolf lunged, its jaws snapping shut with terrifying speed. Seo Jin, his face contorted in a grimace of exertion, braced himself for the attack. With a powerful kick, Seo Jin sent the wolf flying backwards. The impact creating a shockwave that sent other wolves sprawling. He stood ready for the next assault. Seo Jin Han, a 1-star hero in the brutal game Pick Me Up, found himself inexplicably transported into the very world he once played. His current predicament was far from ideal. He was under the control of a player who treated him and his fellow low-ranked heroes as mere tools to learn enemy attack patterns. Grimacing, Seo Jin muttered to himself that the weapon's quality was the problem. But as he gripped his sword, a surge of determination coursed through him. He would not be a mere pawn. This was his chance to fight back against his virtual god. With a ferocious roar, Seo Jin unleashed a whirlwind of attacks, his movements blurring into a chaotic dance of steel and fury. His blades sliced through the air, leaving a trail of shimmering blue energy in its wake as he cleaved through his opponents with brutal efficiency. This was no longer the hapless 1-star hero, this was a warrior fighting for his very existence. Seo Jin Han, a low-ranking hero in the brutal game Pick Me Up, found himself in a desperate struggle. His weapon, clearly inadequate, failed to deliver a killing blow, leaving him to question his equipment's effectiveness. He resolved to focus on a single, decisive strike, unleashing a furious attack with renewed determination. His eyes blazed with intensity as he channeled his energy into a powerful, swift blow. the force of which cleaved through his opponent with brutal efficiency. The battle continued relentlessly. Seojin, despite his low rank, fought with surprising ferocity, his blade flashing as he carved a path through his enemies. Facing a monstrous wolf, its eyes burning with predatory hunger, he parried a vicious attack with his shield, bracing for the impact. A fierce clash of steel and claw leaving him wounded but defiant. Seojin Han, a one-star hero in the game pick-me-up, found himself facing a monstrous wolf, its eyes burning with predatory intent. He braced himself, readying his sword. And with a fierce cry, he lunged forward, his blade a blur of motion as he met the beast's attack head-on, cleaving through the air with a powerful strike that sent sparks flying and blood spraying, the force of his blow nearly knocking him off his feet. He gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with determination. Despite the ferocity of the battle, Seojin stood victorious, his sword dripping with the wolf's blood. He had defeated the beast, but the fight had left him battered and bruised. Yet his resolve remained unshaken. He stood ready for whatever challenges lay ahead. As he faced a new wave of enemies, a horde of goblins, their crude weapons raised in a desperate attempt to overwhelm him. Jenna, a fellow one-star hero, stood beside him, her bow drawn, ready to support him. Jenna unleashed a volley of arrows, each finding its mark with deadly accuracy, piercing through the goblins' ranks. "That's a hedgehog," she said, panting slightly. "How many did you shoot?" Seojin Han, a one-star hero in the unforgiving world of pick-me-up, found himself and his party, a motley crew of similarly low-ranked characters, standing in the center of a glowing blue circle. A shower of light particles rained down as they received their reward for completing the second floor, 5,000 gold, iron ore, and leather. A digital message then appeared, proclaiming their victory and announcing their imminent ascension to the third floor. The portal shimmered invitingly before them. Emerging from the portal, Seojin and his party found themselves in a bustling city square. A red-haired woman with a quiver of arrows and Seojin himself, his expression grim, stood out amongst the crowd. Their journey had just begun. A notification appeared, informing them that they would proceed to the third floor. The red-haired woman, startled, exclaimed her confusion. Seojin, equally perplexed, explained that they had completed the second floor. He noted the unusual circumstances of their sudden arrival in the city. He continued, explaining that if they were a master player, they would have been automatically transported to the third floor. However, given their current situation, Seojin found himself pondering the implications of their unexpected delay and the events that were about to unfold. His gaze hardened, a mixture of determination and apprehension in his eyes. His thoughts were interrupted by a system message: the master player had logged off. The implications of this were immediately clear. Seojin let out a sigh of relief, the tension visibly leaving his shoulders. He had bought himself some time. A small, winged fairy-like creature appeared beside him, playfully chiding him for his exhaustion despite being the ones who had done all the work. Eilid Han, a young man with dark hair and a serious expression, stood in what appeared to be a grand hall. He mused to himself about the passage of time within the game, noting that it flowed faster here than in the lobby, meaning his next login would be in 3 days. A status screen appeared, displaying Eilid Han's stats, level 6 novice, with relatively low stats across the board, but his efficiency at leveling up had improved. He reflected on this improvement, noting that his physique was also strengthening. He reasoned that a master wouldn't rush things, as pushing too hard too soon would endanger everyone. Eilid questioned his need to fight immediately. The scene shifted to show 3 other characters, 2 men, one with dark skin and an angry expression, the other older and equally agitated, and a red-haired woman. They were clearly distressed, demanding to know where the monsters were. Eilid, observing the scene, internally commented that one-star heroes were essentially commoners who hadn't seen frontline combat. He emphasized the need to survive first, strategizing could come later. One of the men voiced his frustration at never having held a sword before, questioning how he was supposed to fight the monsters. Eilid's understanding of why one-star heroes were called disposables deepened as he overheard a conversation between 2 other characters. A 2-star mercenary, Mulmont, explained that the higher the star rating, the more prepared the summoned heroes were for battle. The narration box explained that high-ranking heroes didn't hesitate, unlike the 1-star heroes who panicked when thrust into battle. In contrast, 3-star heroes started fighting immediately. Eilid wondered if Shay, a blonde woman present in the scene, already knew she was going to be summoned and understood her purpose in the fight. A red-haired woman, armed with a bow and arrow, stood defiantly before a group of men. Her expression was sharp, and she addressed them with a pointed question. Would it have hurt to help them? Her question was met with immediate disdain by a dark-haired man, who scoffed at the notion. Why would I help those useless bastards? He sneered. The dark-haired man's callous disregard for the 3 men behind him was evident. He continued, unconcerned. Since they'll die soon. His words hung heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the 3 men's grim expressions. One of them muttered. We'll see what happens. The scene shifted to the next battle, with the red-haired woman and the dark-haired man standing apart from the others. In the next battle, only the two of us are going to fight. The rest of you don't need to worry. The red-haired woman then turned to the dark-haired man, a question forming on her lips. Hey, I have something to ask you. He responded curtly. Don't. It's annoying. His dismissive attitude was immediately challenged by one of the men he'd previously ignored. The man grabbed his shirt. What? The dark-haired man reacted swiftly, delivering a powerful blow that sent the man sprawling. While we were bleeding, you guys were just doing nothing behind us. The dark-haired man stood over his fallen opponent, his expression cold and unyielding. He then turned to the red-haired woman. Seo Han, a one-star hero in the game Pick Me Up, found himself inexplicably transported into the game's world. He chuckled, a sound devoid of mirth, as he continued his training. Despite the labeled weapons training, Seojin's practice consisted of swinging a wooden sword, while Jenna, his companion, practiced archery. His efforts, however, yielded results. His basic swordsmanship and basic shield technique skills both leveled up to level 2. Meanwhile, the other 3 members of his party had abandoned training, claiming they were searching for an escape route, a futile endeavor in this inescapable game world. A panoramic view revealed their surroundings, a seemingly idyllic town nestled within a vast, enclosed space, its edges shrouded in an ethereal mist. Jenna, her fiery red hair a stark contrast to the muted tones of the environment, knocked an arrow, her focus unwavering. With a blur of motion, Jenna loosed a volley of arrows. Seojin, reacting instantly, deflected the projectiles with a series of precise sword strikes. Each swing a testament to his rapidly improving skills. One arrow, however, found its mark. An arrow pierced Seojin's side, eliciting a sharp tsk of annoyance. He grimaced, the pain a minor inconvenience compared to his overall predicament. Jenna, eyes wide with concern, asked if he was all right. Seojin reassured her, brushing off the injury. His focus remained unwavering, escape from this game was his only priority. Seojin Han, a one-star hero in the game Pick Me Up, found himself inexplicably transported into the game's world. A searing pain shot through his leg, but he dismissed it, muttering that he'd be fine in this new reality. He gripped his sword and shield, his icy blue eyes blazing with determination. The pain was proof that he was truly alive in this world, and he wouldn't let it stop him. It was a testament to his resilience, a stark contrast to his previous existence as a mere pawn in the game's mechanics. Another wave of attacks crashed against his defenses. His party members cried out, begging him to stop, but Seojin pressed on. His skills, basic swordsmanship and basic shield techniques, were merging, creating a new, more powerful ability. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the game world, a young woman with dark hair and a stern expression issued orders. She commanded her forces to gather at the town square. Her warning was directed at a seemingly oblivious individual. A woman with vibrant red hair and a smug expression approached a young man with blonde hair. She commented on his quick adaptation to the game's harsh reality, contrasting it with another player's complaints about only eating potatoes. The blonde-haired player's frustration boiled over as he was forced to fight again, his party members echoing his resentment. Seojin Han, a one-star hero in the game Pick Me Up, found himself unexpectedly flung into the very game he once dismissed as mere training grounds. He was now facing a brutal attack, his body sent flying and crashing to the ground. His attacker, a monstrous figure with sharp teeth and a furious expression, paused, a strange apology forming on its lips. Hey! I've wronged you so badly that I'm going to write you an apology letter. The apology was short-lived. The monster roared, "Come here." Aren't you going to? You're all going to die. Another attack sent Seojin reeling, a desperate cry for help escaping his lips. Seojin's companions, 3 other low-ranked heroes, watched in terror as the monster's attack continued. A wave of pink energy engulfing them. One of them, a woman with fiery orange hair, managed to shout, "Now, hurry up and go back." The surviving heroes retreated, their faces etched with fear. The game's interface appeared, displaying the mission parameters for Floor 3, Subjugation, annihilate all the enemies. The floor's inhabitants were revealed, a pack of vicious, armored goblins, their eyes burning with malice. But Seojin's resolve hardened. He observed his party, noting, "My combat and weapons techniques have gotten better. There's nothing to it. Just do it like we did in training." With a battle cry of "Let's go," Seojin charged into battle. His sword flashing, easily dispatching the goblins. The stage cleared, and Jenna, Seojin's character, leveled up, earning MVP status. Seojin Han, a young man with dark hair, and Jenna, a woman with vibrant red hair and a bow, stood amidst a battlefield strewn with fallen goblins. They reviewed their rewards, 7,000 gold, iron ore, and leather. Jenna commented that the task was quite doable, while Seojin found it rather boring. Observing 3 other party members, Seojin noted their reluctance to engage in further combat. Jenna expressed her frustration, stating that she didn't want to share experience points with the other party members. Seojin explained that without participation, they wouldn't earn any experience points. A game tip appeared: to increase the activity of disobedient heroes, make them run in circles. The game then prompted Seojin to attempt the first floor again. He agreed, mentioning the game master's instructions to make the heroes run around. Jenna, looking worried, commented that it seemed the battle wasn't over yet. The party, now facing a new mission on the first floor, a subjugation mission to annihilate all enemies, questioned the safety of the floor. Seojin, however, noted that the game master wasn't entirely heartless. They encountered the same monsters from the first floor. Close up on two monstrous boar-like creatures, their red eyes glowing menacingly. Jenna, victorious, is declared MVP of the stage, earning a single star rating. She celebrates with a cheerful expression. The reward for clearing the stage was 1,000 gold. Seojin Han, a one-star hero in the game Pick Me Up, found himself staring at a game prompt: will you attempt it again? A grim determination settled on his face as he silently resolved to continue his struggle against his in-game master. He mused that the master wouldn't easily give up on breaking things. He pressed yes. The screen then displayed, stage clear. Reward, 1000 GMVP Khan. The image showed a female archer, her arrow piercing a goblin, a testament to her skill and Han's party's victory. The next challenge appeared, Floor 3. Mission category, Subjugation. Goal, annihilate all the enemies. Goblin LV 4x2. Han, sword in hand, prepared for the next encounter. Another swift victory followed, the screen again proclaiming, stage clear. Reward, 1000 GMVP Khan. The archer, whose name was revealed to be Yuna, voiced her exhaustion. I'm slowly getting tired, she panted, but the master won't send us there again, right? Han, however, remained unconvinced, his expression unreadable. Yuna, still catching her breath, repeated her question, huff, huff. The scene shifted to a different location. Yuna, visibly frustrated, exclaimed, I'm getting pissed off. For how long do we have to look after those bastards? Han calmly reassured her, don't worry. Han responded, it doesn't seem like the master has enough free time to be cultivating insects. The scene transitioned to a grand, imposing structure. Petals fell from the sky as the party approached. A message appeared, Master, synthesis has started. 3 men, their faces etched with confusion, stared at something unseen. A shared question hung in the air, what's that? A sinister, purplish-black interface materialized before them, displaying a chilling instruction, drag and drop the heroes you want to sacrifice to be synthesized. The screen then ominously added, heroes who are sacrificed will die. A young man with striking blue eyes, his face partially obscured, scoffed inwardly. His silent contempt was clear, those idiots who don't know when they're given opportunities. The scene shifted, revealing a glimpse of a colossal, otherworldly structure, a gaping maw in the fabric of reality itself, labeled the crack of space and time. A detailed map of the facility unfolded, showcasing various locations: synthesis chamber, armory, workshop, dorms, training hall, holding facility, and a flying dock. Below, a graveyard of crosses hinted at the facility's grim purpose. The scene opens on a grand, imposing structure, a synthesis center, its imposing architecture hinting at the power within. A place where the fate of many, including Seojin Han, a one-star hero in the game Pick Me Up, hangs in the balance. He reflects on his situation. He thinks to himself that he was given a rather big chance. Seojin Han's internal monologue continues, he observes the game's master, capable of discerning who is fighting diligently and who is slacking off. The game displays that Han and Jenna have been favored. Jenna, a fellow character, is ordered to proceed to the synthesis center immediately. Han, along with Jenna and Elson, is summoned to the synthesis center. Elson, showing concern, assures Han that nothing will happen to him. Han, however, is apprehensive. Han's apprehension grows as he questions what might happen if they go to the synthesis center. Seojin Han, a man with dark hair and a distressed expression, found himself in an unfamiliar place. He protested, all I did was get dragged here for no reason. The unseen speaker responded, you'll probably be judged for what you've done. A younger man with dark hair and intense eyes countered, that's just what you think. Beside him stood a girl with dark hair styled in pigtails, wearing a gothic Lolita-style dress. She added, this is the first time that I like the words coming out of your mouth. The man's face was etched with worry. He asked, what do you want? You want help? He continued, his voice strained, even if you can't fight, things would have been different if you had just tried. The girl, seemingly unmoved by his pleas, stated, everyone's sick of cleaning up anyway, so just go on already. A large, imposing gate loomed before them, hinting at a grand, possibly dangerous, location. The man, now visibly agitated, was presented with a choice, will you synthesize? He shouted, how could you do this? Let me out. A surge of blue energy enveloped him as he screamed in agony. The synthesis was complete. Jenna, a red-haired girl, had leveled up, gaining the skill Eagle's Eye. Jenna, bewildered, asked, "What just happened?" She then observed that Mr. turned into light and disappeared. Seo-jin Han, a young man with dark hair, stood in a desolate, dimly lit place. A chilling thought echoed in his mind: in this forsaken place, the weak are simply discarded. Beside him, a young woman with vibrant red hair, her face etched with worry, whispered, fearing her own fate. She knew it would soon be her turn to face whatever grim destiny awaited them. Two other men, Toby and another whose name was not yet revealed, watched with palpable fear as the grim reality of their situation sank in. They wondered which of them would be next. Suddenly, a young girl with dark hair styled in pigtails, clad in a dark, Gothic-inspired outfit, appeared, her eyes blazing with an unsettling intensity. With a pointed finger, she declared that Han and Toby were next. Toby, his face contorted in terror, could only stammer incoherently, his impending doom evident in his wide, fearful eyes. Han remained stoic, his expression unreadable as he observed Toby's terror. The other man, still unnamed, watched in silent dread. A sudden burst of light engulfed Toby, and he vanished. The unnamed man, overcome with a mixture of relief and terror, erupted in laughter, believing he had been spared. He declared his intention to leave, convinced he was going home. Han, however, remained skeptical, calmly stating that the man was merely deluding himself. Another flash of light consumed the man, and he too disappeared. A narration box appeared, stating that the synthesis was complete and Toby had become light and vanished. A final narration box announced that Han had leveled up and gained a new skill called composure. Seo-jin Han, a young man with dark hair and a serious expression, walked purposefully through the courtyard of a grand building. He was trailed by a blonde-haired youth whose anxious gaze followed Seo-jin's every move. The blonde youth muttered something about luck, his face etched with worry. Seo-jin continued walking, his jaw tight, seemingly oblivious to the other's words. Inside the building, a woman with vibrant red hair confronted Seo-jin. She questioned his gloomy demeanor, reminding him of his previous complaints about cleaning duties. Her words hinted at a larger, more dangerous reality. The red-haired woman's thoughts turned to her own future, a fear evident in her wide eyes and worried expression. She wondered if she, too, would one day become useless and discarded. Seo-jin explained the harsh realities of their situation: the higher they climbed, the stronger the monsters and summoned humans would become, leading to death or sacrifice. The red-haired woman, realizing Seo-jin knew the truth, asked him a pointed question. Seo-jin, his expression hardening, advised her to heed her father's words if she wished to survive. The red-haired woman, tears welling in her eyes, resolved to stand on the correct side. The next day dawned, revealing a disturbing scene: several straw effigies, seemingly representing fallen heroes, stood in a desolate area. A young woman with vibrant red hair, her form slightly obscured, offered a parting comment as she was seemingly pulled away. "I'll be in your care," she declared, her words carrying a hint of both trust and apprehension. The woman, now upside down, was being pulled away forcefully. A young man with dark hair, watching with a concerned expression, questioned her state. "Did you eat something wrong?" he asked, his tone laced with worry. The red-haired woman, now right side up, looked up at him with wide, pleading eyes. "You said you'll save me if I stand on your side, right?" she insisted, her voice edged with desperation. "That's why I'm trying to make it clear here: please take care of me." The young man simply responded with a single word, his expression unreadable: "Amazing." The young man's face was partially obscured, but his expression seemed to soften slightly. He reassured her, "You won't die as long as you do what's required of you, so don't worry." He extended a hand towards the red-haired woman, who looked at him expectantly. "Please let me in as well," she pleaded. A new character, a blonde man, appeared, his face etched with remorse. "I'm sorry, I was a fool," he confessed, his voice heavy with regret. "I've only caused inconveniences so far." He continued, his voice low, "Whatever the case is, it was really cowardly of me to leave the fighting to two of you. I'll change my ways." The dark-haired young man and the red-haired woman looked at the blonde man with a mixture of curiosity and suspicion. The red-haired woman spoke, "If you want, I'll kneel in front of you. So, please." The dark-haired young man interrupted, his gaze fixed on the blonde man. "Hey, have you fought monsters before?" he asked. The blonde man replied, "I came in here knowing nothing as well." Seo-jin Han, a young man with dark hair, stood defiantly, his body braced against a barrage of arrows. His opponent, a blonde man in dark clothing, watched in surprise. A large, gleaming weapon held aloft, poised to strike. The blonde man commented on Seo-jin's unexpected skill in combat. Seo-jin explained that his determination to survive had honed his fighting abilities. The blonde man, seemingly unconvinced, suggested a different approach, proposing that he try using a spear, claiming it's one of the easiest weapons to learn. A red-haired woman, observing the scene, chimed in. correctly identifying the optimal weapon combinations for a three-person party, melee, mid-range, and long-range. The red-haired woman's explanation was followed by a close-up of a spear. And Seojin, seizing the spear, declared his readiness for battle. The blonde man, surprised by Seojin's sudden shift in tactics, questioned his ability to teach him, given his own lack of experience with spears. But Seojin countered, demonstrating his self-taught mastery of the weapon with a swift, powerful strike. Seojin's attack caught the blonde man off guard, leaving him momentarily stunned. He sarcastically remarked that the blonde man should be grateful for the opportunity to practice. The blonde man, clearly frustrated, retorted that he had been nothing more than a training dummy. Seojin Han, a one-star hero in the brutal game Pick Me Up, found himself screaming in agony as he was brutally attacked. His body convulsed, the force of the blow sending him sprawling. A dark-haired figure, his attacker, stood over him, his expression grim. The dark-haired man scoffed, "Is this all you can do? This isn't even a fight with your life on the line. You'd have died if I was a monster." A red-haired woman, witnessing the scene, interjected, "This is just the first day. Aren't you being too harsh?" The dark-haired man, unmoved, responded, "I don't intend to carry burdens alone. I'll throw away anyone who can't catch up." Seojin, his face contorted in pain, weakly asked, "Hey, do you have family?" He continued, "I have a younger sister waiting for me. You're better off than me. I have no one." The dark-haired man's gaze hardened. "What would happen if you don't go back?" Seojin, defeated and desperate, could only manage a pained expression as the dark-haired man loomed over him. Then muttered, "Don't start anything if you can't finish it." Seojin Han, a young man with striking dark hair and piercing blue eyes, stared intensely ahead. His expression was unreadable, a mask of quiet determination. A subtle smile played on his lips, a hint of something dangerous lurking beneath the surface. Before him, another figure with similar bright blue eyes, but with blonde hair, appeared distressed, beads of sweat clinging to his brow. The blonde man's voice, laced with concern, echoed in Seojin's mind, "The look in your eyes is better now." The game interface then appeared, presenting Seojin with an upgrade option. The prompt read, "You've selected weapon storage, LV.1, SNX building, Blacksmith's Forge. Would you like to build it?" Seojin chose to proceed. With the construction complete, Seojin's party could now move freely. Seojin, pleased with his progress, noted the Blacksmith's Forge was now available. A small, winged girl with dark hair and a gothic Lolita-style dress suddenly appeared, addressing Seojin with a demanding tone, "I sell, come out if you're there." Seojin, annoyed, retorted, "Who are you to order me around?" Seojin calmly replied, "I can. Web surfing is my hobby after all." Seojin Han, a low-level hero in the game Pick Me Up, received some helpful tips from the strategy forum. The instructions were clear: place one level into the training center after summoning 10 weapons to unlock the blacksmith. But he was surprised when a small, winged figure appeared before him, identifying herself as Loki. He questioned how she knew about the forum post, to which she replied that she had uploaded it herself. Loki, a powerful player in Pick Me Up, explained that Seojin was still a low-level hero, but she also revealed that he was a master among masters, the god of Pick Me Up. Loki continued, noting that if Seojin had a 7-star hero, he would already be rank 1. Seojin, intrigued, questioned Loki's ability to make the impossible possible. Loki responded that it was basic knowledge for a Pick Me Up user. Seojin, still skeptical, addressed Loki formally, prompting a playful reaction from the fairy-like character. Loki playfully floated closer to Seojin, her movements swift and light. Her expression shifted, and she asked, "What did you say?" Seojin's eyes glowed with an eerie blue light as he revealed his true identity: he is Loki. A title card announced, "Facilities Upgrade." 3 illustrations depicted the progression of in-game facilities. The first showed a small, single-story building labeled Facility LV1, the basic facility only contains necessary equipment. The second showed a slightly larger, 2-story building labeled Facility LV2, additional facilities are added, and other buildings can be extended. Finally, the third showed a large, 3-story building labeled Facility LV3, unlocked up to level 2, facilities are expanded. Seojin Han, a young man with dark hair, sat across from a girl with dark hair, her expression playful. He explained his admiration for Loki, the god of mischief, because of his ability to make the impossible possible. She responded with amusement, implying that he didn't understand the true extent of her power as a pick-me-up player. Seojin's expression shifted as he apologized, a small, winged fairy-like creature suddenly appearing behind him and launching an attack. The attack was swift and unexpected. Seojin's eyes glowed with an intense blue light as he prepared to counter. A sinister smile spread across his face as he revealed his true identity, Loki. The girl, startled by Seojin's transformation, stammered in disbelief. She laughed, revealing a shocking truth. She had obtained his account number through hacking, a piece of information only accessible to the account holder and server managers. Seo-jin, now Loki, challenged her to verify the account number herself, adding that he could reveal his Google account information if she still doubted him. Seo-jin Han, a young man with dark hair, stared wide-eyed at the screen. His disbelief was palpable, his mouth hung open in a silent no way. A small, chibi-like girl with dark hair and a gothic Lolita-style dress appeared on the screen. Her voice, though small, carried an unexpected weight as she commanded, "Do it." The girl, radiating an almost manic energy, demanded an autograph from Seo-jin, boasting about her status in the Ragnar Loki Club. Seo-jin, clearly confused, inquired about this Ragnar Loki Club. The girl explained that it was Loki's fan club, and membership could be achieved by obtaining Loki's autograph. Seo-jin, seemingly unfazed, responded that he'd never heard of such a thing. The girl's cheerful demeanor faltered as she realized she had been boasting to the real Loki all along. Seo-jin, making a note on his notepad, nonchalantly remarked that he was only a one-star hero and didn't care about being cocky. The girl, however, was suddenly concerned. Her expression shifted to worry as she questioned what would happen to Nibelheim without him. The girl revealed that Nibelheim was the name of her in-game lounge, a massive structure with 13 floors and a capacity of 20,000 players. A large, complex structure, reminiscent of a futuristic space station, was shown, highlighting its immense scale. Most of the buildings within Nibelheim were level 18 to 22 infrastructure, indicating an endgame area. A defiant declaration echoed through the air. "So what?" one voice challenged, followed by another, equally bold. "I, a master, am here now." A young man with dark hair stood arms crossed, a look of irritation on his face. A small, winged fairy-like creature floated nearby, her expression a mix of annoyance and exasperation. "Then what about the 20,000 troops?" the fairy exclaimed. The man responded curtly, "I can't." The fairy sighed, her shoulders slumping. "I know. You're still only a middle-level admin that gets pushed around. And the heroes being summoned aren't AIs. Their origin world is a bit different, but they're all humans." A shadowy figure loomed large behind them. 3 chibi-style characters, representing a party of heroes, were shown on a screen. "He's just a player who likes playing the game Pick Me Up. Since the heroes are just a form of entertainment, they face all sorts of danger." The dark-haired man asked, "Anyway, if I reach the 100th stage, can I return to Earth?" The fairy responded with a simple, "I don't know." The fairy apologized, "I can't answer." "Sorry." The fairy added, "It's fine. Like you said, I'll figure it out by climbing the tower." Seo-jin Han, a young man with dark hair and a contemplative expression, stood with his arms crossed against a weathered brick wall. He reflected on his current role within the game, stating that he currently supports the other players by providing assistance, opening and closing locations, and generally aiding their choices. A map of a sprawling, walled city appeared, prompting Seo-jin to question whether the other master lounges were similar in design. He was then shown a close-up of a mysterious, glowing orb, causing him to pause in thought. The image shifted to reveal a vast cosmic expanse filled with countless floating islands, each a world unto itself. The narration box confirmed that 1 million such worlds existed. A scene unfolded depicting a powerful summoning system, identified as Mobius Summon, which was revealed to be a deception. The true nature of the heroes, previously believed to be infinitely generated patterns, was revealed to be real humans, controlled by a quantum AI system. The narrative continued, explaining that the game's seemingly infinite content was, in reality, limited to these 1 million separate worlds, a roguelike system. Seo-jin, viewing a character profile on a screen, realized the gravity of his past actions in the game. His careless decisions could have resulted in the deaths of other players. He mentioned the name Isel. A chibi-style character, Isel, appeared, offering her help to Seo-jin in overcoming his current predicament. The scene shifted to show a mysterious, eerie location with scarecrows, hinting at a new challenge. The narration box highlighted Jenna, a character described as a genius who had rapidly progressed beyond her initial 1-star rating. Aaron, a blonde-haired man in a collared shirt, grimaced as a large blade sliced past him. He was clearly struggling. The attack leaving a trail of sparks and debris in its wake. He feared for his life, this fight was proving too much for him. Meanwhile, a red-haired woman watched from a distance, a smirk playing on her lips. She commented that she had gone easy on Aaron, but he still wasn't putting up much of a fight. She then ordered a dark-haired young man to follow her, warning him against complacency. The dark-haired young man, however, was confronted by a small, angry, chibi-like figure who questioned his loyalty to Han, the red-haired woman. The chibi figure, identifying herself as Han's #1 servant, demanded that the young man back off. The young man, clearly annoyed, grabbed the chibi figure, demanding to know why she wasn't working. The red-haired woman, whose name is Loki, intervened, reminding everyone that she was Han's #1 servant and warning them to be careful. The young man, still holding the chibi figure, questioned who she was. Loki dismissed her as an idiot. Loki then instructed Isel, the young man, to open the storage, reminding him that he had the power to do so. Isel and Loki walked towards the building, where Isel agreed to open the storage. Seo Jin-han, a one-star hero in the game Pick Me Up, had just scoured the storage, finding 6 units of steel, 3 units of leather, and 4 units of plank. He instructed Isel, his blacksmith companion, to open the forge immediately. As Isel prepared to work, Seo Jin-han, a man with dark hair and a determined expression, approached her. He explained that he couldn't continue using his worn-down blade indefinitely. The scene shifted to show the exterior of the forge, a simple building with a blacksmith's hammer emblem. Seo Jin-han reflected on a recent discovery: he was half master, half hero. He wondered if this dual nature would allow him to access areas typically restricted to masters only. Inside the forge, the fire blazed brightly as Seo Jin-han considered the implications of his newfound knowledge. He questioned whether this was possible in a place like this. A game interface appeared, indicating a lack of facilities and expertise, resulting in penalties. The success rate was deemed horrible. Seo Jin-han was given the option to synthesize a new item. Isel, observing the process, muttered the word manual. A message then appeared, prompting Seo Jin-han to select the puzzle difficulty, with the warning that higher difficulty meant better rewards. A minigame began, described as a challenge for masters, though most masters avoided it due to the high risk, but also the enticing rewards. Seo Jin-han, a one-star hero in the brutal game Pick Me Up, found himself unexpectedly transported into the very world he once played. A swirling vortex of blue energy surrounded him, forming into cubes that pulsed with light. A countdown appeared before him: 3 minutes. The digital timer materialized in the center of the chaotic energy field, its stark white digits a counterpoint to the vibrant blue. He stared at the swirling cubes, his mind racing. The sheer volume of energy was overwhelming, he couldn't even begin to comprehend their shape or purpose. But a small, dark-haired girl with a gothic Lolita-style dress floated nearby. She seemed unfazed by the chaotic energy, calmly observing the scene. With a confident smirk, Seo Jin declared, "No problem." The girl's eyes widened as a start message flashed on a screen. She gasped, "Boo! This is a god's hand. The legendary thousand hand." Seo Jin focused, channeling the chaotic energy. With a surge of power, he began to craft a weapon. The girl squealed with delight as Seo Jin held his newly crafted sword. The text box below detailed its stats: sturdy, light, and sharp, though the materials were somewhat loose but skillfully fixed. Seo Jin-han, a one-star hero in the game Pick Me Up, focused intently, his dark eyes blazing with determination. He channeled his energy, glowing blue crystals forming in his hands. Successfully crafting 3 items: a balanced shortbow, a sharp long spear, and a hard iron shield. The game interface flashed messages confirming his success. The newly created weapon shimmered with ethereal energy, their forms solidifying before Seo Jin's eyes. But a small, dark-haired fairy-like girl appeared, expressing concern. She pointed out that the items were only C rank, implying the materials used were subpar. Seo Jin, however, was hesitant to create more high-quality items, fearing it would attract unwanted attention. Suddenly, a young woman with vibrant red hair, wielding a bow, appeared, her expression fierce. She aimed her weapon and fired a powerful shot, a searing bolt of energy streaking towards Seo Jin. The intense energy leaving a bright trail in its wake. Seo Jin-han, a one-star hero in the brutal game Pick Me Up, found himself thrust into the heart of a fierce battle. He wielded his sword with practiced ease, a blinding flash of light erupting from the blade as it cleaved through the air. The force of the blow sending shockwaves through the battlefield. His strike found its mark, connecting with a monstrous foe with a resounding impact, leaving the creature stunned and reeling from the unexpected power. The scene shifted to reveal the party's current objective: Floor 4, a conquest-type mission demanding the elimination of all enemies. Jenna, a red-haired archer, and Aaron, a blonde swordsman, stood beside Seo Jin, their expressions grim. Aaron warned, "Other people might try and steal this." A harpy, a powerful winged creature, descended from the sky, her words laced with disdain. "Masters so mean. Raiding with 3 people?" The harpy's arrival signaled the start of a fierce battle. Aaron, ever vigilant, issued a command: "Aaron, protect Jenna." The harpy swooped down, talons extended, aiming for the party. Seo Jin and his companions braced themselves, preparing for the onslaught. A chaotic melee erupting as swords clashed and arrows flew. The harpy's attack was relentless, forcing the party to fight defensively. But Aaron, caught off guard, found himself overwhelmed. A sharp cry escaped his lips as he was struck by a powerful blow, the impact causing him to stumble back. A notification appeared, revealing that Aaron's stats had been decreased by 30% due to fear. Seo Jin, witnessing his comrade's plight, felt a surge of anger. Seo Jin roared, "He's too excited." Aaron, momentarily stunned, cried out in pain as the harpy continued its assault. The harpy swooped down again, its claws aimed at Eren, who desperately tried to evade the attack. Seo Han, a one-star hero in the game pick-me-up, found himself unexpectedly thrust into the very game he had once dismissed as mere practice. His current party member, Eren, was being viciously attacked by a monstrous creature, and Han reacted instantly, intervening with a swift, powerful strike that sent the creature reeling. The force of the blow was evident in Eren's stunned expression and the visible damage to his face. He worried aloud about the potential consequences of failure, and a cold sweat beaded on his brow as he stared at his injured hand. The impact of Han's intervention was clear, but the battle was far from over. Han, wielding a bow and arrow, and Eren, armed with a spear, found themselves surrounded by a fresh wave of monstrous enemies. Han urged Eren to focus, warning him against recklessness, as they braced themselves for another brutal onslaught. The ferocity of the creatures was palpable, their attacks relentless. Eren, despite his injuries, fought bravely alongside Han, but the sheer number of enemies seemed insurmountable. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the fray, a dark silhouette wielding a large blade, and with a swift, decisive strike, cleared the battlefield. The game interface announced Eren's level up, with Han receiving MVP status. The rewards were substantial: 10,000 gold, 2 units of iron ore, C, and 3 units of leather, C. Eren, exhausted and battered, groaned in pain. As Seo Han stood beside him, his expression unreadable. The immediate danger had passed, but a new wave of uncertainty washed over them both. The game notification flashed across the screen: Eren has been added to favorites. Seo Han, a low-ranking character in the game pick-me-up, found himself unexpectedly still alive, a fact noted by a female archer with fiery red hair, who observed, "Looks like you're still alive. You've even been added to favorites." Seo stood amidst the carnage, his sword stained crimson. A blond man, his face contorted in disbelief, knelt nearby, gasping, "Ah, really?" The blond man's voice cracked with a mixture of shock and elation as he roared, "I made it! I made it!" His body trembled with the exertion, his clothes splattered with blood, a testament to the brutal battle he had just survived. The red-haired archer, seemingly amused, commented, "Subordinate number 1 was a success, and now it's subordinate number 2. Seo however, scoffed, "Subordinate? Nah." He pondered the situation as he walked towards a large wooden door, a thought bubble revealing his internal contemplation. Subordinates, huh? He continued his silent march, his mind already strategizing. His internal monologue clarified his thoughts: my subordinate number 1 would technically be Nibelheim's series. Game information appeared: 5 members per party. 6 stars and level 99. Personally created 5 divine skills and other ultimate skills. Seo examined the cards of his potential allies and enemies: Litigan, Nihaku Gastfell, Ceres Argenta, Mutant Nidelk, and Urnith Sid. He muttered to himself, "I may run into them somewhere in the tower." He looked at a large, complex structure in the distance, a tower of immense scale. His thoughts continued: it's an AFK game, so the Vice Master, Ceres, will take care of Nibelheim. There's Urnith too. A large, metallic structure, reminiscent of a spacecraft, dominated the panel. Its intricate design hinted at advanced technology, prompting a silent observation from an unseen narrator. They were both so wise and smart, it made one wonder if they were truly AI. Although, upon further reflection, the narrator corrected themselves: they weren't actually AI. The scene shifted to a grand hall, illuminated by flickering torches. 2 figures stood within its imposing architecture, one cloaked in white, the other in shining armor. The atmosphere was tense, heavy with unspoken anticipation. Ceres, the armored figure, was questioned by the cloaked individual. "Are you really going to go?" the cloaked figure asked, their voice laced with concern. Urnith, the cloaked figure, responded firmly, "You should know that every minute counts." Urnith continued, stating that they would leave the investigation to Ceres, including their master's whereabouts. The weight of responsibility settled heavily on Ceres' shoulders. The scene transitioned to show Ceres preparing to depart, their resolve hardening with each step. Ceres walked away, leaving Urnith behind. The camera angle shifted to focus on Ceres' determined stride. A notification appeared: your lodging has leveled up to level 2. The limits on heroes has increased. The image showed a building, now enhanced with a futuristic overlay. Another notification followed: the restaurant in the lodging has finished construction. Good quality food will be provided for the heroes. The image showed a newly built restaurant inside the lodging. The in-game announcement echoed throughout the virtual world: the training center had been upgraded to level 2, significantly boosting the heroes' training efficiency. Further upgrades were underway: the weapons storage, a smithy, woodworking shop, and metal processing facilities were being consolidated into a single, state-of-the-art equipment workshop. The central square, a key location in the game, also received a significant upgrade, evolving to level 2. The transformation was dramatic, its appearance shifting from a simple fountain to a more mystical and imposing structure. A young woman with vibrant red hair and striking golden eyes stared in disbelief, her mouth agape. She and her companions, a blonde man and a dark-haired man, were awestruck by the changes. "Is this master person a great mage?" she exclaimed, her voice filled with wonder. "Wow, how can this be possible?" The dark-haired man, observing the scene, offered a more pragmatic assessment. "Master put his money into it," he commented. It made sense, he mused, considering how much more engaging the game had become with the increased player interaction and lively battles. The blonde man added his own observation: "The waiting rooms get better the higher we go in the tower. Anything's online time is set, he's probably an office worker. He likely does his research and can spend money on the game," the blonde man continued, his thoughts drifting to the game's economics. A small, mischievous fairy-like character appeared, holding a bag of gold coins and gems, adding, "It's better than a broke student, right? He's rich enough to buy a new package for 65,000 won." Seo Han, a cynical gamer, contemplated the harsh realities of the game pick-me-up. He mused that obtaining gems, the premium currency, was exceptionally difficult, with few events offering them. Only generous spending could ensure success, he thought. He then initiated a summoning sequence, anticipating the results of 10 attempts. The summoning ritual concluded, and Seo, along with 2 other individuals, prepared for another round of summons. The game mechanics were explained: regular summons used gold, while advanced summons required gems, the latter designed to incentivize spending. The narrator pointed out that the advanced summoning system was strategically designed to encourage players to spend money. Suddenly, Seo found himself transported into the game world, disoriented and questioning his surroundings. He was surrounded by a group of soldiers, and a nearby woman expressed alarm at the situation. Seo questioned whether this was a dream, uncertain about what was happening. The older man gasped in shock as he was suddenly attacked. Seo, now wielding a sword, commanded the man to remain quiet, promising explanations only to the survivors. He was clearly in control of the situation, despite the sudden change in his circumstances. A small, winged fairy-like creature with dark hair and a Gothic-style dress commanded attention, her red eyes blazing. Here, everyone, attention. Is anyone a carpenter? If any of you are, then go over there." She continued her instructions, her voice echoing through the area. "Next, is anyone a blacksmith or a tanner? Or a cook?" A burly, older man with a beard looked utterly bewildered. He muttered to himself, questioning what was happening and demanding an explanation. Nearby, a woman with long dark hair gasped, her eyes wide with shock as she pointed at the fairy. A man beside her, wearing glasses, shared her astonishment. "What's that small thing?" he exclaimed. The fairy responded with a sharp, irritated command: "Shut up." Meanwhile, a young woman with bright orange hair watched the scene unfold with a concerned expression. A man with dark hair and a stern look stood beside her, holding a sword. He explained calmly, giving out roles. "Since there are new facilities," he continued, offering a possible explanation for the fairy's actions. "If the guys who died earlier were summoned, they might have had other careers." The fairy hovered in the air, seemingly oblivious to the growing unease around her. A narration box appeared, revealing a crucial piece of information: the system in the waiting rooms changing. A young girl with dark hair styled in pigtails, wearing a Gothic Lolita-style dress, addressed a crowd. Her voice rang out, sharp and commanding, urging them to focus. She continued, inquiring if any carpenters were present amongst them, and instructed those who were to move to the side. Meanwhile, Seo Han, a young man with dark hair, and a red-haired woman watched the scene unfold, their expressions a mixture of confusion and apprehension. Seo wondered what was happening, suggesting that those who had previously died in the game could now be assigned non-combat roles. The system of the lounge, it was announced, would change. A screen appeared, displaying instructions for party formation: drag and drop the heroes. The screen showed a party already in formation: Jid, Hansen, John, and Teddy, all one-star heroes. The master, he continued, would separate the useful ones from the useless, thinning out the fresh one-star heroes by sending them into the dungeon. He urged them to hurry and get in there. Seo Han, a low-ranked hero in the brutal game Pick Me Up, found himself and his party facing a deadly trial. A chilling warning echoed in the air: failure to adapt meant certain death. He grimly noted this was likely only the first stage of the challenge. A towering, otherworldly structure pulsed with an eerie blue light, a foreboding gateway to the next phase of their ordeal. The grim reality of their situation became immediately clear. One member of their party had already perished. A female party member voiced her concern about the lack of explanation, but a male companion, Seo, remained stoic, stating that those who failed at the lowest stage received no explanation. 2 of the party members had already fallen, but 2 remained. The surviving members, visibly shaken, were named Daika, Descartes, Sigler, and Chloe. Overwhelmed by the intensity of the situation, Descartes expressed his inability to continue fighting. But Chloe, displaying unexpected resolve, declared her intention to fight alongside him. A mysterious figure, seemingly observing the scene, intervened, ordering Chloe to withdraw, claiming the fight wasn't hers. Seo Jin, witnessing the events, reflected on the unexpected bravery of one of his party members. He then made a decision, suggesting that Eren, another low-ranked hero, join their party. A game prompt appeared, asking Seo Jin to accept Eren into the party. He silently nodded, accepting Eren into their ranks. A helpful tip appeared on screen, advising that heroes perform better in combat situations. Meanwhile, two figures, Seo Jin Han and another man, were engaged in conversation. Han was told that while helping his fellow heroes was good, he shouldn't set a precedent like the other man had. Han, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword, observed his party, a woman with a spear and another man, moving through a forest. They seemed unaware of something. A red-haired woman, Jenna, complained about only eating potatoes, expressing her desire to go back and eat something else. Han observed her with a slightly bemused expression, questioning her tact. Jenna looked up, noticing something in the sky. She described it as bright. It was described as looking down on them like a god observing the world. Han, meanwhile, felt a sense of foreboding, noticing a certain presence. A screen showed that their voices were not being heard directly, but rather filtered and sent to their master. Both Han and Jenna displayed their distaste for the food on the screen. The party was questioned about how many goblins they had killed. The blonde man, Eren, responded that he had killed only one. Their actions were deemed satisfactory, as they had understood the intent behind the task. The scene ended with Han, Jenna, and Eren walking away. Seo Jin Han, along with his companions, found themselves escaping what appeared to be a potato field. One of them excitedly questioned if their escape was finally underway. And upon reaching a building, they expressed their relief at the improvement in their surroundings. The prospect of a dining room and the possibility of eating expensive food filled them with anticipation. Their optimism stemmed from the belief that as long as their master didn't deem them useless, their situation was secure. One of them jubilantly compared their situation to having the highest grade of lamb steak. Another, however, expressed his contentment with turkey, prompting a reminder about a previous conversation. The scene shifted to a bowl of potatoes, steaming gently. This was their meal. These potatoes, it was revealed, were the only ingredients available for their meal, much to the dismay of Seo Jin and his companion. Seo Jin internally berated their cook, Dolph, a level 1 novice with no cooking skill, calling him a bastard. His frustration deepened as he noted Dolph's lack of a cooking skill. Seo Jin then questioned if anyone else possessed a cooking skill. And Chloe, another member of the party, was assigned the task of cooking from that point forward. A game notification appeared, asking Chloe, a 1-star hero, to take over the cooking duties from Dolph. A worried expression clouded Chloe's face as she contemplated the request. Chloe, her eyes welling with tears, hesitantly responded that she would try her best to improve her cooking. Seo Jin, observing the scene, complimented Chloe's quick thinking but warned her against lying, lest she be discovered. He then sternly instructed her that this would be the last time he would overlook her shortcomings. A table laden with various potato dishes was presented: a hearty stew, roasted potatoes, and potato fries. The aroma filled the air. A red-haired woman, tasting the food, exclaimed at the variety of flavors achievable with potatoes. Chloe explained that the diverse taste stemmed from the use of various condiments. She further instructed them to relay the same message to any newcomers. Seo Jin, while eating, added a chilling warning: failure to heed this advice could result in death. The scene shifts to an exterior shot of a building at night, hinting at a new location. Seo Jin Han, a young man with dark hair and intense eyes, stood amidst a group of fellow adventurers. His expression was one of quiet determination, a stark contrast to the nervous energy radiating from the others. One of them, a blonde man, spoke, offering words of encouragement. He hadn't fought alongside them before, but he believed in their ability to succeed. The group sat around a large table laden with food, a scene of camaraderie and shared anticipation before a looming challenge. Among them were a woman with striking red hair and a confident smile, and another with dark hair and a more apprehensive expression. An older man with a weathered face observed them from the head of the table. A man with a concerned look questioned Seojin's role in the upcoming battle, suggesting that perhaps he and another member of the party could be better utilized elsewhere. Seo Jin was informed that, given his lack of combat experience, he would be assigned to non-combat roles, such as carpentry or cooking, to support the party in other ways. He hesitantly admitted his ability to perform carpentry, met with a mix of surprise and a hint of threat from the older man, who warned him about the consequences of lying. Despite the apparent safety of non-combat roles, the older man cautioned that survival wasn't guaranteed, and that those lacking sufficient skills would be assigned to combat roles regardless. The limited number of non-combat positions and the high demand for skilled individuals were highlighted, emphasizing the competitive nature of securing a safer role. An aerial shot revealed the sprawling fortress-like settlement where Seo Jin and his companions found themselves, a place of both opportunity and danger. Seojin, now alone, showed a look of surprise and perhaps concern as he learned that only 3 other young men, Jid, Hansen, and Daika, had been selected for special training. Seojin Han, a young man with dark hair, stood among a group of other characters. A red-haired woman, Jenna, commented that everyone else was scared and looking for a place to hide. Seojin, however, stated he was bored of sparring with Eren and wanted to change the mood. He mused that Eren's influence had led to him being called Hyungnim by the others. Suddenly, Seojin unleashed a flurry of attacks, his movements a blur of motion as he effortlessly dispatched his opponents. Seojin noted a 7 to 8 stat difference between himself and the others, a gap he likened to that between a child and an adult. He reflected that such rapid growth would be impossible on Earth. Jenna's low-rank archery skill had already reached level 5, and her dagger skill had reached level 2. Eren's spear skill had reached level 2 but hadn't progressed any further. Eren was the first to arrive for training and the last to leave, yet he failed to acquire a useful skill. Seojin surmised that their similar ages and harmonious spirits were the reason for their differing skill levels. The others acknowledged his strength, referring to him as Hyungnim. A few days later, another free 10-pull event occurred. This time, Eren and the other 3 handled the situation without Seojin's intervention. Only one person died in the thinning process. Jenna smiled, stating that more people were coming and there would be more to come. Jenna, a young woman with vibrant red hair, frowned thoughtfully. She voiced her concern, but why isn't the master advancing to the 5th stage? It's been a long time since he cleared the 4th. Han Israt, a young man with dark hair, responded, his expression serious. He explained, of course he isn't. The 5th stage is on a completely different level. He continued, mentioning that the party members hadn't even been selected yet. A towering, dark structure loomed in the background, a visual representation of the game's difficulty. The narration box explained, every 5 stages, the difficulty spikes. It's like the idea of a boss stage. Even Han admitted, even I'm not 100% sure if I'll survive. After thinning, even with training, how many will die? And to what extent of hell will the difficulty spike? He decided against informing Jenna. The image displayed character cards for the combat team, Jenna Cri, Han Israt, Eren Delcut, Jid, Hansen, and Daika. Each card showed a 1-star rating. Additional character cards were shown for the support team, Ino and Chloe, also 1-star rated. The scene opens on floor 4 of the game Pick Me Up, where the mission objective is the subjugation and annihilation of all enemies. A monstrous, winged creature with a demonic visage looms large, its presence filling the panel. A horde of grotesque, snarling goblins advances, their red eyes gleaming with malice. While 3 human warriors stand ready to face them. One reassures his companions, stating that they are merely shields, and should not interfere with the attack. A female archer, positioned behind the warriors, assures them that she will provide ranged support with her spear and arrows. The goblins charge, and the warriors brace themselves for impact. The shields clashing against the goblins' attacks. One warrior grunts in exertion. Amidst the chaos, one warrior recognizes the enemy's formation, a crucial piece of information. Seojin Han, a 1-star hero in the game Pick Me Up, found himself in a dire situation, facing a powerful foe. He urged his fellow heroes to combine their strength. A desperate, combined attack erupting from the party, resulting in a resounding blow against their enemy. A pained cry escaped the monster as it staggered back. Despite the victory, Seojin reflected that he could have cleared the stage alone. However, he realized that if he acted solo, his party wouldn't gain valuable formation practice. The stage was cleared, and Jid and Hansen, 2 of Seojin's party members, leveled up. Jenna, another member, was named MVP for her performance. Their reward included gold, iron ore, and leather. Later, Seojin and his 2 companions discussed their next mission. He noted that among the upcoming missions, there was one he wouldn't be able to complete alone. They celebrated their recent success, with Seojin's companions expressing their confidence in their abilities. One of them exclaimed that the previous stage was a piece of cake. Jenna and another party member, observing from afar, commented on the team's good performance. They both agreed that the group had done well. Meanwhile, a narration box revealed that the amount of time the player controlling the party was logged off had significantly increased. This new equipment significantly improved the survivability of the newly leveled heroes. Seojin, along with his companions, stood ready for their next challenge, their bonds strengthened by their shared experiences. The image showcases Isel, a striking woman with vibrant red hair, clad in a revealing green and brown outfit. Her attire consists of a low-cut bodice, a short skirt, and thigh-high stockings, accentuating her figure. She holds a bow and arrow, poised and ready for action. 3 inactive players from the game were synthesized into the game world. They were individuals who consistently avoided the training hall and expressed their intention to leave immediately upon arrival. Among them was Dolph, a player who had misrepresented his in-game title. Several days later, Seo-jin, a young man with short brown hair, carrying a shield, stood in a dimly lit room. He wondered aloud if they were returning to the fourth floor again, expressing his desire to advance to the next level. Isel confirmed that they would be proceeding to the fifth floor. Another character, a small fairy-like creature, expressed surprise at the news. Seo-jin was warned that the fifth floor would be different and to not get too relaxed. The party, consisting of Seo-jin, Isel, and another warrior, prepared to move forward, acknowledging the warning. A burst of light engulfed them as they were transported to the fifth floor. The fifth floor was revealed to be a desolate and ruined cityscape, a stark contrast to the previous levels. The scene shows a damaged tower and buildings, highlighting the destruction of the environment. A surge of energy, a brilliant blue light, pierced the dilapidated cityscape. From its heart, a party of adventurers materialized, a group of 5, their forms shimmering into existence within a protective orb of light. The leader, a stern-faced man with short, dark hair, addressed his team. He instructed them to proceed to the city center to assess the situation, emphasizing the need for order and efficiency. His companions responded with immediate, unquestioning obedience. As they moved, the leader observed the unsettling emptiness of the city. There were no monsters, but equally concerning, there were no civilians either. A grim realization settled upon him. The leader's grim expression deepened. This was not a simple subjugation mission, something far more sinister was afoot. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoed through the ruined streets. One of the party members, a young man with brown hair, cried out in terror, calling for help from the leader. They turned to see the source of the scream, a horrifying, skeletal figure, its flesh rotting away, lay sprawled on the ground. The sight was gruesome, a stark reminder of the brutal reality they faced. The leader noted the absence of people, the presence of bloodstains, and the overall grimness of the scene. This was unlike anything they had encountered before. His gaze hardened as he pointed towards a distant clock tower, issuing a new command, to investigate the tower. Seo-jin Han, a low-ranking hero in the game Pick Me Up, stood atop a crumbling watchtower, his gaze fixed on the city below. He had been summoned by a superior officer, and he responded with a sharp, "Yes, sir." From her vantage point, Jenna, a young woman with vibrant red hair, scanned the horizon. Her superior officer asked if she saw anything, to which she replied, hesitantly, that she could only see the city itself. Jenna's brow furrowed in concentration. She doubted her own eyes, but something felt wrong. A feeling that intensified when her superior, impatient, demanded to know what she saw. He specifically addressed her as Miss Jenna. Seo-jin, noticing the growing tension, pleaded with his superior to wait. As doubt swirling in Jenna's mind crystallized into a question, was this really happening? Suddenly, Jenna's eyes widened. She spotted a massive horde of goblins approaching the city. Seo-jin, his face grim, reacted with alarm to the sheer scale of the approaching threat. The sheer number of goblins was staggering, thousands strong, they advanced relentlessly. The game's interface appeared, revealing the player's current mission, Floor 5, a survival challenge against a horde of 1846 goblins. Seo-jin Han, a low-ranking hero in the game Pick Me Up, stared in disbelief as a monstrous creature loomed before him. 1,000 goblins? He questioned if he had correctly assessed the threat. His companion, Hyun-nim, lamented the dire situation, wishing for a less challenging scenario. He urged Hyun-nim to retreat for now. Hyun-nim, visibly shaken, questioned if something had gone wrong. Seo-jin reassured him, reframing the mission not as subjugation, but as a desperate fight for survival. They considered hiding, but a game mechanic prevented them from entering a nearby building. Seo-jin proposed changing their location immediately. Hyun-nim, concerned, asked how long they needed to survive. Seo-jin calculated that they only needed to endure for 10 minutes, until the enemies arrived. Despite his calm demeanor, Seo-jin acknowledged their poor luck. A narration box revealed the grim statistic, only 9% of parties survived past the initial floors. Seo-jin instructed them to avoid the main streets and head for an alleyway. Hyun-nim, a female archer, readily agreed. Seo-jin explained that while high-rise buildings were scarce, low-rise buildings were frequently the sites of hero deaths. Seo-jin Han, the protagonist, and his companion, a fellow one-star hero, surveyed the dilapidated surroundings. There aren't any good buildings anywhere else, Seo-jin stated grimly, so in the end, they'll just burst through. He continued, we don't have any more time to look for another location. Go with this one. The party, consisting of Seo-jin, a blonde warrior, a female archer, and another swordsman, prepared for battle. Seo-jin explained, the passageway is small, so we just need to fight one at a time. It doesn't matter if they're in the thousands. His companions, though apprehensive, nodded in agreement. Yeah, we'll try it, one of them shouted. Seo-jin addressed his team, outlining their strategy. Let's fight while taking turns, don't help out and use the time to catch your breath, okay? His team responded with a collective okay. He then gave specific instructions to Jenna, the archer. Jenna, you'll be on standby in the middle of the intersection. Use your arrows sparingly and only shoot when I tell you to. Another companion, visibly nervous, added, before the goblins arrive, make a barricade. Keep this in mind, if they penetrate through one passageway, we're all going to die. Seojin, staring intently at a makeshift wooden barricade, muttered to himself, 30 minutes. I don't think it's the lobby time, but instead aligned with real time. The timer will start the moment we face the goblins. Suddenly, a goblin appeared, its grotesque features visible through a gap in the barricade. The monstrous face of a boar-like creature filled the panel, its eyes glowing menacingly red. Its bared fangs and snarling expression spoke of imminent violence. Seojin Han, a young man with dark hair, stood amidst the chaos, his expression grim. He cursed as he surveyed the unfinished barricade, a clear sign of their desperate situation. With a powerful kick, he destroyed the remaining pieces of the unfinished barricade. A grim determination etched on his face as he prepared for the oncoming horde. He launched a swift, precise attack, a blue energy coursing from his hand. The force of the blow sending the creature sprawling. More of the boar-like creatures charged, their red eyes glinting in the dim light. A wave of them crashed towards Seojin and his companion. Seojin, undeterred, declared his intention to use the corpses of the fallen enemies to create a makeshift wall. With a brutal, swift strike, Seojin dispatched another creature, its body crumpling to the ground. Seojin Han, a one-star hero in the brutal game Pick Me Up, found himself thrust into the very world he once played. He was now a character within the game, his reality a battlefield of digital code and monstrous foes. He braced himself, his shield raised against an unseen threat. A wave of grotesque goblins, their eyes burning with malevolent glee, charged from the shadows, their crude weapons raised high. Their blood-curdling war cries echoed through the desolate landscape. A red-haired woman, seemingly controlling the battle, watched Seojin with a calculating gaze. Let me know anytime you're tired, she said, her voice laced with a chilling indifference. Seojin, despite the overwhelming odds, felt a surge of determination. He moved with surprising speed and precision, deflecting blows and countering with deadly efficiency. It's one pattern, he muttered to himself, block and then stab. He was adapting, learning, and fighting back. A goblin's head flew through the air, a testament to his newfound skill. If you're stupid, you should act like it, he roared, his voice filled with a newfound confidence. More goblins emerged from the darkness, their snarls echoing Seojin's own frustration. Ha, these bastards, seriously, he gritted, his resolve unwavering. A blond man, his face etched with desperation, shouted, we just need to survive for 10 minutes, right? The weight of their situation pressed heavily upon them. Seojin, his eyes blazing with intensity, retorted, have I ever lied to you? His unwavering trust in his own abilities was a beacon of hope in the encroaching darkness. From the depths of the earth, a horrifying legion of monstrous creatures clawed their way to the surface, their glowing red eyes promising a brutal and unrelenting assault. A sheer number of these nightmarish beings was enough to make even the bravest warrior tremble. Seojin and his companions were surrounded, their survival hanging precariously in the balance. Surrounded by grotesque, snarling goblins, Eyelid Han and his party found themselves in a desperate situation. Their desperate cries echoed through the dungeon as they fought for survival. The cards displayed the party's composition: Jenna Syria, Eyelid Han, Aaron Delcut, Jeed, and Hansen. Each member represented a unique class and skill set, but their combined strength seemed insufficient against the overwhelming horde. A monstrous figure, its features vaguely bestial, loomed over the scene, its red eyes burning with malevolent intensity. Its gaping maw revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth, a terrifying display of predatory hunger. As creature lunged forward, its claws extended, aiming for a swift, brutal attack. Seojin Han, a young man with dark hair and determined eyes, found himself caught in the beast's path. He roared, his voice strained but resolute, Jeed. Switch places with Hansen. Jeed, a man with brown hair, gasped, I can still go on. But Seojin, his face grim, barked a command, shut up. Just do as I say. He was clearly running out of time. The impact of the monster's attack sent Jeed sprawling. Seojin watched, his expression hardening with frustration. Damn it, he still doesn't have enough stamina. Seojin Han, a low-level one-star hero in the game Pick Me Up, found himself facing a horde of goblins. His attacks were weak and inefficient, a testament to his low rank. The observation was made by an unseen narrator, highlighting his ineffectiveness. His overexuberance led to wasted energy, leaving him breathless and vulnerable. He slumped to the ground, his sword clattering beside him. Seojin, realizing his mistake, resolved to change his strategy. He would focus on efficiency, aiming for one decisive strike per monster to conserve stamina. I'll stab, slash, and stab again, he muttered, a grim determination hardening his features. Despite his new resolve, the sheer number of goblins overwhelmed him. Way too fucking many, he cursed under his breath, his eyes wide with dawning dread. The relentless goblin onslaught continued, their ferocity unwavering. Seojin watched in disbelief as they charged, seemingly fearless of death. Their suicidal advance only fueled his desperation. Again, he roared, his voice strained with exertion. Hansen, another member of Seojin's party, arrived, his shield raised in defense. He shouted a warning to Seojin. Seojin, acknowledging Hansen's arrival, focused on the most dangerous area of the goblin horde, his eyes narrowed in concentration. He then called out to Jenna, his archer companion, instructing her to collect her arrows for reuse. The battle raged on. Jenna, a fiery-haired archer with a determined expression, stood poised, her bow drawn. A fierce glint shone in her eyes as she declared, "I've been waiting." Seojin Han, a young man with blonde hair, watched intently as Jenna prepared to fire. He urgently instructed her, "Jenna, I'll need you to kill off the goblin that crosses over." With a swift, precise shot, Jenna's arrow found its mark. The arrow piercing the goblin's skull. The creature let out a final, agonized roar before collapsing. Jenna reported back, "Yes, sir." Han, however, was less than pleased. He was clearly agitated as he asked, "Did you say it'd be 10 minutes? His face contorted in frustration as he retorted, "It's only been 5 minutes. Suddenly, a monstrous goblin, far larger and more ferocious than the previous one, emerged from the shadows. Jenna, ever vigilant, reacted instantly. She shouted, "Stop coming up already. Fucking nuisances." Leaping into action, she unleashed a powerful kick, sending the monstrous goblin sprawling back with a sickening thud. Jeed, a one-star hero in the game pick-me-up, found himself in a desperate situation. Blood streamed from grievous wounds across his torso, his mouth agape in a silent scream of pain and terror. The game's interface cruelly announced that he was bleeding, his HP steadily decreasing. His fellow party members urged him to switch places with Hansen, their only hope for survival. Despite his agony, Jeed gritted his teeth, determined to hold his position. His comrades, however, were less sympathetic, coldly ordering him to focus on the task at hand and ignore his injuries. The pressure to perform, even in his weakened state, was immense. Overwhelmed by fear, Jeed's stats plummeted by 30%, his body trembling as he clutched his injured hand. His resolve crumbled under the weight of his desperate situation. Meanwhile, Hansen, fueled by rage, engaged the enemy goblin. He roared, "Vermin," as he launched a brutal counterattack. His attack was swift and decisive, a powerful blow that sent the creature reeling. Back with Jeed, his comrades pressed him to regain his composure, warning him that his inaction was endangering the entire party. Jenny, another party member, focused on staunching Jeed's bleeding, while the others continued to fight, the weight of their survival hanging precariously in the balance. Jenny skillfully tended to Jeed's wounds, her movements precise and efficient. As she finished, Jeed, though still weak, prepared to rejoin the fight, his determination flickering back to life. He moved with renewed purpose. Seojin Han, a one-star hero in the brutal game Pick-Me-Up, found himself thrust into a desperate battle. His dark eyes blazed with fierce determination as he spun, his worn sword ablur against a horde of grotesque goblins. A desperate roar escaping his lips as he fought to hold them back. "Go back, you bastards," he bellowed, his voice raw with exertion. But the relentless goblins swarmed him, their claws tearing at his armor. A brutal blow sent him reeling. Overwhelmed by their sheer numbers, the goblins, their eyes glowing menacingly, pressed their attack, their snarls echoing through the battlefield. Han, his breath ragged, could only grimace. "Han! My sword is blunt," he cried out in frustration, his voice strained. Turning to his companion, Jeed. "Jeed, can you switch?" he asked, desperation lacing his tone. And the two switched places, Jeed taking up the fight against the relentless goblins. Han, meanwhile, clutched his damaged sword, his face a mask of grim determination. "Cook. I expected this," he muttered, inspecting the dull blade. "Even though this is better than the F-rank old iron sword, it's still just a normal iron sword." He gritted his teeth, a new plan forming in his mind. "We can kill goblins even without the blade on the sword," he declared, a glint of resolve in his eyes. And with a ferocious swing of his broken sword, he sent a goblin flying. The battle raged on, but Seojin Han, despite his setbacks, was far from defeated. Exhausted and battered, Seojin, a one-star hero in the game Pick-Me-Up, strained to maintain his position, his face contorted in a grimace of determination. He roared, "I still can dash," as his commander ordered Jenna to switch places with Eren. Jenna, another one-star hero, launched herself into action, her fiery red hair ablur as she moved with surprising speed. "Don't be stubborn," she shouted, urging Seojin to yield. Meanwhile, Seojin's commander, his face a mask of grim determination, yelled, 3 minutes left. Hang in there for 3 more minutes." Seojin gritted his teeth, his body screaming in protest. "Damn it! I don't remember 30 minutes being this long," he cursed under his breath, the strain evident in every line of his body. The commander's voice cut through the air again, barking orders. Aaron, switch with Jenna. Aaron, surprised, questioned, already? The commander responded, don't worry, even 10 seconds is a long break. Hansen, another weary warrior, reluctantly complied, gasping for breath as he stumbled back. Jenna looked at her quiver, her expression a mixture of concern and defiance. What? But? Seojin, desperate, shouted, damn it, there's only those. We'll all die if they break through on his side anyway. Use all of your arrows. With a fierce determination, Jenna knocked an arrow and loosed it with deadly accuracy, the arrow flying towards its target. Two grotesque, boar-like creatures lunged forward, their fangs bared in a ferocious snarl. One wielded a crude axe, the other a pair of jagged spears, both aiming for a single target. Their attacks a blur of motion as they closed in on their prey. A crimson eye gleamed menacingly, reflecting the chaos of the battle. But a flash of steel cut through the air, deflecting the incoming blows. Two gleaming swords danced in a deadly ballet, expertly parrying the creature's brutal assault. Despite his skill, the warrior, Jid, was clearly struggling. Gasping for breath, sweat plastered his brow as he desperately fought to maintain his defense. Hansen, switch! He grunted, his body battered and bruised from the relentless onslaught. The creature's attack connected, sending him sprawling to the ground. A searing pain lancing through his side. His vision swam, his breath ragged and shallow as he struggled to rise. Just as another arrow pierced his shoulder, embedding itself deep within his flesh. From a nearby rooftop, a woman with fiery red hair and a determined gaze loomed. What? She exclaimed, her voice sharp with surprise as she witnessed the brutal attack. The arrow had found its mark, but it was clear that Jid was already severely wounded. His body collapsing under the combined weight of his injuries. He could barely register the woman's presence as he fell. Jid is on the brink of death. His life is in danger. A young woman with fiery red hair, clad in green and brown leather armor, notched an arrow and loosed it with deadly precision. The arrow found its mark, piercing the chest of a hulking figure. The impact sending the large figure sprawling to the ground. The archer, surprised by the ease of the kill, exclaimed in disbelief. The fallen figure, a man named Jid, was clearly near death. Blood stained his clothes, and his labored breathing was barely audible. A desperate cry for help escaped his lips. Suddenly, a figure with dark hair and clothing appeared, moving with terrifying speed. He launched a swift attack. A blur of motion that ended with a powerful strike. The red-haired archer watched in horror as the dark-haired figure finished off Jid. Overwhelmed with shock and uncertainty, she questioned her own actions. Another injured man, seemingly a comrade of Jid, pleaded for help, asking for only a short respite. A small, grotesque goblin-like creature suddenly attacked the injured man. The dark-haired figure, seemingly enraged, retaliated with a furious counterattack. Seojin Han, a one-star hero in the brutal game Pick Me Up, found himself unexpectedly thrust into the very world he once played. His previous strategy of observing boss patterns to level up was now a matter of life and death. As he and his party were surrounded by a horde of grotesque goblins, their blood-curdling screams echoing through the desolate landscape. The relentless assault left him battered and bruised, his body screaming in protest. His companion, Jid, a fellow one-star hero, fell, his life fading as his party member cried out in alarm, Hyungnim? Jid. He's resting. A game notification appeared, announcing Jid's demise. Jid has gone back into the goddess's arms. His fighting spirit will be remembered forever. Seojin, however, simply muttered, okay. Jenna, another member of their party, urged Seojin to focus on the present danger, shouting, Jenna, Jid is already dead. Help over here instead of thinking about him. Seojin, gritting his teeth, braced himself for another attack, muttering, alright. He deflected a blow from a goblin, the impact sending shockwaves through his arm. In that moment, a new skill awakened. Basic swordsmanship leveled up to LV.3, granting him quick movements. Jenna, desperate, asked, Appa, how much time is left? Seojin, his face grim, responded, kill one more within the time it would take you to look at the time. Seojin Han, a one-star hero in the brutal game Pick Me Up, found his stats unexpectedly boosted. His basic sword shield technique reached level 5, pain tolerance rose to level 2, and composure doubled to level 3. But even these improvements felt insufficient as he braced himself for the onslaught. He grimly reflected that these power boosts were meaningless if they all perished in the coming battle. A wave of pain washed over Seojin as he was struck, a scream escaping his lips. Surrounded by a horde of monstrous, shadowy creatures, Seojin's fear became palpable. He cried out to his comrade, Hyungnim, for help. His pleas desperate and filled with terror as he begged for survival. Tears streamed down Seojin's face as he sobbed, his despair evident in his anguished cries. But amidst the despair, a flicker of defiance ignited in Seojin's eyes. His gaze hardened, a cold fury replacing his terror. A fierce determination set his jaw as he prepared to fight back. Surrounded by grotesque, snarling beasts, Seo Jin Han, a one-star hero in the game, picked me up, cried out desperately for help, his pleas echoing in the chaotic scene. His desperate cries of Hyung Nim, save me, painted a picture of his dire situation. A slightly older, more battle-hardened Seo Jin, along with his party members Jenna and Aaron, fought back against the onslaught. He barked orders, Jenna, Aaron, stick by me. His gaze was sharp, his expression grim as he assessed the situation. He then added, Gideon and Hansen, if you're gonna grieve for them, do it after you make it out of here alive. A narration box appeared, announcing the death of Hansen. Hansen, has gone back into the goddess arms. His fighting spirit will be remembered forever. The scene shifted, showing the aftermath of a fierce battle. The ground was littered with debris, a testament to the intensity of the recent fight. Seojin's heavy footfalls echoed through the ruined streets. Amidst the destruction, a chilling question arose from one of the surviving party members, are we gonna die here? Seo Jin, Jenna, and Aaron stood their ground, their weapons drawn, ready to face whatever came next. Seojin's voice, filled with grim determination, cut through the fear, cut the bullshit. He quickly issued another command, Jenna, go up the wall behind you. A bead of sweat trickled down Seojin's face as he contemplated the dire situation. He was clearly exhausted, but his resolve remained. His question hung heavy in the air, you want me to escape alone? Aaron's response was immediate and defiant, what are you talking about? I'll go after you. Seo Jin Han, a one-star hero in the brutal game Pick Me Up, found himself transported into the very game he once dismissed as mere practice. His eyes blazed with defiance as he roared, one hit won't be enough to take down this monster. The monstrous creature before him lunged, its claws extended, ready to strike. But Seo Jin met its attack head-on, his own fierce expression mirroring the beast's ferocity. Meanwhile, atop a crumbling structure, a red-haired woman, seemingly part of Seojin's party, urged him on, shouting, I'm up. Hurry. Below, another member of Seojin's party, a man with dark hair, was also engaged in battle, his movements swift and precise. He shouted to his comrade, Aaron, go up too. The red-haired woman, identified as Kaylee, found herself overwhelmed and cried out to Seo Jin, hold my hand. Aaron, a blonde man, visibly strained and covered in dirt, watched the scene unfold with growing concern. Seo Jin reached down, grabbing Kaylee's hand and pulling her up to safety. As the monster roared in frustration. Meanwhile, Aaron engaged the monster in a desperate struggle, his attack narrowly missing its target. Seo Jin Han, a one-star hero in the brutal game Pick Me Up, found himself unexpectedly flung into the very game he once dismissed as mere practice. His body, now a digital avatar, was battered and bruised, the result of a vicious attack. As he stumbled back, his vision blurring. Above him, Jenna, a fellow party member, watched with concern, shouting a warning as he braced for another blow. He reacted instantly, his movements a blur of motion as he countered the attack with a swift, precise strike. A desperate attempt to turn the tide of the battle. His eyes, glowing with fierce determination, were fixed on his opponent, Aaron, a fellow one-star hero under the control of a far more powerful player. I'm cutting your foot off, he roared, his voice filled with a chilling resolve. The blade flashed, a brutal strike aimed at Aaron's leg. The impact sent a shockwave through the air. Aaron screamed in agony as the attack connected, a crimson stain blooming on his leg. The game's interface flashed a message, Aaron had been inflicted with bleeding, his HP steadily decreasing. Jenna, seeing Aaron's critical state, urged her team to help him, shouting, pull him up. Seo Jin and Jenna worked together, pulling Aaron to safety as the game announced that he was on the brink of death. As they struggled to escape, a horde of monstrous creatures surrounded them, their eyes glowing menacingly. They're stepping on each other to get up here. Wow, they're clever, one of the creatures observed. Another creature scoffed, clever, my ass. A woman with fiery red hair, her face streaked with grime and sweat, barked orders at her companion. He, a dark-haired man with equally grim determination, nodded grimly. Use Aaron's spear to stab them all, she commanded, her voice tight with urgency. He responded with a curt, okay. They stood on a makeshift barricade, a tide of monstrous, clawing hands surging towards them from below. The woman's instructions continued, sharp and decisive. Don't let any of them up. A desperate battle raged. The woman's cry of frustration echoed as she lost her weapon. Kaya. Ack. I lost the spear, she wailed, her eyes wide with panic. The dark-haired man, his face a mask of grim concentration, found himself momentarily at a loss. What do I do now, he muttered to himself, before a new strategy formed in his mind. Kick them. But the sheer number of enemies was overwhelming. He glanced at the timer, a growing sense of dread washing over him. There are too many. How much time is left? The relentless assault continued, the horde of creatures pressing in on them. The woman's voice, strained but resolute, cut through the chaos. We can't hold on any longer. The dark-haired man, his breath ragged, felt the weight of time pressing down on him. "It feels like it's been an hour," he exclaimed, his voice strained. He then added, with a desperate plea, "I'm serious. Just trust me and hold on." His urgency intensified. "I mean it. Please hold on," he urged, his eyes fixed on the relentless onslaught. The timer displayed a stark warning, 0:32. A monstrous claw, tipped with razor-sharp talons, lunged towards them. But instead of succumbing, he unleashed a powerful counterattack, his sword flashing in a brilliant arc of light. Seo Han, a one-star hero in the brutal game Pick Me Up, found himself unexpectedly thrust into the very world he once played. A grotesque creature lunged at him, its claws tearing at his flesh. The beast's razor-sharp claws narrowly missing his heart as he stumbled back, his breath ragged. Pain shot through his body as he braced himself for another attack. His eyes burned with a fierce determination. He roared his fury at his attackers, "You bastards!" With a surge of adrenaline, Seo fought back, his movements a blur of desperate defense and counterattacks. His blade flashing as he cut down one of the creatures. The sheer force of his strikes sent the remaining monsters reeling. But the relentless assault left him wounded and gasping for air. His body screamed in protest. Seo Han, a one-star hero in the brutal world of Pick Me Up, found himself impaled from behind. A crimson stain blooming across his chest. He coughed, a guttural sound escaping his lips. A word barely audible above the ringing in his ears, "Bastards." Despite the pain, a surge of defiance coursed through him as he thrashed, kicking out at two grotesque goblin-like creatures that surrounded him. His desperate struggle only serving to further enrage his attackers. One of them landing a brutal blow that sent him reeling, leaving him bleeding profusely as a game notification appeared. Han, asterisk, has been inflicted with bleeding. His HP will be reduced for a period of time. A notification appeared, announcing that Jenna, a one-star hero, had been inflicted with bleeding, causing a temporary reduction in his HP. Surrounded by a horde of monstrous eyes, Seo Han, the protagonist, knelt on the ground, defeated. He muttered, "It's over." Seojin's thoughts raced, "Am I dying here?" He then realized with a jolt, on the 5th floor. The fucking 5th floor. Confusion clouded his mind. This doesn't make sense. I don't understand why I had to go through all these troubles. He continued his internal monologue, things like this never happened on Earth. Why am I, why? A desperate question echoed in his mind, why? A large, menacing eye opened before him, filled with malevolent power. Seo roared, "Fucking bastard." He stood up, his anger blazing. "Don't fucking mess with me. This is just the 5th floor." Surrounded by grotesque, snarling goblins, Seo Han, a one-star hero in the game Pick Me Up, found himself in a desperate situation. His eyes glowed with an unnatural crimson light as he muttered, "There's no way to escape this." With a ferocious roar, he lunged forward, his blade a blur of motion, slicing through the first goblin with brutal efficiency. Blood sprayed across the grimy cobblestones as he continued his relentless assault. A grim determination etched on his face. He thought, "I'd die in such a place." The remaining goblins fell before his onslaught, leaving a trail of carnage in their wake. He stood amidst the corpses, panting, and let out a defiant shout, "Bring it on, you bastards." A surge of dark energy enveloped Seo, his eyes blazing with an even more intense crimson light. A notification appeared, "Skill awakened. Han, asterisk, has obtained the skill, Berserk." Meanwhile, another character, a woman with fiery red hair, gasped for air, her body racked with pain. She muttered, "It's hard to even breathe. Every fiber in my body is screaming in pain." But Seo Han, a mere one-star hero in the brutal game Pick Me Up, found himself facing a terrifying horde. His eyes blazed with defiance as he roared, daring his attackers to give their best shot. He vowed, internally, that he would not fall here. With a furious swing of his weapon, he cleaved through the oncoming assault, sending several of the creatures sprawling. But the onslaught continued, relentless and brutal. A monstrous creature lunged forward, its fangs bared in a terrifying display of aggression. Seo met the attack head-on, his sword a blur of motion as he cut down the creatures one by one. The sheer force of the battle causing his weapon to shatter into pieces. His sword, broken, fell to the ground. Despite the dire situation, Seo remained resolute. Even if he collapsed, he would not yield. He braced himself for the final assault, his foot planting firmly on the ground. Seo Han, a one-star hero in the brutal game Pick Me Up, found himself trapped within its digital world. His face contorted in a grimace, eyes blazing with defiance, he roared, "I will never stop." He was surrounded by a horde of grotesque, snarling creatures, their eyes glowing menacingly in the dim light. Their claws outstretched, ready to tear him apart. Despite the overwhelming odds, Seojin's resolve remained unshaken. The relentless assault continued, the creatures multiplying seemingly without end. A wave of digital distortion washed over him, forcing him to retreat, his movements desperate and frantic as he fought to escape the relentless onslaught. But the creatures were relentless, their numbers overwhelming. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as he felt a sharp pain pierce his cheek. A new type of monster emerged, its icy claws dripping with an unnatural chill. Their eyes glowed with a malevolent blue light. Seojin found himself cornered, his back against a wall. Two other players, a woman with fiery red hair and a man with dark hair, appeared, equally battered and desperate. The icy claws of the new monster reached out, its touch freezing the blond man's face. His eyes widened in terror as the cold seeped into his very being. A powerful, icy blue energy pulsed from the creature's hand, its force rippling outwards. The battle concluded with a resounding victory. Han, Jenna, and Eren, all one-star heroes, leveled up, with Han earning MVP status. Their rewards for conquering the stage included 5,000 gold, 1 iron ore, 3 leather pieces, and 2 wooden planks. Having cleared the 5th floor, a congratulatory message appeared, informing them that the daily dungeon, Jian, was now accessible. A beam of light enveloped the 3 heroes, transporting them to the waiting room. The waiting room was a stark contrast to the dungeon's grim atmosphere. Scattered on the floor were the discarded weapons of the fallen foes. Han stood over his fallen comrades, Jenna and Eren, their bodies bruised and battered. A grim expression etched on his face. He looked down at them, his breath hitching in his throat. While Jenna, though also injured, remained conscious, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and exhaustion. A chilling counterpoint to the gravity of their situation. Seojin Han, a 1-star hero in the game pick-me-up, found himself sprawled on the cold, hard ground, his breath ragged. Dirt and sweat smeared his face, a testament to the brutal battle he had just endured. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as he struggled to catch his breath. He looked up, his voice barely a whisper as he asked for help. A woman with fiery red hair, also bearing the marks of battle, offered a hand, but explained her inability to stand without assistance. He grasped her hand, a silent question hanging in the air. She answered with a single, weary word. A confirmation of their survival, followed by an observation about their current location. Seojin's eyes widened in realization. The woman explained that their survival was a special case, given the strength of the party they had just faced. Even a stronger party would have been annihilated if they hadn't played their part perfectly. She reflected on how much easier the mission would have been with a stronger party, highlighting the difficulty of survival missions without adequate support. Seojin, understanding her point, simply acknowledged her assessment. The woman's face, etched with exhaustion and grim determination, was shown in close-up. The final panel shows Seojin and the red-haired woman standing before a shimmering, digital portal, hinting at their next challenge. Seojin Han, a 1-star hero in the game pick-me-up, ran towards his party, a look of determination on his face. His team, composed of 3 other low-ranked heroes, watched him approach. A wave of relief washing over them as one of them praised his efforts. Meanwhile, inside the castle, a grim-faced Eren Delcut spoke to a weary-looking Seojin, his words heavy with unspoken implications. Chloe had prepared food, but the mood was far from celebratory. Eren revealed the devastating news: Jeet and Hansen, 2 members of their party, were dead. Seojin's face contorted in shock and disbelief. Eren repeated the grim fact, his tone unwavering. The weight of the loss hung heavy in the air. Eren's expression reflected the gravity of the situation, his shock and grief were palpable. Outside, the remaining members of the party stood somberly, awaiting further instructions. A booming voice announced that the master was calling for those whose names were called to step forward. The game interface displayed the party roster. Jenna Syria, Islet Han, and Eren Delcut were shown as active members, while Jeet and Hansen were marked as died in battle. The scene opens on a simple, sturdy wooden door, its surface worn and marked by time, set within a crumbling brick wall. A heavy chain and padlock secure it. Inside a dimly lit room, Seojin Han, a young man with dark hair, lies on a bed, his breathing shallow and ragged. Blood stains his clothes. He thinks, I didn't care much about who died. Because death is common for someone like me who fights on the forefront of the tower. He continues his internal monologue, come to think of it, I think I obtained the berserk skill. A narration box explains, composure and berserk can't coexist. Another box adds, this is definitely a bug. Below, 2 more boxes detail the effects of composure and berserk. Seojin's eyes glow with an unnatural light as a surge of dark energy emanates from him. He thinks, I think it's related to the fact that I'm half master and half hero. He lies back down on the bed, exhausted. He thinks, I still don't know everything yet. But I don't want to think of anything, at least for today. He mutters, it'll get busy again starting today anyways. So for now, he decides to rest. The scene opens on a quiet, almost desolate street in a medieval-style town. A somber twilight casts long shadows as a lone figure speaks, their voice barely a whisper, let's just rest. A young woman with fiery red hair, dressed in dark, revealing clothing, is shown mid-attack. Two gleaming daggers blur as she unleashes a flurry of strikes. Her movements a whirlwind of speed and precision. She moves with an almost supernatural agility, leaving only streaks of motion in her wake. The red-haired woman confronts a man with dark hair, his expression grim. She accuses him, her voice sharp and urgent, "Why are you here already?" He replies, his tone laced with desperation, "Because I don't want to die." The dark-haired man observes the red-haired woman, a question forming in his mind, did she get a skill from yesterday's battle? He then answers his own question, impressed, she's talented and hardworking. The dark-haired man continues his internal monologue, comparing the red-haired woman to another individual. Compared to her, Aaron didn't get any skills despite working so hard. The scene shifts to the dark-haired man, who is now upside down, doing a handstand. He reflects on his own progress. My growth cost is fixed at 5. It's a normal growth rate at 3 stars. A character status screen appears, revealing the dark-haired man's name and stats, Islet Han, LV.9, EXP 5470. His class is Novice, and his stats show a balanced distribution of strength, intelligence, and agility, along with several skills at varying levels. Seojin Han, a 1-star hero in the game Pick Me Up, performed a handstand. He was nearing the maximum level for his rank, and a promotion to 2 stars was imminent. A peculiar sight that caught the attention of a woman with vibrant red hair, who watched him with amusement. "What exactly are you doing?" she asked, a hint of playful curiosity in her tone. "This looks so nice," she added, her eyes twinkling. She then playfully added, "Can you get your hands off me?" Seojin, sweating slightly, replied, "My abs aren't even tired though." The red-haired woman, seemingly unfazed by the unusual situation, continued to observe Seojin. "She surprises me more by the minute," she mused to herself. "I can't believe she's totally fine even after what happened yesterday. Aaron isn't coming out." She sighed, adding, "Leave him be. He must be having a hard time in his room." He was close to those two. Seojin and the red-haired woman stood together, their conversation continuing. "He'd usually come out early for training though. It's the same for Daika. Since the two of them really train very hard." Seojin added, his gaze hardening slightly, "They're not like those guys." The scene shifted to show several figures practicing with wooden training dummies. Seojin explained, "They're people who'd do anything to avoid being synthesized. They'd rush down if the master logs on." He continued, reflecting on the past, Jeed and Hansen actually had good potential. They'd have been useful if they were allowed to become a little stronger. The red-haired woman and Seojin stood together again. Seojin concluded, "Those guys should have died instead of the other two. Let's just focus on training." Seojin Han, a young man with dark hair, walked hand in hand with a red-haired woman, their backs turned to the viewer. A sense of urgency hung in the air. As a blond man, his face etched with worry, questioned them. He wondered aloud if they had done anything wrong, noting their unusual appearance. Seojin, his expression cold and resolute, simply stated that the others had died due to their weakness. That was all there was to it, he concluded. Seojin reflected that a month had passed since his arrival in this world, which equated to about 10 days in real time. He observed the town from a distance. He noted that the game's time and real-world time differed by a factor of 3. The player, N and G, logged in 3 times a day, morning, afternoon, and night. During battles, however, time flowed at the same rate as real time. Seojin realized that if the time difference was only 1.5 times, they would have died. A young woman with dark hair styled in pigtails, wearing a dark, Gothic-style dress, beams triumphantly. Her exaggerated expression conveys unrestrained joy. The text above her proclaims, "All of you should learn from Han, who's made us all proud." The same woman's perspective shifts, her expression now one of awe. She marvels, to think he'd clear the 5th floor despite only having a trash team. He's indeed the master of masters. Meanwhile, 2 other characters, a young man with dark hair and a young woman with reddish-orange hair, observe the scene. The woman whispers to the man, "Why is she suddenly acting like that?" He responds, "It's a business secret." The pigtailed woman's face contorts into a furious grimace. She addresses a group of other characters, her voice laced with anger, "The rest of you dare to sleep your asses off while I'm working so hard? I won't let it slide." The dark-haired man from the previous panel speaks calmly, "Just leave them alone. They'll all come out if you call for them." A notification appears, Party 4 has been formed. The party members are listed, Han, 1 star, Jenna, 1 star, Lewis, 1 star, Joffrey, 1 star, and Owen, 1 star. Han, the dark-haired man, looks stoic as the others look on with varying degrees of apprehension. Jenna, the redhead, questions, "The 5 people that were mentioned, go into the crack of time and space now? Those people and the 2 of us? We've never met them before though?" Han reassures her, "Don't worry. It'll be easy this time around." A sign above the doorway reads, "The dungeon's banquet that runs every day. Daily dungeon, collect all sorts of rare materials." The portal to the Kindred Forest dungeon, open for only 11 hours, had indeed opened. A man with a worried expression asked a dark-haired young man with a shield, "Are you fighting with us?" The man pressed further, asking the young man's name. The young man, Owen, introduced himself. The man, however, expressed doubt about Owen's usefulness, given his apparent lack of strength. Owen reassured them, stating that they wouldn't have to fight. A red-haired woman with a bow and arrow questioned the location of the enemies, wondering if it was a special mission like the 5th floor. Owen and the red-haired woman, in chibi form, engaged in a humorous exchange. She questioned his actions, finding them not funny, while he simply stated that he found it funny. Owen explained that the area was known as the Daily Dungeon, a place to gather materials. The man, surprised by a purple energy emanating from Owen, asked what it was. Owen described it as a trash bin, or more accurately, a grocery basket. A game notification appeared, informing Han that he had gathered unnecessary items, classified as trash, and should discard them. Following the instructions, Han began discarding gathered materials, such as branches. The game notified him that he had gathered a branch. It warned that accumulating too many items would clog his storage, but also that items could be crafted from these materials. Han's party, composed of several other characters, questioned the simplicity of their current task. One of them, a woman with red hair, openly wondered if there would be any fighting. The red-haired woman internally lamented that she had hoped for a relaxing time. Another member of the party asked what they needed to hunt wild boar, deer, or rabbits and expressed excitement at the prospect of finally eating some meat. The party ventured deeper into the forest and came across a deer in a clearing. The red-haired woman's anticipation for meat was palpable. However, the deer suddenly revealed itself to be a monstrous creature, attacking. A young woman with vibrant red hair and intense golden eyes, clad in hunter's green, grinned at a deer carcass. She commented on its delicious appearance, while a dark-haired man beside her, dressed in darker, more tactical clothing, asked if she knew how to butcher it. She confidently replied that she had watched her father do so for many years. She began to explain the butchering process, detailing how she would first draw out the blood, then skin it, and finally remove the intestines, carefully separating the materials before placing them into a dimension window, ensuring nothing was left behind. As she worked, the red-haired woman asked where the dark-haired man was going. He responded that he was tired of eating only potatoes and would focus on his own hunt. The dark-haired man checked his watch, only 30 minutes remained before their automatic return. He spotted something in the distance and declared that he had found it. The man stood on a cliff overlooking a lush forest. A large, unique creature emerged from the trees below. It was identified as the Queen of the Forest. The Queen of the Forest, a rare monster that appeared in the Daily Dungeon's forest, was revealed to be accompanied by other creatures. A low-rank attribute stone, not always visible, but usually easy to find, shimmered with an ethereal, cyan glow. A heavy boot landed with a resounding thud, sending ripples across the water's surface. A monstrous deer-like creature, its antlers adorned with twisted vines, lunged forward with a ferocious roar. Seo-jin Han, the protagonist, met the attack with a swift, powerful kick, sending the creature sprawling with a burst of energy. As a wave of blue energy washed over the battlefield, beams of light erupted from Seo-jin, striking the creature with blinding force. He continued his assault, his movements a blur of motion, leaving the creature weakened and vulnerable. A new enemy appeared, a unicorn-like creature, its eyes glowing menacingly. It taunted Seo-jin, "Your boyfriends are all dead." Feels awesome, doesn't it? Seo-jin Han, a one-star hero in the brutal game Pick Me Up, found himself unexpectedly transported into the very world he once played. His defiant whisper, "Bring it on," echoed the rebellious spirit he now needed to survive. He stood defiant, a grim smile playing on his lips despite the blood staining his face and clothes. In his hand, he gripped the hilt of his sword, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead in this harsh new reality. A cold glint reflecting the harsh light of the game world. The blade itself seemed to hum with barely contained power. The chapter opens with a close-up of a monstrous face, its eyes glowing menacingly. A sense of dread permeates the scene. The camera shifts to Seo-jin Han, a young man with blue hair and fierce eyes, his face marred by cuts. He grits his teeth, a defiant glint in his eyes as he mutters, "It's on." Seo-jin's hand grips the hilt of a sword, its blade stained with a dark, purplish hue. A grim smile plays on his lips. The scene shifts to a sun-dappled forest clearing. The air is still and peaceful, a stark contrast to the previous panels. Two men, startled, stumble back in terror as they spot a monstrous creature lurking in the shadows. One of them cries out, "Ek! A monster!" The other man, equally terrified, repeats, "A monster?" A horrifying glimpse of the creature is shown, its eyes glowing red. Fear grips the men. Suddenly, Seo Jin Han appears, his sword resting on his shoulder, a shield at his side. A voice calls out, "Are you Han?" Seo Jin Han, a one-star hero in the game Pick Me Up, found himself inexplicably transported into the very game he once dismissed as a mere training ground. He hung suspended in the air, a bewildered expression on his face. The ground below him littered with the remains of a large, slain creature. Its imposing size was immediately apparent. Jenna, a red-haired huntress with an arrow quiver, and Seo Jin stood amidst the carnage. "How is a deer that large?" she exclaimed, clearly exhausted. Seo Jin, equally worn, simply replied, "I'm tired as hell, so help me out." Seo Jin, his dark hair tousled and his clothes stained with dirt and blood, questioned Jenna, "How many did you catch?" Jenna, expertly drawing her bow, responded, "2 deer and a boar. Everyone should be able to eat well for now." A narration box appeared, "Jenna is collecting queen's blood." Jenna, examining the remains of one of the creatures, explained, "Because the horn can't be severed." Seo Jin, intrigued, asked, "You can tell the gender just from the head?" Jenna replied, "Of course, I lived in the forest for a long time." A skill notification appeared, "Jenna, 1 star, has received the skill Hunter of the Forest." Another skill awakening. Jenna, with a satisfied smirk, continued to process the queen's blood. Seo Jin, observing her, muttered, "Should be easy for her." A description of a low-rank wins elemental stone, a rank D item used in item crafting and hero promotion within the game. The scene shifts to a quaint building at night, leaves falling gently around it. Inside, a lavish spread of meat is displayed. A character expresses their delight at the sight of the food. A red-haired woman and a dark-haired man stand near the doorway. The woman comments on how quickly others have finished eating a whole deer. The man tells her to follow him once she's finished. An informational box explains the daily dungeons system, where dungeon locations change based on the day of the week. The current week's schedule is shown. The daily dungeon schedule continues, showing the locations for Friday through Saturday and Sunday. It is noted that today is Sinmeal Plateau, where other elemental stones can be found. A temporary party, consisting of Han and Jenna, enters the Sinmeal Plateau, the lowest-ranked area. Han and Jenna arrive at the Sinmeal Plateau. Han questions the effectiveness of gathering materials to become stronger. Jenna explains that elemental stones are necessary for becoming stronger, and that they are currently gathering them. The scene shifts to Han's foot on the ground, suggesting they have begun their journey. A young woman with vibrant red hair, braided down her back, stood atop a rocky outcrop. She wore a simple tunic and carried a quiver of arrows, her gaze fixed on the breathtaking vista before her. She remarked on the beauty of the view and the refreshing breeze. Meanwhile, Seo Jin Han, a young man with dark hair and a serious expression, appeared in a separate panel. He seemed lost in thought, his eyes scanning the landscape. His attention was caught by a cluster of crimson flowers nestled amongst the rocks. He questioned aloud whether they were the legendary plants of life. He recognized the flowers, recalling having seen them before. He mused that they were a key ingredient in making healing potions, making a mental note to collect them later. Suddenly, a fierce-looking wolf-like creature emerged, its fur crackling with dark energy. The red-haired archer nocked an arrow, aiming at the beast. She loosed the arrow, striking the creature. Seo Jin, drawing his sword, prepared to engage in close combat. The archer, slightly wounded but unfazed, confidently declared that one wolf was nothing to worry about. Seo Jin Han, a young man with dark hair and a determined expression, stood poised with his sword drawn. Beside him, a red-haired woman, her face streaked with blood, knocked an arrow to her bow. He urged her to hurry, aware that the scent of blood might attract unwanted attention. The woman, with a triumphant grin, let loose a shot that found its mark. A guttural yell punctuated the scene. Seo Jin, his gaze fixed on the aftermath, pondered their next course of action. He questioned what they should do with the remaining parts of their foe. He decided to collect the spoils of their hunt. He carefully examined a glowing blue crystal, a low-rank water elemental stone, a valuable item used in crafting and hero promotion. He planned to rip the stone from the creature's remains and separate it from the rest. The red-haired woman, having cleaned herself, commented on the sudden peacefulness of the scene, suggesting they should leave before anyone else arrived. The red-haired woman, whose name is revealed to be Anya, expressed her contentment with their simple life of hunting and gathering, finding it idyllic. Seo Jin, however, countered that this peaceful existence would only be paradise if it weren't for their master. Seo Jin's thoughts turned to his past master, a figure he clearly resented. He silently wished that his master would never return. Finally, Seo Jin wondered if the other members of the Nibelheimer group felt the same way, that life without a master would be preferable. Seo Jin Han, a young man with dark hair and intense eyes, stood before a red-haired archer, his expression a mixture of weariness and challenge. He questioned her, "You don't want to fight?" He continued, explaining that fighting wasn't everything, and she didn't need to worry about being synthesized. He held a glowing blue crystal in his hand. The archer, her face etched with worry, asked Seojin if he was planning to create an opening for her. She added that if the situation improved, they would leave. Seojin, his gaze unwavering, questioned her about her intentions, asking if she was truly committed to that path. A subtle smile played on Seojin's lips as he contemplated her question. A few days later, Seojin and his party, including a red-haired woman and 2 other figures, were transported to floor 6 of a dungeon. Their mission, to explore and investigate an unfamiliar location. A new member, Daika, joined their party, expressing his eagerness to work with them. However, another member pointed out that this wasn't a daily dungeon. Seojin Han, a 1-star hero in the game Pick Me Up, found himself unexpectedly transported into the very world he once played. His dark eyes, sharp and alert, scanned his surroundings, a grim determination etched on his face. He stood with Aaron, his party member, in a dense forest. Aaron, visibly nervous, reported that he couldn't see any enemies. Seojin, however, remained calm, stating that this was the 5th stage of the game. Seojin instructed his team to lower their heads and bodies, clarifying that he meant to hide, not to lie on the ground. The other party members, including Jenna, a red-haired archer, immediately complied. He reassured them that there weren't many enemies present, so there was no need for excessive worry. If they met the stage's requirements, they could safely pass. Aaron simply replied okay. Suddenly, 3 level 8 goblins appeared before them. The goblins, snarling and menacing, discussed whether or not to kill the party. Seojin, observing the goblins' behavior, deduced that the presence of these goblins likely indicated the proximity of their allies. Jenna, perched high in a tree, spotted a goblin village in the distance. She reported her findings to Seojin. Jenna estimated that there were approximately 100 goblins gathered there. Seojin realized that this was a trap. Had they engaged in combat without knowing, they would have been surrounded. Seojin instructed Aaron to engage one goblin, drawing the other's attention, while he prepared a counterattack. The stage was set for a strategic confrontation. Seojin Han, a 1-star hero in the game Pick Me Up, found himself face-to-face with another player-controlled character. Sweat beaded on the other character's brow as he nervously eyed Seojin. A tense situation unfolded. The other character, clearly anxious, muttered "all right." Suddenly, a projectile, imbued with a vibrant blue energy, shot across the scene, striking a monstrous orc with surprising force. The orc, its eyes glowing menacingly red, roared in pain and rage, its monstrous form filling the panel. He hurled his spear with deadly accuracy, piercing the orc's hide with a sickening thud. But Seojin moved with blinding speed, determined to stop it from calling for reinforcements. With a swift, precise movement, Seojin's blade sliced through the air, silencing the boar orc before it could even react. A blonde-haired man, wielding a spear with fierce determination, braced himself for battle. His expression was one of grim focus. His target, a grotesque, green-skinned goblin-like creature with glowing red eyes, its fangs bared in a menacing snarl. The blonde man lunged forward, his spear piercing the creature's defenses with brutal efficiency. The goblin, wounded but not defeated, let out a guttural cry. It attempted to summon reinforcements, but the blonde man was too quick. With a final, decisive thrust, he prevented the creature from completing its incantation. Suddenly, a figure with dark hair and a determined expression appeared, moving with incredible speed. A blur of motion. He swiftly dispatched the remaining goblin with a single, precise strike. The battle was over. A message appeared on screen: stage clear. MVP, Han. Han, a dark-haired young man, looked at his companion with a questioning expression. Is it over? Seojin Han, a 1-star hero in the brutal game Pick Me Up, found himself unexpectedly transported into the very world he once played. His philosophy of using low-tier characters to learn enemy attack patterns was now his reality. He declared, "Not yet," before adding, "I'll go take a look around." With a burst of energy, he launched himself forward. His movements a blur of motion. He mused, it's because of the hint that's given for the next stage. Now that exploration is made available, this can't be just a mission. A slight smirk played on his lips as he continued his internal monologue. Although this is a random team, it doesn't mean we can't guess what will happen. The landscape shifted, revealing a fortified goblin village nestled amidst a dark, foreboding forest. The village was surrounded by a tall wooden palisade, watchtowers standing guard. A closer look revealed a tense atmosphere. The sounds of snarling and growling could be heard. A chained wolf, its eyes glowing menacingly, was being held by a goblin guard. Seojin, observing the scene, muttered, "It's a goblin village. Is this a large goblin habitat?" A monstrous goblin, its tusks bared in a ferocious snarl, emerged from the shadows. A monstrous orc, its eyes glowing menacingly red, peered from a dark cavern. Its jagged teeth were bared in a silent snarl. A surge of brilliant blue energy erupted from within the earth. forming a shimmering column that enveloped three figures: a young man with dark hair and a sword, a blonde woman with a bow, and a shorter, fair-haired man wielding a staff. They stood within the ethereal blue light. A man with dark hair and a stern expression confronted the trio. "Why did you run away by yourself just now?" he demanded. The red-haired woman responded, "I was just taking a look around." He continued, explaining that hints frequently appear in the main dungeons, linked quests known as streams, and that analyzing them depends on the player's skill. The dark-haired man's thoughts turned inward. He worried that someone might have seen what he saw, finding the situation frustrating. He realized that the streams were appearing faster than he anticipated. A woman with dark hair and a concerned expression approached him, warning, "Han, big trouble." She explained that some strange people had come by, prompting Han to question if strange people didn't come by all the time. The woman insisted that these individuals felt different, they carried weapons, and something about them seemed off. Han's eyes widened in realization. "They're here," he stated grimly. A group of powerful heroes stood poised, their expressions grim. The leader, a man with long dark hair, commanded attention. The narration box above them declared, "The high-rank heroes." The camera focused on the lower halves of the heroes, their feet planted firmly on the cobblestone ground. A shadowy figure emerged from the background, its clawed hands visible. A notification appeared: "The pulverizing wolves mercenaries have appeared." Isili, a young woman with dark hair, questioned a man with dark hair and intense eyes. She wondered aloud if their master had spent money on summoning these heroes. He confirmed that he had purchased the newbie potent package, costing 50,000 won, which included 2,500 gems and 50,000 gold. Isili reacted with surprise. The man, addressing a woman named Chloe, ordered her back to the kitchen, assuring her that the new heroes wouldn't bother her, they were special. The setting appeared to be the 5th floor of a building. He stated that nothing would change just because some unique newbies had arrived. The scene shifted to an exterior shot of a building, possibly an inn or tavern. A woman with long dark hair and a revealing outfit was shown, her expression serious. The scene opens with a pair of elegantly clad legs in high heels, belonging to a woman with long, dark hair, partially visible in the frame. The setting appears to be a dimly lit, stone-walled alleyway. A fiery-haired woman, Adis Callan, confronts another woman with dark hair, her face contorted in a furious expression. Adis's face is flushed, and her eyes are wide with anger. Adis demands to know the other woman's name. The dark-haired woman, startled, hesitantly introduces herself as Sierra. Sierra reveals that the good-looking man with them is Han. Adis comments on Han's warm-hearted nature, despite his indifferent appearance, a statement that Han immediately dismisses. A character sheet appears, displaying Adis Callan's stats, a 3-star thief with relatively low strength and HP but high agility. As expected of a 3-star character, Sierra observes that Adis already has a class, a typical thief with low strength and HP but high agility. She notes that Adis is more of a dagger type than a bow user. Han, looking thoughtful, considers this information. Han approaches Sierra and asks if she has time to talk. They sit down together, and Adis asks Sierra if she knows about their current location. Sierra replies that there are things she knows and things she doesn't know, prompting Han to ask how much she actually knows. A woman with long, dark hair and intense eyes sat in a dimly lit room. She was asked if she remembered how she ended up there, to which she replied that she didn't know. She continued, explaining that she had been summoned there to fight. A man with dark hair stood beside her, his expression grim. He commented that his head would hurt if he tried to remember more. Then, he asked her if she knew about synthesis. The woman explained that synthesis was a method to become stronger by offering others as sacrifices. The man pondered this information, noting a gap in information depending on the summon rank. He observed that, judging by her clothes, she was probably a mercenary before. The woman, seemingly unfazed, commented that the pulverizing wolves mercenaries sounded pretty cool. She recalled working as a mercenary in Halsa. But that was before her current situation. The man observed that she wasn't just a 3-star mercenary, she seemed quite skilled among them. A series of character cards were shown, each depicting a mercenary. Among them were Adis Callan, Avant de Jax, and Beijin. The red-haired mercenary found the situation cool and romantic. The dark-haired woman responded with a skeptical "really?" The dark-haired woman's expression shifted, and she stated, "But now." A voice boomed across the room, its tone commanding. "Avant, Jaken, Wave, Benign, Adis. The master has called for you guys. Come out now." Seojin Han, a young man with dark hair and intense eyes, stood by a window, his expression a mixture of annoyance and apprehension. He muttered to himself, "The plaza is calling for you and your friends." He began to walk, his footsteps heavy with a sense of foreboding. Wondering who had summoned him. A powerful figure emerged, a man with long blonde hair and a thick beard, his muscular frame hinting at immense strength. He questioned, "Who called for me?" A woman with long, dark hair appeared beside him. She calmly stated, "It seems the master called for us. Let's go." The blond man, Jaken, grinned, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. "It's been so long since I ate meat." He let out a guttural sound as he began to salivate, his hunger palpable. Eager to meet their mysterious summoner. "I'd like to see who the master is." Another woman, observing them, commented, "He said he wanted to eat meat and took a whole drumstick away." She sighed, a hint of worry in her voice. "If we had used it for cooking, we could have fed 5 people with that though. Let's go to the plaza for now." The game interface displayed a prompt. Party 5's name was being revised to Pulverizing Wolves. A choice between yes and no was presented. The party Pulverizing Wolves had been formed. The team comprised Avant, 1 star, Jaken, 2 stars, Wave, 3 stars, Banan, 1 star, and Atis, 3 stars. Avant, a 1-star hero, was selected as the team leader of Pulverizing Wolves. Seo Jin Han, a bystander observing the party, noted something strange about them: they already possessed weapons. He voiced his concerns to a companion, expressing his unease about the party members, stating that they didn't seem like good people. His companion agreed, emphasizing that the commotion was trivial. The party, now ready, was urged to proceed. The master was waiting. Seo Jin Han and his companion continued to observe the party, commenting on their strength despite their questionable appearances. Seo Jin asked his companion, Jenna, for her opinion. Jenna responded that while Atis seemed kind, she was unsure about the rest of the party. Seo Jin Han then asked if this protection would be for free. A stout mercenary, his face etched with a mixture of awe and apprehension, stared at Seo Jin. You're strong, aren't you?" he stammered, his voice barely a whisper. Seo Jin, his expression unreadable, simply smirked. His inner thoughts were far more cutting. Who was the one who slacked through training? Why are you asking for help now? The mercenary's gaze shifted to the rest of his party, a group of equally unimpressive figures. Isn't begging and acting all subservient in front of those who look strong the way you guys survive? All of them aren't even close to Daika's level. All they did was act like they were training and ate the meat that Jenna hunted, even though they could have used their free time to learn skills from Kala or the artisans. They're guys who barely avoided getting synthesized while acting like they worked hard. Seojin's eyes narrowed, a cold fury radiating from him. He uttered a single, sharp command, "Get lost. Before I get angry." A young man with striking blue eyes glared intensely, his dark hair framing his face. He spat out 2 words, sharp and cold, "Get lost." "Before I get angry," he added, the threat hanging heavy in the air. A bead of sweat trickled down the side of another man's face, his eyes wide with fear. The scene shifted to a group of men, one of whom was visibly injured. He addressed another, his tone laced with frustration. "Aaron," he began, "while you had your leg cut off and were bleeding like hell. These guys were slacking and sleeping," he continued, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Aaron, his face bruised and cut, looked up, surprised. "How do you know?" "How could I not know when you got all those cuts and bruises on your face?" The other man retorted, his expression unreadable. Seo Jin Han, a young man with dark hair and intense eyes, stood apart from his party. His companions, a red-haired archer woman and another figure partially obscured, were told to rest after a battle. The archer, clearly curious, questioned why Seo Jin wasn't resting as well. The scene shifted to show a group of adventurers celebrating their victory. A large, powerfully built man with blonde hair and a beard declared the defeated enemies to be mere weaklings, expressing his disappointment at the lack of challenge. Their leader, a man with long, dark hair and a serious expression, stood out among his team. He carried a long sword, and his attire suggested a mercenary background. The mercenary leader's gaze fell upon Seo Jin, who was observing them from a distance. He questioned Seojin's identity with a hint of suspicion. Seo Jin responded with a smirk, a hint of mischief in his eyes, simply asking me? Seo Jin, now sitting on a bench, dismissed the mercenary's inquiry as none of his concern, his demeanor nonchalant. The blonde mercenary, angered by Seojin's arrogance, challenged him, pointing out that Seo Jin had been the one to speak to him casually earlier. The mercenary leader, Avant de Jax, stepped forward, demanding to know Seojin's identity. Seo Jin revealed his name, Islet Han. Avant de Jax, surprised, noted that Islet Han also carried a weapon and asked if he was also a mercenary. Islet Han denied this, hinting at a different origin. Seo Jin Han, a young man with dark hair and a determined expression, sat on a park bench, his katana resting casually beside him. He was dressed in dark, practical clothing, his attire hinting at a life lived outside the ordinary. A stark contrast to the mundane setting around him. His gaze was distant, lost in thought. A voice, sharp and incredulous, cut through his reverie. "A farmer?" Another figure, taller and more imposing, with long dark hair and a scar across his face, appeared, his expression a mixture of confusion and suspicion. He questioned the unusual gathering of people around him. "Are those people gathered here just now, everyone that's here?" The scarred man's eyes narrowed, his gaze intense as he focused on a detail, a subtle clue. A sudden announcement shattered the quiet tension. A voice, brimming with excitement, declared, "Master has started 10 consecutive summons. I'm looking forward to seeing what heroes will appear." Seojin, witnessing the event unfold, was taken aback. 10 consecutive summons out of nowhere, he muttered, his surprise evident. A grand, imposing structure loomed before them, its doors glowing with an ethereal light. A message appeared, instructing the players to select heroes for a ritualistic synthesis. The words "Master has started synthesizing" echoed in the air. Suddenly, Seojin found himself in a strange, unfamiliar place, surrounded by a group of people. Disoriented, he exclaimed, "Where am I? What's this?" Another man, clearly in charge, barked orders, "Jaken, Diamond, Lexigil, go into the synthesis center." Seojin, still bewildered, questioned his captors, "Who are you? How do you know my name?" The response was curt and dismissive, "Master asked you to go in, so just shut up and go." Seojin Han, a young man with short brown hair, found himself in a terrifying situation. He was being roughly held by a large, muscular man with blonde hair and a fierce expression. The blonde man, Jaken, questioned him, suspecting his true identity, "Are you Diamond? You look like one." Meanwhile, a young man with dark hair and a serious expression, and a young woman with bright red hair and wide, frightened eyes watched the scene unfold. The woman exclaimed, "No way," while the man simply stated, "Yes." Jaken, enraged, bellowed orders to his companion, "Jaken, bring one more with you." The terrified Seojin, his face contorted in fear, could only stammer, "Who's Lexible?" Observing the chaos from a distance, a man with blonde hair and a large axe pondered the situation. He mused to himself, "It's my first time seeing paid summons. Do they just disregard everyone else?" Two other men, their faces etched with terror, watched in horror as the events unfolded around them. The dark-haired man, witnessing the blatant disregard for the lives of the one-star heroes, voiced his outrage, "This is wrong. At the very least, they should be given a chance. How is this allowed?" The red-haired woman agreed, adding, "Anything is making a great mistake." A narration box explained the situation. While it's true that there are one-star heroes who are talented, most one-star heroes are useless. However, he's using one-star heroes for synthesis without any form of examination. Panicked, several other one-star heroes pleaded for help as Jaken approached them menacingly. One shouted, "Avant, Soriel, Daniel. WH what? What are you trying to do? Save me, please." The dark-haired man, seeing the escape attempt, ordered his companion to stop them from getting away. Seojin Han, a one-star hero in the game Pick Me Up, found himself unexpectedly transported into the game's world. He now faces a member of the Pulverizing Wolves, a formidable in-game party, who questions his allegiance. A tear rolled down the face of the Pulverizing Wolves member as they contemplated their situation. They reached for a weapon, preparing for action. Meanwhile, a player, identified only as Isel, instructed another player to send a tip to their master. The tip was to inform the master that the usefulness of one-star heroes is unknown until they are tested. The master, surprised by this suggestion, paused, considering the implications. The master reflected on the significant changes that had recently occurred. Back in the game world, a powerful warrior confronted Seojin, demanding to know why he was interfering. Seojin calmly explained that he was only offering advice. The warrior, enraged by this seemingly nonchalant response, unleashed a furious attack, calling Seojin a lunatic. A powerful blow landed, sending tremors through the air. The force of the impact was clearly visible in the distortion of the background. But the attack was deliberately missed. A blonde-haired man smirked, revealing his calculated strategy. As a furious, muscular man with blonde hair and a beard roared his frustration at the apparent incompetence of his allies. A red-haired woman with a bow and arrow stood in the background, watching the scene unfold. A dark-haired woman with a sword silenced her companion with a sharp rebuke. Then turned her attention to the others, her voice dripping with disdain as she questioned their identity. A dark-haired man with a katana calmly responded, his words laced with contempt. He knew exactly who they were, and his assessment was blunt and dismissive. His eyes glowed with an eerie light as a cruel smile spread across his face. He saw them as nothing more than trash. A narration box revealed the extent of the conflict. The dark-haired man's party had shown hostility to multiple other teams, escalating the situation. Another narration box highlighted the severity of the situation, emphasizing the forbidden nature of inter-hero conflict. A young woman with dark hair and red eyes warned them of the consequences of their actions, threatening punishment from a higher authority. Seojin Han, a young man with dark hair and a determined expression, stood beside a dark-haired woman in a maid outfit. Her eyes were wide with a mixture of anger and frustration. He stated that he didn't think it was forbidden, to which she retorted that it was true, but... Seojin then questioned the group, asking if they were mercenaries. A taller man with purple hair and a scar across his face scoffed at the suggestion. He declared that they were mercenaries who only moved if there was a commission. Seojin's eyes narrowed, his expression hardening as he muttered bullshit. He then accused them of being a thief troupe, pointing out their hypocrisy and crossing lines while he was being nice. The purple-haired mercenary's face contorted in anger. He challenged Seojin to an open duel, explaining that heroes summoned regardless of rank often caused chaos and reduced efficiency, making them trash that needed to be gotten rid of. A small fairy-like figure appeared behind Seojin. The maid explained that these heroes were the culprits of the waiting room's disorder. But still, Seojin accepted the challenge, a confident smirk spreading across his face as he declared an open duel. He gestured towards his opponent, ready for the fight. A notification appeared on the screen. Han is requesting a duel with Avant. The message further explained that duels are a way for heroes to resolve conflicts, and that special conditions can be set if both parties agree. Avant, a 3-star hero with long dark hair, looked incredulous. He questioned Han's motives, asking, "What did we even do to you?" Han, a 1-star hero with dark hair, smirked. He dismissed Avant's question, suggesting that the duel was simply a matter of a crazy dog biting you. He continued, explaining that he understands how heroes like Avant behave in the plazas and that his request for a duel was likely due to Avant's tendency to attract unwanted attention. It would be troublesome for Avant if there were someone stronger around. Han implied that Avant's actions were motivated by a lack of stronger opponents, and that even consuming a new 1-star hero wouldn't be enough. He provocatively asked if Avant was willing to become a sacrifice. A red-haired woman, presumably another hero, interjected, expressing her confusion at Han's proposal. Avant's eyes narrowed, intrigued by the high-stakes challenge. Avant accepted the duel, and both heroes agreed to the condition of synthesizing. A prompt appeared, asking for confirmation. Chapter 17 of Pick Me Up, Infinite Gotcha began with a dramatic close-up of Seojin Han, a young man with dark hair and intense eyes, who declared, "Open duel." He pointed a finger, challenging his opponent to a duel with a condition, synthesizing. A game notification appeared, showing that Avant, a 3-star hero, had accepted the challenge. The question of whether to proceed with the synthesizing condition was posed to the player. Meanwhile, Avant, a striking figure with long, silver hair and a confident smirk, mused, "This is interesting." He gripped his sword, preparing for the duel. Seojin, observing the screen, narrowed his eyes and thought, "Anything is a coward, huh?" A worried woman with red hair, presumably a member of Seojin's party, approached him and asked, "Will you be okay alone?" Seojin Han, a 1-star hero in the game Pick Me Up, stood confidently beside Isel, his archer companion. A smirk played on his lips as he questioned his opponent, Avant, a 3-star hero, "Do you think I'll lose?" A game notification appeared, indicating that Avant had agreed to a duel under the condition of synthesizing. The choice was presented to Seojin, yes or no. The duel between Han and Avant was about to begin. Han confirmed the terms. The duel would end only when one of them surrendered. Avant, a tall figure with long, dark purple hair and a scar across his face, revealed his strategy. He stated that he wouldn't kill Han, as he needed a living sacrifice. Han turned to Isel, his small, fairy-like companion, and asked anxiously, "Isel, help me make sure no one else interferes." "Will you really be okay?" The duel commenced. Avant, radiating power, launched a swift attack, his words laced with disbelief, "I can't believe you haven't unsheathed your sword, you fool." Han remained unmoved, his eyes narrowed in concentration. Despite being only level 2, Han's strength was surprisingly close to level 20. Avant's eyes widened in surprise. He also possessed basic swordsmanship at level 3. Avant's eyes reflected his growing shock and disbelief. Islet Han, a lowly 1-star hero in the game Pick Me Up, found himself in an unexpected predicament. His status read, level 9, novice class, with a measly 28/23 HP. But, a sudden surge of power had overtaken him, the berserk skill, usually dormant, had activated. A surge of dark, crimson energy enveloped him, transforming him into a terrifying figure, his eyes glowing with an ominous red light. His opponents, vastly superior in level, watched in disbelief. "How dare he act up when our level difference is so big," one of them scoffed. Despite the power surge, Islet remained agile. He moved with surprising speed, dodging an attack, and retaliated with a swift counterattack. The impact sent shockwaves through his body. But Islet, fueled by his berserk rage, pressed on, unleashing another devastating blow. His opponent, overwhelmed by the unexpected ferocity, was sent flying, crashing into the ground, defeated. His eye, cracked and bleeding, reflected the sheer power of Islet's berserk transformation. Seojin Han, a 1-star hero in the brutal game Pick Me Up, found himself impaled by a sword, his body pinned to the ground. The attacker, a figure cloaked in shadow, sneered down at him. "This is befitting of someone who doesn't know his place," the attacker declared, their voice dripping with disdain. The attacker tightened their grip on the sword, the blade digging deeper into Seojin's flesh. "It'll hurt more if you move," they hissed, their eyes glinting with malice. Seojin winced, a scream building in his throat as pain shot through his body. His body was ravaged by the attack. The attacker leaned closer, their face contorted in a cruel grin. "Say you surrender," they demanded, their voice a low growl. Seojin, barely able to breathe, could only manage a pained groan. "Speak clearly." "I can't hear you," the attacker pressed, their patience wearing thin. Suddenly, a voice cut through the air. "Stop it. We lost. Leave him alone." A new character, a young man with dark hair, appeared on the scene, his face etched with worry. He approached cautiously, his eyes fixed on the attacker. "Leave him alone?" he questioned, his voice trembling slightly. The attacker turned their gaze to the newcomer, a flicker of annoyance crossing their features. "Were you guys going to leave those other people alone just now? You guys seemed quite intent on consuming them." The young man's face paled, his eyes widening in horror as he realized the attacker's true intentions. Then, the attacker simply stated, "Then it is." Seojin Han, a one-star hero in the game Pick Me Up, found himself in a duel, his opponent questioning the point of their fight. He explained that the duelists themselves would decide when to stop, the loser surrendering to end the match. However, before Seojin could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by a sudden attack. He attempted to surrender, but the words caught in his throat as he was struck. The attacker, a figure cloaked in shadow with glowing red eyes, declared Seojin to be his prey, dismissing any concerns about his life or death. The impact of the blow left Seojin gasping, his face contorted in pain, eyes wide with shock and fear. Meanwhile, a young woman with dark hair and a stern expression confronted two other figures, questioning their actions. She expressed disbelief at their betrayal. One of the figures, a man with dark hair, sweat beading on his brow, nervously responded, his voice laced with uncertainty. The young woman, Adis, continued her questioning, her tone sharp and accusatory. She revealed the true nature of the Pulverizing Wolves mercenary group. She pointed out that they were either trash, easily discarded, or backstabbers, betraying those who hired them. The man, visibly shaken, explained his actions were due to his father's request. Adis, however, gave him a choice, to remain with the Pulverizing Wolves or join her side. Seojin Han, a one-star hero in the brutal game Pick Me Up, found himself unexpectedly transported into the very game he once dismissed as mere practice. He was now a pawn in the hands of a player, his god, and his only option was to rise above his lowly rank. A towering figure, his face contorted in rage, bellowed at Seojin. His words were a furious condemnation of Seojin's attempt to appeal to the enemy, a threat of death hanging heavy in the air. Meanwhile, a shadowy figure, seemingly unfazed by the commotion, dismissed the conflict as mere noise. Their dismissive comment was followed by a swift, brutal attack aimed at Seojin. The attacker, known only as Adis, offered Seojin a chance to join their side, hinting at dire consequences should he refuse. Adis, with a cruel smile, declared this to be the end for Seojin, a mere trash in their eyes. A swift, brutal attack followed, leaving Seojin coughing up blood and reeling from the impact. Adis, their eyes burning with cold fury, reminded Seojin of the price a traitor must pay. As Seojin's body collapsed to the ground, defeated. A single tear rolled down Seojin's cheek as he lay defeated, his mind racing. He reflected on the stark difference between being on the right side and the wrong side, as a game notification announced Adis's departure from the Pulverizing Wolves mercenary group. News spread that the Pulverizing Wolves mercenary group had been disbanded. Seojin Han, a one-star hero in the game Pick Me Up, stood defiantly amidst the chaos, dismissing the remaining mercenaries with a curt, "I don't have business with the rest of you. Get lost." Meanwhile, another figure, seemingly defeated, began to utter the word surrender, but was interrupted. He was warned against surrendering, lest he be consumed. The defeated figure, however, insisted, "I'll make you regret for messing with me." His opponent, impatient, urged him to say it quickly. Suddenly, a young woman with dark hair and a gothic Lolita dress appeared, shouting that the duel wasn't over and that interference was unacceptable. One of the mercenaries, enraged, roared at Seojin to get away, threatening to kill him if he interfered. The scene shifts back to the defeated figure, who unleashes a powerful, dark energy. Seojin, with a smirk, declares, "Gotcha." The defeated figure is shown to be severely injured, and Seojin vows not to let such an event happen again. The panel shows the aftermath of a powerful attack, leaving the defeated figure in ruins. A dark, imposing figure, cloaked in shadows and radiating an aura of immense power, loomed over the battlefield. Her crimson eyes glowed with malevolent intensity as she issued a chilling command. "I said, don't interfere." Below, a notification appeared, announcing the demise of 3 heroes, Jaken, Wave, and Beijin. Each had returned to the goddess embrace, their fighting spirits forever remembered. Meanwhile, another scene unfolded, showing a man, Loki, nervously questioning his performance. "Loki, how was I? Was I amazing? Did I do great? How was I? A close-up revealed Loki's face, contorted in a grimace of exhaustion and despair. Sweat beaded on his brow, and his eyes were wide with a mixture of fear and disbelief. He had clearly pushed himself to his limits. His voice, barely a whisper, trailed off as he muttered, "Sir." Ender. Suddenly, a burst of fiery energy erupted from Han, a one-star hero, as he deactivated his berserk mode. The intense power subsided, leaving him visibly drained but alive. A wave of exhaustion washed over him as he muttered to himself, "I've got quite the headache. Is it because of berserk? I should probably avoid using it unless I'm in a real fight." Another notification appeared, declaring Han victorious in a duel against Avant, a 3-star hero. Avant would be used for synthesis. A small fairy-like creature, startled, exclaimed, "Master is touching the screen." Han observed the player's actions, deducing their intent. He probably wants to cancel it. If he was going to do that, he shouldn't have allowed the duel. It seems he didn't even know the duel system existed. Han leveled up, his basic sword shield technique and pain tolerance skills improving. He seemed unfazed by the ordeal, commenting, "This doesn't feel bad." Eyelet Han, a young woman with dark hair styled in twintails, pondered aloud, questioning whether their master would simply abandon the game. Her concerns were echoed by another voice, noting that he hadn't even managed to effectively utilize the high-rank heroes he'd summoned before losing them. A third voice, presumably Seo Jinhan's, countered that if their master were truly going to quit, he would have done so after synthesizing a 4-star hero with him. A game notification appeared, stating that a hero had reached maximum level and required promotion to increase his stats further. The notification also explained that promotion could be done with a promotion stone or by synthesizing a hero of the same star level, allowing for a maximum of 7 stars. Seo Jinhan observed that, given the master's 10 consecutive summons, he must be eager to use them, feeling bad for the master. Seo Jinhan's dismissive thoughts continued, he simply labeled the summoned heroes as duds. Seo Jinhan, clad in dark attire and carrying a sword, stood confidently. He mused that if the summoned heroes were left unattended in the waiting room, utter chaos would ensue. He also predicted that their master would eventually thank him for his actions. However, he also surmised that the master was currently furious. He reflected on his consistent MVP status in most battles. He believed that if their master was foolish enough to use synthesis on him now, he would be unable to ascend the tower. A voice, presumably from another character, asked Seo Jinhan what his next move would be. Seo Jinhan stood before a large, glowing eye-like symbol, seemingly emanating power. He was clearly anticipating a challenge. Seo Jinhan, with a smirk, dared his opponent to attempt synthesizing him. 3 character cards are displayed, each showcasing a different in-game hero. Avant, a 3-star hero, is depicted with long dark hair and a dark cloak, his card marked "Consumed in Synthesis." Below him, Jaken and Adis Kallen, both 3-star heroes, are shown. Jaken is a muscular man with long blonde hair, while Adis Kallen is a woman with short black hair. The cards continue, revealing Wave and Bainin, both 3-star heroes marked suicide. Wave has short dark hair and a serious expression, while Bainin has spiky dark hair and appears to wield a weapon. The scene opens with an aerial view of a quaint village, nestled within imposing, ancient walls. The architecture is a blend of medieval and modern styles, hinting at a world where fantasy and technology coexist. Seo Jinhan, a young man with dark, neatly styled hair, stands alone, a pensive expression on his face. His attire is simple yet stylish, a dark jacket over a casual shirt. He seems lost in thought, perhaps contemplating his current predicament. He is surrounded by a group of people, their faces a mixture of awe and admiration. Their excited chatter fills the air, their gazes fixed on him. Seo Jin remains impassive, his expression unchanged. One of the group, a young man with light brown hair, approaches Seo Jin, his face beaming with enthusiasm. He exclaims his admiration for Seo Jin's abilities. His words are filled with genuine wonder and respect. Meanwhile, a young woman with vibrant red hair appears beside Seo Jin, her expression a mix of exasperation and annoyance. She scolds him for not following instructions, her words sharp and slightly muffled by her hand covering her mouth. Others in the group offer their thanks, their voices filled with relief and gratitude. Seo Jin simply acknowledges their words with a quiet thank you. A group of villagers recounted their recent encounter with newcomers, expressing fear that they were intending to harm them. Seo Jinhan, the protagonist, a 1-star hero transported into the game, corrected them, stating that they had misunderstood the situation. One of the villagers, seemingly the leader, clarified that they were merely expressing gratitude for being saved by Seo Jin. Seo Jin's expression turned serious as he revealed that the only people he had saved were the new arrivals. He insisted that the villagers' situation had nothing to do with him, leaving them confused. Meanwhile, another character, observing from a distance, noted Seo Jin's growing anger. The observer, seemingly Seo Jin's master, then issued a command, calling out 6 specific names. A narrator's aside explained that Seo Jin's quick thinking allowed him to act swiftly. The villager leader attempted to reassure everyone, claiming it was just another goblin-slaying mission. Seo Jin Han, a one-star hero in the game Pick Me Up, stood with Jenna, his party member, in a dimly lit room. A purple energy swirled around them, hinting at the game's magical elements. He muttered that the energy was for synthesis, a process seemingly underway before a group of other players. They stood in a circle, their backs to the viewer, observing a glowing rectangle in the center of the room. Their expressions shifted from anticipation to shock and disbelief as the synthesis concluded. One of the players, his face contorted in disbelief, exclaimed that it was nonsense, claiming they had done their best. Seo Jin, his jaw clenched, muttered a single word, arrogant. Two other players, observing the scene, questioned whether the group had truly given their all. One of them, a blonde man, pointedly asked what the others had been doing all day while training. The blonde man then turned to Jenna, asking if the others had ever helped her with hunting before. Jenna, sweating slightly, responded that they had only helped carry the meat and leather she had butchered. Seo Jin, unimpressed, concluded that they were only worth as much as livestock, prompting a bald man to angrily confront him. The bald man lunged at Seo Jin, but he swiftly countered with a powerful blow, sending the man flying back with a pained cough. A dark-haired fairy-like creature with large wings hovered over a prostrate, bald man. She scolded him, her voice sharp and impatient, for disobeying her orders to go to the plaza. The man, clearly distressed, could only offer a silent, wide-eyed expression of fear. Meanwhile, a group of three people, a man with worried eyes, a woman with her hands to her face, and another man with his hair in disarray, desperately pleaded for help, their voices filled with panic. They claimed their master would grant any request in exchange for assistance. Their conversation was overheard by two other individuals. A man with dark hair and glasses calmly speculated that a new summon, a character named Adis, would likely be synthesized with the distressed group, given her low level. The fairy, Adis, vehemently refused to be synthesized, her anger evident in her sharp features and furious expression. She pleaded for just one more chance. The synthesis was complete. Lewis, Joffrey, Owen, Andio, and Duncan, all one-star heroes, were absorbed, their essence dissolving into light. Adis Callan, now a 3-star hero, remained. Adis Callan leveled up, gaining a new skill, Trap Disarm. In a grand hall, a man with dark hair and a woman with dark hair and a golden aura stood before a large portal. The man observed that before the arrival of the other characters, the identity of the synthesized character was inconsequential. He warned them not to rely on others for protection. Seo Jin Han, a 1-star hero in the brutal game Pick Me Up, found himself trapped within its digital world. His eyes narrowed, a grim determination etched on his face. As a chilling ultimatum echoed in his mind, prove his worth, or face oblivion. His party members, Chloe, Enoch, Alter, and Patrick, reacted with terror, their mouths agape in silent screams. Panic seized Alter, his hands trembled uncontrollably, even the simple act of holding a sword felt impossible. He despaired, questioning his ability to survive this ordeal. Was he being asked to die? Seo Jin, however, remained resolute. He addressed his team, calmly instructing them to seek out specific skills to aid their survival. Chloe, Enoch, Alter, and Patrick were to learn from others. Enoch, a blacksmith, offered his expertise, though he cautioned that his craft wasn't easily mastered. Seo Jin's confidence remained unshaken. He believed that sufficient motivation would drive his companions to learn the necessary skills. He challenged them, inviting anyone who wished to fight him to step forward. He then directed his teammates to seek out Jenna for hunting and butchering skills, and Enoch for carpentry. There were many paths to survival, he pointed out. Jenna and Enoch, shown together, agreed with Seo Jin's assessment. They emphasized that the other party members simply hadn't been trying hard enough to find solutions. Suddenly, a logout prompt appeared before the player controlling Seo Jin's party. The game asked if the player wanted to log out. The player, seemingly amused by Seo Jin's unexpected resilience, chose to continue playing, commenting on his unexpected friendliness. A red-haired woman, her expression a mixture of disbelief and slight anger, confronted a dark-haired man. "Me? You must be kidding," she exclaimed. He smirked, his eyes glinting with a knowing amusement. "You told them all how to survive, didn't you?" he retorted, a hint of accusation in his tone. A narration box below confirmed her suspicion, "She's not wrong." He continued, his voice low and intense, his blue eyes blazing with a cold fire. His words revealed a chilling pragmatism: "If they do as I say, then they won't die a senseless death. That's merely a synthesis. It has never been about anything higher, anger. But they were people who'd be consumed eventually, even if it weren't today." The scene shifted to a towering, ominous structure, its top engulfed in fiery red energy. "We're closing on the 10th floor, a voice stated, underscoring the urgency of the situation. The panel then showed a determination to bolster their forces. "It's time a second party is needed." The need for a strong secondary party was emphasized, not just a lousy secondary party, but one that's strong enough to be on par with the main party. The next morning dawned. An aerial view revealed a fortified town nestled within high walls, suggesting a place of relative safety and order. Inside the town, a woman with dark hair, wearing a simple headscarf and apron, greeted someone. "Hello, Han," she said warmly. She presented a tray of freshly baked bread. Han, surprised, asked, "What's this?" She explained, "It's bread." She said she used to be a baker. Han pondered the implications. "I don't think we have wheat though." The woman smiled, revealing a resourceful solution. "I grinded potatoes to make wheat," she said. Another character commented on the positive impact. "That's great. We can reduce the level of stress in the waiting room with more types of food. Wheat can be found in the daily dungeon, Sinmil Plateau, go and get what you need." The scene opens on a dimly lit, rustic doorway, hinting at a hidden training ground within. A muscular young man with dark hair, Adis, gestures for a young woman with long black hair to follow him. He instructs her to go to the training center. Jenna, a redhead with a bow and arrow, stands poised in a training yard, while Adis observes her. Adis orders Jenna to train with him, specifying that they will use daggers. Jenna protests, expressing her preference for bows and arrows, but Adis insists she simply do it. Adis demonstrates a swift dagger spinning technique. And Jenna, surprisingly adept, mirrors his movements with surprising speed and precision, wielding two daggers with deadly grace. Jenna engages in a rapid-fire exchange of blows with Adis, her movements blurring as she expertly deflects his attacks, leaving Adis utterly astonished by her unexpected skill and strength. A young woman with vibrant red hair, pulled back into a high ponytail, grinned fiercely. Her eyes blazed with determination as she launched herself forward, a glowing blue energy swirling around her as she wielded a blade. Simultaneously, another woman with long, dark hair, clad in a dark top and pants, moved with a blur of speed, her own blue energy trailing behind her like a comet's tail. The two women clashed in a whirlwind of motion, their attacks a blur of blue energy. The red-haired woman declared, "All right, let's do this." The force of their combined attacks created a shockwave that rippled outwards, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The scene shifted to an aerial view, revealing a graveyard disturbed by the energy blast. A close-up showed the dark-haired woman, her mouth slightly agape, a bead of sweat trickling down her temple. The scene shifted again, showing the two women panting slightly. A man with dark hair and glasses approached them. He asked, "Were you both mercenaries? Or were you from some famous martial family?" The red-haired woman replied, "Nope. I'm just a hunter's daughter." The dark-haired woman added, "We weren't this strong from the start. We probably were way weaker than you are." The man responded, "I'd have been in trouble if the other pulverizing wolves focused on training instead of acting up. Adis, you may be weaker than us now, but you have skills and growth stats that are far better than other one-star heroes. You'll be able to close the gap between us as you level up." The dark-haired woman exclaimed, "He's lying. I couldn't catch up no matter how hard I trained." A woman with long, dark hair and piercing eyes, a cruel smile playing on her lips, made a statement. Tears streamed down her face, yet her expression remained one of cold determination. She vowed to keep a certain piece of information in mind. A young man with blonde hair, his face contorted in a grimace of exertion, sprinted down a dilapidated alleyway. His breath hitched in his throat, a sheen of sweat coating his brow. He was pursued by two other figures, one wielding a crude club, their movements clumsy and desperate. The scene was one of chaos and disarray, the ground littered with debris. A narration box appeared, revealing a thought: is this the aftermath of yesterday's mass synthesis? More figures, wooden and lifeless, appeared in the distance, their numbers seemingly endless. Another narration box appeared, there's more of them here now. The blond man, dodging a clumsy blow, braced himself against another attack. His eyes burned with determination. Meanwhile, a young man with dark hair observed the scene from a distance. A narration box revealed his thoughts: if they don't want to die, they don't have a choice. They can only increase their own worth. However, there still aren't enough of them here. Even if they want to be destroyed, there are only 2 slots per facility, and the rest will probably soon become synthesis fodder. The dark-haired young man watched intently as another figure, wielding a katana, practiced his swordsmanship against the wooden dummies. The katana wielder turned, surprised by the observer's presence. "You? Me? What's your name?" he asked. "I'm Usher Roderick. I heard about what's going on. There's an existence known as the Master, and we were summoned here to fight." Usher Roderick continued, "I've ingrained what you said yesterday in my mind." Seo Jin Han, a young man with dark hair, stood before a burly mercenary, his expression questioning. He had been a porter for mercenaries, carrying luggage, standing guard, and setting up camps. But even with such a seemingly menial role, he fought well. A wry smile touched his lips as he explained that he'd always wanted to become a mercenary himself. A close-up on Seo Jin's face revealed a predatory grin. His ambition was clear. The mercenary, impressed, offered to assess Seojin's potential to become a full-fledged mercenary. Seojin readily agreed. That evening, the brutal culling of new recruits began. The master mercenary was unconcerned with the fate of those who failed to prove their worth. Even Aaron, who had participated in the fight, was not chosen to level up. 2 recruits perished during the trials. They were deemed unfit and were used for synthesis, a process to enhance other mercenaries. Usher, one of the fallen, was chosen as the synthesis target. His sacrifice propelled another mercenary to level 3. The remaining recruits continued their training, venturing into various daily dungeons. However, one dungeon, the Israelita Mine, remained inaccessible, much to the dismay of one particular recruit who desperately needed the fire attribute stones found within. As dawn broke, a sprawling, walled city came into view. The scene was set against a dark, ominous sky, hinting at the events to unfold. A group of young adults stood together, their expressions a mixture of confusion and apprehension. One, a young man with light brown hair, voiced their shared question: why were they summoned at such an early hour? A stern-faced man with dark hair and eyes interrupted their discussion, silencing them with a curt command. He then posed a question of his own, demanding to know if anyone understood the reason for their gathering. The group remained silent, their uncertainty palpable. The weight of the unknown hung heavy in the air. The young man with light brown hair hesitantly offered a guess, suggesting that the purpose of the meeting was to select party members for an upcoming mission. A young woman with vibrant red hair countered, pointing out that the final decision on party composition rested with their master. Her words were laced with a hint of defiance. The dark-haired man responded that while the ultimate decision belonged to their master, he possessed the authority to make suggestions. He continued, explaining that the master would likely be unable to reject his recommendations. And so, he would be selecting the party members through a lottery system. He began to prepare the slips of paper for the drawing, his movements precise and deliberate. Announcing that everyone would be participating in the lottery, the dark-haired man revealed a sinister smile as he prepared the lots. A group of 6 adventurers, 3 men and 3 women, stood together. They were deciding how to split into 2 parties for an upcoming mission, using lots to determine their assignments. One of the men, seemingly the leader, explained that with 6 people, each party would consist of 3 members. A young man with brown hair watched the process with a worried expression. He seemed apprehensive about the upcoming mission. The leader reassured the group, stating that no one would be left behind or abandoned. He then announced that there would be 2 leaders for the parties, himself and a woman with long black hair named Adis. Adis, surprised by the announcement, questioned the decision. Adis explained that splitting into 2 groups was necessary because concentrating all their forces into one party was too dangerous. She further elaborated that the risk of being completely annihilated was too high if they remained as one large group. The dark-haired man pondered the implications of this strategy. He recalled a previous mission on the 5th floor as an example of the dangers of uneven party strength. The gap in abilities within the party had nearly resulted in a catastrophic failure. The narration box explained the intricacies of party composition within the game, noting that if one party could clear all floors, there would be no need to split into 2. However, it also mentioned that the number of parties required for missions would increase later on, with special missions potentially needing tens or even hundreds of heroes. This would pose a problem if the heroes weren't around the same levels. Furthermore, the need to build a secondary party in case the main party was annihilated due to an unexpected situation was highlighted. Seojin Han, the protagonist, appeared on panel, his expression grim. He mused that there was little he could do other than hope the player understood the strategic implications of party building. Red would be him, and blue would be Adis. He held 2 small, colored slips of paper, one red and one blue. He continued his internal monologue, stating that there was no need for happiness or disappointment depending on who was on which side, it was all the same. Seojin dropped the slips into a small container. He declared, "Alright, let's start." The panel showed a series of wooden dummies, suggesting the start of a training exercise or test. 2 other characters, a woman with vibrant red hair and a man with blonde hair, appeared. The woman, excited, announced that she was red as well, expressing relief that she wouldn't cause a ruckus if she got blue. With the color assignments determined, Seojin declared there was no need for the others to check. He observed their expressions, concluding that they didn't trust him. The blonde-haired man, visibly nervous, stammered that it wasn't that, it was just. The black-haired woman, however, smiled knowingly. She explained that she was new and didn't have much experience in real fights, but she understood their reactions. Eilid Han, a 1-star hero in the game Pick-Me-Up, internally acknowledged the vast disparity in combat prowess between himself and his higher-ranked teammates. He knew this was an unavoidable reality. He smirked, addressing his companions, Jenna Serial and Aaron Delcotte. He warned them that they would be left behind if they couldn't keep up. His confident words were met with a similarly assured response from Adis Callan, a 3-star hero of their opposing team. She stated that they wouldn't lose to them, referencing a previous encounter. The scene shifted, showing a dark and stormy sky. Rain lashed down. The ominous atmosphere was punctuated by the appearance of several monstrous goblins, their eyes glowing menacingly in the gloom, signaling the start of their next mission on Floor 7, a subjugation mission to annihilate 13 Level 8 goblins. The party, now facing the horde of goblins, prepared for battle. The scene was filled with the sounds of clashing steel and desperate cries. While Jenna Serial, armed with her bow, took up a strategic position to provide ranged support. Seo Han, a one-star hero in the brutal game Pick Me Up, found himself unexpectedly transported into the very game he once dismissed as mere practice. He stood alongside two other low-ranked heroes, their faces etched with a mixture of fear and determination. One of them expressed relief at Han's presence, believing they could handle the situation together. Han, however, instructed the others to simply observe, his gaze fixed on the approaching threat. A surge of grim determination filled Han as he silently vowed to eliminate all enemies before him. With a swift and decisive movement, Han engaged the horde of goblins, his blade flashing in the dim light. The goblins lunged at him, their crude weapons barely scratching his armor. But the sheer number of enemies began to take its toll. Sweat beaded on his brow as he fought desperately, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Suddenly, a surge of power erupted from within Han. His eyes glowed with an intense red light. As he unleashed a devastating attack, a crimson wave of energy slicing through the air, obliterating the surrounding goblins in a fiery explosion. The power continued to surge, and Han moved with newfound speed and strength, his attacks becoming more precise and deadly. Each strike felling multiple enemies with brutal efficiency. With a final, powerful slash, Han cleaved through the last of the goblins, leaving a trail of destruction in his wake. A grotesque, boar-like creature, wielding a wicked dagger, charged through the torrential rain. Its eyes glowed with malevolent intent. Seo Han, a one-star hero in the game Pick Me Up, reacted swiftly, drawing his sword. His movements precise and economical despite the downpour. Behind him, a red-haired woman watched, her expression unreadable. She asked if he was ready to finish the mission, but Seo Han knew better. There was a linked quest, and this was only the beginning. Another goblin-like creature appeared, and Seo Han, despite his apprehension, resolved to continue exploring. He began to methodically assess his surroundings, noting the details of his environment. First, it was raining heavily. The downpour was relentless. Second, the river was flowing unusually fast. Third, and most alarming, the dam seemed to have collapsed. The stage cleared, and Han, despite his low rank, was named MVP. He had leveled up. Seo Han, along with his party members, had just completed a quest, earning 10,000 gold, 2 units of iron ore, and 1 unit of leather. Han, seemingly weary, asked his companions if they were finished for the day, expressing his desire to shower first, leaving Aaron and another party member to decide their next course of action. Aaron, intending to head to the training center, was cautioned against overtraining by his companion. Han, his eyes narrowed in concentration, instructed Aaron to remain where he was. A notification appeared, revealing that this was Enen's third in-game purchase of the newbie potent double package, offering 5,000 gems and 100,000 gold for 90,000 won. Han, seemingly deep in thought, called out for Jenna, instructing her to bring the items from his room and place them on the table. Aaron, responding to Han's instructions, agreed to bring Adis to him. A notification appeared, informing Enen that new characters would be arriving soon. The game then prompted Enen to perform a high-rank summon, requiring 1,000 gems for 2 consecutive summons. The scene opens with character portraits, introducing the main combatants. Islet Han, with his dark hair and intense gaze, stands opposite Jenna Syria, whose fiery red hair contrasts sharply with her determined expression. Both are marked as one-star heroes in the game. Additional character portraits are shown, expanding the roster of playable characters. Usher, Aaron Delcut, Daika, and Adis Callan are introduced, each with their own unique appearance and star rating. The narrative shifts to showcase the support characters. Patrick, Eno, and Chloe are presented, their portraits suggesting a variety of roles within the game's mechanics. Finally, 2 more support characters, Amarin and Alter, are introduced, completing the initial lineup of characters. The scene opens on 2 young men, one with dark hair and the other with blonde hair. The dark-haired man instructs his companion, Aaron, stay here. Aaron, looking concerned, replies, what? The dark-haired man continues, urgently, Aaron, get Adis here. Aaron, though clearly hesitant, simply replies, okay. A notification appears on screen, payment completed, reward sent via mail. The dark-haired man then observes, there'll be newcomers. A high-rank summon is initiated, prompting a confirmation screen asking if the player wishes to proceed, consuming 1,000 gems. The dark-haired man, seemingly anticipating this, simply states, I expected this. There are people who never purchase anything but won't stop at one once they purchase. His thoughts are revealed. When he first logged in to pick me up, he was fascinated by the AI's intelligence and the fun of observing the heroes. He continues his internal monologue, noting that new users were captivated by the synthesis system and heroes clearing stages. The final thought is simply the fun of observing humans. The scene opens on a digital battlefield, a swirling vortex of energy. Several figures, seemingly characters from a video game, float amidst the chaos. Among them is a woman in shining blue armor, a striking figure of power. Others, less impressive, hover nearby, their forms less defined. The narrator's voice, detached and analytical, observes the fun of supporting heroes. A young man with brown hair, looking down from above, watches the scene unfold. He seems to be controlling the action, his expression one of detached amusement. The narrator continues, giving orders and instructions. The perspective shifts to a close-up of a single, intense eye, surrounded by a hexagonal grid of glowing blue lines. This is clearly a player's view, a strategic overview of the game. The narrator's voice adds, strategy and tactics. The camera pulls back to reveal a wider view of the game interface, showing various images flashing by, representing different battles and characters. A young woman with long, light blue hair smiles knowingly. The narrator explains, PvP. As one climbs the floors and upgrades, the waiting room's contents would increase and the way heroes move would also increase in variety. The focus shifts to a young man with dark hair, holding a sword. His expression is serious, almost grim. He seems to be a character within the game itself. The narrator's voiceover continues, hinting at the player's motivations. There's no way it wouldn't be fun to be able to control their lives. A new character is introduced, a man with graying hair and a beard, clad in dark armor. He appears to be a powerful character, a 3-star hero. The game interface announces, Rare. Master anything, you've obtained Hero Ialka. Another 3-star hero, Roderick, is also obtained. The gray-haired man, Ialka, looks at the player with suspicion, questioning, who are you? A woman with fiery red hair, seemingly the player's character, looks shocked and concerned, whispering, this is Seo Han, a 1-star hero in the game Pick Me Up, found himself unceremoniously flung to the ground. A sudden impact jarring his senses. He gasped, his breath catching in his throat as he struggled to regain his bearings. Nearby, a young woman with fiery orange hair lay sprawled on the cobblestones, her elaborate clothing askew. A man with dark hair and a stern expression stood over her, a shield at his side. He observed her with a mixture of curiosity and disdain. He questioned her presence there, unconcerned about her well-being. His companion, a woman with long black hair, noted that she was an aristocrat. The man, a seasoned mercenary, mused on the woman's apparent immaturity and wondered what had brought her to this place. Her inability to even stand, he surmised, stemmed from embarrassment rather than injury. A blush crept across her cheeks, intensifying her distress. Her crimson face and wide, anxious eyes spoke volumes of her inner turmoil. A panoramic view revealed their location, a sprawling town nestled within high walls, suggesting a place of relative safety and prosperity. Roderick, observing from a distance, was aware of the words master, summon, and synthesis, hinting at a deeper, magical element to the world. Seo Han, a 1-star hero in the brutal game Pick Me Up, found himself surrounded by his party members. A stern-faced, silver-haired man stood at the center, flanked by a fiery-haired woman in elegant robes and a dark-haired woman wielding a strange weapon. The narration box confirmed that while they understood the game's mechanics, the concepts of levels and skills were foreign to them. The silver-haired man, seemingly the party leader, felt a strange compulsion, a hypnotic pull urging him to act. He questioned his own instincts, wondering if he should fight enemies he knew nothing about. Meanwhile, Seo, ever the strategist, proposed a solution, drawing lots to determine their next course of action. He and Adis would oversee the process. The rules were simple: blue would mean facing the veteran guard, red the immature aristocrat. The image of the veteran guard, a seasoned warrior, was shown, contrasting sharply with the aristocrat's youthful appearance. The woman in red robes, clearly favoring the veteran guard, voiced her preference. It was obvious to her which choice was superior. Seo instructed Jenna, another member of the party, to fetch the lots. Jenna, a lively young woman, eagerly complied, hurrying to retrieve them. She returned swiftly, and Seo carefully examined the 2 slips of paper. One was red, the other blue. He quickly identified the colors, realizing the implications. His gaze shifted to Jenna, wondering if she had also noticed the outcome. The scene shifted to Seojin's hand reaching for one of the lots, his choice about to be made. With a sudden burst of speed, Seo made his move, his choice seemingly decided. Seo Han, a 1-star hero in the brutal game Pick Me Up, found himself thrust into a desperate struggle for survival. His body blurred as he lunged forward, dodging a deadly attack with impossible speed. The air crackled with energy as he narrowly avoided a fatal blow. A voice, sharp and commanding, cut through the chaos. The left is the correct one. The source of the voice was revealed, a woman with fiery orange hair, her eyes narrowed in intense focus. She watched Seo Jin with a calculating gaze, her expression unreadable. Suddenly, a surge of intense heat erupted from Seo Jin. His eyes widened in surprise as flames engulfed his hand. A wave of fire magic coursing through his veins. He was shocked, he had never possessed such power before. Fire magic? With newfound power, Seo Jin unleashed a fiery blast, striking the object he had been desperately trying to reach, shattering it into pieces. Confusion and surprise filled his mind. Question mark. Two figures emerged from the shadows, their eyes fixed on Seo Jin. One of them spoke, a hint of amusement in their voice. How about letting go? Seo Jin's status screen appeared, revealing his newly acquired abilities. He was a magician, a class he never knew he possessed. Are you a magician? The fiery-haired woman smiled, a hint of triumph in her eyes. Well, I guess this is good enough for introductions. A young woman with vibrant red hair, dressed in archer's attire, smirked as she casually tossed a small piece of paper into the air. Her expression was one of amusement, bordering on disdain. She commented on the situation with a nonchalant air, expressing a lack of concern for proper etiquette. The focus shifted to a woman with similar fiery red hair, but this time adorned in more elaborate, magical-looking robes. Her expression was one of confusion and slight unease as she contemplated her surroundings. She was clearly disoriented, her internal monologue reflecting her bewilderment at her current situation. She questioned the actions of the others, expressing a feeling of being judged and offended by their behavior. Her tone suggested a mixture of confusion and hurt. The red-haired archer from the first panel spoke again, this time addressing the others. She pointed out that they had seen the results of a random selection process, implying that they had cheated by knowing the outcome beforehand. Her words were sharp and accusatory. A young man with dark hair and a serious expression, wielding a sword and shield, appeared alongside the red-haired archer. He and the archer were addressing a group of people, their words indicating that they were deciding the fate of someone else. The red-haired mage from earlier continued to express her confusion and frustration at her sudden and unexplained arrival in this new place. Her internal monologue revealed her bewilderment and desperation. A stern-looking man with gray hair and a beard, seemingly in charge, responded to her outburst. He urged her to think harder, implying that there was more to the situation than she realized. The mage, upon further reflection, expressed disgust at the actions of the others, finding their behavior repulsive. The gray-haired man agreed with her assessment. The red-haired archer, having heard their complaints, declared that the process would be redone fairly, without any manipulation of the random selection. The scene shifted to show the dark-haired swordsman and a woman with long black hair, both seemingly in agreement with the archer's decision. They seemed to be discussing the terms of the new selection process, emphasizing the need for fairness and the avoidance of grudges. Seo Jin Han, a one-star hero in the brutal gacha game Pick Me Up, meticulously studies the game's mechanics. He carefully examines a piece of paper, his brow furrowed in concentration. A strategy guide detailing the attack patterns of a formidable boss. His expression is grim, reflecting the harsh reality of his low-ranking status in the game's unforgiving world. Suddenly, a surge of energy envelopes him. The paper disintegrates, and Seo Jin finds himself transported into the game itself, his surroundings shifting from the familiar digital landscape to a gritty, realistic battlefield. He stands amidst the chaos, his body now imbued with the physicality of his in-game avatar. A woman with long, dark hair, also seemingly transported into the game, appears nearby, her expression a mixture of shock and confusion. Seo Jin, realizing the gravity of his situation, knows he must rise above his one-star ranking to survive. He glances at the woman, assessing her as a potential ally or threat. It's decided then. Seo Jin, with a smirk, makes a decision. The woman, Ialka, looks apprehensive, unsure of what he intends. Ialka, a 3-star hero, is forcibly added to Seo Jin's party. She struggles against his control, shouting in protest. Her desperate pleas fall on deaf ears as Seo Jin remains resolute. Another character, a man with brown hair, watches the scene unfold with a mixture of fear and disbelief. The man, clearly distressed, questions Seo Jin's actions, reminding him of a promise made earlier about the possibility of survival through hard work. His voice is filled with anguish. Seo Jin Han, a young man with dark hair and intense eyes, stood observing a scene unfolding before him. A woman with fiery red hair and regal attire addressed him, her expression a mixture of disdain and impatience. That new magician over there, go in as well, she commanded. Seo Jin, however, remained unconvinced, muttering to himself, people that couldn't learn support skills, huh? His gaze sharpened, a cold determination hardening his features. A thought flickered in his mind, unless you want to become. A notification appeared, announcing the synthesis of two characters, Yan and Zenon, into a new, more powerful being, Ialka Rule Strasper. The image of Ialka, a striking figure with golden hair and elegant attire, materialized on a glowing card, signifying her ascension. Yalka's level up was announced, her power visibly increasing. The scene shifted to Seojin and the red-haired woman, who watched the event with a mixture of surprise and calculation. The red-haired woman warned Seojin, if you lag behind, that's what will become of you. Meanwhile, two other characters, a young man with brown hair and a girl with dark hair and fairy-like wings, were caught in a similar situation. The girl, with a mischievous grin, stated, "There's no way to avoid synthesis. Come on out." The young man looked terrified as the fairy-like girl pulled him along. She added, "If you want to live, then the only thing you can do is to work hard." The scene shifted again to Seojin and a grizzled, older man with white hair. The older man looked horrified, muttering, "How horrifying," while Seojin remained stoic. The red-haired woman's voice cut through the air, "Your turn is next." Roderick, another character, leveled up, his power surging. The scene then shifted to the fairy-like girl, who was preparing for another synthesis. She dramatically announced, "Open up, crack of time and space." A swirling vortex of blue energy crackled to life, emanating from a colossal, ancient gateway. The air thrummed with arcane power, hinting at the otherworldly energies contained within. A test for newcomers, as a stern-faced man with dark hair and a woman with fiery red hair observed from the sidelines. The woman, her expression sharp and calculating, explained that this was a trial. Meanwhile, a gray-haired man and a woman with long black hair approached a dark-haired man, the latter being instructed to follow them as the main character of the upcoming battle. The dark-haired man, seemingly hesitant, stood before the gateway as the red-haired woman from before questioned his magical capabilities. Her question was met with annoyance by the red-haired woman, who impatiently demanded an answer. The red-haired woman pressed him further, questioning his aversion to combat. Confused and overwhelmed, the dark-haired man questioned his sudden presence in this strange place. The red-haired woman explained that he was there to fight, a fact that he found incredibly unpleasant. She further emphasized the consequences of refusing to fight, implying a grim fate similar to that of those who had been previously consumed. The dark-haired man was left speechless, his internal conflict evident in his troubled expression. Seojin Han, a young man with dark, spiky hair and piercing eyes, glared defiantly. His expression was a mixture of annoyance and calculation as he was pressed for an answer. He was asked once more about his magical capabilities. A woman with fiery orange hair confronts a young man, her eyes blazing with intensity. She demands, "Reason to fight?" She continues, her voice laced with a chilling threat, "If you don't fight, then you'll end up like those people you just consumed." The woman's expression hardens, her gaze unwavering as she presses her advantage, "I'll ask you again. What magic can you use?" The young man, his face partially obscured, sits pensively. He replies, "Fire, the highest I can cast is third circle fire magic." The woman, unimpressed, presses further. "I know that you can use fire magic. Anything else? Can you use teleportation, or any other support-type magic?" The young man shakes his head, his internal monologue revealing his frustration, "So you're saying you can't?" The woman's expression shifts to one of impatience. She retorts, "You have a complaint, or something?" With a smirk, she adds, "You're going to be so surprised that you'll fall over after seeing my fire magic." The young man observes her, a thought bubble revealing his assessment, "It's a little unfortunate. She needs to be as skilled as she is arrogant." Seojin Han, a young man with dark hair, contemplated a strategic point. His thoughts, a silent murmur within his mind, centered on the game's mechanics. A defense system is more versatile than an attack system. Meanwhile, a striking woman with fiery red hair, Adis, sat on a park bench, her expression thoughtful. She mused, "I asked because, while she doesn't have a skill window, there's still a possibility that she'll awaken, but it doesn't seem like it. But still, a mage is a mage." Adis's party, a group of adventurers, stood before her. One of them, a woman with dark hair, confidently declared, "Of course. They call me Rivel's witch." Another member of the party, a man with gray hair, asked, "Do you have experience fighting against monsters?" Seojin, observing the scene from a distance, analyzed the situation. His internal monologue revealed his sharp observation skills. Did they enter a lower-tiered floor for a test demonstration? Looking at Ada's expression, it seems like Roderick was stronger than she thought. A member of Ada's party, a woman with red hair and a bow, announced, "Now's our turn. Get ready. Party 1 will enter the crack of space in time." Seojin, his eyes glowing with determination, responded with a single word, "Let's go." A narration box declared, "Climb the tower and save the world. Main dungeon, 7 stages conquered." Adis and Seojin stood before a portal, anticipation hanging heavy in the air. Seojin, his gaze fixed on the gateway to the next challenge, quietly stated, "We'll probably go for the 4th floor." A powerful harpy, her wings spread wide, surveyed her surroundings. Her crimson eyes, sharp and intense, held a hint of malice. The narration box above her stated, "The stage on the next floor is probably locked." The harpy was flanked by 2 grotesque goblins, their armor crude and menacing. Another narration box explained, if we want to test her magic, the fourth floor will be enough, as it has a mix of harpies and goblins. Below, a final narration box added, what I need to find out is what type of mage she is. Meanwhile, a group of adventurers stood before a locked door. One of them, a young man with dark hair, stated that when the fight starts, they would stand down to assess the harpy's magic abilities. A red-haired woman in their party reacted with disbelief, questioning his plan. The dark-haired man smirked, confidently asserting that the fourth floor could be conquered by any of the three of them alone. He then questioned the red-haired woman's confidence, suggesting her low level might be the cause of her doubt. The red-haired woman retorted that while his statement was true, she was special, implying her abilities were far beyond her current rank. The dark-haired man questioned her claim of being special. She responded that he would be surprised when he saw her magic in action. The red-haired woman's confident smirk widened, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Meanwhile, a young girl with dark hair and red eyes watched from a monitor, a mischievous grin on her face. She announced that the door would open in 10 seconds. She wished the dark-haired man good luck before the screen showed a countdown timer. The door unlocked, and the dark-haired man rushed towards it, ready for the challenge ahead. A close-up on a character's intense, narrowed eyes, filled with a burning rage. His voice, laced with venom, cuts through the air, "Master, this bastard." The party, composed of a blonde man, a red-haired woman, and a dark-haired man, stands before a grand castle. The red-haired woman exclaims, "It's the 8th floor. Everyone, focus and take out your weapons." The blonde man replies, "Wow, the 8th floor all of a sudden? Didn't you say you were going to stand down? And weren't we going to the 4th floor?" The dark-haired man interrupts sharply, "Shut up." A thought bubble appears above the dark-haired man's head. Was he pissed off about what happened last time? The dark-haired man's face is shown in close-up, a cruel smirk playing on his lips. His inner thoughts are revealed, being stingy about eating 1 star, he's telling us to get fucked. The red-haired woman looks towards a distant structure, a thoughtful expression on her face. She muses, "Huh? I think I've seen that before." The dark-haired man's face is shown again, eyes wide with urgency. He shouts, "Everyone, dodge." The red-haired woman is shown mid-action, wielding a large weapon. She looks surprised, muttering, "Huh?" A close-up on the red-haired woman's eye, now glowing with an intense red light. The dark-haired man grabs the red-haired woman by the hair, his face contorted in anger. He yells, "Don't be clueless." Seo Han, a 1-star hero in the brutal game Pick Me Up, found himself unexpectedly flung into the very world he once dismissed as mere pixels. He had always considered low-ranked heroes as nothing more than tools to learn enemy attack patterns. Now, he was one of them, facing a brutal reality far removed from the strategic comfort of his gaming chair. A realization dawning on him as he registered the searing pain in his side. "Shit, to think it's those guys," he cursed, his breath ragged. The mission parameters flashed before his eyes. Floor 8, subjugation type, objective, annihilate your enemies. Goblin Raiders LV9, X27. It's not just one, but almost 30 of them, he thought, a grim determination hardening his gaze. He braced himself as a horde of Goblin Raiders, their red eyes gleaming menacingly, charged towards him. Their numbers overwhelming. "Isn't that the same as a cavalry?" he noted, his mind racing to formulate a strategy amidst the chaos. Jenna, a skilled archer in Seojan's party, reacted instantly. "Jenna! Shoot your arrow," he urged, his voice sharp with urgency. With deadly precision, Jenna loosed an arrow, piercing through the heart of a Goblin Raider. The impact echoing through the battlefield. On top of that, the topography is uneven, Seojin observed, his eyes scanning the terrain for tactical advantages. Aaron, the party's leader, issued a tactical command. "Aaron, the moment they come at us, move to the side and attack," he instructed, his voice calm despite the dire circumstances. The team executed the maneuver flawlessly, their movements synchronized and precise. "Can you do it?" Aaron asked, his eyes fixed on Seojin, who nodded grimly. "Yes. I will try," he replied, his resolve unwavering. Seojin Han, a 1-star hero in the brutal game Pick Me Up, found himself unexpectedly transported into the very world he once played. His eyes, narrowed in fierce determination, reflected the harsh reality of his situation. He braced himself, readying for battle. A powerful surge of energy coursed through him as he launched a fierce attack. His blow connecting with the shield of one of his party members with a resounding clang. The impact sent shockwaves through the air as Seojin found himself facing a monstrous Orcish rider. The beast charging towards him with savage intent. He prepared to meet the oncoming assault. With a roar, Seojin deflected the orc's attack, the force of the blow sending tremors through his body. And retaliated with a swift counterattack, his blade flashing in a blur of motion. The Orcish rider, caught off guard, was sent sprawling as Seojan's blade sliced through the air, leaving a trail of blue energy in its wake. He stood defiant, facing a new wave of enemies, his resolve unwavering. Seo Jin Han, a one-star hero in the brutal game Pick Me Up, found himself thrust into a desperate battle. His dark eyes blazed with determination as he channeled his meager strength, a blue energy swirling around him. A desperate cry escaping his lips as a monstrous beast lunged at him. Aaron, he roared, bracing for the impact. Meanwhile, Aaron, another member of Seojin's party, responded with a resounding yes, as he engaged a different foe, his blonde hair a stark contrast to the crimson fury of the beast he faced. The battle raged. Seojin was thrown back by the force of the beast's attack. A blur of motion as he struggled against the overwhelming power of his opponent. Another monstrous creature, this one wielding a crossbow, prepared to unleash its deadly projectile. Seojin, despite his injuries, reacted instantly. He launched a counterattack, a burst of energy erupting from his hand. A desperate plea escaping his lips, Ialka. Cast. Seojin, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and determination, glared at his opponent. How long? The woman's response was curt, 1 minute. Just cast. Seojin Han, a one-star hero in the brutal game Pick Me Up, found himself unexpectedly thrust into the very world he once played. His initial strategy of observing enemy attack patterns was now a matter of survival. As a monstrous creature lunged, its claws outstretched. He reacted instinctively, raising his shield to deflect the blow. The impact sending tremors through his body. He stumbled back, his sword already drawn, ready to counterattack. Meanwhile, Jenna, a powerful sorceress, watched the battle unfold, her eyes closed in concentration. A surge of magical energy emanated from her. A fiery incantation escaping her lips, La Grande Cetus. And a blazing sphere of fire materialized in her hands, ready to be unleashed. The magical energy surged, engulfing the battlefield in a wave of intense heat, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Seojin, witnessing the raw power, gasped, "That's magic?" Aaron, another member of Seojin's party, quickly assessed the situation. He shouted, "Aaron, block the bolts that are being shot at Jenna. Let her focus on shooting." Aaron, with a determined nod, intercepted the incoming projectiles with a flurry of expertly timed blocks, protecting Jenna as she channeled her magic. Seojin Han, a low-ranked hero in the game Pick Me Up, found himself unexpectedly transported into the very world he once played. Now, surrounded by monstrous creatures, he braced himself, his thoughts racing. He noted their strategy, so their first priority is taking out the mage? He knew he could buy some time, but holding them off would be a challenge. His internal monologue continued, "I might need to use shield magic to block a couple of bolts." Meanwhile, a fierce beast lunged at him. Seojin, desperate, called out to his teammate, "Ialka. You can hit incoming shields, right?" But Ialka, the mage, seemed distracted, her fiery magic swirling around her. Her voice, sharp with frustration, cut through the chaos, "Are you not listening to me, or can you not reply?" Ialka's warning echoed in Seojin's ears, "If you stand there, you'll get caught up in the attack." Seojin, realizing the gravity of the situation, muttered to himself, "No way." Ialka, ignoring Seojin's plight, focused on her own spell, dismissing the barrier, "Forget about the barrier." Seojin watched in disbelief as Ialka's limitations became clear. He thought, she can't even use mobile casting? Ialka unleashed a powerful, wide-ranging spell, her red hair flowing as she channeled her magic. The flames erupted, engulfing the battlefield in a fiery inferno. The image showcases Ialka Strasher, a striking woman with fiery red hair, a confident smirk, and a 3-star rating. Her attire is regal, a dark crimson and gold ensemble that speaks of power and authority. Further details reveal her in-game stats: Level 2, a magician class, with exceptionally high intelligence and relatively low strength, HP, and agility. Her skill set includes intermediate fire magic, Level 2. A hulking Orcish warrior, mounted atop a monstrous boar, charged forward, its massive weapon a blur of motion. Its attack aimed squarely at Seojin Han, the one-star hero who found himself unexpectedly thrust into the brutal world of Pick Me Up. Seojin braced himself, raising his shield to meet the devastating blow. The impact sending tremors through his body. But Seojin, despite his low rank, was not one to back down. With a surge of adrenaline, he countered. His movements a whirlwind of calculated strikes, cleaving through the orc's defenses with surprising speed and precision. Seojin Han, a one-star hero in the brutal game Pick Me Up, found himself facing a ferocious beast. He braced himself, readying for the inevitable attack. The creature lunged, its jaws snapping shut with terrifying force. Despite the near miss, the beast's eyes narrowed, a low growl rumbling in its chest. How persistent, it seemed to mutter, impressed by Seojin's resilience. Seojin, battered but not broken, stumbled back, his legs giving way beneath him as he fell into the shallow water. Despite the pain, a surge of defiance coursed through him. He gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with determination. A furious energy erupted from within, propelling him forward in a desperate counterattack. He unleashed a flurry of blows, each strike precise and powerful, aimed at exploiting the beast's weaknesses. A rapid series of kicks and punches that sent the creature reeling. The impact left Seojin breathless, his vision swimming. He gasped, "Islet," as he felt a sharp pain pierce his side. Above, a powerful sorceress, her fiery red hair a stark contrast to her crimson robes, prepared a devastating spell. Two monstrous wolf-like creatures flanked her, their eyes glowing menacingly. A voice, filled with disbelief, echoed, "Don't tell me she can't even use mobile casting?" Seojin Han, a one-star hero in the brutal game Pick Me Up, found himself unexpectedly thrust into the very world he once played. His current predicament, trapped within the game as a low-tier character, facing a powerful foe. A hulking, monstrous orc whose attack he effortlessly parried with a swift, precise counterattack. The orc roared in pain as Seojin's blade sliced through its defenses, a fiery explosion erupting from the impact, sending the creature sprawling to the ground. His female companion, a fiery-haired mage named Anya, watched in stunned silence. Anya, still reeling from the unexpected display of power, exclaimed, "What are you doing? You're such a handful, seriously. You were casting magic without any form of defense." Seojin retorted, "A handful? Did you see the amount of mana and firepower I used?" He suggested, "Forget it. Let's change locations. See that forest? Let's go in there." Anya responded with concern, "Wasn't it blocked off a while ago?" Anya continued, "We'll think about that once we get there." She then instructed, "Begin casting the moment we enter the forest. Use your magic to bombard this area." "My hands hurt. Be a little gentler." Amidst a chaotic battle, a monstrous creature with glowing red eyes roared, demanding to know if its orders had been heard. A guttural affirmation echoed through the fray. Elsewhere, a red-haired woman, Yelka, ran through a field, explaining that it connected the forest and plains. Another individual, seemingly in command, urgently ordered Yelka to enter the forest quickly. Yelka questioned why she was being treated this way. Suddenly, a dark-haired man appeared, striking Yelka with surprising force. He questioned her resilience, emphasizing the harsh consequences of death in this world. Meanwhile, another figure, Islet, was instructed to enter the area as well. A close-up revealed a man's face contorted in a grimace, eyes blazing with intense emotion. He stated he would arrive shortly. A dramatic announcement declared that Han had entered a berserk state. His appearance transformed, radiating power and aggression as he wielded his sword. Seojin Han, a one-star hero in the brutal game Pick Me Up, found himself in a desperate situation. He had already gone berserk twice that day. Despite his fatigue, he knew he needed to buy time. Surrounded by enemies, he braced himself for the onslaught. A grotesque, boar-like creature with glowing red eyes knocked an arrow, aiming for Seojin. The arrow flew, but Seojin deflected it with a swift, precise movement. Another enemy, a warrior riding a monstrous wolf, charged towards him. Seojin met the attack head-on, his movements a blur of motion. He noted the speed of his opponent's attacks, it was impressive. A powerful blow from an orc warrior sent him reeling. He barely managed to dodge a volley of arrows, his shield taking the brunt of the impact. Despite his best efforts, Seojin was overwhelmed by the sheer number of enemies. He was injured and exhausted. Seojin Han, a one-star hero in the game Pick Me Up, found himself unexpectedly transported into the very game he once played. His frustration was evident, a bead of sweat trickled down his temple as he muttered that even this side of the game was annoying. His eyes, narrowed and burning with a fierce intensity, reflected the harsh reality of his situation. He recognized the enemy's hit-and-run tactics, a familiar strategy from his time as a player. He gritted his teeth, a low growl rumbling in his chest as he saw the enemy party approaching, a grotesque goblin riding a monstrous wolf-like creature, spear poised to strike. The ensuing battle was a whirlwind of motion. Seojin, despite his low rank, moved with surprising agility, dodging the goblin's initial attack. He unleashed a furious counterattack, a crimson wave of energy erupting from his body. The sheer force of his attack sliced through the air, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The goblin, clearly surprised by the unexpected power, snarled, vowing to eliminate Seojin's swift mobility. Seojin, however, was already anticipating his next move. He launched himself forward. A blur of motion as he closed the distance between himself and his opponent. The impact of the attack created a blinding flash of light, momentarily obscuring the scene. Seojin Han, a one-star hero in the game Pick Me Up, roared in exertion, his face contorted in a grimace. The sheer force of his attack was evident in the motion lines radiating from him. But the impact sent him reeling backward, his body slamming into the ground. A question mark filled the speech bubble above him as the game's text box declared, Han is no longer in a berserk state. The opportunity was seized by his opponent, a grotesque Orcish warrior astride a monstrous wolf. The beast lunged forward, its jaws agape. And Seo Jin, his stamina depleted, could only watch as the creature's attack bore down on him. Damn it, my stamina! He groaned, his body hitting the ground hard. The orc's spear descended with deadly intent. But Seo Jin's eyes widened in a desperate effort to evade the blow. A single exclamation point filled the thought bubble above him. With a last surge of adrenaline, Seo Jin narrowly dodged the attack. The spear narrowly missing its mark as it tore through the air. The orc's face was contorted in surprise and rage. Seizing the moment, Seo Jin countered with a desperate attack, his blade flashing, piercing the orc's mount and sending both warrior and beast crashing to the ground. The final panel shows the orc's desperate struggle as his life ebbs away. A pack of monstrous, armored wolves descended upon Seo Jin, their jaws snapping shut with ferocious intent. The impact of their attack sending a jolt of pain through him. A groan escaped his lips as he braced for more. Islet, another member of Seo Jin's party, found himself in a similar predicament. But he had a plan. He instructed his companions to stay hidden while he drew the attention of the beasts, drawing them into a trap. Seo Jin, despite his injuries, was ordered to focus on the immediate threat. He gritted his teeth, preparing to defend himself against the approaching enemies, but was questioned about their readiness, creating a devastating distraction. Seo Jin, seizing the opportunity, fought back with renewed vigor, his sword flashing in the chaos. Seo Jin Han, a one-star hero in the brutal game Pick Me Up, found himself unexpectedly flung into the very world he once played. He tumbled through the air, his shield clattering uselessly against the ground as a monstrous, hulking figure loomed over him. The beast, riding a massive, shadowy wolf, prepared to strike. The battlefield stretched before them, a chaotic expanse of clashing steel and desperate cries. The creature lunged, its claws extended, aiming for Seo Jin's throat. But Seo Jin, despite his low rank, reacted with surprising speed and agility, narrowly dodging the attack. He found himself surrounded by other monstrous creatures, their eyes burning with savage intent. A desperate roar escaped Seo Jin's lips as he fought back, his movements a blur of desperate defense. "Get lost," he shouted, his voice filled with raw determination. Meanwhile, in a different part of the battlefield, a powerful sorceress, her crimson robes billowing, unleashed a torrent of fiery energy towards a smaller, more agile warrior. The warrior dodged the blast, barely avoiding incineration. The sorceress's power was immense. A wave of heat washed over the landscape as the battle raged on. Seo Jin, battered but unbowed, found himself facing a fresh wave of enemies, a pack of monstrous wolf riders, their eyes gleaming with predatory hunger. They charged, their snarling jaws snapping shut just inches from his face. Below, the sorceress watched, her expression unreadable. Seo Jin Han, a mere one-star hero in the unforgiving world of Pick Me Up, found himself trapped within the game's reality. His eyes blazed with defiance as he channeled his inner strength, a desperate surge of power erupting from his very being. The scene opens on a desolate battlefield, the wind whipping through tall, dry grass. Where Seo Jin Han, a one-star hero in the game Pick Me Up, finds himself surrounded by a pack of ferocious wolf-riding goblins. Blood stains his clothes as he prepares for battle, his expression grim. Below him, a fiery-haired woman watches with intense interest, her eyes glowing with an unnatural light. She raises a hand, a crimson jewel pulsating within her palm. With a fierce shout of ignite, she unleashes a devastating torrent of fire. A swirling vortex of flames erupting from her hand. The inferno hurtling towards Seo Jin with terrifying speed, forcing him to raise his shield in a desperate attempt to defend himself. The impact throws him back, the sheer force of the blast sending him sprawling across the scorched earth. Seo Jin Han, a one-star hero in the brutal game Pick Me Up, lay on the ground, a look of pained surprise on his face. A wave of intense heat emanated from him, scorching the earth around him. A pillar of fire erupted from his body, a testament to the unexpected power surging within him. The fiery column spiraled upwards, a breathtaking display of raw energy, reaching towards the heavens in a dazzling spectacle of light and heat. Jenna and Aaron, Seo Jin's fellow party members, watched in stunned silence, their eyes wide with disbelief. This is magic?" Jenna exclaimed, her voice laced with awe and fear. Seo Jin, despite his injuries, rose to his feet, his expression grim but determined. "There are still some left. Aaron, Jenna, give me a hand. Let's end this." From the shadows, a voice called out, "We're waiting for you." Seo Jin charged forward, his sword a blur of motion as he engaged the remaining enemies. Seo Jin Han, a one-star hero in the brutal game Pick Me Up, found himself exhausted from the relentless onslaught. He muttered to himself about his fatigue, but resolved to overcome his physical limitations with superior strategy. He would beat his opponents not with brute force, but with skill. With a burst of speed, Seo Jin launched a powerful kick, the force of the blow sending a shockwave through the air, connecting squarely with his monstrous opponent. The impact was devastating. The beast, momentarily stunned, raised its shield in a desperate attempt to defend itself. But Seojin's attack was relentless. He countered with a swift, precise strike, cleaving through the creature's defenses with surprising ease. The beast roared in pain and surprise. A female character with vibrant red hair watched the fight unfold, a smirk playing on her lips. She commented on the effectiveness of Seojin's tactics. Seojin, having dispatched one foe, turned to face a new opponent, a wolf-like creature clad in armor, only to be met with a swift counterattack. The wolf-like creature's attack sent Seojin reeling, a whimper escaping his lips as he fell to the ground. A blonde-haired man with a confident grin, clad in worn leather armor, stood defiantly, his hand resting on the shaft of a sturdy spear. He declared, with unwavering assurance, that he would protect anyone who was tired. A dark-haired man, his expression sharp and amused, observed him from a short distance. He smirked, commenting that the blonde man seemed to have mastered the art of speaking with unwarranted confidence. Suddenly, a chaotic scene unfolded. Two monstrous wolf-like creatures, armored and vicious, charged forward, followed closely by a grotesque goblin-like figure. A red-haired woman with braided hair, agile and poised, leaped into action, her bow drawn and aimed at the approaching horde. One of the wolf-like creatures, its eyes glowing menacingly, charged towards her, its armored form a blur of motion. The red-haired woman deftly dodged the creature's attack, her movements precise and deadly. She then unleashed a swift counterattack, her blade flashing. The blade sliced through the air, narrowly missing the creature's head, before striking the goblin. The impact sent the goblin sprawling, its body crumpling under the force of the blow. The red-haired woman continued her assault, her movements fluid and relentless. Meanwhile, the other wolf-like creature lunged at the red-haired woman, its jaws snapping shut just inches from her face. A wave of intense heat erupted from the woman's outstretched hands, engulfing her in a fiery maelstrom. The searing flames momentarily obscuring her features as she braced herself for the impact. Then, a monstrous, shadowy figure lunged from the darkness, its massive form a blur of motion. Its claws tearing through the air, aiming to strike the fiery woman. The beast's attack was swift and brutal, but the woman, with a smirk, narrowly dodged the blow. Her companion, a young woman with a bow, urged her to flee, shouting, "Uni! Get a hold of yourself and run!" Ignoring her friend's pleas, the fiery woman raised her hand, a blazing orb of energy forming above her palm. Her eyes glowing with fierce determination as she prepared for a counterattack. Then, with a desperate cry of "Run away, Appa," she unleashed the full force of her magic. But even as the raw power surged, a flicker of concern crossed her face, the spell wasn't fully charged yet. Seojin Han, a one-star hero in the brutal game Pick Me Up, found himself in a desperate situation. Surrounded by enemies, he urged his companion, Hyung Nim, to flee, the chaos of battle swirling around them. Hyung Nim, however, was already engaged in a fierce struggle, his movements blurred by the intensity of the fight. Meanwhile, a powerful figure emerged from the flames, her fiery aura radiating immense power. The fiery figure, a formidable sorceress, raised her hands, unleashing a torrent of flames. A devastating inferno engulfing Seojin and his party. The ground cracked and buckled under the sheer force of the attack. The explosion rocked the battlefield, a maelstrom of fire and destruction. A wave of intense heat washed over everything, leaving behind only scorched earth and the lingering smell of smoke. Seojin, battered and bruised, found himself barely clinging to life, the full impact of the attack slowly dawning on him. The sorceress's attack continued relentlessly, pushing Seojin and Hyung Nim to their limits. Hyung Nim coughed, his voice strained, as he realized the dire situation they were in. Seojin, amidst the devastation, could only stare at the fiery landscape, a grim question forming in his mind: was this truly the end? A fiery, demonic-looking creature, riding a monstrous wolf, charged forward, its eyes burning with malevolent energy. The creature's attack was relentless, a desperate thought echoed in the mind of the one being attacked: damn it, they're coming again. A woman with fiery orange hair, dressed in a red and black outfit, raised her arms, summoning a torrent of flames. A wave of intense heat washed over the battlefield as she unleashed a powerful counterattack, shouting, "Transcend!" The flames swirled and coalesced, forming a vortex of destructive energy. A fiery whirlwind tore through the air, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The force of the attack was immense, creating a massive fiery pillar that reached towards the heavens. The impact of the attack sent shockwaves through the land, leaving a woman clinging to a tree trunk for dear life, the ground around her scorched and cracked. The aftermath of the fiery clash left a scene of devastation, the landscape scarred by the intense heat, as the woman looked on in awe and exhaustion. A fiery inferno raged, consuming the landscape in a torrent of searing heat. The very ground seemed to writhe and crack under the intense pressure. High above the chaos, perched precariously on a scorched tree, sat a lone figure, cloaked in darkness, their face obscured by shadow. They watched the devastation unfold below, a grim expression etched onto their features. The figure was Ialka, a powerful warrior whose fiery red hair cascaded down her back like a molten river. She stood amidst the flames, her crimson dress billowing around her as if alive. Her eyes, blazing with an inner fire, scanned the ravaged battlefield. A subtle smirk played on her lips as she surveyed the destruction she had wrought. Meanwhile, Seo Han, a low-ranked hero thrust into this deadly game, found himself on the receiving end of Ialka's wrath. He stumbled back, his breath ragged, a look of sheer terror etched across his face. A fissure opened beneath him, spewing forth a torrent of molten rock and fire. The earth trembled violently as the ground around him crumbled and collapsed into the fiery chasm. Seo, barely managing to stay upright, braced himself, his sword held aloft as a shield against the fiery onslaught. He rolled away from the immediate danger. The battle was far from over, but for now, he had survived. A message appeared on the screen: stage clear. The rewards for completing the stage were displayed: 20,000 gold, iron ore, and wolf leather. Ialka was named the MVP. Eren and Ialka leveled up, their powers surging as they stood within a glowing blue energy field. The party prepared for the next challenge. Seo Han, a low-ranking hero in the game pick-me-up, stared in disbelief as more than 20 goblin raiders fell before him. His eyes widened, a mixture of awe and terror reflecting in their depths. As a powerful mage, Ialka unleashed a devastating blast of fire magic, effortlessly decimating the horde. "This is the power of the Great Fire," she cackled, her laughter echoing through the scene. Ialka, her crimson robes billowing, continued her display of power, promising to show them all her magic. Before dramatically revealing her identity, "I'm the Witch of Count Rivel's spirit." With a flourish, Ialka prepared for another spell, her body radiating magical energy. But her mana reserves were quickly depleted. Her party members, Uni and Seo, watched in alarm as she collapsed, her mana completely exhausted. The narration box explained that Ialka's powerful magic came at a cost. She was unable to perform any other actions while casting, leaving her vulnerable. Her party members had to protect her during this crucial time. A character card revealed Ialka's stats: her support magic, strength, stamina, and agility were all below 1 star, highlighting her inherent weaknesses despite her impressive offensive capabilities. Seo reflected on Ialka's rarity, noting that while powerful mages existed in the game, they were exceptionally rare. Uni, concerned, looked down at Ialka. Seo Han, a young man with dark hair, a grim determination etched onto his face, reflected on his current predicament. His thoughts turned to the stark reality of his situation: power, in this world, was something to be reckoned with. A surge of energy, a digital torrent of blue light, erupted behind him. He watched as Jenna, a fiery-haired woman with a determined expression, and Eren, a blonde man with a worried look, fled the scene, pursued by an unseen force. Seo, his dark clothing stained with blood, stood his ground. A quiet realization settled upon him: his time at the center of attention was drawing to a close. Seo Han, a young man with dark hair, stood before a fiery-haired woman. He had just stated that, in his current weakened state, his abilities were useless, a statement that clearly angered her. "How dare you say something so insulting," she exclaimed, her face contorted in fury. Seojin's eyes, usually dark, glowed with an unnatural blue light as he braced himself for what was to come. A silent question hanging in the air between them. "You don't want to?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. The woman, whose name is Ialka, glared at him, her eyes blazing with barely contained rage. But a flicker of something else, resignation, crossed her features before she finally relented. "All right. I just need to do what you say." Ialka, a fiery-haired woman in a business suit, turned and ran. A narration box appeared, explaining that Ialka's fire magic was currently Class 3. A series of panels then detailed the different classes of fire magic. Class 1 is ignition, Class 2 is a burning, explosive fire, and Class 3 is directing the explosion upwards and modifying it. A bonfire crackled merrily, casting flickering shadows on the scene. A narration box appeared, stating a crucial fact: the higher the class of magic used, the more mana it consumed. Seo Han, a man with dark hair and intense eyes, stood beside Jenna, a fiery-haired woman whose magic was clearly potent. He observed, "Her magic really is powerful, but to manage it effectively, we need to increase her combustion." Jenna, her expression focused, replied, "Jenna, we should also get started." Another narration box provided a critical update: they were slowly approaching the 10th floor of their training regimen. The difficulty of their training needed to increase exponentially from morning till night. Jenna, with a determined glint in her eyes, declared, "All right, I'm coming." She launched a volley of arrows, a blur of motion. The arrows flew towards Seo, who braced himself for the usual training exercise of dodging projectiles. Seo deflected the arrows with practiced ease. A narration box revealed his training strategy: from a certain point onwards, he discarded his shield and gradually added more conditions to his training. Seo, however, remained focused on his training, responding, "We're in the middle of training, I don't need compliments." With a powerful movement, Seo deflected another volley of arrows. A game notification appeared: Han, *, has obtained the skill projectile defense. Another notification followed. Han, asterisk, S beginner sword shield technique has increased to LV.6. Seojin, pleased with his progress, muttered, nice, I gained the skill I needed. A muscular man lunged forward, his attack aimed at a red-haired woman wielding a bow and arrow. He moved with surprising speed. But she deftly dodged his blow, her eyes widening in surprise as she muttered, switching? The woman, nimble and quick, reacted instantly. She knocked an arrow, her movements a blur, aiming her weapon with deadly precision as she prepared to counterattack. The man's sword was inches from her face. A narration box appeared, providing insight into the red-haired woman's abilities. Her origin is 1 star, but she has great potential. The rate at which she's learning is abnormal. The muscular man, his face etched with concern, thought to himself, if I didn't know about Pick Me Up, Jenna would have been seriously underdeveloped. The red-haired woman, Jenna, grinned, a mischievous glint in her eyes. She said, good. Jenna continued, oh? Who was the one who said there's no need for compliments during training? Another narration box revealed information about the muscular man's skills. While his base experimentship is LV.3, that's all he has. Aaron, it seems, was struggling with pain resistance training. The narration continued, explaining the whereabouts of other characters. Ialka is probably training how I told her to at the Magic Hall's exclusive training room. Even if she decreases her power, her magic is. A woman with fiery orange hair, clad in a smart business suit, stood in a grand hall, flames dancing around her. The narration box above her stated that her magical power was still strong, and that excluding special circumstances, it would be best to let her use only Class 1 magic. Elsewhere, in a starkly different setting, a cold, metallic training hall, 3 dejected figures sat slumped against a wall. A fourth, blonde-haired man, observed them with a critical eye, noting the presence of useless 1-star trainees. The blonde man lamented their inability to even fill 1 team, let alone 2, given the party's maximum size of 5. He mused that no one seemed interested in doing any gacha. He then considered another possibility. Was their leader planning on adding those 3 to the team? The scene shifted. A narration box simply stated, the next day. Ada's party returned after entering the 9th floor, looking battered and bruised. The members appeared exhausted and injured. Observing them, the blonde man noted that it seemed like their limbs had been cut off during their mission. He then asked what their mission had been. One of Ada's party members, a woman with long dark hair, explained that their mission was to subjugate a goblin village containing around 50 goblins. The blonde man pressed further, asking if there was anything else unusual about the location. The woman's expression turned serious. She responded that the ground was muddy, as if it had rained heavily. The panel showed a chaotic battle scene with goblins, further emphasizing the unusual conditions. Seojin Han, along with his party members Jenna, Aaron, and Ialka, found themselves in the midst of a fierce battle. Mud and debris flew as they fought desperately, their movements a blur of steel and magic. One of them inquired about the situation, expressing uncertainty about what else might be happening beyond their immediate fight. Seojin, his face grim, called out to his teammates, Han, Jenna, Aaron, and Ialka. He then observed that it was their turn to act. A surge of intense energy erupted from the ground, a fiery pillar rising towards the sky. As the team unleashed a combined attack, the word ignite echoing in the air. After their successful attack, they received 2,000 gold and an iron ore as rewards. The party discussed their progress, noting that they had reached their level limit for the current practice area. Seojin confirmed that they had leveled up as much as possible given their current circumstances. The image showed the party Seojin, Jenna, and Aaron standing together, their appearance enhanced by their recent level-ups. Further details were given regarding their equipment upgrades. Jenna's leather armor had been upgraded to iron plating, and Aaron and Seojin had acquired daggers as secondary weapons. The profiles of 2 1-star heroes, Shern and Macon, are displayed. Their low rank is clearly indicated by the single-star emblem. Despite their inferior stats and skills compared to the rest of the party, there was no other option. Loki, a young woman with dark hair and striking red eyes, inquires about the mission's progress. She then challenges them to solve a difficult problem, her playful expression belying the challenge's severity. Seojin Han, a man with dark hair, confidently asserts that he could solve the problem. He questions why Loki sought him out for such a trivial task. He scoffs at the notion that she is a god, pointing out that if she were, she would have already conquered the 10th floor. Seojin reflects on his past experience as a top-ranked player in Pick Me Up, acknowledging the difficulty of the game and the countless parties he lost due to unpredictable patterns and traps. He notes that a master player grows stronger through their failures. However, he realizes that his current situation is different. Failure now means death. An aerial view of the 10th floor reveals a large, fortified city. Seojin and his party, a diverse group of heroes, stand before the city gates, ready for battle. The plaza was teeming with people. A woman with vibrant orange hair, her expression a mixture of surprise and suspicion, questioned a dark-haired man beside her. "What's going on?" That little fairy didn't call them here, right? He reassured her, they'll call us soon, so don't be suspicious. The woman's suspicion grew. You're acting like you know everything. The dark-haired man's gaze hardened. It had been 30 minutes since anyone had logged in. He mused that this inactivity meant the player was thinking, strategizing. A majestic, ethereal gateway shimmered into view, an invitation to ascend to the 10th floor. The choice was clear, to challenge the 10th floor, or to wait. A little more. The dark-haired man and a blonde companion discussed their options. The dark-haired man pointed out that he hadn't even been promoted after reaching his level 10 limit as a 1-star hero. There was still an incomplete aspect to his progress. If they had been left alone for a week, he could have upgraded his skills to a 1-star's max level. Then, they would have been able to challenge the 10th floor more comfortably. Despite the risks, the dark-haired man made his decision. He chose to proceed, judging that the player wouldn't wait. A fairy with dark hair and wings appeared, her incantation echoing, opened the gap between time and space. A surge of energy erupted from a mystical portal, its ethereal glow illuminating the ancient stone pathway before it. For Seojin Han and his fellow heroes, this was their harsh reality, a stark contrast to their master, for whom it was merely a game. Seojin's steely gaze reflected the cold light of the portal. He knew their annihilation meant nothing more than the master acquiring new heroes. His companion, a blonde man, voiced his apprehension. He urged them to retreat when the fighting began. But Seojin dismissed his concerns, stating his own capability for combat. Seojin pondered the complexities of the tactical station, a system he suspected his companion was unfamiliar with. Meanwhile, a small, dark-haired fairy-like creature, Isbel, instructed Seojin to inform his companion about the items stored in the storeroom. Seojin, along with his female companion with long black hair, and a grizzled older man, reviewed their supplies, confirming they had 6 health potions, 3 for each party member. Seojin Han, a 1-star hero in the game pick-me-up, scoffed at the notion of mana potions being exclusively for Ialka, the game's top player. He considered it a cruel joke. He and Adis, another low-ranked hero, discussed the possibility of being separated during their quest and the need to regroup quickly if that happened. Adis questioned the practicality of such a plan. Further instructions were given: if they didn't know where to go, they should find a high vantage point to locate the center of the area. Meanwhile, Ialka, with a fierce expression, barked orders at her other party members to ensure they didn't interfere with Han's progress, stating she would be watching them. A worried Adis questioned Han's plan, but Han simply responded with a curt "don't." Despite Adis's concerns, Han reassured him that he would ensure their safe ascent of the tower. Han's face held a confident, almost amused expression as he prepared for the next stage of his plan. A sudden burst of light engulfed Han, indicating a significant event or transformation. Elsewhere, another character, overcome with despair, lamented their impending doom. A wave of despair washed over the villagers. Their faces, etched with terror, reflected the grim reality of their situation. As one man, his voice cracking with fear, proclaimed the inevitable: no one would be spared. A chilling premonition confirmed by the sudden appearance of a dark-clad figure, his sword glinting ominously as he declared their impending doom. Panic seized the villagers as they scattered, their desperate attempts to flee only highlighting their helplessness. One man, however, stopped to question the mysterious figure, his fear giving way to a desperate curiosity. The dark-clad figure, Seojin Han, remained impassive as the man questioned his identity, his thoughts turning to the absurdity of his situation. Unaware that he was surrounded by a party of players, one of whom recognized him and addressed him as grandfather. Another player, a young woman with bright red hair, tried to get his attention, wondering if he was an NPC. The narrator's voice then interjected, explaining that NPCs often appear in missions, and this was a unique situation. Seojin Han's party observed the scene, finding the situation unusual. Seojin Han, a young man with short, dark hair, found himself gazing down at a sprawling city from a precarious height. A sense of familiarity washed over him as he muttered, "This city looks familiar." Another young man, this one with blonde hair, appeared in the next panel, his expression thoughtful. He pondered aloud, "Now that I think about it, I think I've seen this place before. It somehow looks different, but still familiar." Seojin's eyes narrowed, a sudden realization dawning on him. His expression shifted to one of disbelief. He exclaimed, "No way." The city below, though slightly altered, was undeniably familiar. It was a place he knew well, a place he had been before. The panel shifted to show a bustling street scene within the city. A group of people moved through the crowd, their faces obscured. One of them spoke, stating, "We've been here before. This is the ruined city from the 5th floor." A wide shot revealed the extent of the city, showing its layout and architecture. The scene was remarkably similar to what Seojin remembered, but with subtle differences. The key difference was that this version of the city had not yet been destroyed. The narrator's voice added, "It's that it hasn't been destroyed yet." The scene opens on a ruined city, the remains of the fifth floor, as described by a member of a party of adventurers. A tall tower dominates the skyline, its architecture hinting at a once grand civilization. One of the adventurers observes something unusual about the devastation. There are sections of the city that remain surprisingly intact. A wider shot reveals the extent of the untouched areas, a large section of the city walls and buildings remaining unscathed amidst the surrounding ruin. Seo Jin-han, one of the adventurers, remarks on the unusual timing of their arrival. Another adventurer, a red-haired woman with an archer's build, expresses concern that the destruction is widespread. She points out that this is not the only strange aspect of their situation. The leader of the group, a man with dark hair and a serious expression, suggests they discuss the specifics later. The group, consisting of Seo Jin, the red-haired archer, a blonde man with a shield, and another blonde man with a sword, stands together in the ruined city. Their expressions are grim, reflecting the gravity of their situation. Another member of the party observes that their mission hasn't started yet, suggesting a period of respite before the real danger begins. However, he also notes that they should prepare themselves. Seo Jin-han, a low-ranking hero in the brutal game Pick Me Up, had always considered himself expendable, merely a tool for learning enemy attack patterns. His gaze, sharp and calculating, reflected this pragmatic philosophy. He mused that gathering information was paramount. Now, however, trapped within the game's reality, Seojin's perspective had shifted. His commander barked orders, giving him 5 minutes to scout the area, warning that the party would leave without him if he returned late. He responded with a curt, affirmative yes. Seo Jin dashed towards a tall, imposing bell tower overlooking the battlefield. He judged it the ideal vantage point to observe the ongoing battle. Reaching the tower, Seo Jin found a fellow soldier already there, slumped in despair. The scene was grim. Seo Jin observed the soldier's despondency, noting the low morale among the troops. The soldier, overwhelmed by fear, confessed his terror at the prospect of death. Seo Jin, however, remained focused on the larger picture, aware of the thousands of goblins in the North Forest. While surveying the battlefield, Seo Jin spotted a ladder cart, relieved to see no enemy soldiers nearby. To the east, beyond the river, was a castle teeming with hundreds of goblins. They lacked siege equipment. Seo Jin-han, a young man with striking blue eyes, pondered. That half that number was the size of the force gathered outside the castle. The human soldiers numbered 353. The ratio was more than 10 to 1. But the mission hadn't been announced yet. If it was a survival mission, their chances would improve. If they were given another survival mission where they only needed to survive within the given time, this floor would be easier to clear than the fifth floor. There were enough NPCs to use as bait and a mage to concentrate on area defense. Seo Jin-han, a one-star hero in the game Pick Me Up, stood with his back to the camera, his sword at his side. Party 2 had just joined his party, a diverse group of characters standing before him. The narrator ominously declared that soon, the roulette of fate would spin. A 3-part warning message appeared, signifying the highest difficulty. Seojin's eyes widened in alarm, his expression reflecting the gravity of the situation. The mission parameters were revealed. Floor 10, a defense mission to stop the fall of the city. A panoramic view of the city showed its precarious state. Combining both parties, there were 10 people in total, along with 350 NPCs, totaling around 360 soldiers to fight against thousands of goblins. The sheer scale of the impending goblin horde was depicted, emphasizing the overwhelming odds facing Seo Jin and his party. Seo Jin confirmed that everyone was present. He planned to share the mission details, objectives, and roles. Jenna Kriao, a member of Seo Jin's party, expressed her frustration at her inability to communicate with the people within the city. Meanwhile, another party member reported that refugees were heading towards the city center, while goblins were approaching from the north and east gates. Seo Jin-han, a blonde-haired young man, gestures towards a map depicting a city under siege. The map shows a city surrounded by walls, with the western and southern gates clearly marked with large red crosses, indicating their closure. He explains that there are no escape routes. If the outer wall falls, everyone inside will be massacred. A woman with long, dark hair, her face etched with worry, turns to Seo Jin, urgently asking, "Han, what do we need to do?" The woman's words hang in the air as Seo Jin remains silent for a moment, his expression unreadable. Then, he begins to explain the situation. The mission is to defend. Seo Jin's tone is firm as he clarifies the objective, to protect the city and prevent the enemy from infiltrating. He looks determined, his jaw clenched. He continues, stating that in other words, they need to annihilate the enemies. The woman, clearly taken aback, exclaims, "No way," stating the dire consequences for failure. His gaze hardens as he points towards a central tower in the city, emphasizing its importance. A statue of 2 angelic figures, radiating a soft golden light, stood at the center of the scene. One of the party members exclaimed that the statue was glowing. A narration box explained that these twin goddesses were objects that periodically appeared to undertake special missions. Seo Jin-han, the protagonist, a young man with striking blue eyes and dark hair, scowled. He stated grimly that if the statue was destroyed, their mission to annihilate all the goblins would fail. An older man with graying hair and a stern expression, another member of the party, muttered about how absurd the situation was. The older man continued, questioning the necessity of protecting the statue while simultaneously fighting enemies. And then, he emphasized that if they failed, they would all die. The panel showed the rest of the party, 3 other individuals, 2 men and a woman, all looking serious and apprehensive. Their expressions reflected the gravity of the situation. The older man reiterated that if they failed, they would all die. Seo Jin-han questioned the older man, asking if he was suggesting they run away. The older man confirmed this, stating that no matter what, if they failed, they would die. Seo Jin-han, looking down, thought to himself that the condition was ridiculous. Seo Jin-han, a 1-star hero in the game Pick Me Up, found himself unexpectedly transported into the very game he once played. Despite the seemingly impossible odds of a low-ranked character defeating a player akin to a god, a glimmer of determination sparked within him. He began strategizing. Even in this impossible situation, his gamer instincts kicked in. He noted the limited siege equipment available to the enemy forces. Only ladder carts, possessed solely by the Northern Army. This limited their options, buying them precious time. Seo Jin explained his plan to his party. Adis's party would head to the northern wall, drawing the enemy's attention, while Seo Jin and his team would focus on destroying the ladders used to scale the castle walls. One of his teammates voiced her concerns about their limited numbers. But Seo Jin reassured her, pointing out that their combined strength was equivalent to 50 soldiers. He emphasized the importance of their position on the castle walls. He calmly explained that as long as the enemy lacked siege equipment like battering rams, their only option was to use the ladder carts to attack the castle walls. Holding their ground on the castle walls was crucial to the overall defense strategy. If they could hold their position, the defense would be significantly more effective. The image showed a wide shot of the castle walls, emphasizing their strategic importance in the upcoming battle. His teammate, still unconvinced, retorted that this wasn't what she had in mind. Seo Jin-han, a young man with dark hair and a determined expression, frowned. He was contemplating the grim reality of their situation. Even if they managed to buy some time, victory seemed impossible. His companion, whose voice was heard but not seen, simply replied, "I know." It would be the same outcome, even if both parties fought together. The sheer number of goblins was overwhelming. They would be able to hold out only for a short while before being overrun. The difference in numbers was more than 10 to 1. Even if they joined the fight, the ratio would only change to 10 to 2. According to Seojin's memory of the game, if they reached the 5th floor, the goblins would retreat. Logically, this was a fight they couldn't win. But Seo Jin was certain there was a clue. He turned to his companion, a red-haired woman with a worried expression, and spoke of a river to the east of the city, a detail that brought back memories of the 7th floor. The 7th floor, where it had rained. The woman questioned if a dam had collapsed. And Seo Jin confirmed that the dam's collapse had flooded the waterways. All clues from the 5th to the 9th floor pointed towards the dam. Seo Jin-han, a 1-star hero in the game Pick Me Up, found himself and his party, a blonde woman wielding a staff and another man with a sword, transported into the game's world after a fiery explosion. He pondered the reason for their sudden arrival, convinced there was a deeper meaning behind their predicament. But his thoughts were interrupted by a puzzling observation. A distant dam had collapsed, and he questioned the connection between this event and the recent attack that had brought them here. Frustration mounted as Seo Jin realized the lack of crucial information hampered his understanding of the situation. He clenched his fist, his brow furrowed in concentration. Suddenly, a gasp escaped the lips of the female archer in the group. Her eyes widened in surprise. As a realization dawned on her, she had heard something. The archer, her expression one of dawning comprehension, announced that she had heard the sound of galloping horses beyond the river. A dark, stormy sky loomed overhead as the archer looked towards the river, a question mark forming in her mind. She strained her ears, listening intently, and saw a large group of cavalry approaching from the forest. Seojin's eyes narrowed as a grim realization washed over him. The implications of the cavalry's arrival were clear. Seo Jin-han's eyes widened in shock, his pupils dilating as he stared at something unseen. A young woman with fiery orange hair, Adis, confronted a dark-haired man, her voice laced with urgency. She questioned his decision to reveal crucial information at such a critical moment. Adis's frustration mounted, her shoulders slumping as she admitted uncertainty about the plan's feasibility. A stern-faced man, seemingly the leader, addressed Adis and another woman with long black hair, known as Adis. He instructed her to buy as much time as possible, outlining a defensive strategy. If the outer wall fell, they should retreat to the inner wall. He continued, giving her brutal orders to use soldiers and refugees as bait if necessary. To close the gates and hold out until their return. The leader, his face grim, explained that the situation would be difficult, preventing him from offering comforting words. Adis, though apprehensive, responded with quiet determination, assuring him they would do their best. The scene shifted to show the black-haired woman, her expression confident and unwavering, standing amidst her troops. The dark-haired man dismissed Adis's concerns, highlighting the black-haired woman's superior intellect and efficiency, and instructed Adis to bring her weapon to the east gate before leaving the city. Seo Jin-han's party found themselves in a precarious situation. Han questioned the decision to leave the outer walls, given the thousands of goblins lurking outside. His companion countered that it was too dangerous, but Han insisted that they had no choice but to proceed. Han's gaze was fixed on the ominous clouds gathering in the distance. He knew that remaining where they were meant certain annihilation. He explained that on the 7th floor, the dam had already collapsed. If the sound Jenna heard was reinforcements, then the city's fall on the 5th floor was due to the reinforcements' inability to cross the river because of the dam's collapse. Han pondered their next move, concluding that they needed to go out the east gate and kill the goblins to stop the dam from collapsing. His female companion, Jenna, realized the implication of his plan. They were going after the goblins' heads. Han stood resolute, his sword at the ready. The image displays character cards for two distinct parties within the game Pick Me Up. Party 1 consists of Jenna Sire, Han Islet, Aaron Delcott, and Edka Rivii Starswa. Party 2 includes Usher, Adis Callan, and Daika. Each card showcases a character portrait, their name, and a star rating, indicating their in-game strength. The scene opens with a party of adventurers in a dimly lit dungeon. Their mission, as stated by an unseen leader, is to eliminate a goblin horde at the east gate to prevent a dam collapse. A simple map shows their location and the goblin encampment. Seo Jin-han, a young man with dark hair, is positioned at the center of the map, sword drawn, ready to engage the enemy. A woman with vibrant red hair, looking concerned, speaks to a man in dark clothing. He nods curtly. The man, Seo Jin, affirms their plan to eliminate the goblins, his expression hardening as he grips his sword. He is determined to succeed. The scene shifts to the east gate, where refugees are being hastily evacuated. A voice shouts orders to maintain order and speed. The refugees, a mix of men, women, and children, are being guided through the gate one by one, their faces etched with fear and desperation. Seo Jin-han, a one-star hero in the game Pick Me Up, found himself barely escaping a deadly encounter. His companion, a red-haired woman, voiced her concern, noting that they had only managed to reach the inner wall, with a far greater threat still before them. The gate leading outside. Their leader, a man with dark hair, ordered Jenna to scout the area beyond the walls, while Aaron prepared to open the gate. As the gate began to open, the leader instructed Aaron to prepare his Stage 2 Flames attack, but noticed another figure approaching. The leader then directed Aaron to pull the pulley mechanism that controlled the gate. As the gate began to open unexpectedly, the sudden opening of the gate surprised everyone. The red-haired woman questioned why goblins would infiltrate, only to realize the gate was opening on its own, causing a commotion as soldiers rushed towards it. Jenna, observing from above, noticed a massive horde of goblins gathering outside the gate, prompting her to worry about a potential ambush. A voice, sharp and commanding, cut through the chaos. "It doesn't matter, get down, now." Amidst the turmoil, a blonde-haired man spoke, his words laced with urgency. "Yalka will open up a path for us with magic." A dark-haired man, clad in dark armor, moved with swift precision. He deflected an attack, his eyes fixed on the approaching soldiers, preparing to engage them. "We're going to stop the soldiers from interfering." A soldier, his face etched with alarm, looked around in confusion. "What's happening? Did an evil spirit invade?" A redhead woman with a bow and arrow, Yalka, swiftly kicked a soldier to the ground. He cried out in pain. A powerful magic spell began to take shape, its incantation echoing in the air, La Gran Antijo. The redhead woman, Yalka, channeled immense magical energy, flames erupting around her as she completed the incantation. A brilliant light flashed, and a path opened up before them, seemingly slicing through the very fabric of reality. The dark-haired man, seizing the opportunity, dashed through the newly created passage. Seo Jin-han, a one-star hero in the brutal game Pick Me Up, found himself thrust into the very world he once played. His dark eyes, narrowed in grim determination, focused on the fiery image of a powerful goddess looming before him. A monstrous creature, its glowing red eyes peering from behind a shattered cage, a clear sign of the chaos he was now trapped within. He launched himself into action, a blur of motion as he dodged the creature's attack. A swift counterattack piercing the monster's defenses with a sharp, precise strike. A pained keek echoed through the air. Meanwhile, a female companion, her fiery hair a stark contrast to her worried expression, fought alongside another party member. She cried out, I won't let you have your. Did the goddess abandon us? The battle raged on, the ground trembling under the weight of the conflict. Leaving Seojin battered and bruised, the rain beginning to fall as he collapsed to his knees. He looked up, his thoughts a mixture of exhaustion and grim determination. Rain. The rain won't stop her flames, right? A blonde-haired man, another member of Seojin's party, roared in defiance, his face contorted in a grimace of exertion. As monstrous creatures closed in, their terrifying roars echoing the growing desperation of the situation. A monstrous orc, its maw agape, lunged towards a fiery-haired woman, its claws outstretched. The woman, seemingly a warrior, braced herself, a determined glint in her eyes. Dodging the orc's attack with a swift, acrobatic movement. She countered with a fiery blast, the flames engulfing the beast, sending it reeling back in a fiery vortex. The woman, however, was not unscathed, she was thrown back by the force of her own attack. The intense heat and energy visibly draining her. The scene was one of chaotic energy and fiery destruction. A voice, sharp and commanding, cut through the chaos. The instruction was clear, make the energy explode outside the gate. A fiery command echoed in the air, burn. The fiery-haired woman channeled her remaining energy, unleashing a devastating blast that tore through the air. The resulting explosion engulfing everything in a wave of searing heat. A man's voice called out, Jenna, Aaron. Jenna, a red-haired woman with a determined expression, responded, yes sir. I'll be going ahead. A woman with fiery orange hair and piercing red eyes, adorned in elaborate crimson and gold robes, held a small vial aloft. Beside her stood a young man with dark hair and intense eyes, his expression grim. Drink one each time you use it, she instructed, her voice sharp. The young man, sweat beading on his brow, responded with a strained, I know. He continued, his voice laced with defiance, we've barely started. Can you do it? His gaze hardened as he challenged the woman, who seemed to be a powerful figure of authority. He stood firm, meeting her gaze. I can. Who do you take me for? He retorted, his confidence unwavering. A muscular man with blonde hair, his face etched with exertion, interrupted, panting, hey. Yes, yes. I can use it 100 times more. The dark-haired young man turned, a smirk playing on his lips. He addressed someone unseen, are you still planning on following us? He then gave instructions to the blonde man, go to Adis. She'll tell you what to do. If you're still alive after the fight, I'll acknowledge you. The blonde man, clearly exhausted but resolute, simply replied, I understand. As the dark-haired young man walked away, a guard warned him, the gate's closing again. However, a narration box appeared, stating a grim fact, the escape route is blocked. Seojin Han, a one-star hero in the brutal game Pick Me Up, found himself unexpectedly transported into the very world he once played. His usually stoic expression was etched with grim determination, his eyes blazing with a newfound intensity. A fiery inferno raged around him, the remnants of a devastating attack. The heat shimmered in the air, a testament to the power unleashed. The flames danced and writhed, a terrifying spectacle as a voice, filled with rage, boomed across the battlefield. I'll kill you all. Seojin's party, a trio of warriors, reacted swiftly to the threat. A commanding female voice cut through the chaos, everyone, to your positions. Seojin, sword in hand and shield at the ready, stood firm amidst the inferno. His gaze was unwavering, focused on the approaching danger. The female leader, Yalka, assessed the situation calmly. Yalka, stage 1, she stated, her voice betraying no hint of panic. Her instructions followed, it's fine if your firepower is weak. Try to spread your flames and cover as many areas as you can. The rain intensified, adding another layer of complexity to the already chaotic battle. One of the party members warned, the rain is getting heavier. A new threat emerged from the shadows of the rain and fire. The goblins will pass through the fire and attack us. Goblins, relentless and numerous, charged through the flames. The party braced themselves for the onslaught, a desperate fight for survival. A final warning echoed, 20 seconds left until Yalka casts. Seojin Han, a one-star hero in the brutal game Pick Me Up, found himself facing a hulking, demonic-looking orc. The orc lunged, its weapon a blur of motion. But Seojin, despite his low rank, reacted with surprising speed, narrowly dodging the orc's brutal attack. He countered with a swift strike, only to be met with a fiery blast from the orc's weapon. The intense heat seared the air around him. Meanwhile, a female warrior with fiery red hair, wielding a glowing orb, fought alongside Seojin. She unleashed a wave of energy. A powerful blast that momentarily stunned the orc, giving Seojin a brief respite. He seized the opportunity and delivered a devastating blow, sending the orc sprawling to the ground. The force of the impact created a shockwave that sent other nearby orcs reeling. One of them, a blonde-haired warrior, charged forward. But the red-haired warrior intercepted him, her attack a blur of motion. The impact sent the orc flying. And the red-haired warrior finished him off with a swift, precise strike. The battle raged on. The red-haired warrior, agile and deadly, continued to fight, her arrows finding their marks with deadly accuracy. She dispatched another orc with a well-aimed shot. Seojin Han, a one-star hero in the brutal game Pick Me Up, found himself thrust into a desperate battle. He braced himself against a monstrous foe, its clawed hand reaching for him, dodging a brutal swipe with practiced ease. His companion, Bolka, a dark-haired warrior, moved to support him, their combined efforts barely holding back the beast's onslaught. But the creature's power was overwhelming. Seojin's blade met the monster's hide, the impact sending a shockwave through his arm. From a distance, a woman with fiery red hair and dark robes watched the fight. Her eyes widened as she noticed the enemy's focus shifting. They're locking onto Bolka. Change positions. Bolka, heeding the warning, ignited a fiery blast, creating a blinding explosion that momentarily stunned the creature, the intense heat warping the very air around them. A deafening roar followed as the creature retaliated, unleashing a wave of searing energy, forcing Seojin to react instantly. He roared, bracing himself against the inferno. And with a desperate cry of run-through, he and Bolka made a daring escape through the fiery maelstrom. Seojin Han and his party found themselves in the midst of a fiery battle, their leather armor offering some protection from the intense heat. Despite the inferno, a sense of relief washed over them as they welcomed their newest member, Ialka, to the team. A sudden change in the weather was about to alter the course of the battle. As rain began to fall, prompting Seojin to immediately order Ialka to cast her spell again. The rain effectively extinguished the fire barricade, creating a tactical shift in the battle. Seojin, seizing the opportunity, directed Eren to support their right flank. Seojin, however, declared that he would handle the remaining enemies himself, giving himself a 20-second time limit. With a fierce determination, Seojin engaged the remaining enemies, the countdown ticking down. Each swing of his blade a blur of motion as he systematically took down his opponents. Only 2 seconds remaining. 1. With a final, powerful strike, Seojin eliminated the last enemy, shouting orders for his team to change positions. The battle was far from over, but for now, they had bought themselves some precious time. Seojin Han, a one-star hero in the brutal game Pick Me Up, found himself unexpectedly transported into the very world he once played. His eyes, wide with a mixture of disbelief and dawning terror, reflected the fiery chaos engulfing him. A desperate battle raging around him. A blonde-haired warrior, his face contorted in exertion, bellowed orders amidst the inferno, move forward while using the fire as a shield. He watched, helpless, as the warrior and a fiery-haired woman fought valiantly against overwhelming odds, their movements a blur of desperate defense against the encroaching flames. The woman, her breath ragged, shouted back, "We'll continue on like this until we reach the river." The sheer scale of their enemy became horrifyingly clear. A seemingly endless horde of monstrous creatures, their eyes burning with malevolent intent, advanced relentlessly. A wall of teeth and claws, a tide of darkness threatening to consume everything in its path. Their snarls echoed through the ravaged landscape, a symphony of impending doom. Each creature was a terrifying spectacle of raw power, their numbers a testament to the overwhelming challenge facing the two heroes. The rain lashed down, a grim backdrop to the approaching carnage. From the heights above, a figure emerged, silhouetted against the stormy sky. A dark cloak billowed around them, a stark contrast to the fiery chaos below. This was no ordinary foe. Seojin Han, a mere one-star hero in the unforgiving world of Pick Me Up, found himself plummeting through a dark, watery abyss, the chilling reality of his virtual existence now a tangible nightmare. A seemingly endless horde of grotesque, one-star goblin-like creatures, their forms flickering in and out of focus, charged across the battlefield, a fiery trail blazing behind them. Their snarling faces contorted in a silent scream of rage, their crude weapons raised high. A relentless tide of savagery, each creature a testament to the sheer numbers the player commanded. Their shadowed forms blurring into a chaotic mass, a storm of teeth and claws descending upon their prey. Until, atop a rocky outcrop, a lone figure stood defiant against the onslaught. Seojin Han, a one-star hero thrust into this digital nightmare, surveyed his army of foes. A grim determination etched onto his face, his eyes burning with a fierce resolve. Below, the rain lashed down, mirroring the storm brewing within him. He knew this was no mere game, this was a fight for survival against a player who held his fate in their hands. A monstrous figure emerged from the depths, a hulking beast wielding a massive weapon, its eyes glowing with malevolent intent. A terrifying harbinger of the challenges that lay ahead for Seojin. His journey to defeat the player had begun. A colossal blade, shimmering with an ethereal light, sliced through the rain-soaked battlefield. The weapon's arc a breathtaking display of power as it cleaved the air with a resounding whiz. The impact sent shockwaves through the very ground, a monstrous roar echoing as the creature's eyes glowed with furious red light. a terrifying display of raw power. A surge of intense heat erupted from within the warrior, igniting a fiery inferno. The flames consuming everything in their path. He roared, "Now! Charge!" as he and his companion launched a desperate attack against the monstrous foe. The creature's eyes burned with malevolent intensity, its gaping maw a terrifying sight amidst the inferno. The warrior's attack was met with a brutal counter, a pained cry escaping his lips as he was thrown back by the force of the blow. Seo Jin Han, a one-star hero in the brutal game Pick Me Up, found himself thrust into the heart of a chaotic battle. He wielded a crude spear, his movements clumsy yet determined amidst a whirlwind of fire and motion. His strike connecting with a hulking goblin, the impact sending the creature sprawling. But Seo Jin's focus sharpened as he noticed a sudden shift in the goblin's attack patterns. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as he realized something was wrong. Despite their recent use of fire magic, the goblins relentlessly charged forward, their ferocity undeterred. He wondered, we just used fire magic, but they're still charging forward despite that? With a battle cry, Seo Jin braced himself for the oncoming assault. He unleashed a flurry of strikes, his blade a blur of motion as he cut through the ranks of the goblins. But the sheer number of goblins overwhelmed him, their attacks relentless. He felt a surge of desperation. The battle raged on, a fiery inferno consuming the battlefield. Seo Jin, battered and bruised, found himself on the brink of defeat. A monstrous figure emerged from the chaos, its presence casting a long shadow over the scene. He realized, it's because of him. The monstrous creature roared, its terrifying visage a testament to the power it wielded. The battle was far from over. Seo Jin Han, a one-star hero in the game Pick Me Up, found himself and his party, including Eren and Jenna, under relentless attack. He knew the enemy player was exploiting a delay in Ielka's spellcasting, allowing for a continuous assault. Their advance was thwarted. The enemy player had anticipated their strategy, forcing them into a desperate defensive maneuver. Seo Jin cursed under his breath, the player's intelligence was unnerving. Despite Eren and Jenna's valiant efforts, Seo Jin knew their defense was unsustainable. They were trapped in a fiery inferno, their air thinning with each passing moment. Ielka, struggling amidst the flames, voiced their dire predicament, explaining that while fire resistance increased their tolerance, it wasn't a complete immunity. Seo Jin, seeing a fleeting opportunity, launched a desperate counterattack. His blade flashed, a torrent of energy slicing through the surrounding monsters. The sheer force of his attack sent shockwaves through the battlefield. He called out to his allies, urging them to regroup for a final, coordinated assault. The weight of their situation pressed heavily on them, this was their last chance. Eren, however, questioned the feasibility of such a bold plan. Seo Jin Han, a one-star hero in the brutal game Pick Me Up, found himself transported into the very game he once dismissed. His eyes blazed with determination, a fierce glint reflecting the fiery background. He gritted his teeth, his expression one of grim resolve as he declared his intent to tear the decorated monster apart. The monstrous figure before him loomed, its features obscured by shadow and a menacing helmet, only its glowing red eyes visible. A terrifying beast, ready to unleash its fury. A guttural roar escaped its maw as it prepared to attack. Suddenly, a wave of fiery energy erupted from a nearby sorceress, her crimson hair flowing wildly as she unleashed a powerful spell. An incantation swirling around her as she channeled her magic. A horde of grotesque goblins charged towards the monster, their crude weapons raised high, only to be engulfed by a massive ring of fire, incinerating them instantly. The monster, enraged by the sorceress's attack, lunged forward, its massive claws extended. But Seo Jin met its assault head-on, his swift movements a blur as he countered the attack with a precise strike. The impact sent the monster reeling, its massive form staggering under the force of the blow, leaving it vulnerable and exposed. Its eyes widened in surprise and pain as Seo Jin prepared for the finishing blow. Seo Jin Han, a one-star hero in the brutal game Pick Me Up, found himself unexpectedly thrown into the very world he once played. Now, facing a monstrous beast, he braced himself for the onslaught. As his companion, Ielka, a powerful mage, prepared a spell. He could hear her muttering the incantation, a question hanging in the air, "Ielka, you're done casting, right?" With a final word, ignite, a surge of fiery energy erupted from Ielka's hands. A swirling vortex of flame engulfing the beast. The blast sent the creature reeling, but it was far from defeated. A pillar of fire shot forth from Ielka's spell, striking the beast with devastating force, but more enemies emerged from the shadows. Seo Jin watched, his face grim. He realized that a single magical attack wouldn't be enough. Maybe using magic once is not enough. But he wouldn't give up. With renewed determination, he channeled his own inner strength, unleashing a devastating counterattack that shook the very ground. "We're not done, you bastard," he roared, his eyes burning with defiance. The beast, wounded but unyielding, glared back, its eyes blazing with fury. A fiery explosion erupted as Seo Jin-han, the one-star hero, unleashed a devastating attack, shouting burn. The force of the blast sent debris flying in all directions, leaving a crater in its wake. Seo Jin, despite his low rank, stood defiant amidst the chaos, a determined glint in his eyes as he muttered, E10. His legs, however, showed the strain of the powerful attack. The heat from the explosion continued to radiate outwards, engulfing a male warrior with a shield and a female archer. The archer, her face grim, knocked an arrow, her eyes burning with fierce determination. Seo Jin, recovering slightly, swung his weapon in a wide arc, the blade whistling through the air as it connected with a monstrous creature, its gaping maw filled with sharp teeth. The creature roared in pain as Seo Jin's attack sent it sprawling to the ground. Meanwhile, a woman with long, flowing blonde hair collapsed, exhaustion etched on her face. Sweat beaded on her brow as she clutched a large, jeweled amulet. Seo Jin-han, a one-star hero in the brutal game Pick Me Up, found himself unexpectedly transported into the very game he once dismissed as mere practice. He now carried a wounded woman, her crimson dress stained with blood, in his arms. A desperate plea escaping her lips, but he silenced her with a curt command, "Don't talk." Their situation was dire. Surrounded by a relentless horde of enemies, the party assessed their options. Even with powerful magic, they couldn't eliminate them all. The relentless onslaught continued, threatening to overwhelm them. If they continue to mob us without giving ourselves time to organize, we'll be annihilated. A grim realization dawned on them. Their ultimate goal wasn't them, it was the fortress beyond. They were merely obstacles in the way. The party's leader was gone, leaving them to ponder their next move. Were the enemies simply clearing the path to their true objective, or was there more to it? A fiery explosion erupted nearby, signaling a new threat. The relentless assault continued unabated. The intense heat and flames engulfed the battlefield as the enemies pressed their attack, forcing the party to retreat towards the fortress. Had the enemies chosen the fortress as their next target? Seo Jin's gaze hardened, his mind racing to understand the enemy's strategy. A torrential downpour lashed against the landscape as Seo Jin-han's party fought their way through a chaotic melee, successfully outmaneuvering their pursuers. Seo Jin, ever the strategist, noted that with the distance gained, the enemy was now focused on the fortress ahead, leaving them momentarily safe. The aftermath of their escape left two of Seo Jin's companions, a fiery-haired woman and a young archer, injured and breathless on the ground. The archer complained about the rough landing, while the woman, clearly shaken, confessed to fearing for her life. Seo Jin, his face grim, reflected on their narrow escape. He realized their survival hinged on their successful assassination of the enemy commander. Had he lived, their plan would have undoubtedly failed. Deciding on a course of action, Seo Jin proposed a brief rest, suggesting they use their remaining health potions. He instructed them to apply the potions to their burns and to take only one gulp each, as they only had one left. He offered a potion to the archer, who winced at its bitter taste. Despite their victory, the grim reality of their situation remained. Seo Jin noted that the northern wall was still under siege, and that the enemy was relentlessly pushing through the outer wall. The relentless assault continued, with monstrous figures emerging from the chaos. Seo Jin, however, remained resolute. He acknowledged that this was merely the beginning of their arduous journey. The image of a siege weapon being destroyed underscored the scale of the conflict. Seo Jin-han, a one-star hero in the brutal game Pick Me Up, trudged through the relentless rain. His shield strapped to his back, sword at his hip, he was a solitary figure against the stormy backdrop. The downpour mirroring the relentless onslaught he faced within the game's unforgiving world. Suddenly, the sound of battle pierced the downpour. Orcs, their eyes glowing menacingly, charged forward, their crude weapons raised high. Seo Jin, caught in the fray, grimaced. "They won't give us a break," he muttered, his breath misting in the cold air. A wave of exhaustion washing over him. More orcs emerged from the gloom, their numbers seemingly endless. "Everyone, get ready to fight," he shouted, steeling himself for another brutal encounter. A desperate cry echoing through the rain-soaked battlefield. The orcs roared their challenge, their attack imminent. One of Seo Jin's companions, his face etched with fear and exhaustion, groaned, "Ugh, we haven't even rested." But Seo Jin's expression hardened. "Yeah, this time," he said, a grim determination settling over his features. A chilling glint in his eyes as he prepared to face the overwhelming odds. A monstrous orc, larger and more ferocious than the others, emerged from the shadows, its roar shaking the very ground. The final battle had begun. Looming over the battlefield, a hulking ogre, level 23, stood as a formidable opponent. Its brute strength and imposing size were immediately apparent. Seo Jin-han, trapped within the game Pick Me Up, observed the scene with a grim determination. He silently registered the ogre's presence, a new challenge in his desperate fight for survival. A monstrous creature, its features vaguely reptilian, loomed over the scene, its glowing eyes burning with malevolent intensity. Its guttural roar echoing through the desolate landscape. Another, equally terrifying beast, this one more bovine in appearance, charged forward. A smaller, goblin-like creature was also visible, its presence adding to the growing sense of dread. A notification appeared, identifying the larger beast as an ogre, level 23. Observing the scene, a voice calmly stated, "They brought a big friend." Another voice, this one more assertive, declared, "I'm assigning roles." The scene shifted to reveal a group of adventurers facing the oncoming horde. A large, hulking ogre led the charge. One of them, a man with dark hair and a determined expression, drew his sword. He barked orders to his companions, "Ialka, create a firewall and stop the goblins. Aaron, protect Ialka." Ialka, a red-haired woman, responded with concern, "I can stop the goblins, but what about that monster? My firewall won't stop him." The ogre lunged forward, its massive fist shattering the ground. A monstrous, boar-like creature, its hide scarred and its eyes burning with malevolent energy, lunged forward. A voice, sharp and commanding, cut through the air. "Stop talking nonsense and start." Seo Jin Han, a young man with dark hair and a determined expression, responded instantly. He raised his sword and shield, preparing to meet the beast's onslaught. He moved with surprising speed, his blade ablur as he met the creature's attack head-on. The impact sent shockwaves through the ground, the force of the blow sending him sprawling. Despite the impact, he remained focused, his eyes fixed on his opponent. A grim realization washed over him, "If I get hit even once, I'll die." The sheer power of the creature was overwhelming. He knew he couldn't win a direct confrontation, so he would have to rely on strategy. He saw a weakness in the creature's defense, a chink in its armor that he could exploit. A swift, precise strike aimed at that vulnerable point. The creature roared in pain as the blow landed. But it was only a small victory. He knew this would be a long fight. Even though it'll take more time, the only way is to gradually attack it, he thought, his resolve hardening. The creature retaliated with a fiery blast, the heat intense enough to scorch the earth. Seo Jin barely managed to dodge the attack. But the ensuing chaos gave him an opening. He saw his chance and moved swiftly, striking again at the creature's weak point. The battle raged on, a desperate struggle for survival against a foe far stronger than himself. Seo Jin Han, a one-star hero in the brutal game Pick Me Up, found himself thrust into the very world he once played. He braced himself, his shield raised against a monstrous goblin, its maw agape in a ferocious roar. And with a swift, powerful motion, he slashed his blade, a brilliant arc of energy cleaving through the air, leaving a trail of purple energy in its wake. The goblin staggered back, wounded. Meanwhile, a red-haired archer, her face grim with determination, knocked an arrow, her bowstring taut, releasing a volley of arrows that found their mark with deadly accuracy. The arrows pierced the goblin's hide, embedding themselves deep within its flesh. Observing the scene, the archer smirked. "Oh, I think it's working. Since the target is large, it's an easier opponent compared to the goblin." Her eyes gleamed with a predatory light. "It can't dodge, so if I stack damage like this." Another volley of arrows rained down upon the wounded goblin, its roars echoing through the battlefield. But the archer paused, considering her next move. "If I take it back, I think the goblins are easier." She analyzed the situation. It's not dodging because it probably doesn't have to. If it's not a hit to its vital point, then it won't harm it, so save your arrows. Seo Jin, observing the goblin's resilience, questioned its anatomy. Does it even have a vital point? A fierce battle raged. A red-haired woman, her face contorted in anger, fired an arrow, narrowly missing a hulking goblin as it was engulfed in flames. Meanwhile, a young man with dark hair stared in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock as he witnessed the scene unfold before him. "What?" Another warrior, blonde-haired, cursed. "Damn it, Aaron has his hands full with the goblins," he muttered, his blade ablur as he fought back against the relentless onslaught. "And the distribution of our strength fell through because one more showed up." The blonde warrior's thoughts turned grim. "The longer this goes on, the more disadvantageous this situation will be for us." A decision was made. Then, the dark-haired young man launched himself into the fray, his sword flashing as he engaged a goblin in close combat. A desperate move, a calculated risk. "We need to take the risk." The young man deflected a blow with his shield, the force of the impact sending tremors through his body. He pressed his attack, ignoring the pain that shot through his arm. "We're going to ignore the pain." With a final, powerful strike, he shattered the goblin's defenses, sending debris flying. Seo Jin Han, a one-star hero in the brutal game Pick Me Up, found himself thrust into the very world he once played. His face, marred by battle, was a mask of grim determination as he swung his sword with ferocious power. The blade a blur against the monstrous foe. A guttural roar echoed as the creature lunged, its massive jaws snapping shut just inches from Seojin. Seojin, despite his injuries, smirked. This bastard, too, is a male. Ah, there is a vital point. He identified the creature's weakness and prepared to exploit it. With a swift, precise movement, Seojin drove his sword into the monster's exposed flank, sending a shockwave of energy that ripped through the beast's body. The creature roared in agony as it staggered back, its form beginning to crumble. Seojin pressed his advantage, his blade flashing as he delivered a final, decisive blow, sending the monster crashing to the ground in a shower of sparks and debris. He had defeated another opponent, but the fight was far from over. Seojin Han, a one-star hero in the brutal game Pick-Me-Up, found himself facing a formidable foe. He parried the blow, but his assessment was immediate. It was a shallow attack. He raised his shield, bracing for the next onslaught. But Seojin knew that the enemy's true power was yet to be unleashed. It didn't matter, he would face it head-on. With a burst of speed, Seojin countered, his blade flashing through the air. The impact was devastating, a critical hit that sent his opponent reeling. And a swift, precise thrust finished the enemy. The sound of the sword-piercing flesh echoed through the battlefield. One enemy down. Seojin's resolve hardened, he was ready for whatever came next. He prepared for the next wave of attacks, his eyes narrowed in focus. Seojin Han, a one-star hero in the brutal game Pick-Me-Up, found himself unexpectedly transported into the very world he once played. His body, battered and bruised, bore witness to a recent, brutal attack. As he watched Jenna and another party member fight a monstrous creature engulfed in flames. The scene was chaotic, a whirlwind of fire and desperate struggle. The creature roared, its massive form a terrifying sight. Is it after Ryalka? Jenna, lure it with your arrows, one of them shouted. Jenna, heeding the warning, loosed a volley of arrows, attempting to distract the beast. But the creature proved too swift, easily dodging the projectiles and charging towards them. The creature's massive paw slammed down, sending a shockwave through the ground. Ack! No! We're too late! Panic seized Seojin as he watched the creature's attack fall upon Jenna. His desperate cry of Ryalka echoed the fear in his heart. Jenna, despite the imminent danger, channeled her magic, a desperate attempt to counter the attack. A wave of energy erupted from her, pushing back against the creature's might. Kaya! As a strange, dark energy pulsed from the creature's body. What's that? Seojin Han, a one-star hero in the game Pick-Me-Up, found himself inexplicably transported into the very world he once played. A vague doubt clouded his mind. A memory of a dam collapsing on the 7th floor of the castle, the broken fragments and holes in the dirt looking as if something had hit it with immense force. The scene shifted to a powerful goblin, capable of destroying castle walls and buildings without any weapon. This was unusual. Seojin's eyes widened in realization. It wasn't aiming for Ryalka, the main target, but for the dam. The goblin charged towards it with terrifying speed. The dam, already weakened, was in imminent danger of complete destruction. A red-haired warrior, appearing to be a higher-ranked hero, leaped into action. She engaged the goblin in fierce combat, and ultimately ending its life with a final, decisive strike. Seojin watched, his eyes blazing with determination. I'll let you do that? A monstrous figure, its eyes glowing with malevolent energy, loomed over its adversaries. With a cruel grin, it roared, promising certain death. The scene shifted to a fierce battle. A female warrior with fiery red hair fought alongside a shielded comrade against the monstrous creature. As a powerful blue energy beam erupted from the shielded warrior's weapon, striking the beast with immense force. The impact sent the monstrous creature sprawling into the stormy sea, its body battered and broken. The female warrior watched from the shore, her expression grim. Another powerful blast of energy erupted from the warrior's position, a blinding white light engulfing the area. The warrior, panting heavily, leaned against a rock, his face etched with exhaustion. He muttered to himself, acknowledging the nearness of their escape. A monstrous hand, seemingly detached from its owner, reached out from the depths of the sea, its grasp threatening. The hand crashed down, sending a shockwave through the water. And the warrior, eyes wide with shock, stared in disbelief. A monstrous goblin, its jagged teeth bared, lunged forward with savage intent, its attack a whirlwind of claws and fury. The impact of its assault sending shockwaves through the air, splintering wood and stone. A blinding flash of light erupted as the creature's attack was met with overwhelming force, the scene momentarily obscured by a brilliant explosion. The dust settled, revealing a triumphant blonde-haired man, his face etched with exertion. Han! We killed the remaining goblins. What should we do now? He exclaimed, his voice filled with a mixture of relief and apprehension. Below him, a dark-haired man stood silently, his expression unreadable. Suddenly, a colossal figure emerged from the depths, its monstrous form dwarfing the surrounding landscape. "We failed," the grim voice echoed, the words heavy with the weight of impending doom. A narration box appeared, revealing a chilling assessment. "If the information and predictions I obtained were accurate, then there are probably reinforcements beyond the dam that will come through the forest." Another narration box continued the grim prognosis. "However, as the dam has now collapsed, they won't be able to cross the river." The image showed the remnants of a destroyed dam, the raging waters a testament to the scale of the disaster. A final narration box laid bare the horrifying truth. "At this rate, 10 people from Party 1 and 2, alongside 360 soldiers who are defending the fortress, will need to stop more than 3,000 goblins." The dark-haired man's face was grim, his eyes filled with a dawning horror. Then, Han. Seo Han, a one-star hero in the brutal game Pick Me Up, found himself unexpectedly transported into the very world he once played. Rain lashed down as he stared into the abyss, his face etched with a mixture of shock and grim determination. He muttered to himself, desperately searching for a solution to his predicament. A young man with blonde hair, breathless and exhausted, announced his victory over the remaining goblins. He immediately questioned what he should do next. He realized the daunting task ahead. With only 10 party members from parties 1 and 2, they had to stop over 300 goblins. And that was in addition to 360 soldiers defending against a siege. The weight of this responsibility was heavy on him. His face reflected the grim reality of their situation. Then, a young man with dark hair, his expression grim, voiced the question on everyone's mind: "What do we do now?" The dark-haired young man, Seo Han, stood resolute, a determined glint in his eyes despite his exhaustion. A hand rested on his shoulder. A sword, seemingly heavy with the weight of the coming battle, was held in readiness. Seo Han, a one-star hero in the game Pick Me Up, found himself in a grim situation. His expression was one of grim determination as he listened to his companion's words. He was clad in dark, worn armor, a stark contrast to the more pristine attire of the soldier standing beside him. The soldier's suggestion to formulate a backup plan sparked a wave of doubt within Seo. He questioned the very possibility of such a strategy, given his current predicament. The scene shifted to a desolate, rain-swept shore. Seo, along with 2 other characters, stood facing a mysterious figure with fiery red hair. The air crackled with tension as the red-haired woman, Yalka, seemed to sense something amiss. Yalka's hand glowed with an ethereal purple light, emanating from a jeweled bracelet on her wrist. A surge of magical energy coursed through her, transforming her appearance into a powerful sorceress, radiating an aura of immense power. Dark purple energy swirled around her. From the sorceress's hand, a dark, shadowy mass erupted, hurtling towards Seo and his companions. Seo reacted instantly. He shouted a warning, urging them to move as the dark energy slammed into the ground near them, causing a massive shockwave that sent debris flying. Yalka unleashed another attack. With a fierce cry, she launched a powerful blast of dark energy, shattering the wooden planks of the dock. A powerful magical blast erupts, the force of the explosion sending shockwaves outwards, leaving behind a scene of utter devastation. A large, dark, crystalline entity is embedded in a shattered wooden structure, the impact clearly immense. The aftermath of the blast is shown, a desolate landscape under a stormy sky. A lone figure stands amidst the ruins. Seo Han, a young man with dark hair, stands beside Yalka, a woman with long, auburn hair, her expression a mix of concern and awe. He addresses her, his voice laced with surprise: "Yalka, you. Telekinesis is the basic of all basics of magic." Seojin's frustration boils over. He exclaims, "Don't you know that I thought it was over for us? You're supposed to let me know ahead of time if you can do something like that." She playfully pinches his cheek. Yalka continues, "Who said to hide your best skill? Ha? I'm sure I told you to tell me every magic you know." He sighs in relief. "Well, we survived thanks to you. We would have failed if it weren't for Yalka." In the distance, a new threat emerges. A small group of figures approaches, and a young woman with bright red hair shouts, "Oappa!" Seo Han, a one-star hero in the brutal game Pick Me Up, found himself and his party, including the archer Yalka, facing a relentless onslaught of goblin-like creatures. Their numbers seemed endless, a tide of snarling teeth and crude weapons crashing against their meager defenses. Yalka, her bow already strained from countless shots, let out a frustrated cry. More goblins appeared, seemingly summoned from nowhere, adding to the already overwhelming horde. One particularly vicious goblin lunged at Seo, its crude weapon aimed at his heart. Seo, however, reacted instantly. His blade flashing in a blur of motion as he effortlessly deflected the blow and countered with a swift, precise strike, cleaving the creature in two. Despite his skill, the sheer number of goblins continued to overwhelm them. Seo fought with grim determination, his movements a deadly dance of precision and power. But as the battle raged, a growing unease settled over him. The promised reinforcements had yet to arrive, and his anxiety began to mount. His companion, Yelka, shared his concern. A grim realization dawned on Seojin: what if there was no support coming at all? The thought sent a chill down his spine. He was starting to doubt the very premise of their strategy. With a frustrated shout, Seojin urged Yelka to use the remaining potions, their only hope against the overwhelming odds. As Yelka desperately consumed her remaining potions, a new wave of goblins, even more ferocious than before, charged towards them, their eyes burning with a malevolent glow. The battle was far from over. Seojin Han, a lowly one-star hero in the brutal game Pick Me Up, found himself plummeting through a dark, ethereal void. His descent abruptly halted as he crashed into a chaotic battlefield. A fierce battle raged around him, with monstrous creatures clashing against a party of players. Among them stood a striking woman with fiery red hair, her expression a mixture of determination and grim resolve, wielding a staff with deadly precision. While nearby, another player, a young man with dark hair, roared in frustration, his face streaked with blood, as he desperately fought to survive. The red-haired woman, seemingly unfazed by the onslaught, continued her assault, her staff moving with deadly grace. A monstrous goblin lunged at her, its claws outstretched, but she effortlessly deflected its attack. With a powerful strike, she sent the creature flying, its body shattering into a shower of sparks. Then, turning her attention to another foe, she unleashed a devastating beam of energy that struck her opponent with brutal force, sending him reeling. Seojin, witnessing the carnage, felt a surge of adrenaline. He was no longer just a one-star hero, he was trapped in the game, and survival was his only objective. He drew his sword, preparing for the fight of his life. Leaping from a high vantage point, he plunged towards the heart of the battle. Landing gracefully, he prepared to face the horde of monstrous creatures closing in on him. Seojin Han, a one-star hero in the brutal game Pick Me Up, gasped for breath, his chest heaving. He was trapped in the game's reality, his body weary from the relentless onslaught of the Iron Lion cavalry. A fearsome force of armored warriors astride powerful steeds, their metallic armor gleaming under the stormy sky. The leader, a towering figure with a lion-like helmet, raised his sword, a chilling command echoing in the air. A challenge to prove his worth. Seojin, despite his low rank, stood defiant, his own sword held firm, a grim determination etched on his face. He was no longer just a game character, he was a warrior fighting for survival. The Iron Lion cavalry, their terrifying roars echoing through the rain-lashed battlefield, charged. Their leader bellowed a battle cry, "Iron Lion Cavalry." The leader, his voice booming with authority, issued a final challenge to Seojin: "Prove your dignity." Seojin's eyes narrowed as he saw the cavalry's relentless advance. He heard the command from their leader, "Everyone, charge," a chilling prelude to the impending onslaught. A sheer weight of numbers threatening to overwhelm him. "Cavalry," he muttered, a mixture of fear and determination hardening his gaze. He braced himself for the impact. A thunderous charge of the Iron Lion cavalry crashed against him, a whirlwind of steel and fury. The ground trembled under the force of their assault. A relentless tide of armored riders seemed unstoppable. Seojin fought back with desperate skill, his sword a blur of motion against the overwhelming odds. The rider, a terrifying beastman in full plate armor, continued his relentless assault, his eyes burning with savage intent. A notification appeared: the Iron Lion cavalry, an ally NPC, had joined the fray. Meanwhile, a woman with fiery red hair, presumably Jenna, barked orders at two others, Aaron, and likely someone named Elka, urging them to move from their static positions. The Iron Lion cavalry charged into battle, a wave of armored knights on horseback thundering across the rain-soaked battlefield. Their powerful advance a blur of motion and steel. The sheer scale of the cavalry was revealed, approximately 500 soldiers strong. They faced a horde of grotesque, goblin-like creatures wielding crude weapons. Despite their numerical advantage, the narrator noted that the goblins, though outnumbered, were significantly stronger than typical city guard soldiers. The battle raged, a goblin was shown falling, blood splattering as a knight's weapon sliced through it. The cavalry relentlessly pushing forward. Aaron, observing the overwhelming force of the cavalry, remarked on their effectiveness. Jenna, however, questioned whether they should simply watch the battle unfold. A game notification popped up, revealing that 458 human cavalry soldiers, of an unknown level, were currently engaged in combat. While Jenna expressed awe at the cavalry's performance and suggested they simply observe, Aaron, though tempted by the idea of rest, hesitated, prompting a question about their equestrian skills. Seojin Han, a one-star hero in the brutal game Pick Me Up, found himself trapped within its digital world. His usual strategy of observing boss patterns to improve his gameplay was useless now, he was the one being controlled. A grim determination hardened his gaze as he silently resolved, "I can learn right now." He knew his situation was dire. The player controlling him, his virtual god, couldn't directly interfere in battles, but their influence was undeniable. This realization sparked a plan. Testing the limits of this indirect control, Seojin mentally requesting skill book, basic horse riding. A surge of energy crackled around him as the game interface materialized before his eyes. Han had requested the skill book, the cost was 500 gems. The choice was his, yes or no? Without hesitation, Seojin chose yes. The digital book materialized in his hand, a glowing tome of arcane knowledge. He held the skill book, a tangible representation of his defiance against his virtual overlord. The skill was acquired. The game interface confirmed the acquisition. Horse riding. It was a seemingly insignificant skill, but it was a start. Seojin knew he couldn't learn combat skills directly, but this was a loophole. He could acquire basic skills that might prove useful later. The game announced, skill learned. Han has learned basic horse riding. A single, heavy footstep echoed in the desolate corridor. Seojin's journey to overcome his virtual god had begun. Seojin Han, a one-star hero in the brutal game Pick Me Up, found himself unexpectedly thrust into the very world he once played. He rode a horse, a skill he never possessed in the game, alongside his party members, a group of other low-ranked heroes. One of them, a woman with fiery red hair, commented on his newfound equestrian ability, surprised that he had never ridden before. He was still adjusting to the reality of his situation, his thoughts confirming his ability to ride the horse. A grim determination settled on his face as he realized the implications of his new reality. He muttered to himself that they now had the advantage. Suddenly, a wave of energy erupted from behind them. A squadron of heavily armored knights on horseback charged into view, their arrival a dramatic shift in the balance of power. The knights' arrival was swift and powerful, their charge a blur of steel and motion as they swept across the battlefield. Their numbers overwhelming, the knights formed a formidable line, ready for battle. The tide had turned. Seojin Han, a one-star hero in the brutal game Pick Me Up, found himself unexpectedly transported into the very game he once dismissed as mere practice. Rain lashed down as he stumbled, a sword piercing the ground near his foot. A grim reminder of his precarious situation. He looked up, his expression grim, as he registered the words of his companion, they now had the upper hand. A fierce battle raged. Seojin and his allies fought valiantly against a relentless onslaught of enemy soldiers. Their desperate defense against a tide of armored cavalry pushing towards the castle walls. Mounted on horseback alongside a female companion with fiery orange hair, Seojin surveyed the battlefield. He listened as she explained the current situation. The goblins posed little threat until the castle gates were breached. But the northern side was under siege by ladder carts, posing a far greater danger. The map showed the enemy's movements. The cavalry was also heading north, creating a critical threat. Seojin considered his options. If he followed the cavalry, he could potentially mitigate the danger. Seojin Han, a one-star hero in the game Pick Me Up, glared with intense focus. His eyes, blazing with defiance, reflected the harsh reality of his situation. He muttered, unconvinced, that it wouldn't be so easy to escape. He vehemently declared that this shitty game wouldn't let him escape so easily. He ordered a tactical retreat, instructing his party to move to the sides, away from the main battlefield. One of his companions, however, questioned the order, concerned about leaving the north gates undefended. Seojin scoffed, incredulous that his companions thought this was the entirety of the enemy forces. A swift, brutal strike landed, suggesting a hidden ambush. Seojin and his party were escaping the range of enemy arrows, heading towards the north forest to put distance between themselves and the battle. One of his companions confirmed the plan, stating yes, sir. The rain abruptly stopped. They rode swiftly, leaving a trail of motion blur behind them. However, lurking within the forest, a hidden force of goblin riders waited to ambush them. Seojin Han, a one-star hero in the brutal game Pick Me Up, found himself facing a horde of goblin riders. His eyes narrowed in calculation as he assessed the situation. 211 goblin riders were charging towards them. He formulated a plan: if I stop their path with Ialka's magic, we can disrupt their attack. The goblin riders' relentless advance continued. Their brutal onslaught drawing closer. As the monstrous figures loomed large. Suddenly, a new threat emerged. 23 ogres joined the fray, their terrifying roars echoing across the battlefield. The ogres' powerful blows rained down. A wave of destruction threatening to overwhelm them. Observing the chaos from a distance, another character, a man with blonde hair, voiced his concern. You see that? There's going to be a problem if the wolf riders join the fray. The cavalry alone won't be able to withstand the attacks. Seojin turned to Ialka, his companion, and asked anxiously, Ialka, how's your mana reserve? Ialka, riding alongside him, responded, I could do it, but the firepower will be weak. Seojin, understanding the limitations, instructed her, focus on the area of effect rather than the power. He then declared his next move, I'm going to ride across the north forest. A command echoed across the ravaged landscape, sear the entire forest with your magic. A wave of incandescent energy erupted from an unseen source, engulfing the trees in a fiery inferno. leaving behind only charred remains and a lingering heat that warped the very air. The camera shifts to a chaotic battlefield. Soldiers clambered over crumbling walls, desperately fighting off a horde of grotesque creatures. Among them, a young man with short, tousled brown hair fought with surprising ferocity, his sword a blur of motion as he cut down his foes. But one particularly vicious creature lunged, its claws tearing into his side. He roared in pain. He gasped, "Yuyua! I'm gonna fall." Just as he was about to collapse, a dark figure with long, black hair swept in, a wave of dark energy slicing through the air, sending the creature flying. The young man landed heavily, his breath ragged. He weakly mumbled, Thank you." The dark-haired figure, seemingly unfazed, said, "Don't mind that and keep fighting." From behind them, a masked figure roared, "Ride forward." Seo Han, a one-star hero in the brutal game Pick Me Up, found himself unexpectedly transported into the very world he once played. Now, facing a desperate battle against overwhelming odds, he urged his Iron Lion cavalry forward. The armored knights, mounted on their heavily plated steeds, charged into the fray, a whirlwind of steel and determination. The order to charge echoed across the battlefield as the Iron Lion cavalry crashed into the ranks of grotesque, monstrous enemies, their lances and swords flashing in a brutal ballet of death. Blood splattered the ground as the clash of steel met the desperate roars of the enemy. Despite their valiant efforts, the Iron Lion cavalry began to falter under the sheer weight of numbers. But just as hope seemed lost, reinforcements arrived, a glimmer of light in the encroaching darkness. Han's strategic maneuver had paid off, a desperate counterattack was launched, turning the tide of battle. And with a renewed sense of purpose, the remaining soldiers fought with renewed vigor, their cries of victory echoing through the air. The final clash was brutal, a whirlwind of steel and blood, but in the end, Seo Han's forces prevailed, leaving a trail of fallen enemies in their wake. Victory was near. Seo Han, a one-star hero in the game Pick Me Up, and now inexplicably trapped within its digital world, commanded his power with a fierce shout of ignite. A wave of searing flames erupted from him, engulfing the battlefield, the intense heat pushing back against the encroaching goblin horde, leaving a trail of fiery destruction in its wake. The flames consumed several goblins and their monstrous wolf mounts, their pained cries echoing through the ravaged forest. Iolda, a fiery-haired warrior, watched the scene unfold with a grim determination etched on her face. Seo observing Iolda's strained expression, calmly stated, "Iolda's role will end here, since her mana will start overflowing if she uses any more magic." He continued, "If it goes on like this, the whole forest will burn down, but that doesn't matter. In fact, it'd be better. That forest was a breeding ground for goblins anyway. They'll be cleansed by the fire along with the forest." The defense continued on afterwards. 100 soldiers survived the battle on the north wall, but many of the city defenders were sacrificed before the cavalry arrived. Half of the cavalry fell to the ambush of the ogres, and the battle continued on against the remaining goblin riders who joined after. A monstrous creature, its reptilian features accentuated by goggles and a menacing grin, glared at the viewer. Its words echoed the grim reality of the situation. If it hadn't started the fire, the cavalry would have been completely annihilated. The scene shifted to a brutal clash. A knight, clad in shining armor, brought his sword down with devastating force, the blade cleaving through a grotesque goblin's head with a spray of blood and gore. The narration box highlighted the overwhelming skill of the cavalry. Another swift strike followed, showcasing the cavalry's superior skill, easily overcoming the sheer number of their opponents. The knight's attack continued, a blur of motion as he cut down another foe, leaving a trail of carnage in his wake. The battlefield was littered with the bodies of the defeated goblins. The mission was declared complete. The victorious cavalry stood triumphant, their swords raised high. Their cries of glory to the goddess rang out across the battlefield, a testament to their victory. Elsewhere, two young men, alive and celebrating their survival, embraced each other. A young woman with long black hair watched them from a distance, her expression unreadable. Nearby, a grizzled veteran soldier rested, wounded but alive. From a high vantage point, a figure with dark hair and clothing called out, "Han," to a blonde archer and his companion, who stood amidst the ruins of a once grand structure, its pillars now shattered. The camera angle shifted, revealing a dark-haired man and a woman with fiery orange hair riding a horse, disappearing into a dark gateway. The dark-haired man, seemingly the leader, reflected, "No one died in this battle. I didn't get any messages that someone returned to the arms of the goddess, either. Looks like nobody died." The group, now composed of the dark-haired man, the orange-haired woman, the blonde archer, and a red-haired woman, stood together, their expressions a mix of relief and something else. The dark-haired man continued, "We've changed from how we were on the 5th floor. That's right. We've progressed from the 5th floor, from now onwards." The red-haired woman questioned, "But why aren't we going back? Isn't the mission over?" The dark-haired man's eyes narrowed, a flicker of something dangerous in their depths. A fiery battle erupted, the dark-haired man at the center, his movements a blur as he fought against multiple opponents. A blinding flash of light and energy filled the screen, obscuring the view with a chaotic display of yellow and orange hues. The intense glow slowly subsided, revealing a monstrous figure emerging from the heart of the explosion. Its form was vaguely humanoid, but with grotesque, bestial features, sharp horns, glowing eyes, and a menacing grin. The monster stood, its massive frame silhouetted against the fading light, clutching a wicked-looking blade. The scene was one of raw power and impending danger. From a distance, a knight in shining armor announced, "We've taken down all the monsters already." Below, a fiery inferno raged, the remnants of the battle still smoldering. The knight and his companions stood victorious, their swords raised high in triumph. But a sense of unease hung in the air. A narration box appeared, but the stage-cleared message wasn't appearing. Seo Han, the protagonist, appeared, a question mark floating above his head as he muttered to himself, "Why? There's nothing else to be done." A loading screen appeared, indicating a transition to a new game state. Seo, now mounted on a sleek, futuristic horse, rode towards an unknown destination, accompanied by a mysterious woman. Seo Han, a one-star hero in the brutal game Pick Me Up, found himself trapped in a desperate situation. His face contorted in a grimace, sweat beaded on his brow as he struggled against an unseen force. His party, a trio of spectral wolf-like knights, began to flicker and fade, their forms dissolving into ethereal wisps. Panic seized them as one of the knights cried out, "What's going on?" A chilling message appeared, overlaying the game's grim landscape, "There has been an error in the server. You have been disconnected." As the knights vanished completely, a figure emerged from the digital ether. A woman with long, flowing white hair, a cruel smile playing on her lips, materialized before them. "Please wait," she announced, her voice dripping with malicious amusement. Seo and his remaining companion, a young woman with teal hair, watched in stunned silence as reality itself seemed to unravel around them. The young woman whispered, "Everything stopped." A sudden, chilling voice cut through the silence. "Look behind you," it hissed, a warning that sent a shiver down their spines. Seo, his eyes narrowed in suspicion and determination, turned to face the source of the ominous warning. His gaze fell upon a colossal figure looming over the desolate landscape. The sheer scale of the being dwarfed everything around it. A terrifying presence that exuded an aura of overwhelming power. Above the figure, a distorted digital display flickered, SSS Theta XLV 999. The player, revealed at last, stood before Seo, a silhouette wreathed in digital fire, a godlike figure ready to crush the insignificant one-star hero beneath their heel. A wave of distorted energy pulsed through the digital landscape, a chaotic maelstrom of crimson and gold. Leaving behind a trail of shimmering particles as Seo Han, a young man with a grim determination etched onto his face, examined a data card. The card displayed a party of 4 female characters, their pixelated forms radiating a faint, ethereal glow. He recognized them instantly as his in-game party, their stats and abilities painfully familiar. A stark reminder of his previous life as a low-ranked player in the brutal world of Pick Me Up. The image flickered, showing fragmented scenes of his party battling monstrous creatures, their movements jerky and stilted, reflecting the limitations of their low-star ratings. A chilling premonition of the fate that awaited him. A monstrous grin, filled with rows of razor-sharp teeth, filled the screen, its red glow casting an ominous shadow over Seojin's face. A horrifying visage of the game's final boss, a being of immense power that had previously crushed him countless times. Fear, cold and sharp, pierced Seojin's heart. His eyes narrowed, a flicker of defiance burning within their depths. A realization dawning on him, this wasn't just another game over. He was trapped within the game itself, facing the very player who had controlled his every move, his every defeat. "That bastard is from back then," he seethed, the words a venomous whisper. A rage fueling his resolve. You bastard," he growled, his eyes blazing with a newfound intensity. The image of the player, a shadowy figure shrouded in darkness, flashed before his eyes, a symbol of the ultimate challenge he was about to face. The narration box proudly proclaimed their achievement. A party of 6 6-star heroes had conquered the 88th floor of the tower, a feat that placed them first in Korea. Their triumph extended beyond national borders, they had risen to a remarkable 5th place globally. The game's title screen, Pick Me Up, Infinite Gotcha, appeared on the screen, the loading bar slowly progressing. A narration box explained the game's core mechanics. It was a game of luck, skill, and battle, where heroes fought independently. The player could issue basic commands, but the heroes ultimately determined their own battle strategies. Despite this autonomy, there were instances where heroes inexplicably failed to fight effectively. The player reflected that if the game relied solely on rank and luck, he wouldn't have achieved his current level of success. The player's obsession stemmed from a unique game feature, the ever-changing dungeon, a tower that challenged players to climb and save the world. 2 in-game screens displayed the current challenges, an upper-ranked dungeon with a 5-hour time limit and an exploration dungeon with a longer time limit, both offering opportunities to collect rare ingredients. However, a close-up on the player's determined face hinted at an impending challenge or difficulty. Seo Jin-han, a one-star hero in the game pick-me-up, found himself face-to-face with a terrifying foe. The figure before him was clearly a high-level player, a being of immense power, as evidenced by the ominous display of their level, 999. A level 999? The sheer magnitude of the number sent a jolt of fear through him. He realized the impossible: the game's capacity was only 99, excluding 7-star heroes. This opponent was far beyond the game's intended limits. Rage contorted Seojin's features as he recognized the player from a past encounter. "You," he seethed, "you bastard." The high-level player, identified as Sho, level 999, was not alone. A shadowy figure, a dark disciple, level 15, emerged from the darkness. The two figures stood side by side, a stark contrast in power levels, yet united in their menacing presence. A surge of dark energy emanated from the hooded figure, a palpable sense of malice filling the air. His eyes glowed with malevolent red light as he spoke, a chilling promise hanging in the air: "I will wait for you." Seo Jin, his face etched with grim determination, braced himself for the inevitable confrontation. Sweat beaded on his brow as he steeled his resolve. The battle was about to begin. Seo Jin-han, a one-star hero in the brutal game pick-me-up, found himself unexpectedly transported into the very world he once dismissed as mere pixels. He stood before a formidable foe, a level 15 dark disciple, its shadowy form flickering with digital distortion. The digital glitches highlighting the stark reality of his situation. His gaming philosophy, that low-level characters were merely tools to learn enemy attack patterns, was now his life-or-death reality. A fiery inferno erupted around him, further emphasizing the chaotic nature of his new reality. Survival, not strategy, was now his primary concern. A surge of energy pulsed through the digital landscape. The game world stabilized, but Seo Jin found himself changed. He stood, back-to-back with a woman, both of them seemingly restored to their original forms. The woman, Jenna, turned to him, concern etched on her face. "Appa? What's wrong? You look..." Seo Jin, his face contorted in a grimace of exertion, interrupted her, shouting, "Jenna! Into the castle!" Seo Jin-han, a one-star hero in the game pick-me-up, found himself staring blankly ahead, a sheen of sweat on his brow. His eyes, wide with a mixture of shock and confusion, reflected the sudden, disorienting shift in his reality. A sharp voice cut through his daze. "Hurry! Stop spacing out," someone urged, the sound jarring him back to the immediate danger. He looked down to see himself sprawled on the ground, his sword lying nearby. Hyung-nim, another member of his party, knelt beside him, concern etched on his face. "Hyung-nim, what's wrong?" Seo Jin struggled to his feet, a grimace twisting his features. A surge of determination hardening his gaze. "It's not over yet," he gritted, his voice low and fierce. The narration box revealed the ominous presence of a dark disciple, a monster previously unreported in the lower levels of the game. A monstrous hand, decaying and grotesque, emerged from the shadows, causing Hyung-nim to recoil in horror. His question mark-shaped thought bubble reflected his utter bewilderment. The creature, a pulsating mass of flesh and tendrils, lunged at Hyung-nim, its grotesque form filling the panel. Seo Jin-han, a one-star hero in the brutal game pick-me-up, found himself thrust into a desperate struggle for survival. His once virtual existence now a grim reality, he fought with a battered long sword, blood staining his armor. His movements clumsy and desperate as he parried blows from unseen enemies. Sweat beaded on his brow, his breath ragged as he struggled to maintain his footing. A guttural roar escaping his lips as the weight of his situation crashed down upon him. The ground trembled. A monstrous sound, like the grinding of bones in earth, echoed through the battlefield. And from the shadows, a grotesque horde of living corpses emerged, their decaying flesh and sharpened teeth a horrifying testament to the game's brutal reality. Their numbers overwhelming, their hunger insatiable. Seojin's eyes widened in terror as he realized the true extent of his predicament. One of the corpses lunged at him, its clawed hand reaching for his throat. A desperate cry escaped Seojin's lips as he braced for the inevitable. But then, a voice cut through the chaos. "Ignore whatever's happening near you," it commanded, sharp and urgent. "Run to where we first came out of," the voice continued, its tone laced with a sense of desperate urgency. As Seo Jin looked up, he saw a figure emerge from the shadows, their eyes glowing with an unnatural light. The words "resurrecting the dead" floated in the air, a chilling revelation of the game's dark power. A gruesome scene unfolded before Seojin's eyes. The narrator's voice, cold and detached, explained the horrifying reality: the game's mechanics were creating living corpses from fallen soldiers who met specific criteria. These reanimated corpses, their eyes vacant and bodies decaying, would relentlessly attack until their skulls were destroyed. Amidst the chaos, a woman with long, dark hair, clad in dark clothing, frantically urged someone to open the castle gates. Her face was contorted in a mask of desperate urgency. The situation was dire. Even if the gates were opened, the appearance of such a monster on the 10th floor was completely unexpected and highly irregular. Suddenly, the castle gates began to creak open, causing a wave of panic. A desperate shout echoed through the scene, "Close it! Close it again!" Seojin and his companions, a red-haired woman and a blonde man, were caught in the ensuing chaos. They were fleeing on horseback, the blonde man shielding the red-haired woman as they desperately tried to escape the encroaching horde. Their escape was a blur of motion, a desperate dash for survival against the relentless undead. The red-haired woman, Yelka, looked back in shock and confusion as the blonde man, seemingly unfazed, made a decision. He would leave Yelka behind to deal with the situation. The blonde man, with a grim determination, moved to secure the castle gates, leaving Yelka to fend for herself. He instructed her to hold on until his return. Yelka, her face a mask of fury and desperation, was left alone to face the oncoming horde. Her eyes burned with a fierce determination. Seojin Han, a one-star hero in the brutal game Pick Me Up, found himself overwhelmed. His face contorted in a grimace, sweat beading on his brow as he desperately cried out to his superior, Hyungnim, Hyungnim, how with all those monsters? He watched, horrified, as Hyungnim and another party member rode away, leaving him to face a seemingly endless horde alone. His breath hitched in his throat, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and disbelief. A harsh voice cut through the air. It was the player controlling the party, his words laced with contempt, "Get your shit together." The monstrous knight, its armor stained with gore, roared its challenge. "Are you gonna go back with me alive, or are you gonna become food for those bastards?" Seojin's eyes narrowed, a flicker of defiance igniting within him. The question hung heavy in the air. And then, with steely resolve, he answered, "I'll go back with you." Hyungnim, witnessing Seojin's unexpected resolve from afar, looked surprised. A hint of doubt clouded her expression as she muttered, "You'll." The player, seemingly amused by Seojin's defiance, simply replied, "Of course." He turned his horse and rode away, leaving Seojin to face the monstrous horde alone, but this time, with a newfound determination. A young woman with fiery orange hair, pulled back into a ponytail, peered from behind two large, dark tree trunks. Beads of sweat dotted her brow, and her expression was one of grim determination. She urged someone unseen, "Don't die." Only a glimpse of dark hair and a shadowed figure was visible from the same vantage point. Then, a young man with short, dark hair appeared, his face partially obscured. A hint of a smirk played on his lips as he echoed the woman's sentiment, "You too." The young man, now fully revealed, sat astride a warhorse, his sword sheathed at his hip. He rode towards a large, imposing gate, the scene hinting at an impending battle. His expression shifted, a grim determination hardening his features as he gripped his sword. A fierce light glinted in his eyes. Sweat beaded on his forehead, reflecting the intensity of the moment. His eyes, a striking blue, burned with resolve. Suddenly, a monstrous shadow loomed before him, its eyes glowing menacingly. The young man braced himself, his horse rearing slightly at the sudden appearance of the creature. The young man, unfazed, spurred his horse forward, charging into the fray. A brutal clash of steel on flesh echoed through the air. As young man fought back against a horde of grotesque, monstrous creatures. Despite their horrifying appearance, he seemed confident, muttering, "They look terrible and disgusting, but it shouldn't be hard." Seojin Han, a one-star hero in the brutal game Pick Me Up, found himself thrust into the very world he once played. Astride his trusty steed, he charged headfirst into a horde of grotesque monsters, their forms a terrifying testament to the game's unforgiving nature. His mind racing to formulate a strategy. He realized that facing them all at once would be suicide. His only chance was to pick them off one by one. With a battle cry, Seojin expertly maneuvered his mount, his blade a blur as he carved a path through the dense ranks of his enemies. But even his calculated approach couldn't account for every variable. The sheer number of monsters was overwhelming. He knew that if he had to face them all at once, it would be over for him. Suddenly, a monstrous figure emerged from the fray, its massive club raised high. And brought down with earth-shattering force. Seojin barely managed to dodge the blow, his heart pounding in his chest as he realized that even this seemingly defeated foe was still alive and dangerous. The relentless assault continued, and Seojin's grim expression reflected the dire situation. At this rate, the magical gates protecting him wouldn't hold for long. More monstrous creatures emerged from the shadows, their snarls echoing through the battlefield. Two monstrous wolves, their eyes burning with savage intent, lunged at Seojin and his horse. With a desperate cry, Seojin reacted instantly, his blade flashing as he met the oncoming assault. He managed to slay one of the beasts. A monstrous creature lunged forward, its jagged teeth bared in a ferocious snarl. But a swift arrow pierced its flesh, the projectile embedding itself deep within its chest. Seojin Han, the one-star hero thrust into this deadly game, watched from afar, a grim determination hardening his gaze. That bastard. With a surge of power, he shattered the heavy iron gate barring his path. leaving two startled guards gaping in disbelief as the force of the blast sent them reeling. He continued his relentless advance, his resolve unshaken. A devastating blow erupting from his fist, pulverizing the stone floor, sending the remaining guards sprawling, their pained cries echoing through the chamber. From the newly created breach, a colossal, shadowy beast emerged, its eyes burning with malevolent intent. Followed by a pack of smaller, equally menacing creatures, their fangs dripping with saliva. A hooded figure, his face contorted in a mask of agony and terror, screamed in despair. His body trembled violently as a monstrous, clawed hand descended from above, the very air crackling with dark energy. Seo Jin Han, astride his steed, his eyes blazing with fury, stared in disbelief. The gates are already down, he thought, his jaw clenched tight. He gripped the reins, his body tense with anticipation. The situation was dire, but he was ready to face whatever came next. His horse thundered forward, hooves pounding the earth. A grim determination etched on his face. I just need to get rid of the disciple, he muttered, his gaze fixed on his target. Meanwhile, a cloaked figure vanished in a burst of flames, leaving only swirling embers in its wake. A voice echoed, he disappeared into a forest of flames. That's where he's waiting for me. Seojin's lips curled into a grim smile. All right, then. A surge of power coursed through him as he charged towards his enemy. A blinding flash of light erupted, momentarily obscuring the scene, leaving behind only the lingering scent of ozone and the faint echo of a powerful impact. A figure, cloaked and mysterious, observed the aftermath, a grim expression etched on their hidden face. They muttered to themselves, analyzing the situation. Their internal monologue revealed their assessment: there were only two possible courses of action for the undead horde before them. The first, to destroy the statue of the goddess, a desperate gamble. But their insatiable craving for flesh had intensified exponentially. Seo Jin Han, a one-star hero thrust into this nightmarish reality, found himself riding a skeletal steed, navigating the chaotic battlefield. He observed the enemy's numbers and strength, realizing the greater their numbers, the more challenging the fight would become. He understood their movements were erratic, a chaotic pattern designed to overwhelm and frustrate any raiding party. Seo Jin Han, a one-star hero in the game pick-me-up, found himself astride a metallic steed, his blade a silver streak cleaving through a monstrous foe. Crimson blood splattered across the battlefield as he effortlessly bisected the creature. A grim satisfaction twisting his lips into a cruel smile. They make me want to split them in two, he thought, the thrill of battle coursing through him. A narration box appeared. Ada's leadership seems to be much better than I anticipated. Adis, a dark-haired woman in tactical gear, led a desperate retreat. She's doing great despite the situation we're in, Seo Jin observed, his gaze fixed on her. Another narration box provided further context: what we have to prioritize is the protection of the goddess statue. The image showed a radiant statue of two goddesses, their wings spread wide. A strategic plan unfolded. If the outer wall falls, then we need to set up a barricade around the inner wall's gate, a voice strategized. If Jenna and Aaron utilize their experiences from the 5th floor, they can hold on for a while. A map showed the defensive strategy, highlighting the goddess statue and the approaching enemy forces. Panic erupted among the civilians as a wave of monstrous creatures surged forward. Wah! What the hell is that? A terrified cry echoed through the streets. A desperate plea arose from the crowd: open the gates. Another voice countered: no. Save us. The chaos intensified. Open the gates. There's nowhere for us to run. Please save us, the terrified citizens cried out in unison. Seo Jin Han, a one-star hero in the brutal game pick-me-up, found himself and his fellow low-ranked companions surrounded by grotesque, shadowy creatures. Terror seized them as the monstrous figures loomed, their menacing forms filling the scene. Amidst the chaos, a detached voice echoed in Seojin's mind, a player's detached observation: it doesn't matter which side holds on the longest. The scene shifted to a fiery landscape, the ground cracked and ablaze. And the player's cold strategy continued: what matters is how quickly I can kill the dark disciple. Seo Jin, trapped in this deadly game, felt a cold sweat bead on his brow as he covered his mouth, his breath hitching in his throat. He was the dark disciple, and he was fighting for survival. Suddenly, a surge of power coursed through him. A notification appeared: skill awakened. Han, S flame resistance is now LVE2. Emboldened by his newfound ability, Seo Jin stood defiant amidst the inferno, his sword held firm in his hand. A colossal, fiery beast emerged from the flames, its roar shaking the very ground. Seo Jin met the beast's onslaught with a furious counterattack, his blade a blur of motion as he sliced through the air, before finally consuming a mysterious red liquid from a vial. A fiery landscape stretched before Seo Jin Han, a one-star hero thrust into the brutal world of pick-me-up. He stood at the edge of a vast, burning plain, the regional boundary of the game map clearly marked before him. His sword and shield at the ready. The air crackled with unseen energy, the remnants of a recent battle still lingering in the scorched earth. A voice, cold and sharp as a winter wind, cut through the silence. "I know you're here." Seojin's face tightened, his blue eyes blazing with defiance. He knew this was no ordinary foe, this was the player, the godlike entity controlling his very existence within the game. A chilling game notification flashed across his vision. Maken, a fellow one-star hero, had fallen into a state of panic, his stats reduced by 50%. Another notification followed swiftly. Shern, another member of his party, succumbed to fear, his stats plummeting by 30%. Maken's demise was announced. His fighting spirit, though short-lived, would be remembered in the game's annals. The player's power was undeniable. But Seojin remained resolute, his back to the unseen enemy, a grim determination etched on his features. Ada's, a 3-star hero, was inflicted with bleeding, her HP steadily decreasing. The player's attacks were relentless. And another notification appeared. Daika, another 1-star hero, was overcome by fear, her stats reduced by 30%. The pressure mounted on Seojin. A fiery explosion engulfed the battlefield, the source of the blast unseen but clearly powerful, leaving behind a trail of incandescent energy that ripped through the air. As Seojin Han, a 1-star hero thrust into this deadly game, braced himself for the impact. A grimace twisting his face as he prepared to meet the force of the attack head-on. He gritted his teeth, his body tense with anticipation. The narration box explained, the Dark Disciple, the weak in combat, only appears on the middle floors of the game. Seojin, battered but not broken, stood his ground, sword and shield at the ready. A grim determination etched onto his features. The narration box continued, this meant he was still relatively strong, being on a lower floor. Another wave of dark energy surged towards him, forcing Seojin to react instantly. His eyes narrowed, a fierce glint reflecting the flames around him, sending a shower of sparks flying as he barely avoided being consumed by the darkness. Seojin Han, a 1-star hero in the brutal game Pick Me Up, found himself unexpectedly thrust into the very world he once played. He was now a character within the game, facing a powerful foe. And the attack came with brutal force. Blades of energy tore through the air, narrowly missing him as he barely managed to dodge the onslaught, the sheer power of the blow sending him reeling backward. He was clearly outmatched. But Seojin, despite his low rank, was not one to give up easily. He braced himself, preparing for another attack. A fierce counterattack erupting from him as he unleashed a desperate flurry of blows. The impact was immense, sending his opponent flying. However, the battle was far from over. Seojin felt a sharp pain. A deep wound bled freely across his arm, the game's status window appearing to inform him that he was suffering from bleeding. He gasped, his breath ragged, his thoughts racing. The situation's not looking good, he thought, coughing as he inhaled toxic fumes. I keep inhaling fumes. There's no time. He knew he was weakening, but a desperate resolve hardened his gaze. Before he passed out, he had to do something. Before all his party members died. With a final surge of determination, he made a decision. I want to talk. Seojin Han, a 1-star hero in the brutal game Pick Me Up, found himself in a dire situation. Sweat beaded on his brow as he considered his options. His opponent, a player who controlled his very existence within the game, loomed large in his mind. A single tear traced a path down his soot-stained cheek. The question hung heavy in the air. Talk, he wondered, his voice barely a whisper. A chilling response echoed in his ears. All right. About what? The words were laced with an unnerving calmness, a stark contrast to the fiery chaos surrounding them. The truth, delivered with a chilling finality, pierced through the tension. You are different from us. With a surge of defiance, Seojin reacted instantly. He lunged forward, his blade a blur of motion as he met his opponent's attack head-on. The clash of steel echoed through the fiery landscape. A desperate struggle for survival ensued, each blow a testament to Seojin's unwavering resolve. A sheer force of his will pushing him beyond his limits. He was fighting not just for his life, but for his freedom from the game's cruel constraints. Suddenly, a surge of power erupted from within him. The game's interface flashed, HAN, has entered a berserk state. His eyes blazed with a crimson fury as he unleashed a devastating counterattack, the sheer power of his berserk state overwhelming his opponents. Seojin Han, a 1-star hero in the brutal game Pick Me Up, found himself thrust into a desperate battle. Crimson energy erupted from within him, a violent surge threatening to consume him. The raw power twisting his features into a mask of pain and fury. His eyes burned with an unnatural light. A feral grin splitting his lips, revealing rows of sharpened teeth as he unleashed a terrifying roar. He lunged forward, a blur of motion, his attack a whirlwind of deadly strikes. A dark figure materialized before him, cloaked and mysterious, wielding a wicked blade. This was no ordinary enemy. The hooded figure unleashed a wave of dark energy, striking Seo-jin with brutal force. The impact sent him reeling, a searing pain lancing through his body as he crashed to the ground. Despite the searing pain, Seo-jin's resolve remained unbroken. A surge of defiance coursed through him, a burning light erupting from his chest, pushing back against the darkness. With a guttural scream, Seo-jin rose to his feet, his eyes blazing with a newfound power. He was no longer just a one-star hero. A wave of dark energy erupted from the figure, its shadowy form barely visible amidst the swirling chaos. The intense heat warping the very air around it. The being unleashed a devastating attack, a torrent of dark flames consuming everything in its path, leaving behind only scorched earth and the lingering scent of destruction. The power was overwhelming, a testament to the being's immense strength. A clawed hand, blackened and scarred, reached out from the inferno, its grip tightening, as flames momentarily receding to reveal a glimpse of its terrifying visage. The sheer power emanating from the creature was palpable. A final, devastating blow impacting the ground with earth-shattering force. The impact sent tremors through the land, leaving a crater where the figure once stood. A silence descended, broken only by the crackling of the dying flames. Seo-jin Han, a one-star hero thrust into this deadly game, lay amidst the devastation, his body battered and bruised, a taste of blood filling his mouth. He coughed, a ragged sound escaping his lips, his breath hitching in his throat. He looked around, his eyes scanning the ravaged landscape. Where's the stage-clear message? Seo-jin Han, a one-star hero in the brutal game Pick Me Up, lay bleeding on the scorched earth. His body, torn and battered, was a testament to the relentless onslaught he had endured. His ragged breaths hitched in his chest as he struggled to rise. Despite the pain, a flicker of defiance ignited in his eyes. Is it over yet? He gasped, his voice strained. The grim reality settled upon him. Then it's over for us, he muttered, his gaze hardening. Despair threatened to consume him. I don't know anymore, he whispered, the weight of his situation pressing down on him. A bleak acceptance washed over him. I'll probably die before the goddess statue falls, he resigned himself to his fate. Shern has returned to the goddess embrace. His fighting spirit will be remembered for eternity. The game screen displayed this message, a stark contrast to the grim reality before Seo-jin. He sat beneath a burning tree, the flames mirroring the turmoil within him. There's no death more meaningless than this, he thought, his voice barely a whisper. His thoughts turned to the absurdity of his situation. I was dragged to an unknown place, and after all that exhausting work, I'm gonna die. He felt a profound sense of injustice. Suddenly, a flash of red hair caught his eye. A woman, her face streaked with blood, stood defiantly amidst the flames. She held a bloody sword, her eyes burning with fierce determination. Beside her, a blond man, equally wounded, fought back against a monstrous creature. Seo-jin Han, his orange hair a mess, lay on the ground, his face contorted in agony. Blood stained his ornate clothing, a stark contrast to the regal embroidery. His breath hitched in his throat, a silent testament to his pain. Nearby, another figure, a blond man with blood dripping from his mouth, mirrored Seo-jin's suffering. His eyes were wide, filled with a silent scream, his body convulsing slightly. A third warrior, his brown hair plastered to his forehead with sweat and blood, lay still. His armor was broken, his body battered and bruised. He was barely clinging to life. Another figure, this one with short brown hair, his face a mask of pain and desperation, struggled to rise. A large shield lay beside him, broken and useless. He looked up, his eyes filled with a desperate hope. His gaze fell upon a man with blonde hair, his face bloodied and his expression one of grim determination. He was clearly in pain, but his eyes burned with a fierce resolve. In the background, a powerful figure with gray hair and a stern expression watched the scene unfold. He was clearly a leader, his presence commanding attention. Below him, a woman with long black hair roared in defiance. The scene shifted to two angelic figures, their wings shimmering with golden light. They stood together, their forms radiating a divine aura. Blood splattered their pristine white robes, a grim reminder of the battle's brutality. They embraced, a silent testament to their shared sacrifice. A brilliant blue light enveloped the angelic figures, their forms becoming ethereal and almost translucent. A powerful energy pulsed from them. Meanwhile, Seo-jin, his face streaked with blood and grime, stood amidst the flames, his expression unreadable. He was battered, but his eyes held a spark of defiance. The battle was far from over. Seo-jin Han, a one-star hero in the brutal world of Pick Me Up, stood amidst a digital storm of blue data fragments. His face, streaked with grime and blood, bore the weight of countless battles. His expression was grim, his eyes reflecting the harsh reality of his situation. A stage-clear notification flashed across the screen. Han, along with his fellow one-star heroes Jenna and Ialka, had leveled up. 3-star heroes Adis, Roderick, and Usher also saw their levels increase, along with the 1-star hero Daika. A wave of data washed over the screen, a visual representation of the rewards earned. The digital landscape shifted and reformed, hinting at the transition to a new stage. The rewards were displayed: 70,000 gold and a basic fire's elemental stone. Han Islet's character card appeared, a single star gleaming beneath his name, a stark reminder of his low rank within the game. A message appeared, revealing a new objective: a hero among the Master's heroes awaited promotion. To achieve this, the promotion stones needed to be combined to find a forgotten piece of memory. The adventure dungeon was also unlocked, promising the chance to collect advent stones and other rare ingredients. An overhead view of the adventure dungeon was shown, a sprawling complex of buildings and training grounds within a fortified city. The cards of Ielka and Shern were displayed. Shern's card indicated he had died during battle. The cards of Usher, Adis Callan, Daika, Roderick Sajin, and Macon were displayed. Macon's card also indicated he had died during battle. The chapter opens with a close-up on Seo Jin Han's eyes, his gaze unfocused, as if emerging from a deep sleep. A subtle hint of confusion clouding his expression. The scene shifts to Seo Jin lying in bed, his dark hair tousled against the pillow. He murmurs, "I'm alive." A sense of disorientation washes over him as he slowly sits up, taking in his surroundings. The room is simple, almost Spartan. Outside, the night is dark and quiet. A faint glow emanates from the windows of a nearby building. Inside a dimly lit tavern, an older man with graying hair sits alone at a table, lost in thought. Seo Jin Han, a young man with tousled blonde hair, sat alone, a worried expression etched onto his face. His eyes were wide, reflecting a deep concern. The thought bubble above him simply read, "Why the long face?" He looked up as a man with dark hair and a stern expression approached. "Boss." Seo Jin mumbled, his voice barely a whisper. The dark-haired man, his boss, spoke, his tone laced with concern. He noted that Seo Jin had woken up, and everyone was worried. Seo Jin, however, questioned what exactly they were worried about. His boss pressed further, asking what Seo Jin had been contemplating that caused him to look so distraught. Seo Jin explained that he had been thinking about the reason they fight. His boss repeated the question, "The reason we fight?" After a pause, the boss revealed the grim truth: after Seo Jin left the gates, the corpses flooded into the city, resulting in a massive loss of life among the non-player characters, NPCs. The weight of this revelation settled heavily on Seo Jin. He clutched a glass, his knuckles white. His boss observed Seo Jin's distress, noting that his stress level had increased. He then asked if Seo Jin intended to continue looking so distraught the following day. Seo Jin Han, a young man with dark hair, sat alone in a dimly lit tavern, nursing a mug. His posture slumped, reflecting a weariness that went beyond simple fatigue. Meanwhile, another figure, a man with vibrant blonde hair, stood confidently in a sunlit space. A self-assured smile played on his lips as he declared his intention to bounce back from some unseen setback. The scene shifted back to Seo Jin, still in the tavern. He remained lost in thought, his gaze distant and troubled. A second figure, partially obscured, approached him from behind. Close up on Seo Jin's face, his eyes conveying a deep sense of unease and contemplation. The weight of his circumstances seemed to press heavily upon him. An aerial view revealed a sprawling fortress-like structure, suggesting a significant location within the game world. The scene then transitioned to a lavish spread of food, a surprisingly opulent breakfast. The sheer abundance of dishes hinted at a change in circumstances for Seo Jin. 3 women, one with vibrant orange hair, expressed their astonishment at the unexpected feast. "What's all this? Why are we having such a fancy breakfast?" one of them exclaimed. Another woman explained that Seo Jin had instructed her to prepare the best meal possible with the available ingredients. A young man, seemingly unconcerned, questioned the lavishness of the meal, prompting a response from the orange-haired woman. Seo Jin, now eating a sandwich, heartily agreed that it was a great welcome, his expression relaxed in content, a stark contrast to his earlier mood. Seo Jin Han's eyes, narrowed in suspicion, scanned his surroundings. A subtle tension hung in the air, a stark contrast to the opulent dining hall. A woman with vibrant red hair and striking features gracefully ate a meal, her expression serene. Beside her, a man with blonde hair chuckled, seemingly at ease. "Aaron is fine as well," the woman stated, her voice calm. Another woman, this one with fiery orange hair pulled back in a ponytail, smiled contentedly as she ate. "Ivalka is also good," she added, her tone cheerful. A dark-haired woman, her expression serious, observed the blonde man. "Daika, this guy's gonna take a while to fully recover from his stress," she commented, her voice laced with concern. A notification appeared on a screen, detailing the requirements for advancing a hero in the game. The player was prompted to select the necessary auxiliary buildings, the synthesizing room and the advancement room. The player selected yes. The advancement room was completed, enabling the advancement of heroes. The game then initiated an item synthesis process, prompting the player to select ingredients. Low-grade fire, water, and wind attribute stones were selected as ingredients for the synthesis. The synthesis process began automatically, resulting in a low-grade advancement stone with an 87% success rate. Crystals of red, green, and blue energy swirled within a glowing magical array, the air crackled with power as they combined. A radiant, multifaceted gem materialized, held aloft by a cheerful fairy with dark hair styled in twin tails. She beamed with delight. The fairy's joyful announcement echoed as Seo Jin Han, a young man with dark hair and intense eyes, looked down at the newly acquired gem. He had advanced beyond his 1-star rank. The fairy urged him onward, encouraging him to continue his ascent to 7 stars, but Seo Jin expressed his uncertainty about reaching that goal. Seo Jin considered the implications of his current progress. If he were to reach 7 stars, his in-game persona, Cirrus, would have already been discovered by the player. A golden card, depicting a shadowy figure with 7 stars, appeared, representing the elusive 7-star hero Seo Jin had yet to obtain. Seo Jin reflected on his past attempts to obtain a 7-star hero, acknowledging his failures and suspecting the existence of a hidden condition. He learned of an additional facility within the game's synthesizing room, a room. Entering this room would allow him to advance to a 2-star hero. Seo Jin identified the door leading to the 2nd floor. Seo Jin Han, a 1-star hero in the game Pick Me Up, found himself in a secluded area within the advancement room, a place hidden from the game's master player. He moved through the shadows, his form obscured. A clandestine location where the game's mechanics were less predictable. The master player, unaware of his presence, had no way of knowing what transpired within this hidden chamber. Seo Jin carefully placed a glowing crystal onto a mystical-looking circular altar. The air crackled with arcane energy as he prepared for a ritual. With a confident smirk, Seo Jin stood tall, ready to harness the power of the ritual. The energy surged, a brilliant light erupting from the altar, engulfing Seo Jin in a blinding flash. He was lifted into the air, the power coursing through his veins. His eyes glowed with newfound power, a determined glint reflecting his resolve. A woman's voice, soft yet commanding, whispered a single word, "My baby." The scene shifted to a dimly lit room. A woman with long, dark hair cradled a swaddled infant, her face etched with a mixture of exhaustion and fierce protectiveness. She repeated, almost rhythmically, "Good boy, good boy." A figure, cloaked and shadowy, appeared in the background, their face obscured by darkness. Their presence felt ominous. Suddenly, a young man with short, dark hair and a determined expression materialized, sword drawn. He demanded, "Who are you?" He stared intently at the woman and child, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his features. He muttered to himself, "I can't even approach her." The woman, seemingly sensing his presence, looked up, her eyes filled with a chilling intensity. Her thoughts echoed, "That child." The young man's gaze remained fixed on the infant, his expression unreadable. Meanwhile, the woman's voice, though soft, carried an undercurrent of chilling resolve. She said, "I didn't have anyone to call family." "Good boy, good, good." The young man's thoughts were sharp and clear, "That baby is not me." He continued his internal monologue, "That boy is Han Y Slat. The child that originally needed to come here instead of me." The young man, his face etched with confusion, admitted, "I don't know the situation." Seo Jin Han, a 1-star hero in the game Pick Me Up, found himself inexplicably transported into the game's world. He declared there was no point in wasting time. He stood before a dark, imposing structure, his sword at his side, ready for whatever challenge awaited him. Questioning if this was the game's waiting room. Seo Jin noted the lack of typical waiting room amenities, his skepticism growing. A shimmering, otherworldly portal opened before him. A faint, ethereal voice whispered a single word, "Isel?" From the portal emerged Isel, a small, fairy-like creature with dark hair and striking red eyes. Isel appeared smaller than Seo Jin had anticipated, prompting him to question if she was directing him to enter the spacetime rift. A large, imposing door loomed before him, marked with the words Advent Dungeon and a difficulty rating of extreme. Seo Jin Han, a 1-star hero in the game Pick Me Up, stood before a looming, dark portal, his sword strapped to his back. A sense of foreboding hung in the air. A rumble echoed, heralding the opening of the Advent Dungeon. Suddenly, a surge of intense energy enveloped Han. His eyes widened in alarm. A game notification flashed before his eyes, his stats were decreased by 30% due to fear. He felt the crushing weight of terror, a cold sweat beating on his brow. This overwhelming pressure threatened to paralyze him. He gasped, "Is this pressure?" His sword slipped from his grasp as he stumbled back. But in that moment of sheer terror, something shifted within him. Han entered a berserk state. The fear that had crippled him vanished, replaced by a raw, untamed rage. Han had escaped fear. Seo Jin Han, a 1-star hero in the brutal gacha game Pick Me Up, found himself thrust into the very game he once dismissed as mere practice. His eyes blazed with a fierce determination as he gripped his sword, a surge of dark energy erupting from him. A guttural sound escaping his lips as the power coursed through his veins. He was no longer just a game character, he was a warrior fighting for survival. Before him stood his tormentor, a shadowy figure identified only as SSS Theta Ix, level 999, the player who had brought him into this world. The player's message was clear: we finally met. Seojin's gaze hardened. How the hell is that bastard here? The player, SSS Theta Ix, responded with a chilling calm: yeah, we finally met. Seojin's thoughts turned to vengeance. I want to kill him right now. But a cold dread washed over him. Damn it, there's no chance. The sheer power of his opponent became terrifyingly clear. This was the player who had decimated max-level parties in seconds. SSS Theta Ix smirked. You aren't charging at me? You must be feeling very resentful. Seojin, his resolve unwavering, retorted, send me back if you're just going to spout bullshit. A shadowy figure, its face a grotesque parody of a smile, loomed over Seojin. Fufu, good, it chuckled, its voice a chilling whisper. You would have died much earlier had you not self-control like that. Seojin clutched his head, a sharp pain lancing through his skull. A headache? He gasped, his vision blurring. Are all hero advancements like this? The shadowy figure's voice cut through the haze. You know that is not the case. It continued, its tone shifting to something almost reverent. You are a special existence. This place is a gift for you. The ground beneath Seojin shimmered and warped, revealing a pair of legs descending from the darkness above. My stage, prepared for the glorious rancor of pick-me-up. For you. Seojin's eyes narrowed, a storm brewing within him. What are you? The figure's grin widened, revealing sharp, predatory teeth. I am. The image displays character profiles for two figures from the game Pick Me Up. On the left, Roderick Sarin, a 3-star hero, is depicted in full plate armor, his stern expression hinting at his strength. To the right, Daika, a 1-star hero, is shown in more casual attire, his youthful features contrasting sharply with Sarin's battle-hardened appearance. Seojin Han, the protagonist, found himself in a disorienting digital landscape, his mind reeling. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as he muttered, questioning his very existence. A wave of distorted data washed over him, the digital world glitching and reforming around him. He was a character in a game, but not just any character. For some reason, Seojin found himself inexplicably drawn into the game Pick Me Up, as a low-ranked hero. He gripped his sword, a grim determination settling on his face. A digital distortion intensified, revealing a mysterious woman with dark hair and a chilling gaze. He recognized her instantly. Meanwhile, the mysterious woman, Isel, struggled to find the right words to introduce herself, her expression a mixture of apprehension and defiance. Seojin observed her, a thought crossing his mind: Isel might look like that when she grows up. His gaze hardened. He scoffed, cutting her off before she could even begin. His words were sharp, laced with contempt. Calling her a goddamned bitch. Isel, unfazed, simply commented that introducing herself was proving to be tricky. A woman with long, dark hair and piercing red eyes leveled a smirk at her counterpart. She taunted, implying a striking resemblance between them. She continued, clarifying that it wasn't she who resembled the other woman, but rather the other way around. Revealing the other to be merely a duplicate of herself, the 479 millionth download of the game Pick Me Up. Her opponent, a man in dark clothing, observed this revelation, noting the uncanny similarity to the game's download count. He reacted swiftly, drawing his sword in a defensive stance as the woman lunged at him. The clash of steel echoing in the stark, digital environment. He then presented her with a business card, identifying himself as the president of Mobius Corp. The woman, unfazed, questioned his audacity, pointing out that she uses different names depending on the situation. With a dismissive gesture, she crushed the man's sword with her bare hand, her demeanor radiating disdain. The man, now visibly shaken, questioned her about his presence in this strange place. He surmised, with a grim expression, that she was the one responsible for bringing him here. A woman with long, dark hair and piercing red eyes smirked, a cruel glint in her gaze. Her lips curled into a sinister smile as she uttered a single, chilling word: much. She continued, her voice laced with a hint of surprise: it was unexpected to me that you got summoned as well. It was outside of expectations. The scene shifted to reveal a man with dark hair and a determined expression, sword drawn, standing before the woman, who sat slumped on the ground. He declared, I don't care what your situation was. A type of accident. The man's eyes glowed with an eerie blue light as he issued a stark warning: send me back if you don't want to die. A mere 1 star is threatening to kill me. The woman's red eyes burned with intensity as she retorted, aren't you dreaming? The man's intense gaze, his blue eyes narrowed, reflected his inner turmoil. A stark contrast to the woman's fiery red eyes. As she coldly concluded, if so, killing you right here should be the answer. The woman's bare feet dangled from a chair as dark, shadowy tendrils snaked out from beneath her, spreading across the floor. A prelude to a powerful, ominous attack. A shadowy figure, its form obscured by darkness, unleashed a devastating attack. The impact striking Seo Jin-han, a one-star hero in the game, picked me up, directly in the chest. A crimson stain bloomed across his armor. The force of the blow sending him reeling. Despite the searing pain, his eyes burned with defiance. As dark energy continued to rip through his body, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Seo Jin gritted his teeth, his resolve unwavering despite the grievous injury. A single tear traced a path down his cheek. As a woman with dark hair and a knowing smirk appeared before him. You didn't even blink when the spear touched your heart, she observed, you've got guts. Seo Jin, clutching his sword, glared at her. He thought, there would have been many chances to eliminate me, but she called me here, which means she probably has another goal. He stood defiant, his resolve hardening. The woman continued, not much. I just wanted to have a chat with you. She introduced herself, the indomitable, invincible Master Loki, ranked 5th in the world. I'm a fan of yours. A woman with long dark hair, her face partially obscured, addressed someone unseen. Her words carried a hint of amusement, laced with a subtle threat. Your plays have impressed me many times whenever I monitored you. The camera focused on the woman's eyes, glowing with an unnerving crimson light. A predatory smile played on her lips. A man with short, dark hair and a sword strapped to his back appeared, his expression one of guarded curiosity. He asked, Loki, what do you think about the story of this mobile game? Loki, the woman with crimson eyes, responded thoughtfully. She explained that the game's story was a factor often overlooked by players of gacha games, who tend to focus more on the game's content. She continued, stating that the same applied to her, and that, to be honest, Pick Me Up's story was quite outdated. Loki elaborated, pointing out the lack of world building in the game. Even advanced players rarely understand the game's world. Suddenly, a gloved hand appeared, making a dismissive gesture. Loki, her expression unchanged, gestured towards a futuristic cityscape visible through a glitching screen. The scene was filled with a sense of ominous energy. She then asked the man, do you know where this is? The man, seemingly unfazed, replied that he didn't particularly care. Loki apologized, admitting to being prone to bragging. The scene is set on the Taenair continent, specifically in the Heim Peninsula, within the city of Nelsa. However, this is not the city as it once was. The narrator explains that the current view is of the city as it appears on the 10th floor. A completely destroyed landscape. The narrator points out the devastation, emphasizing its utter destruction. This is Silkia. The image shows a ruined cityscape, further illustrating the extent of the destruction. This is Kaya. The desolate landscape continues, showing a ruined castle in the distance. This is Edora. More of the ruined city is shown, highlighting the scale of the devastation. This is Ponia. The panel shifts to show another area of the ruined city, this time with a more distinct structure. This is Madian. The desolate view continues, showcasing a different section of the ruined city. This is Icardia. The panel shows yet another ruined area, emphasizing the widespread destruction. This is Lilgia. The narrator continues to showcase the devastation, this time focusing on a different part of the ruined city. This is Arantia. A woman with long brown hair and striking red eyes appears, smirking confidently. She asks if the player thinks Nibelheim is any different. Seo Jin-han, a one-star hero in the game Pick Me Up, stood before a distraught woman. A dark, ethereal energy swirled around them, a visual manifestation of the immense power at play. The narration box ominously stated that over 100 million worlds faced annihilation simultaneously. A chilling image of a monstrous entity filled the next panel. The narrator's voice explained that this was a book whose ending had already been decided, a bad ending. The following panel showed several characters from the game, their faces etched with despair. They all hoped for a different ending, a desperate wish against the predetermined fate. Two of them, a man and a woman, were shown in close-up. The woman, with dark hair, observed the situation with a grim expression. The man, his face contorted in anguish, was beside her. The narration box revealed that their only hope was simple. A third character, a woman with fiery red hair and piercing golden eyes, appeared, a sinister smile playing on her lips. The narration box revealed their plan, to pull someone from outside the book into it. A colossal eye, surrounded by a hexagonal pattern, opened in the sky, a swirling vortex of orange light emanating from it. Seo Jin-han looked up in awe and fear, a small figure against the immense cosmic horror. He sat alone in a field, his face hidden, his body trembling slightly. The weight of the situation was clearly visible in his posture. The red-haired woman reappeared, her face partially obscured by digital glitches. She explained that they needed to fix and rewrite the story, even if it meant facing the collapse of space and time. Seo Han, his face grim, stood before a digital distortion. The narration box revealed that a higher dimensional being could alter causality through mere observation. Finally, the reason for the game's creation was revealed. Master Loki, a higher being, was behind it all. Seo Han, a young man with dark hair and piercing eyes, stared blankly ahead, his mouth slightly agape. A look of stunned disbelief washed over his features. He listened intently as a mysterious woman, her presence shimmering with an ethereal quality, spoke to him. A subtle smile played on his lips as he processed her words. A question forming in his mind: what was the purpose of this revelation? The woman, Loki, was introduced. Her dark hair framed a face with striking red eyes, her attire hinting at a power beyond the ordinary. Loki, extending a hand towards Seo requested his cooperation in saving the world. Seo however, remained skeptical. His expression hardening as he considered her proposition. The weight of her words hung heavy in the air. A dramatic emphasis on the urgency of the situation. Seo drawing his sword, prepared for a confrontation. He was clearly unconvinced by Loki's plea. And his doubt was evident in his sharp gaze. He dismissed her words as nonsense, his skepticism unwavering. Loki, however, seemed unfazed by his rejection, urging him to reconsider. A woman with long, dark hair and piercing red eyes loomed over Seo her expression a cruel smirk. A distorted, glitching effect surrounded her, adding to her unsettling presence. She offered him a chilling proposition: do you accept? Or reject? Seo his eyes glowing with an eerie blue light, snapped back, shut the fuck up, damn bitch. Seo his body tense, glared at the woman. He muttered to himself, incredulous, and then asking for cooperation? What kind of bullshit is she on? He refused outright. I won't cooperate with you. If you're going to kill me, try. The woman responded, a dark glint in her eyes: I'll crush your head in at least once. The woman's words seemed to sting. Two thought bubbles appeared above Seojan's head, revealing his inner turmoil. You're too harsh. I feel hurt. A sinister chuckle escaped the woman's lips, punctuated by glitching text that read fufu and fufufu. Seojan's sword lay broken on the ground. Seojan's internal monologue revealed his frustration. I bluffed all I could, but I can't kill this bitch right now. He reflected on his current limitations. I'm only 1 star, with a measly 10 levels. He resolved to postpone his revenge. Not yet. If I'll try to kill her, I'll try after becoming stronger. The woman, seemingly unfazed, simply stated, you wound me. A woman with long, dark hair and piercing red eyes smirked, a hint of malice in her expression. She stated that she had expended considerable effort to bring him to this place. She addressed him as Loki, expressing high regard for him compared to other masters in the game. Pick me up. She continued, suggesting that even if a high-ranking player were to precede him, they would be insignificant compared to him, like a firefly before the moon. She then asked him if he knew why this was the case. It was because he had achieved something unique among all the masters of Pick Me Up, she explained. The woman's words were accompanied by a message on a screen: Master, trust your bond with the heroes. It was a notification he received after completing the tutorial, she clarified. A screen displayed a cryptic message. He was the only one among millions who truly understood the message's meaning. The woman reiterated the message: Master, trust your bond with the heroes. She emphasized that out of hundreds of millions of players, he was the only one. A swirling vortex of energy filled the panel. The game interface displayed: Quest type, complex. Objective, unknown. Only he and 4 others among hundreds of millions of players were granted permission to raid this, the most difficult stage. Seo Han, a 1-star hero in the brutal game Pick Me Up, found himself inexplicably transported to the game's 79th floor. He reflected on the reason why only those ranked 6th and below were left on this floor. A floor that had tested his patience to its limits. He was shown a vision, a scene unfolding before him, and he questioned its purpose. A woman with crimson eyes and long dark hair, lounging comfortably on a futuristic chair, explained that it was simply a matter of observing the scene together. Seo sword at his hip, stood observing the unfolding events. The woman's unsettling smile widening as she warned him to prepare himself for what was to come. The narrative opens with a stark declaration: this is the floor that brought Seo Han the most despair. The 8th floor. Seo a young man with dark hair and intense eyes, stands amidst a fiery, volcanic landscape, his sword at his side. He questions why he is being shown this. A woman with dark hair and a sinister smile, lounging in a futuristic chair, simply instructs him to watch what happens. Seo his back to the viewer, observes the scene with a mixture of apprehension and curiosity. The woman's smile widens, promising a bumpy ride. The woman taunts Seojin, highlighting the difference between experiencing the game firsthand and playing it through a screen. Seojin contemplates the situation, noting the vagueness of the objective on the 80th floor, a conquest-type floor with no specified goal. He reflects on the game's random nature and the difficulty of the 80th floor, where all previous attempts have ended in failure. Two figures, silhouetted against a fiery, infernal landscape, sat in deep contemplation. The harsh, crimson glow illuminated the jagged, volcanic terrain before them, a scene the rankers grimly referred to as the Wailing Wall, the 80th floor of the game. A single, stark statement filled the panel: "I am the same." The statement was immediately countered. "No, I was the same." A man with dark hair and intense eyes, a confident smirk playing on his lips, spoke. He already knew how to clear the 80th floor. His question hung in the air: "Why are you showing me the video of when I successfully raided the 80th floor?" A woman with dark hair responded, "There isn't much to it." She gestured dismissively, a playful smirk on her face as she sipped a cocktail. The image shifted, showing a more detailed view of her appearance, dark hair styled in braids, a playful, almost mischievous expression. The man continued his explanation: "After having beaten the 79th floor, I confidently went on to the 80th. A single word echoed the horror of the situation: hell. The panel showed a nightmarish landscape of writhing, tentacled creatures, a scene of utter devastation. "That's the only way I can describe that place," the man stated, his voice heavy with the weight of his experience. "That's the kind of place the 80th floor was." The final panel displayed a chilling statistic: Fragments of Despair LV.108 x 3164, a testament to the sheer difficulty and lethality of the 80th floor. The panel displays a monstrous entity, identified as Fragments of Grudge LV.121 x 2348, its form a chaotic blend of dark, jagged shapes and ominous red hues. Two figures, a man and a woman, are shown in a dimly lit setting. The man, with dark hair and a serious expression, states that the Fragments of Grudge are the reason behind the hellish difficulty of the 80th floor. The woman, with long black hair, agrees. The woman then asks if the man knows something else. The man's face is shown in close-up, his expression intense. He reveals that summoning probabilities depend on the account. The woman, addressing someone called Loki, questions whether obtaining a 5-star hero was merely a coincidence. The narration explains that Loki's inability to obtain high-ranked heroes wasn't due to bad luck, but rather the lack of heroes in Nibelheim. This lack of heroes also explains the increased difficulty. The panel shows Crystals of Chaos LV.322 x 13, another monstrous entity, described as having a single, glowing red eye. The narration states that Nibelheim's difficulty is among the lowest ranked by the company. Finally, Crystals of Grudge LV.311 x 15 is shown, another monstrous entity. The man is shown in profile, contemplating the fact that someone was able to reach the 88th floor. The scene opens on a man's shoulder and a glass of yellow liquid with a lemon slice, suggesting a moment of relaxed contemplation before the action unfolds. Two figures, silhouetted against a vibrant, otherworldly landscape, observe a radiant, floating island descending from the sky. Data streams cascade down, hinting at a digital or technological element to this world. A powerful, dark-haired man in armor, his face etched with determination, stands amidst a burst of energy. A single exclamation point escapes his lips, suggesting surprise or exertion. The narration box states that the image depicts the strongest heroes in Nibelheim. Below, a figure in advanced, sleek armor steps onto a shimmering, digital surface. The figure continues to walk, their boots leaving trails of light on the surface. The scene is filled with a sense of otherworldly power and technology. More of the figure's technologically advanced armor is revealed as they move, emphasizing their advanced capabilities. A narration box reveals that the top 5 heroes have gathered. The following panel shows a dark, chaotic scene, hinting at a gathering of monstrous entities. 4 figures, each distinct in appearance and attire, stand before a swirling, ominous portal. The scene is filled with a sense of impending conflict. A closer view shows a dark, rocky mass floating in the air above a chaotic landscape, with smaller figures seemingly trapped within it. The scene is filled with a sense of foreboding. The camera focuses on a monstrous creature, its form partially obscured by shadow and fire, suggesting immense power and danger. Seojin Han, a 1-star hero in the brutal gacha game Pick Me Up, found himself plummeting through a chaotic, fiery landscape. His descent was punctuated by the sharp, jagged shapes of enemy attacks whizzing past him. A dizzying spectacle of digital distortion and monstrous claws. He braced himself for impact, a grim determination etched on his face. As effects of his tactical post's ability activated. A vibrant, neon-green tactical display overlaid his vision, showcasing his party's strategic options. The tactical interface indicated that his party's base facilities had reached maximum level. He now possessed a complete map of the stage, a crucial advantage in his desperate struggle for survival. Allowing him to reorder his party members by simply touching and dragging their icons on the screen. He carefully considered his options, the fate of his digital life hanging in the balance. and initiated a series of precise movements on the tactical display. A wave of energy pulsed outwards, reshaping the battlefield, shifting the positions of floating islands and altering the trajectory of incoming attacks. He was skillfully manipulating the environment to his advantage, redirecting the incoming barrage of energy blasts away from his vulnerable party members. His strategic thinking was paying off, as final adjustments to his tactical plan were made. With a final surge of energy, he solidified his defensive formation, ready to face whatever came next. A woman with dark hair and piercing red eyes observed a scene unfolding before her. She commented on the tactics being employed, finding them quite interesting. She instructed someone to take note of the actions of those involved and watch closely to see what kind of person they are to them. The scene showed a group of figures surrounding a large, glowing blue orb, resembling a holographic projection of a world map. A blonde-haired individual in white armor stood prominently before it. The camera focused on the intricate details of the holographic world map, highlighting various points of interest. A man with short, light blue hair, observing the scene, declared the results perfect. The blonde-haired figure from before, now seen from behind, declared that failure was unacceptable. She stated that this was a given for them, as a timer appeared, announcing that the time limit would end in 10 seconds. A countdown commenced, a stark warning emblazoned across the panel: the battle will begin soon. Prepare yourselves. Neku Gastvel, the King's Arrow, was introduced, a young woman with fiery brown hair, clad in dark, ornate armor, her hands gripping a pair of glowing daggers, crackling with energy. Newton Nidelk, wielder of the King's Spear, stood defiantly, his purple hair contrasting sharply with his dark attire and the ominous purple glow emanating from his spear. The countdown continued, each number marking the dwindling seconds until the mission's commencement: 8, 7, 6. Litignan, the King's Sword, a man with short, gray hair and a scarred torso, stood poised, his hand resting on the hilt of his magnificent blade. The countdown continued, the tension palpable as the numbers decreased: 5, 4. Urnith Sid, the King's Eyes, a woman with long, flowing silver hair, smiled serenely, her eyes gleaming with power as she held a mystical book. The final two members of the King's party were revealed: 3, 2. A warrior with long, flowing blonde hair and shining armor, wielding a flaming sword, stood ready. A wave of digital distortion erupted from the heart of the battle, the very fabric of reality seeming to tear and fray, revealing a monstrous, shadowy entity, its form shifting and writhing with malevolent energy. As it unleashed a devastating attack, tendrils of darkness lashing out with terrifying speed. A fiery explosion engulfing the battlefield in a blinding inferno. The force of the blast sent shockwaves through the air. Meanwhile, far from the chaos of the battlefield, a woman with long dark hair and striking red eyes sipped a cocktail, a smug smile playing on her lips as she watched a projection of the battle unfold. Beside her stood a man with dark hair and intense eyes, his expression grim. "They'd genuinely sworn their loyalty to you," she stated, her voice smooth and confident. "They're 6 stars, dubbed as the strongest in the entire server. No one can defeat them other than the 7 stars. I guarantee you, you've raised some monstrous heroes." "What about it?" the man asked, his tone skeptical. "Oh, actually, skill isn't what's important. What's important is how they perceive their master. The heroes realize the truth as they climb up the tower and fall into despair. Who would be loyal to someone who treats them as toys or pets?" A woman's intense gaze filled the panel, her crimson eyes blazing. The narration box above her revealed a stark assessment: "But you were different. You were the only one who truly dominated the lobby." The focus shifted to a man, his dark hair framing a stern face, his attire suggesting a warrior. Blood stained his armor, hinting at recent conflict. His powerful stance emphasized his authority, the text below him confirmed his identity: "You were Nibelheim's king." Even in his current state, the weight of his title remained undeniable. A woman with dark hair, elegantly dressed, observed from a shadowed corner, a subtle smirk playing on her lips. The narration box above her explained: "Even now, Nibelheim's heroes are desperately searching for you." The woman continued her assessment, her words sharp and insightful: "They know that you've fallen here too. Think about it. What kind of hero would search all corners of the world for months just because their master disappeared?" A younger woman with dark hair styled in twin tails appeared, her expression a mixture of curiosity and amusement. She posed a question: "Do you think the heroes of other lobbies would have done the same?" The first woman responded, her voice laced with admiration: "Your play method is very unique, but also precise. I could have never come up with your strategies." She continued, revealing a surprising insight: "I would have never thought a master wouldn't use synthesis." A large, imposing building, reminiscent of a palace or temple, was shown. The man from earlier appeared, his expression unreadable. The narration box explained a key game mechanic: normally, masters control their heroes through synthesis. The scene showed a group of people reacting with shock and fear before the imposing building. The narration box ominously declared that in the game Pick Me Up, any heroes deemed valueless or disobedient faced merciless elimination. This fear, it explained, was the very tool masters used to control their in-game heroes. Even low-ranked heroes with potential were often simply used as prey for stronger ones, the narration continued. Illustrating this point with a scene depicting two terrified men cowering before a towering, muscular hero. Seo Jin Han, the protagonist, revealed in a thought bubble that he had never obtained a 5-star hero in the game. His highest-ranked hero was only a 4-star series. He admitted to himself that he was accustomed to this unfairness within the game's mechanics. The scene shifted to a snowy street, showing Seo Jin as a child, holding hands with an adult. The close-up transitioned to a slightly older Seo Jin still holding hands with the same adult, walking through the snow. A woman with dark hair and red eyes addressed a man with dark hair, accusing him of not using the hero synthesis feature as often as other masters, who used it 3 to 4 times a day. Several cards, shimmering with faint blue energy, floated in the air, their surfaces fractured and glitching. One card, more intact than the others, showed a single, defiant figure. Before their rise to fame, most masters treated their heroes like disposable toys. They were discarded once their usefulness had expired. However, even low-ranked heroes weren't abandoned if they showed potential. A regime built on fear is inherently unstable. The scene shifted, showcasing a diverse group of characters, a fierce red-haired woman in a dark outfit, a blonde man wielding a staff, a blacksmith working diligently, and a woman with dark hair, elegantly dressed, observing the scene. Those who proved their worth were rewarded, while the useless were punished. The red-haired woman, now accompanied by several guards, stood before a grand, imposing building, a sense of purpose radiating from her. Inside a dimly lit room, 2 figures sat in chairs, their conversation tense. One, a man with dark hair and a sword, turned to the other, a woman with dark hair. Asking a pointed question, "Did you know that the heroes in this game were all human?" The woman's eyes glowed with a sinister red light as she responded. Her method was impossible unless she already knew. The man, unfazed, simply stated that this was his conclusion. The image displays character cards from the game Pick Me Up. Han Islet, a 1-star hero, is shown alongside 2 higher-ranked characters affiliated with Nibelheim, Ceres Agentham and Urnith Sid. 3 additional character cards are presented, each showcasing a higher-ranked hero, Mihaku Gastvel, Ledigian, and Nuden Nidelk. All 3 are 5-star heroes, highlighting the significant power disparity between them and Han Islet. Seo Jin Han, a man with dark hair and a determined expression, stood in a dimly lit room, his sword at his side. Across from him, a young woman with dark hair sat in a chair, a faint magical aura surrounding her. She posed a question. Did he know that the heroes in this game were all human? The woman's eyes glowed with an eerie red light as a sinister smile played on her lips. Her dark hair framed her face, and a shadowy, corrupted energy seemed to emanate from her. Seo Jin, his gaze sharp, responded that he didn't know how she found out, but her method was impossible unless she already knew. That was the conclusion he had drawn. The woman's eyes widened, her red irises blazing with intensity. Her expression shifted from a smirk to one of shock and disbelief. Further, each hero reacted differently to commands, showcasing unique behaviors and execution styles. Seo Jin Han, a low-ranking hero in the game Pick Me Up, found himself in an unbelievable situation. He had been transported into the very game he played, and despite the absurdity, he couldn't shake the feeling that his opponents weren't human. His thoughts drifted to the game's mechanics, realizing that the enemy's actions were far too efficient for mere human players. This efficiency, he mused, was the reason they had targeted him. A woman with dark hair and a severe expression appeared before him. She explained that she had wanted to speak with him in person, expressing regret that their meeting couldn't have taken place on Earth. Seo Jin echoed her sentiment, feeling the same way. His eyes narrowed, a cold fury hardening his gaze. The intensity of his expression spoke volumes. He revealed a chilling thought: if they had met on Earth, their encounter would have ended with his death. The woman's response was swift and decisive. She stated that he had given her ample reason for resentment. She would not forget the displeasure he had caused her. Seo Jin, unfazed, remained defiant. The woman, clearly amused by his attitude, questioned his resolve. Seo Jin, defiant, declared that he was from Earth and refused to be burdened by her problems. The woman, amused, retorted that his problems had nothing to do with her. Seo Jin Han, a young man with dark hair and a determined expression, stood in a dimly lit room. He wore a battle-worn jacket over tactical armor, his posture conveying defiance. A woman with long, dark hair sat elegantly in a nearby chair, her expression unreadable. "Your Niflheimer heroes would be disappointed to hear that," she remarked, her voice calm yet sharp. Seo Jin simply replied, "I don't care." She continued, her tone laced with amusement, "She wouldn't have summoned me here if all she expects from me is to climb the tower." Seo Jin, his face partially obscured by shadow, explained, "I took barely any losses until the 88th floor, and the 90th door, where the number 1 ranker is said to be, is just within our reach." since the Niflheim routine was doing great. He stated firmly, I won't cooperate with you. But then, a thought crossed his mind, but she called me here. His eyes blazing with a fierce blue light, Seojin's expression hardened. What I want is for you to screw off before my patience runs out. The woman, seemingly unfazed by his outburst, calmly responded. You have it in you to become a warrior who would save Mobius. Seojin scoffed, well, it doesn't matter. The woman leaned forward, her voice low and measured. What I want from you is to get to the floor I'm on. For that, I can tolerate your attitude. She then asked, her eyes glinting with curiosity, was the Dark Disciple showing up on the 10th floor you're doing? Seojin simply replied, what if it was? Don't be too mad. A woman with long black hair, dressed in an elegant black dress, sat languidly in a chair. Her bare feet were visible, and she declared, I won't intervene from the 15th floor onwards. The camera panned to reveal a sprawling, walled city, nestled within a mountainous landscape. The scene was dark and ominous, with a sense of foreboding. The woman's face, now visible, was framed by her dark hair. Her eyes glowed with an eerie red light as she smirked, stating, it's S-rank difficulty, just like Niflheim. A man with dark hair, dressed in a dark jacket, spoke to the woman. He said, you may be excellent, but I believe that it's a 90% chance the master will quit. Well, maybe not if you were to have my help. The man continued, his voice resolute, I'll swear on my name this time. The woman, her feet still visible, responded, if you climb to the top of the tower, I will send you back to where you came from. She added, and one more thing. I'll give you half of what I own of Mobius. You'll become one of the top corporation's largest shareholders. The man, his expression thoughtful, questioned, Mobius predominant shareholder. Always contract established? You just need to stay out of my sight. The narration boxes displayed a proposition, a promise to return Seojin Han to his world and grant him rewards. Seojin, however, remained unconvinced, his skepticism evident in his expression. He internally questioned their motives, suspecting a deeper level of animosity. A female character, seemingly distressed, was shown in a state of disarray, her form glitching and breaking apart. She questioned why Seojin felt such animosity towards her. Seojin's thoughts turned to his strategy, the higher he climbed the tower, the more clues he would uncover about its secrets. He resolved to reject their offer, declaring his intention to return home using his own strength, refusing to be treated as mere trash. Seojin presented this as his definitive answer to their proposition. The female character responded with a mocking laugh, highlighting that without the right spirit, he wouldn't be able to climb the tower. Despite his defiance, the female character declared that she would forgive his impudence. She promised to show him something. A blinding flash of light erupted from the portal, a surge of energy that filled the void. The intense radiance slowly subsided, revealing a scene of ethereal beauty, leaving behind only a tranquil, golden-hued sky. The scene shifted to Tonia, a bustling city where humans and otherworldly beings coexisted peacefully. A young boy with brown hair and a girl with auburn hair played joyfully in the streets. Suddenly, a cataclysmic event unfolded. A dark power ripped the continent apart, unleashing hordes of monstrous creatures upon the unsuspecting populace. 3 monstrous figures loomed, their snarls echoing the game's brutal difficulty. A minotaur-like creature dominated the foreground, its fiery eyes burning with malevolent intent. The monstrous voice explained that the game's challenge stemmed from a lost war, the tables having been turned on the heroes. But a glimmer of hope remained. A young woman with vibrant red hair appeared, her voice filled with determination as she called out to her master. The woman's words offered a path. To save the world, the master must climb a perilous tower, where many heroes would stand beside him. A scene shifted to a bustling marketplace. A man with blonde hair, accompanied by a young girl, engaged in conversation with a merchant, their expressions conveying a sense of urgency and determination. The blonde man was urged to trust the bond he shared with his heroes, the fate of the world rested on his shoulders. Another man, with fiery red hair tied back in a ponytail, shouted his agreement, his words echoing the weight of responsibility. The weight of the world's fate was emphasized once more, the image showing a man in a simple tunic, radiating a golden light, amidst the bustling marketplace. The scene shifted to show a young woman in armor, walking through the same marketplace, her confident stride reflecting the weight of her task. A final challenge was presented, to climb to the top of an unreachable tower. Seojin Han, a 1-star hero in the brutal game Pick Me Up, stood resolute, his gaze fixed on the path ahead. Countless enemies, monstrous and fierce, loomed in the shadows, a testament to the game's unforgiving difficulty. A chilling premonition of the powerful foes hidden in unexplored lands. He had been transported into the very game he once played, and now, his survival depended on his ability to overcome impossible odds. A surge of energy erupted as a mystical portal opened before him, beckoning him towards an uncertain destiny. He stepped through, sword in hand, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. A darkness that seemed to whisper promises of power. A voice, cold and commanding, echoed in his mind, "Climb the tower, Loki." But Seo Jin-han, no longer just a game character, corrected the voice's assumption. He was not alone, he would not face this challenge alone. A mysterious figure, their face obscured by shadow, waited patiently. Their words, laced with a chilling confidence, sent a shiver down Seojin's spine. "We'll be waiting for you." A defiant retort escaped Seojin's lips, "Fuck off." Seo Jin-han had leveled up. He was now a 2-star hero, his appearance subtly altered to reflect his increased power. A new illustration was created, showcasing his transformation. His capabilities significantly enhanced. Level and skill capacities had increased, preparing him for the challenges that lay ahead. Returning to his party, Seo Jin was greeted by a familiar face. "Ah, Hyung Nim. You're back." The reunion was brief, but it offered a moment of respite before the next battle. A blonde-haired young man, his expression a mixture of apprehension and weariness, stood before a stern-faced, dark-haired man. The dark-haired man, clad in dark armor, questioned him sharply, "What were you doing in there?" The dark-haired man, his gaze unwavering, explained curtly, "Something called a promotion." He added, with a hint of menace, "You'll go through it soon enough, too." The blonde-haired young man, seemingly unfazed, responded calmly, "Did anything happen?" "Nothing." The dark-haired man's expression turned serious. His thoughts revealed his motivation. Was her name Nina? His younger sister. The reason he needs to return. The dark-haired man sat, his posture conveying determination. He silently affirmed his resolve, "My goal is also unchanged. Climb the tower and return to Earth." A subtle shift in his demeanor suggested a change in his emotional state. He muttered to himself, "If anything's changed, it's that I'm in a much worse mood." The dark-haired man's face was partially obscured, but his voice carried a chilling threat, "Whoever you may be, I will make you pay for this." The next day dawned. An overhead shot revealed the sprawling landscape of the game's central tower, a majestic structure surrounded by smaller buildings and courtyards. A server error message appeared, explaining that players on the lower floors of the tower had experienced repeated disconnections. And an apology post was uploaded explaining the cause. Seo Jin-han, the protagonist, riding a mechanical horse, observed the situation from afar. He knew the problem originated from the Dark Disciple on the 10th floor. An in-game announcement detailed the error compensation, 500 gems, 50,000 gold, and additional rewards for increasing intimacy with heroes. Loki, a cheerful, dark-haired girl with a playful expression, congratulated Seo Jin on his promotion. However, Seojin's expression remained grim. Loki noticed his demeanor and asked if something was wrong. Seo Jin revealed that he had met the game's creator. Loki's concern escalated, demanding to know how much information Seo Jin had obtained from the CEO. Seo Jin-han, a 1-star hero in the game pick-me-up, let out a smirk. He muttered to himself, unconcerned, that complaining would change nothing. A small, fairy-like creature appeared before him, floating gently. She informed him that he only needed to help her with something at the tower. And with a flourish, she presented him with a golden ticket worth 10,000 gold. The fairy excitedly explained that it was a gift card, usable for anything he desired. Seo Jin, slightly surprised, looked at the gift card. He thought to himself that the player must finally recognize his value. A narration box explained that gifts are given to reward heroes the player likes or those who perform well. The cost depends on the gift's value, with high-ranking gifts requiring rare materials. Seo Jin examined the 10,000 gold gift card, noting that while not free, it was a reward from the event. He mused that the player must think highly of him. He reflected on the player's surprise at the hero's independent progress in the tower, even without much direct intervention. Seo Jin sighed, stating that he didn't need the gift and suggested giving it to someone else. The fairy reacted with shock to his rejection of the valuable gift, emphasizing that he could have obtained anything he wanted. Seo Jin-han, a 1-star hero in the game pick-me-up, scoffed at the notion of using his meager 10,000 gold. He mused that such a paltry sum wouldn't even get him anything worthwhile from the item shop. Suddenly, a small, winged fairy-like creature appeared before him, breathlessly offering him something. He remained unimpressed. The narration box revealed that the fairy was using a gift card to purchase a warhorse statue. She triumphantly presented the statue to Seo Jin, who was utterly bewildered by this unexpected gift. The fairy explained that it was a master's gift. Seo Jin, however, was less than thrilled and demanded that she give him whatever gifts she intended to give him all at once. The fairy explained that gifting only one hero would cause complaints from the others. Seo Jin then nonchalantly destroyed the statue, stating that rewarding those who performed well is a master's duty, and that each hero has their own preferences. He internally justified his actions, reasoning that if he wasn't going to use the gift, he might as well destroy it. Later, while relaxing, Seo Jin pondered the absurdity of the situation, questioning how he, of all people, could receive such a gift. He found the idea of a war horse statue as a gift particularly amusing. A sweeping aerial view of a grand, walled city unfolds, revealing its intricate layout of buildings and courtyards. A voice, unseen but clearly audible, inquires, "Anything, what are you thinking?" The same voice continues, pressing further, "Are you surprised? Or do you just not have any thoughts?" The camera focuses on a shimmering, otherworldly portal, a crack in space and time itself, pulsating with ethereal energy. Inside the portal, a figure, Seo Jin-han, reflects, "It's not a problem right now that my level is low. The biggest problem right now are enemies on the inside." He stands with three other figures, a party of adventurers, their expressions grim. One of them states, "We'll get this done quickly." Seo Jin-han's face is shown in close-up, his expression is one of quiet determination, tinged with weariness. He thinks, "I get that he's a beginner, but he's too garbage." A narration box appears, stating, "Yelka's stress is at its highest. It is most likely due to the repeated training and the experience on the 10th floor. A proper master should manage his heroes well. Yelka, a woman with fiery red hair, sighs, "Or to this time. We won't be able to clear the 11th floor like the 8th or the 9th. Another character, Anything, speaks, "Anything doesn't have a clue how pick-me-up really works." The party stands before a large, imposing gateway, marked with the words, "Climb the tower, save the world." Main dungeon and a display showing current floor level -11-. Seo Jin-han, his face etched with a mixture of determination and grim amusement, thinks, "Could it be? I'm so good it's a disease?" The scene opens in the main dungeon of the game Pick Me Up, specifically on the 11th floor. Seo Jin-han's eyes, wide and intense, are the focus, reflecting a grim determination. A stark white screen displays a countdown. The gates to the next floor will open in 10 seconds. Seo Jin-han, his expression grim, confirms to himself that this is certain. He prepares for the upcoming challenge. He informs his party that they are about to proceed to the 11th floor. A female archer in the party, surprised, questions the sudden jump to the 11th floor. The narration box explains the phenomenon of "I'm so good" disease, where players mistakenly believe they cleared the tower through skill alone. The party stands before the gate to the 11th floor, ready for the challenge ahead. Seo Jin-han's internal monologue reveals his suspicion that the player overestimates his own skill. Seo Jin-han, a seasoned player of the notoriously difficult game Pick Me Up, scoffed at the absurdity of his situation. He, a mere one-star hero, found himself inexplicably transported into the very game he had mastered, facing the 100th floor with a sense of grim determination. His avatar, Han Islet, a 2-star hero, stared back at him from the game's character card, a stark reminder of his predicament. The game's mechanics were now his reality, and his only hope of escape lay in defying the very system that had trapped him. The scene opens on a desolate graveyard, the tombstones stark against the twilight sky. A lone figure, cloaked and skeletal, rises from among the graves. Quickly followed by a horde of similarly ghastly skeletons, their eyes burning with an eerie red glow. The text box identifies them as level 11 skeletons. A party of adventurers, including a woman with fiery red hair and a man with blonde hair, observes the horde from a distance. The red-haired woman asks, "Skeletons?" A dark-haired man, clad in dark armor, commands his team, "Everyone, to your positions." A narration box explains that the game's difficulty is largely based on the player's gacha luck, highlighting the unpredictable nature of the hero selection. Another narration box explains that picking good heroes makes the game easy, while picking bad heroes leads to a difficult experience. Seo Jin-han, a 1-star hero in the game Pick Me Up, found himself thrust into a desperate battle. His body moved with surprising speed and power, a whirlwind of motion as he unleashed a powerful kick against a hulking skeleton warrior. He wondered, in the midst of the chaos, what the player controlling him was thinking. Which case was anything? The question was answered as he channeled his energy, setting the surrounding skeletons ablaze with a furious roar. Meanwhile, a woman with flowing, light blue hair observed the scene. She noted that the player had synthesized the first 4 4-star heroes with Seo Jin and removed 4 out of 5 picked heroes from the party. Despite this seemingly poor decision, she mused that the player wasn't necessarily unlucky. He had a method to his madness, following her strategy precisely. However, after a mission where they should have died, the player began to deviate from the established plan. The woman's narration revealed that the player had made several costly mistakes, including paying 5 times for a gacha without fulfilling the conditions and throwing the last member into the 10th floor, making the situation even more difficult. A powerful woman with fiery red hair and an ornate robe appeared, confirming that the player had made plenty more errors. The narration boxes set the scene. Players who rely too heavily on their heroes in the game Pick Me Up are known as good patients, mistaking a hero's abilities for their own. Seo Jin-han, a 2-star hero in the game, stands with his party amidst the aftermath of a battle, a scene of fiery destruction and scattered bones surrounding them. The party successfully clears the stage, and Han levels up, receiving 30,000 gold, 3 iron ores, and fine bone dust as rewards. Han is declared the MVP of the battle. A close-up on Han's character card reveals his current stats, a 2-star novice at level 11. He reflects on it having been a while since his last level up. His detailed stats are shown: Strength 27-27, Intelligence 10-10, HP 25-25, Agility 25-25, and various skills at different levels. The scene shifts to a nighttime street outside a building. Han calls out for someone named Isel. Isel, a young girl in a dark gothic Lolita-style dress, dramatically appears before him, responding that she always comes when called, and asks what he needs. Seojin Han, a man with dark hair and intense eyes, sat before a mystical-looking girl with dark hair and a fairy-like dress. He had something he wanted to know, a question burning in his mind. But the girl, Tel, seemed hesitant to answer. Her eyes swirled with a mixture of apprehension and frustration as she expressed her limitations. Tel struggled to reconcile her programming with Seojin's persistence. She was not allowed to answer freely, but she relented, deciding to answer his questions this one time. Her face contorted into an expression of strained compliance. Seojin began his inquiry, his first question simple and direct. He asked for Tel's name, but Tel's response was unexpected. She clarified that her referred to his original player character. Tel explained that she had many names, more than 100 million, in fact, one for each world she inhabited, making it difficult to choose just one. Seojin, however, pressed on, wanting to know her name in this world. Finally, Tel revealed her name in this world, Tel. Seojin contemplated this revelation, realizing that she likely had a different name for each world she existed in, including Nibelheim. The narrator explains that after clearing the 10th floor of the game, the name of the lobby changes depending on the player's account. A map of Tonia is shown. The protagonist's account, however, was Nibelheim. The 4th-ranking player's account was Regrancio, and the 3rd was Ezekiel. The protagonist contemplates that if Tel's explanation is true, each master has the fate of one world in their hands. The current number of worlds in the game is revealed to be more than 100 million, and it's still increasing. The protagonist asks his next question: what's Mobius? A small, winged girl, seemingly a fairy, appears before the protagonist, who is lying in bed. She asks if he means their company. The fairy looks concerned. A narration box describes Mobius as a spiral galaxy with rows of countless worlds. The protagonist wonders if that's the reason each account has different missions. Seojin Han, a young man with dark hair, pondered the intricacies of the game pick-me-up. He mused that if there were no repeated heroes, then each master must inhabit a different world. His eyes widened, reflecting a sudden realization. As a small, winged girl with dark hair and a gothic Lolita-style dress appeared before him. She questioned whether anything was ordinary for a human, to which Seojin confidently replied that he was, of course, human. The girl then stated that only a human from Earth could be a master. Seojin, his expression intense, clarified that he was inquiring whether or not the girl had done anything to anyone. The girl's eyes widened in shock and anger. She exclaimed, "What?" She wondered if the girl had done something to a master. Seojin decided to investigate, stating, "Wait a bit. I'll go see." He sat on a bed, arms crossed, choosing to postpone his thoughts on Mobius and other complex problems. Seojin lay down on the bed, deciding there was no need to figure things out immediately. He relaxed, his body at rest on the bed. Embers glowed within a dark cauldron, casting flickering shadows on a brick wall. The scene was dimly lit, suggesting a nighttime setting. Seojin Han, a young man with dark hair, lay in bed, a look of suspicion on his face. A small, dark-haired fairy-like character floated nearby. He questioned the fairy's assurance that the current situation was entirely the work of a normal user, not some kind of divine intervention. The fairy, NNG, confirmed this, adding that she checked with the other CEO. NNG explained that such a drastic intervention would require significant risk and numerous prerequisites. Seojin relaxed back onto his pillows, a smirk playing on his lips. He seemed confident and at ease. Outside, a grim scene unfolded. Several wooden effigies hung from posts, swaying gently in the breeze. The atmosphere was bleak and ominous. Seojin, now dressed and armed with a shield and spear, stood ready for action. He declared that he was ready to proceed, noting that no one had interfered with his plans thus far. He charged forward, his movements swift and decisive, swinging his spear with deadly precision. His attack was powerful and effective, confirming his suspicions that the player's poor performance was entirely their own fault. A gruff voice, laced with disdain, cut through the air. "Anything's infected with the I'm so good disease." The speaker, a powerfully built man with gray hair and a weathered face, stood poised, his weapon held high. A young man with dark hair, his opponent, braced himself, a grim determination etched on his face. If it gets any worse, something bad will happen sooner or later. The older man lunged forward, his weapon a blur of motion. The younger man barely dodged the blow, narrowly avoiding a fatal strike. He retaliated with a powerful counterattack, a burst of energy erupting from his fist. But before he could land a decisive blow, a woman with long, dark hair appeared, wielding twin daggers. She joined the fray, her movements swift and deadly, adding to the young man's growing predicament. Overwhelmed by the sudden shift in the battle, the young man found himself on the defensive. 3 versus 1 is too hard. Despite the dire situation, a calm voice echoed in his mind. Anything's I'm so good disease is still at the beginning phase. Seo Han, a mere one-star hero in the brutal world of pick-me-up, found himself unexpectedly thrust into the very game he once dismissed as a simple training ground. His feet pounded the ground as he braced himself for the onslaught. A woman with fiery red hair and intense eyes, wielding a spear, stood before him. She mused, believing that with the right actions, she could restore him to his former self. Meanwhile, Seo, despite his low rank, fought back with surprising ferocity, his blonde hair a stark contrast to the grim determination etched on his face. He was surrounded, a whirlwind of attacks from multiple opponents descended upon him. A woman with long black hair, a grizzled older man, and another dark-haired warrior pressed their assault. But Seo, despite being outnumbered, held his ground. The narration box revealed the player's agreed-upon method for curing the disease affecting the game's heroes: eliminate the hero the master depends on. The battle raged on. The black-haired woman and the older man continued their attack, their movements precise and deadly. While another young man with dark hair, his expression grim, prepared to strike. The narration box revealed a single, chilling word: knee. The young man lunged forward, his weapon a blur of motion. The impact was devastating, sending debris flying as the force of the blow reverberated through the scene. The scene opens with a dramatic close-up of a dark, ominous landscape, hinting at the perilous journey ahead. A stark black hexagon cuts through the image, announcing the names of the party members: Han, Jenna, Eren, and Ialka. The party, composed of Han, Jenna, Eren, and Ialka, is shown traversing a dungeon. Jenna, a striking redhead in regal attire, expresses her concern about their rapid progress, noting that they've reached the 12th floor unusually quickly. Eren points out that they only cleared the 11th floor yesterday, emphasizing the unusual speed of their advancement. The dialogue highlights the unnatural pace of their progress. A mystical portal shimmers into existence, its ethereal glow illuminating the dungeon's depths. The party is clearly perplexed by this sudden development. Ialka, a party's archer, questions the group's inaction before the portal, prompting Han to consider their next move. Han, the protagonist, turns to Isel, a mysterious fairy-like creature, to inquire about the current floor level. His expression is one of quiet contemplation. Isel, with a mischievous grin, reveals that they are currently on the 12th floor. Her demeanor suggests a hidden agenda. Han's eyes narrow, a subtle shift in his expression indicating suspicion and a dawning realization of the unusual circumstances. The focus shifts back to the party, highlighting their apprehension. The tension is palpable. Isel explains that sometimes game characters disobey their masters, and Han, resolute in his defiance, declares his refusal to proceed further. The scene ends with a clear indication of conflict. The scene opens with Seo Han, a 2-star hero in the game pick-me-up, his arms crossed, a determined expression on his face. A notification box appears: Han has refused to participate. A young woman with dark hair, dressed in a maid outfit, reacts with shock. What? She exclaims. Han remains impassive, replying, I'm not going. The maid, clearly distressed, continues to argue, you're not going? Can you just not go? I thought you had to go no matter what. Didn't I tell you? Han stands firm, his arms still crossed. He calmly states, you can just refuse to go. A thought bubble appears above Han's head: of course, you'll have to face the consequences. Another character, seemingly surprised, comments, I've never heard of that before. The scene shifts to show Han and the 2 other members of his party. Han explains, didn't people who refuse to go just get dragged in before? He continues, that's because they don't know anything. The maid, now visibly panicked, shouts, reconsider. It's dangerous. Han smirks slightly. But... The maid, still frantic, pleads, I know what you want to say. A large, ominous-looking structure looms in the background. Han states, you can refuse to participate in a dungeon, but you can't refuse synthesis. Seo Han, a 1-star hero in the brutal game pick-me-up, stood before a glowing portal. He muttered to himself, unconcerned, that if anything was angry enough with him, it would simply be synthesized. He resolutely declared that he wasn't going to participate. Seojin's face was grim, his icy blue eyes reflecting a steely determination. He was ready to face whatever came next. A woman with fiery red hair and intense eyes, part of Seojin's party, angrily demanded to know what he planned to do about them. You want us to fight without you? Seojin calmly responded that it was their choice, and he wouldn't stop them. The other members of his party, a woman with red hair and a blonde man, looked on with a mixture of apprehension and defiance. The red-haired woman, clearly upset, declared that if he wasn't going to fight, neither would she. The blonde man, Aaron, echoed her sentiment, stating that he wouldn't participate either. A game notification appeared. Aaron had refused to participate. The red-haired woman then complained that they should have been told about this option earlier. The two remaining party members expressed their frustration with the situation. Seo Jin-han, a one-star hero in the game Pick Me Up, found himself in a predicament. His party members, Jenna and Ialka, had refused to participate, leaving him alone to face whatever challenges lay ahead. A wave of anxiety washed over him as he wondered what he was supposed to do. A game notification appeared, stating that Party 1 could not be operated due to the hero's disobedience. It offered a solution: punish the hero who initiated the refusal. Seojin's eyes narrowed as he looked at the game's suggestion. A small, mischievous-looking character, his party's mage, spoke up, questioning whether he should be punished. Seojin immediately denied having anything to do with the in-game tip. Seojin's archer, a fiery-haired woman, turned to him, her expression a mixture of curiosity and concern. She asked him what he planned to do next. He simply replied, "We'll see." A close-up on Seojin's eyes revealed a glint of determination. He seemed to be formulating a plan. A surge of power emanated from him, a clear indication that he was ready to take action. The narration box declared, "The master reacts." 4 character cards are displayed, each showcasing a different hero from the game Pick Me Up. Han Islet, a 2-star hero, is depicted alongside Jenna Sirai and Aaron Delcut, both 1-star heroes. The final card shows Ialka Rival Strasher, a 3-star hero. All cards bear the ominous label, inoperable. A game notification appeared, stating that Party 1 could not be operated because the heroes were disobeying orders. The notification suggested resolving the issue by either fulfilling their desires or punishing the insubordinate hero. The player, witnessing this unexpected defiance, was stunned. He had never imagined a hero would refuse his commands. He reflected that he could have known about this possibility if he had read the online tutorials, however, he hadn't, so he was completely unprepared for this situation. And now, he desperately called out to his party members, Adis, Roderick, Usher, and Daika. Daika, a dark-haired girl in a gothic Lolita-style dress, reacted with outrage to the summons, questioning why they were being called. The other party members, Adis, Roderick, and Usher, stood behind her, equally confused and apprehensive. Seo Jin-han, a 1-star hero with dark hair and a determined expression, looked on with a mixture of surprise and defiance. He questioned how this was happening. The scene opens on a quiet city street, the pale sky hinting at an early morning. A sense of unease hangs in the air. 2 figures, a woman with long black hair and a man with short, dark hair, sit on a bench. The woman, dressed in dark, revealing clothing, speaks to the man, her tone laced with concern. "That's dangerous," she says, to which he replies, "I know. If you can't prove your worth to master, I die." The woman continues, her expression hardening. "Did you think master would like having his orders disobeyed?" She presses him further, her voice sharp. "Are you going to kill yourself if master tells you to?" The man remains silent for a moment, his gaze distant. Finally, he answers, his voice barely a whisper. "I thought you were fighting to live?" The woman scoffs, her disdain evident. There is no way a hero would possess something like loyalty. She gestures to a group of other heroes standing nearby, their faces grim. They are all just fighting because they do not want to die. "We're going. And, we need to become stronger." The man adds, a hint of desperation in his voice, plus, "I don't want to be synthesized." A surge of blue energy erupts behind the group of heroes, casting long shadows. Fear grips them. The man turns to a red-haired woman, his worry palpable. "What will happen to us?" he asks. She responds with a resigned sigh, "Whatever master decides." The red-haired woman adds, "That's not something Appa would say." Seo Jin-han, a 1-star hero in the game Pick Me Up, found himself in a dire situation. He resolved to sacrifice himself, ensuring the survival of his party members. His plan was simple: die by the Syntheus's hand, thus preventing further disobedience and saving his companions from certain death. However, his companions, a red-haired woman and a blonde man, were unconcerned. The woman confidently asserted that there was no way they would die. The red-haired woman, acknowledging Seojin's determination, added a sarcastic "yeah." She admitted that his resolve was impressive. Seojin, a smirk playing on his lips, observed his companions. He mused that they had grown significantly stronger. The next panel showed that both Daika and Usher, 2 of Seojin's companions, suffered bleeding status effects, reducing their HP. Daika then fell into a state of fear, causing a 30% reduction in all his stats. Seojin, now relaxed on a bench, reflected on the increased difficulty of the 12th floor compared to the 11th. The scene shifted to show Seojin's battered party members, Usher, Daika, and a third companion, huddled together, exhausted and wounded. A sense of grim determination hung in the air. A mysterious woman with long black hair appeared, her expression unreadable. Seojin, observing the scene, simply asked, "How was it?" Seojin Han, a young man with dark hair and intense eyes, sat on a park bench, his expression grim. Across from him stood a woman with long, dark hair, her features obscured by shadow, her silence heavy with unspoken tension. The woman, her face partially visible, spoke his name, Han. A hint of worry clouded her features. Her internal struggle was evident, a silent question formed in her mind: how do I disobey orders? Seojin, his eyes gleaming with a cold determination, responded with a chillingly calm, "It's easy." A game notification appeared. Ada's, a 3-star character, had refused to participate. The scene shifted to show a group of characters, including a wounded man being supported by an older, grizzled warrior. A small, winged fairy hovered nearby, looking distressed. Another notification flashed: Party 2 cannot be operated. The woman from the park bench was shown, her face etched with worry and exhaustion. The fairy, Adis, confirmed the situation. Yeah. He can no longer participate in main dungeons, weekday dungeons, and exploration dungeons. The subject is in a state of paralysis. Despite this, a young man with blonde hair, part of Seojin's party, declared, "We may be disobeying master, but will act as normal." The scene shifted to Seojin and his remaining party members. A redhead with freckles and a woman with long, auburn hair stood beside him, their expressions resolute. The redhead spoke, "We won't stop training." Seojin, holding his shield and sword, nodded in agreement. He then mused to himself, "All dungeons were open for 3 days as compensation for the error, right?" Seojin Han, a 1-star hero in the game Pick Me Up, found himself in a precarious situation. His party, consisting of Jenna and Aaron, needed to replenish their potions and level up. Jenna, a small girl with dark hair and a gothic Lolita-style dress, voiced her concerns: "We can enter the weekday dungeons on our own free will, so we'll go there." But a shadow of doubt clouded her cheerful demeanor. She worried aloud, "Are you sure? I'll be okay? What if Master quits?" Aaron, a young man with dark hair and a determined expression, responded, "He can do whatever he wants. If he can't even deal with this, then we won't be able to climb the tower anyway." Jenna's anxiety escalated. Her eyes widened in fear as she exclaimed, "What if he tries to synthesize Loki?" Seojin, displaying a calm yet slightly sinister smile, stated, "I'd prefer to die painlessly than die while working my ass off." Jenna, visibly distressed, mumbled, "Ugh. It's not hard to resolve this kind of issue anyway. Like it said in the tip, he can just synthesize the hero that instigated this." Jenna continued, explaining, "Of course, the hero's stress levels will hit the roof while morale will drop to the ground, but they won't be disobedient. He can just buy them presents or level up the facility to raise morale." She concluded, "Of course, anything isn't that smart." The next day, the party, now including Seojin, Jenna, Aaron, and a 4th member, proceeded to a weekday dungeon to collect elemental stones for promotion. The Kandat Forest weekday dungeon, an ever-changing location promising rare ingredients, awaited them. Seojin Han, along with his party members Jenna and Aaron, stood poised and ready. The scene was set against a backdrop of swirling, ethereal energy, hinting at the magical nature of their world. Their recent collaboration had yielded a significant reward, a basic fire elemental stone, obtained after successfully navigating 2 challenging dungeons. Seojin's skills were also progressing. His sword shield technique had reached level 6, a testament to his dedication in training. However, he recognized the limitations of his current progress. Further advancement required either sparring with equally skilled opponents or incorporating self-imposed challenges into his training regimen. To address this, Seojin assigned Yalka, a member of his party, a specific training mission. Yalka, frustrated by the limitations of her current flame magic, voiced her discontent. "I can only use flame magic. Do you want me to spend the rest of my days eating only potatoes?" Days passed, and a sense of unease settled over the party. The town where they resided was shown in a wide shot, quiet and seemingly deserted. Their master, the player controlling their actions within the game, had not logged in for days. The possibility of him quitting the game entirely was raised. Seojin Han, the protagonist, sat in a tavern, nursing a cup of something warm. Across from him, a woman with long black hair and a revealing outfit watched him with a curious expression. Another, shorter woman with dark hair and a gothic-style outfit, sat nearby, also observing him. Maybe he changed his mind, the black-haired woman mused, her voice a low murmur. Seojin shook his head slightly, his gaze fixed on his drink. "I don't think so." He took another sip, his thoughts turning inward. If the cure for the good disease was so easily obtained, it wouldn't be so infamous. The black-haired woman's observation was sharp, it was clear what Seojin was contemplating. He finished his drink, placing the empty cup on the saucer with a soft clink. His plan was simple. He would use the reward gems to change his raid party. A notification appeared on his screen, Master, beginning advanced summoning. You have chosen 3 advanced summons. A total of 1,500 gems will be spent. Will you continue? He selected yes. The screen flashed with the sounds of click. RRRRRRR and boom. The first summon revealed a 3-star hero named Stein, a knight in shining armor. Finally, a third 3-star hero, Tazur, completed the summoning. The card displayed Tazur, a 3-star hero, his face etched with a grim determination. Inside a dimly lit tavern, a man and a woman conversed. I think there'll be some new heroes joining us, the man stated, his tone suggesting a degree of apprehension. The woman simply replied, I see. The man continued, if they're anything like Roderick or Ialka, then we'll need to draft. The woman interrupted, firmly stating, we won't do that. We won't need to. He added, they won't be able to join our party either. Elsewhere, a tense scene unfolded. A woman with fiery red hair approached a knight and Tazur. So, can we talk? She asked nervously. Tazur immediately retorted, I said no. You smell like an old man, do you know that? The woman's face contorted in anger. What did you just say? You think you're all that just because I was being nice to you, huh? Tazur, enraged, bared his teeth, his hostility towards Mazel, a 3-star hero, palpable. Mazel, equally furious, responded with a sharp, you think I'm weak because I'm a woman? Back at the tavern, the man observed, they barely just got here, and they're already fighting. 2 figures, a woman with fiery red hair and a man with dark, spiky hair, stood amidst a chaotic scene. A blonde knight, seemingly injured, stumbled back, his sword clattering to the ground. He looked up at the pair, his voice laced with uncertainty as he asked if they had been there before him. The dark-haired man, his expression unreadable, simply replied with a curt yeah. The knight, Stein Rastov, was clearly outmatched and desperate for help. Stein, identifying himself as a knight in training, pleaded with the dark-haired man for assistance in stopping the 2 powerful figures who were ignoring his pleas. But his request was met with immediate dismissal. The dark-haired man scoffed, deeming Stein a mere noob trainee unworthy of his aid. The red-haired woman, Mazel, agreed with the dark-haired man's assessment, adding a cutting remark about Stein's privileged background. Stein, his face contorted in fury, roared that while he could forgive insults directed at himself, he would not tolerate disrespect towards his parents. His anger ignited, and he drew his sword. A game notification appeared, indicating Stein's hostility towards Mazel and Tazur, the dark-haired man. The dark-haired man, seemingly unfazed, questioned the reason for their sudden conflict, concluding that the two simply disliked each other. A narration box explained that in the game, certain hero combinations yielded stat bonuses, while others resulted in stat penalties. This was the underlying cause of the conflict. Despite this being rare, Stein and Mazel began fighting immediately upon being summoned, their conflict stemming from their incompatible stats. Seojin Han, a 1-star hero in the brutal game Pick Me Up, found himself unexpectedly flung into the very world he once played. His journey began not with glory, but with a desperate struggle against a shadowy, chained weapon. A dark, swirling force that threatened to overwhelm him. He parried with his sword, a desperate defense against the relentless assault. But the attack continued, leaving him vulnerable. Suddenly, a small, winged figure appeared, her voice sharp and accusatory. What's wrong with you guys? Are you all insane? Do you want to die? Seojin and his companion stared, speechless, at the newcomer. What are you? I'm Isel, a proxy for Master, she declared, her eyes blazing with an unsettling intensity. Her words hung heavy in the air. Leaving Seojin to wonder, Master? Isel continued, don't be stupid. I'm much stronger than all of you. A woman with fiery red hair appeared beside her, her expression cold and calculating. You understand? Then, get rid of these two. The red-haired woman addressed Seojin's companion, a grizzled man in dark robes. Yeah, if I have to form a party. He responded, his gaze shifting to Seojin. Then I would prefer to be with this Appa. Isel cut him off sharply. You guys don't get to choose parties. Only Master does. The game interface displayed instructions, creating a party. Drag and drop the heroes. Following this, the message appeared, Stein has joined Party 3, Mazel has joined Party 3, and Tazur has joined Party 3. Suddenly, a crack opened in space and time, a shimmering, digital rift pulsating with ethereal energy. A woman with long, dark hair, her eyes wide with concern, asked Seojin Han, where are you going, Han? He responded simply, to sleep. She questioned him further, what about them? Han, his expression grim, stated, they won't be coming back. A game notification flashed, Tazur has fallen into a state of frenzy. Another notification appeared, Stein has been inflicted with bleeding. His HP will be reduced for a period of time. Meanwhile, Seo Jin-han lay in bed, seemingly asleep, as yet another notification popped up. Stein has fallen into a state of frenzy. Attacking allies. The game announced, Mazel has fallen into a state of frenzy. The final notification read, attacking allies. Seo Jin-han, still seemingly asleep, was at the center of a chaotic in-game event. A notification blared across the screen. Stein, a 3-star hero, had been killed. Seo Jin-han, however, remained unfazed, muttering about trying to sleep. More notifications followed, announcing the deaths of 2 other party members, Tazur and Mazel, both 3-star heroes. Their valiant efforts were noted, but their demise was final. Seo Jin, still lying in bed, complained about the loud notifications as another message appeared. Stein had fallen into despair, his stats reduced by 80%. The final blow came swiftly. A game over screen declared Party 3 has died. You lose. The 3-star hero, Tazur, unexpectedly entered a state of frenzy. As a result of Tazur's frenzy, he began attacking his allies. Seo Jin-han, a 1-star hero, lay in bed, seemingly unfazed by the chaos unfolding around him. Stein, another 3-star hero, suffered a bleeding effect, reducing his HP. And then also fell into a state of frenzy, attacking his allies. Mazel, another 3-star hero, also succumbed to the same frenzy, joining the chaotic fray. Seo Jin, still in bed, showed no reaction to the unfolding events. Until Stein killed an ally. Tazur's frenzy ended, and he was declared dead. Mazel also met her end, while Stein fell into despair, his stats reduced by 80%. Seo Jin-han, a seasoned player of the notoriously difficult game Pick Me Up, lay sprawled on his bed, a pained expression twisting his features. The incessant notifications from the game blared in his ears, a jarring contrast to the quiet of his room. He muttered to himself about the volume, completely oblivious to the game's in-game announcement that Stein, a 3-star hero in his party, had perished in battle. A stark, red you lose, message flashing across his screen, signaling the complete annihilation of his party. The game displayed the grim results. Stein, Taesai, and Mazel, each a member of his party, had fallen in battle. Their character cards, now marked with a died during battle stamp, served as a stark reminder of their defeat. Suddenly, a bright light engulfed Seojin's room. A small, winged girl with dark hair and a gothic Lolita-style dress materialized before him, her expression a mixture of shock and distress. He found himself lying on the cold stone floor of what appeared to be a dungeon, the girl's panicked form hovering nearby. The transition was instantaneous, jarring, and utterly disorienting. A game notification popped up before Seojin's eyes, asking if he wanted to log out. He stared at the screen, his mind racing. The girl, seemingly aware of his predicament, cried out his name, Loki. He chose to remain logged in, the consequences of his decision immediately apparent as the girl began to fade away, her cries of distress echoing in the dungeon's silence. Leaving Seo Jin alone and utterly bewildered. The girl's companions, equally distraught, questioned what would happen if he truly quit the game. Their fear was palpable. The girl's desperate plea, "What about us?" hung heavy in the air as Seo Jin grappled with the reality of his situation. A young woman with dark hair styled in pigtails, wearing a gothic Lolita-style dress, frantically explained the dire situation to a young man with dark hair. She warned him that if he quit the game, the lobby can't be maintained without a master's interaction, resulting in a year and a half of downtime. Her eyes widened, and her expression shifted to one of sheer terror. She exclaimed that she was going to disappear, lamenting that she hadn't lived long enough. The young man, lying on a bed, calmly dismissed her concerns. He reassured her that they weren't certain he would quit, countering her dramatic outburst. He added that if he were weak-willed, he would have quit a long time ago. The young woman, tears welling in her eyes, questioned his assertion. Hesitantly, she conceded, stating that she would believe him. The young man then questioned her desperation, asking if she would die if he didn't climb the tower or something similar. The young woman's response was cut short as the panel shifted to a close-up of the man's face. The scene shifted to show the young man sitting on a bed, the young woman now appearing as a small, fairy-like figure beside him. He asked, "You die?" The small, fairy-like figure confirmed that she would disappear. The young man's expression turned serious as the chapter ended. Seo Jin-han, a seasoned player of the notoriously difficult game Pick Me Up, found himself staring blankly at the screen. A single thought echoed in his mind. Wait, 6 months? He had been transported into the game itself, his consciousness inhabiting the body of a lowly 1-star hero. The realization hit him hard. He was in Nibelheim, and time was running out. The next day, Seo Jin, still in his in-game form, found himself in a training yard. He gripped his simple sword, his gaze sharp and determined. Meanwhile, the player controlling him, Anyang, initiated an advanced summoning ritual. He was eager to see the results. A powerful energy erupted from the summoning circle, revealing a rare 3-star hero, Noken. Noken, taking in his surroundings, immediately noticed the presence of women in this world. A notification appeared, announcing that Master NNG had obtained the 3-star hero Winard. Winard, a burly man with a beard and a large weapon, commented on the interesting place he found himself in, but expressed his immediate desire to eat first. Another notification followed, revealing that Master NNG had also acquired the 3-star hero Jelen. Jelen, a young man with long purple hair and a bow, questioned who was in charge of this place. Jelen then requested guidance to their lodgings. Meanwhile, 2 other individuals discussed the need to train the newly acquired heroes. One suggested giving it a try, but the other, a man with dark hair, seemed hesitant. The dark-haired man warned the other to be quiet, as their conversation could be overheard at the training grounds. He then instructed another woman, Adis, to assist in the training. A red-haired woman commented that the dark-haired man's skills far surpassed those of the group that had arrived with him. This prompted a swift attack from the blonde-haired man, who challenged him. The dark-haired man deflected the attack, stating that he wasn't referring to the blonde-haired man's group, but rather to his appa. The dark-haired man then launched a powerful counterattack, striking the blonde-haired man with a flurry of blows. An observer noted that the dark-haired man had performed 3 successful gacha pulls in a row, implying a high level of skill and understanding of the game mechanics. Seo-jin Han, a low-ranking hero in the game Pick Me Up, observed a powerful female character unleashing a devastating attack on 2 weaker opponents. He wondered if their player was planning to use them as mere tools to learn enemy attack patterns, a common strategy in the notoriously difficult game. A thought that struck a chord with Seo-jin, who himself had once subscribed to that very philosophy. He reflected on the common practice of combining high-ranking and low-ranking heroes in parties, but emphasized the importance of tailoring one's ambitions to their capabilities. A strategy he now found himself questioning as he, a 1-star hero, was now trapped within the game itself. He mused that perhaps repeatedly summoning new characters through gacha pulls was a more effective approach. And indeed, a series of gacha pulls resulted in the addition of several new party members, Noken, Winard, Jelen, Robiel, and Jen. A new, more powerful team was assembled, much to Seojin's surprise. Who was immediately greeted by a confident, dark-haired man, who introduced himself and began to prepare them for training. The man's words were curt, but his demeanor suggested a sense of urgency. As he commanded the opening of a crack in space and time, a portal to a testing ground. A trial that the new recruits were about to face. The results of the test were reported shortly after. While one recruit suffered severe injuries, the team managed to complete the trial. A testament to their teamwork and resilience. The team, now battle-worn but successful, stood together, their determination evident in their expressions. And their performance was rewarded with a generous gift from their master, a sign of their success and a promise of further challenges ahead. A few days had passed since the last encounter. The desolate landscape was punctuated by several scarecrows hanging from crude wooden crosses, their lifeless forms swaying gently in the wind. Seo-jin Han and his companion, a red-haired woman, ran through the ravaged city. "Isn't it looking bad?" she asked, her voice laced with concern. He glanced back, his expression grim. "What is?" She gestured towards the distant figures, her voice barely a whisper, "Those people." The scene shifted to a brutal clash. 2 figures were engaged in fierce combat, their movements a blur of motion and energy. One of them was clearly overwhelmed, their defenses crumbling under the relentless assault. A blond man watched from a distance, a calculating glint in his eyes. "We might get our positions stolen," he muttered, his voice low and menacing. A question mark floated above his head as a sinister smile stretched across his lips. Seo-jin, noticing the blond man's unsettling demeanor, broke into a run, leaving his companion behind. The blond man turned to face a group of his comrades, his expression hardening. They stood in a defensive formation, clearly anticipating trouble. She urged him to leave the others be. More time passed. The blond man's group, despite lacking a mage, maintained a surprisingly stable defensive formation. Seo-jin Han, a 1-star hero in the game Pick Me Up, found himself thrust into a desperate battle. His party, despite their low rank, fought with surprising coordination. Their progress surprisingly smooth. Seo-jin, however, observed the scene with a calculating gaze, a smirk playing on his lips as he pondered a question. He mused on the reason behind his party's unusual inactivity, a thought that solidified into a grim realization: they had been abandoned by their master. Meanwhile, other members of the party discussed their current predicament. One, a gruff-looking man with a beard, suggested removing one of the weaker members to make room for a stronger addition. A dark-haired man, observing the conversation, reacted with a swift, brutal attack, silencing the suggestion with a single blow. Later, Seo-jin casually entered the room, his presence causing a stir. The dark-haired man questioned his intentions. Seo-jin simply stated that he was there to get water, his nonchalant demeanor masking a deeper purpose. The dark-haired man, however, remained suspicious, his thoughts turning to the lack of teamwork and empathy within the party. He noted their callous disregard for their fellow 1-star party members, a sentiment echoed by Seojin's own assessment of the situation. Despite some internal conflicts, Party 3 persevered, reaching the 14th floor of the tower. A digital display tower showed the progress of various parties through the game's floors. The 13th and 14th floors seemed to have been cleared easily by some, while the 12th floor presented a significant challenge, or perhaps those who cleared it were simply lucky. Seo Han, a young man with dark hair, breathed heavily, his expression grim. He observed that none in Party 3 had passed level 10, yet any progress would send them to the higher floors. He ran, his thoughts focused on the impending event. As soon as Party 3 breached the 15th floor, he would be synthesized into the game's world. A woman with fiery orange hair, running alongside Seo urged him to consider taking action. They were rapidly approaching their pursuers. Seo however, remained resolute. He didn't know what to do, but he would continue on his chosen path. He would not stop, even if she wanted him to. Seojin's refusal to join their party stemmed from his dislike of them. He was soon to be transferred to their party. He continued running, his resolve unwavering. He would wait for the opportune moment to act. The woman questioned whether he had mastered telekinesis yet. The woman confidently declared her mastery of the ability. A close-up of the woman's face showed her intense focus as she prepared to use her telekinetic powers. The panel shows several pairs of boots, seemingly disintegrating into purple smoke. They appear to be the remnants of a recent battle. A thought bubble reveals an observer's assessment, casting without any verbal order. I guess she's at the basic level. A young woman with orange hair, her face contorted in a mix of exertion and dizziness, exclaims, "This much is nothing." A man with dark hair watches her, commenting, "Great improvement." However, he adds, on the other hand, Master hasn't improved at all. The scene shifts to a conversation about the game's facilities. One character observes, "The lobby has nice facilities, but it's oversaturated with heroes." Another explains, "New spaces were opened up with the clearing of the 10th floor, but there hasn't been any new facilities built." The focus shifts to a battle scene. A narration box states, "Eunyoung's attention is completely focused on Party 3. The scene shows preparations for a raid." A narration box states, "The preparations for the 15th floor raid is going smoothly." Meanwhile, a narration box reveals, Party 3's members realized that Master liked them and began showing their true colors. Two characters discuss Party 3's behavior. One explains, "As of now, it's just little things like yelling at Chloe to bring more meat dishes, and stealing the sofa seats in the lobby. But if they successfully raid the 15th floor, it'll most likely get worse." A command echoes across the game world, "Party 3 to the square." The camera pans out to reveal a sprawling, majestic city square, a central hub of activity within the game's world. A party of adventurers, their figures visible from behind, approaches the square. One of them mutters, "Huh, finally." Another, more impatiently, urges, "Let's go." A young man with spiky blonde hair, confidently holding a potion, smirks. He declares, "It'll be easy." The narration box details his actions, equipping his party members with basic HP potions. Another member of the party, unseen but heard, voices their concern, "We worked hard for those. Giving them what we earned? That's a bit mean." The scene shifts to a park bench where three figures sit, a man and two women in dark, revealing clothing. The man confidently states, "We can always find them again." An older man, part of the group from earlier, observes, "TCH, there wasn't anyone when we were going to the 10th floor. Everyone's out to watch." That's a large, glowing portal, described as a crack of space and time, opens before them. The blonde-haired young man, now seemingly energized by the portal's appearance, shouts, "You bastard." He continues his outburst, promising to tell the master and get the other party member a scolding. His laughter echoes with menace. Back on the bench, the three figures watch the portal, the man pondering, what will happen if those people succeed? "You're popular." A woman with vibrant red hair, beads of sweat clinging to her brow, anxiously questioned a blonde man beside her. Her worry was palpable, the question hanging in the air was whether Party 3 could conquer the 15th floor. The blonde man's hands clenched into fists. He grimly stated that if Party 3 failed, they would have no choice but to obey their master or face certain death. For it wasn't impossible that Party 3 might succeed. The narration box explained that there were instances where parties sent out as sacrificial lambs unexpectedly cleared the floor. A figure, cloaked and wielding a sword crackling with energy, was shown. The blonde man continued, explaining that if Party 3 succeeded, their master would become more self-assured and no longer need them. He urged them to obey without resistance. Because he knew that by that point, he would likely have already been synthesized. A party of 5 adventurers stood ready, bathed in a bright blue light. Their leader declared it was time to kill, regardless of whether they succeeded in clearing the 15th floor. He realized it was a complete gamble. The blonde man's face was contorted in a grimace of fear and uncertainty as he stared at his surroundings. He muttered, "This place is Two men, one with a beard and the other younger with brown hair, sat on a stone bench, deep in conversation. Their expressions were serious, their brows furrowed in thought. A third man, with dark hair and intense eyes, watched the pair from a distance, his expression unreadable. The focus shifted to the red-haired woman, her posture suggesting a mix of apprehension and intrigue. Her gaze remained locked on the pink-haired man, a subtle tension hanging in the air. A man with silver hair and a stern expression appeared, his arms crossed, seemingly observing the scene from afar. Elsewhere, a young man with dark hair sat alone, a thoughtful expression on his face. He muttered to himself, noting that 5 minutes had passed since his party entered the game and he hadn't received any status updates. He pondered this, a question mark appearing above his head as he considered the implications. A stark message appeared: mission failed massacre. The screen detailed the deaths of 4 party members, including one named Jian, whose fighting spirit would be remembered for eternity. The young man with dark hair stared at the screen, shocked by the news that his entire party was already dead. The screen displayed a stark message: Party 3 has been killed. You lose. A chilling image of 2 ethereal, winged figures, their faces obscured, filled the background, their posture suggesting despair. Seojin Han, a young man with dark hair and a serious expression, observed the screen. He muttered to himself, noting that it had only been 5 minutes since the party entered the dungeon. It was too quick for a normal run, this had to be something more. A surge of energy erupted from Seojin, throwing him backward as he grasped at the air. His face contorted in a grimace of pain and frustration. A young woman with vibrant pink hair, part of Seojin's party, tumbled through the air, her eyes wide with shock and confusion. What? What's happening? She gasped. A game interface appeared, prompting the player, Seojin's controller, to log out. The narration box stated that he had simply thrown his phone away. Another young woman, this one with dark purple hair and a gothic Lolita-style dress, appeared on screen, her face a mask of furious frustration. Then goodbye, she declared, her voice laced with anger. Seojin, now back in the real world, found himself in a strange, ethereal location. He was clearly distressed, and the purple-haired girl from the game was also present, looking equally bewildered. This is a big problem. What do we do? He exclaimed. He explained that there were a lot of people watching them, and asked to be released from this situation. The purple-haired girl seemed to be in a similar predicament. Seojin's red-haired companion from the game, now also in the real world, suggested they return, as there was nothing more to watch. She seemed calmer than the others. The red-haired girl questioned the fate of Party 3, prompting a discussion about their sudden demise. It was revealed that they had been wiped out before the raid even began, suggesting a significant problem with the game or their actions. After a significant event, an extended period of calm settled over the land. The scene depicts a tranquil town, nestled within high walls, seemingly untouched by recent turmoil. The tranquility is shattered. Suddenly, several wooden dummies come to life, their movements jerky and unnatural, as they let out a chilling, unified cry. A young man with dark hair, wielding a large, crude weapon, confronts the animated dummies. He swings his weapon with surprising power, effortlessly destroying them. Meanwhile, a young woman with long dark hair, dressed in cat-themed pajamas, watches in a mixture of fear and confusion, desperately questioning what to do. The young man, seemingly unfazed by the recent chaos, instructs the young woman to return to her normal routine. He is focused on his training. The scene shifts to show a training area, filled with various weapons and targets. The young man's daily routine is revealed: wake up, eat, train, repeat. 10 days have passed since their arrival in this world. The young woman, however, notices that the other low-ranked heroes are becoming complacent, slacking off in their training. She correctly surmises that their lack of discipline stems from the absence of a higher authority or challenging tasks. The young man confirms her observation, noting that even the weekday dungeon runs have significantly decreased. He reflects on the passage of time, noting that 10 days in this world equates to 3 days in the real world. A loading screen then appears, signaling a shift in the narrative. Seojin Han, a 1-star hero in the game Pick Me Up, stood with his sword, a look of grim determination on his face. Beside him, a small, cat-like creature with long dark hair, Isley, his in-game companion, exclaimed excitedly, "Master!" A blinding light erupted around Seojin as he shielded his eyes, a wave of energy washing over him. The intensity of the light momentarily obscuring his vision. He had taken a screenshot. A game notification appeared before Seojin. "Master, will you log out?" Isley watched with growing concern as Seojin considered his options. The notification read, "Then goodbye." Isley's worry intensified. She thought, is he really planning to quit? Seojin, however, remained calm. He explained to Isley, he did not do anything. He took a screenshot. Isley was taken aback. Seojin smirked, asking, "Why? Why do you think?" He continued, "A souvenir?" He explained, "So you can connect to the internet." A young woman with long dark hair, wearing a purple cat-eared hoodie, scowled. Huh? She questioned, clearly unimpressed. Meanwhile, a young man with dark hair and piercing blue eyes smirked, a predatory glint in his gaze. He stated, "You're gonna have to help me." The scene shifted to a dark, Gothic-style building. The young woman's voice, laced with disbelief, echoed, "Wait. You're gonna use the internet here?" He nonchalantly replied, "If I can." The young man lay on a bed, the young woman hovering nearby. She exclaimed, "Yeah, you can. Then why are you hesitating?" He sighed, his expression troubled. It's not an easy thing to intervene with another dimension. There will be penalties. The young woman, her expression serious, explained, "If you're just gonna look, you'll have more than an hour. But if you want to directly intervene by writing a post or commenting, you'll have much less time." He muttered, "That does sound difficult." She added, "Yeah. I hate it." The young woman continued, "It's been forever since I visited the Ragnaloki blog." She looked at him expectantly. He responded, "Still. I have to use it. Yourself? If possible." Loki, a young girl with dark hair and cat ears, scowled, her eyes blazing with a furious energy. A torrent of frustrated energy seemed to emanate from her. Then, a sudden shift in her expression. Her face contorted into a wide, manic grin as she shouted, "Okay." A determined glint appeared in her eyes. "If it's for you, Loki," she declared, a surge of resolve coursing through her. A magical aura enveloped her as she prepared for something significant. Loki launched herself into the air, shouting Hiya. Fairy power, as she unleashed a dazzling magical attack. The attack manifested as a vibrant fairy emerging from a computer screen. But the effort was clearly taxing. She quickly apologized, admitting she couldn't maintain the attack for long. Seojin, a young man with dark hair, watched her intently. He questioned her unusual pose, prompting Loki to explain that it was her focusing position, urging him to hurry. She added that he should remain quiet if he felt tired. Seojin, determined to finish quickly, focused on his task. His thoughts drifting to the pick-me-up. Infinite Gacha official forum. He noted it had been a while since he last logged in. The scene opens on a series of in-game screens from the popular mobile game, Pick Me Up. The various menus and community boards are visible, hinting at the game's complexity and active player base. A close-up reveals a young man with dark hair, a sly smile playing on his lips. His expression is one of quiet amusement and anticipation. He thinks to himself, confirming a suspicion, he is, indeed, stuck. A plea for help appears on a job discussion board, highlighting his predicament. The young man explains his situation in a series of text boxes. He's been playing for less than a month, and while it was initially smooth sailing, he's recently hit a wall. He's certain he's been playing correctly, and he displays his in-game lobby to illustrate his point. He stares at a character selection screen, his gaze lingering on his own one-star character card among others. The realization dawns on him, he is, in fact, a game character. He sees comments from other players mocking his gameplay, highlighting his struggles and lack of progress. The comments are harsh and critical. Several players offer their assessments of his gameplay, ranging from sarcastic remarks to more constructive criticism. The overall tone is one of ridicule and disbelief. A frantic, distressed character, Isabel, is shown struggling within the game. She's clearly reaching her limit. Meanwhile, the young man is shown furiously typing on a keyboard, his actions suggesting a desperate attempt to alter the game's course. He believes that handing over documents in his cloud storage might change something. He believes that this action will cause a change within the game's system. Seojin Han, a one-star hero in the notoriously difficult game Pick Me Up, sat before his computer screen. He was composing an email, the subject line hinting at a clandestine operation, wild F*** at Papape. A flurry of messages filled the screen, a chaotic exchange between online gamers. Among them, a heated discussion ensued regarding the identity of a mysterious figure, possibly Loki, and the authenticity of his game records. A young woman with dark hair, possibly the sender of the email, contemplated her actions. She considered the potential consequences of her actions, and a wave of apprehension washed over her as she considered posting anonymously. Seojin, having sent the email, anxiously awaited a response. He nervously watched a small, animated spider on his screen, a visual representation of his anxiety. His companion inquired about the contents of the message, prompting a brief explanation from Seojin. Seojin's companion, exhausted, revealed that she had sent her play records and other documents. A surprised Seojin reacted to the information, his eyes widening in disbelief. The young woman excitedly revealed rumors of a hidden, complete tutorial for the game, supposedly held by Loki. She explained that this hidden tutorial contained all the secrets of the game. Seojin, slightly annoyed, asked if she had sent the information to their mysterious contact, Master. A young woman with striking red eyes and dark hair, styled in twin tails, beamed up at a man with dark hair and a brooding expression. Her chibi-like features were exaggerated, sparkling with an almost manic glee. "It's almost like a thesis," she declared, her voice brimming with excitement. The man remained impassive, arms crossed, as she continued, "It really existed." The man's gaze fell upon a fiery hearth, the embers glowing warmly. He spoke, his tone measured and thoughtful. "I can't say that it contains every single thing about Pick Me Up," he conceded, a hint of something unreadable in his eyes. "But it's true that it has my everything." A table overflowed with scattered papers, the remnants of a large manuscript. The sheer volume was impressive. He continued his quiet contemplation. "It's about as long as 3 to 4 books since I didn't think anyone else would read it." The camera angle shifted to reveal a dark, stone passageway, hinting at a hidden chamber. His thoughts continued, a subtle shift in tone, but if he does read all of it, and really understands it, then things will get pretty interesting. Whether he will lose his interest in the game and quit, or try again. Seo Han, a one-star hero in the game Pick Me Up, sat on a park bench, a thoughtful expression on his face. He had been transported into the game's world, and his only goal was to defeat the player controlling him. A seemingly impossible task given the player's godlike power. A young woman with dark hair styled in braids, wearing a dark, gothic-style dress, approached him. "Loki," she exclaimed. The young woman, visibly distressed, clutched a small, intricately carved war horse statue. "Its master's gift," she stammered, tears welling in her eyes. She placed the statue on a small, ornate box. A game notification appeared, purchasing war horse statue with 5,000 gold. Gifting war horse statue to Han. Loki looked at Han with a worried expression, extending her hand towards him. "Here," she said, her voice laced with apprehension. "You're gonna break it again?" Han received the statue, a small smile playing on his lips. He replied, "I edited the end of the document before sending it." He explained further, "I put in a sentence saying to gift a warhorse statue more than twice." A game notification appeared, Han is happy with the warhorse statue. Favorability increased. Han's favorability rating had increased. He had successfully manipulated the player's actions, a small victory in his larger plan. He then noticed the player's gaze upon him. A giant, ominous eye appearing in the sky. The player's thoughts were revealed, he read the entire thing. "I don't need a casual player as a master. If he really intends to climb to the top of the tower." Seo Han, a mere one-star hero in the brutal game Pick Me Up, observed his party from a distance. His gaze fell upon 3 figures, a woman with fiery red hair and a dark dress, another with auburn hair and a green dress, and a blonde man wielding a spear. They stood poised and ready, unaware of the machinations of their unseen controller. A player who treated him and his fellow heroes as mere tools. He mused that to break free from this control, he needed to reach the player's level of power. Otherwise, his fate remained sealed. A daunting task, considering the player's likely incomplete understanding of the game's complexities. The image of a bronze horse statue, seemingly insignificant, caught his eye. A small, detailed statuette. A hand reached out, grasping the trophy. The owner of the hand, unseen, spoke of the will needed to overcome adversity. A scene that shifted to reveal Seo and his party once more, their expressions resolute. Seo, with a determined glint in his eyes, stood at the forefront, drawing a hidden dagger. He vowed to make them the best they could be, a promise whispered with quiet intensity. The scene then transitioned to a game interface, announcing that Party 1 was operational. The following panel showed a series of mission failure screens for various parties, highlighting the harsh reality of the game. Loki, a seemingly young man with dark hair, pondered a question: what if their master hadn't changed? He dismissed the idea immediately. Another voice, equally incredulous, suggested a radical solution, using the internet. The feasibility of this plan, however, depended on the speed at which they could collect intervention points. A crucial element for their actions. Loki, still seated on his bed, voiced his confusion about the meaning of these intervention points. The explanation revealed that intervention points were a tool used by the entity known as Mobius to manipulate cause and effect, bending the rules of their reality. The accumulation of these points accelerated when their master, the player controlling their world, was actively logged in. Furthermore, the rate of accumulation increased even further by ascending to higher floor levels. A cheerful girl with dark hair, possibly a companion, excitedly pointed out the additional benefit of acquiring gems. A mysterious woman, clad in a dark purple dress with a frilly white apron, explained that the intervention points were the physical embodiment of the power of creation. Seo Han, a young man with dark hair and a determined expression, stood behind a shield, questioning the nature of the power that real-life money could wield in this world. A young woman with dark hair and a mischievous grin observed him. The woman continued, emphasizing that while cyber money was useful, cash was even better, offering a 1% bonus reward for those who brought it to headquarters. Seojin scoffed at the meager 1% bonus, deeming it a paltry sum. He and his party, consisting of 3 other individuals, prepared to embark on a quest, having rested for an extended period. The party, designated Party 1, was declared ready for action. Seojin, along with his teammates, a woman with fiery red hair, another with long auburn hair, and a blonde man, stood poised and ready for battle. Seojin declared that from that moment on, they would reclaim their refusal to fight. A message appeared, praising Seojin for changing the heroes' minds. Seojin, however, expressed indifference, though he admitted it was a positive development. His teammates, eager for a fight, questioned his lack of enthusiasm. Seojin Han, a 1-star hero in the unforgiving world of pick-me-up, found himself surrounded by his party members. A sense of unease hung in the air, palpable even to the omniscient observer. He muttered something about it not being quite right. A nervous energy radiating from him. His companion, a young woman with vibrant orange hair, fidgeted, a nervous laugh escaping her lips as she confessed to feeling an unsettling itch. Meanwhile, 2 other members of the party, Hyungnim and another unnamed man, discussed their current predicament. Despite their master's change of plans, they were still a group of 4, but 1 member was missing. Suddenly, a message appeared, announcing that Adis had been summoned to temporarily join Party 1. Adis, a powerful warrior woman with long black hair, appeared, her presence commanding attention. She stood poised, dual daggers in hand, challenging someone to a fight. Her gaze fixed on Seojin. He questioned her actions, wondering about their master's involvement. Adis simply replied that he would soon understand. A notification then appeared, indicating that Party 2 was now operational. With a confident smirk, Adis agreed to join, her intentions unclear. A notification confirmed Adis's 3-star ranking as she joined Party 1. She then announced her arrival with a dramatic flourish, stating that she wouldn't be staying long. Adis informed Seojin that he would lead Party 2 again once they cleared the 8th floor of the main dungeon, the current challenge. Seojin Han, a 1-star hero in the game Pick-me-up, stood before the entrance to the main dungeon, alongside his party. A countdown appeared, the gates will open in 10 seconds. Get ready! A blinding flash of light engulfed them, transporting them to the 8th floor of the dungeon. The mission objective was clear: annihilate your enemies. Seojin and his party, a diverse group of heroes, stood poised for battle. He thought, it's time to show off what we've been training for. Their first encounter was with a goblin rider, level 9. The creature lunged and was swiftly met with a barrage of attacks from the party. The goblins roared in pain as they were struck down. One of Seojin's party members, a woman with vibrant red hair, prepared a spell. Her eyes glowed with power. She unleashed a powerful spell, shouting invert. The spell reversed the goblins' positions, creating chaos amongst their ranks. The inverted goblins collided with each other in a chaotic mess, creating an opening for Seojin's team to deliver a devastating final blow. The battle ended with the annihilation of the goblin riders. Seojin Han, a 1-star hero in the brutal game Pick-me-up, found himself and his party, a motley crew of similarly low-ranked characters, facing a relentless onslaught of wolf-like creatures. Their armor, already battered, offered little protection against the savage attacks. As a fiery-haired archer, a member of Seojin's party, loosed a volley of arrows, each imbued with magical energy, attempting to pierce the thick hides of the beasts. But the creature's ferocity was unrelenting. One of them, a hulking brute, lunged forward, its blade flashing in the dim light, aiming a deadly blow at a smaller member of the party. The attack connected, sending the smaller warrior sprawling. Blood splattered across the ground as the creature roared in triumph. But the archer, undeterred, channeled her magical power, a fiery aura enveloping her as she prepared a devastating counterattack. Ignite, she shouted, unleashing a wave of searing flames. The inferno engulfed the creatures, incinerating them in a fiery explosion. Seojin, observing the battle from a relatively safe distance, felt a surge of grim determination. He saw the archer's power, a stark contrast to his own meager abilities. A narration box appeared: she can cast in 10 seconds what used to take her 40. He realized this was the final level of the game. He had to overcome his limitations and defeat the player controlling him. He braced himself for the final confrontation, engaging the remaining creatures with a desperate flurry of attacks. His movements were swift, precise, and deadly, leaving a trail of carnage in his wake. But even as he fought, a young woman with long black hair watched from afar, her expression filled with a mixture of fear and apprehension. Yalka, a striking woman with dark hair and a revealing outfit, glared at her unseen opponent. A cold fury emanated from her as she spat out a question: "What did you call me?" Seojin Han, the protagonist, was shown from the neck up, his dark hair partially obscuring his eyes. A thoughtful expression played on his lips. Seojin's gaze was intense, focused on a plan forming in his mind. He silently considered the implications of his party's recent victory. Adis, another member of his party, spoke, asking if he was bored, and a mysterious woman with dark hair and a sharp gaze responded that it was fun to watch. Adis's role in the party was still being determined. A screen displaying Ialka as MVP flashed across the panel. The narration box highlighted Ialka's increased magical flexibility. Ialka, clearly exhausted, declared that she was done for the day, citing her magical fatigue. Seojin noted that the current situation felt different from their previous encounters. Ialka, still complaining about her exhaustion, reiterated her need for a break. Seojin reassured her, promising that she wouldn't have to work too hard. However, Ialka remained skeptical, having been deceived by such promises before. A title card appears, advising the player to start research to improve their game lobby. The scene then shifts to a dimly lit, Gothic-style lobby within the game, where Seojin Han, a young man with dark hair and a determined expression, stands opposite a woman with long, reddish-brown hair, dressed in an elegant, dark robe. Seojin, looking up, questions the location, wondering aloud if it's the magic hall. He questions the woman why she brought him there. She responds that he won't have to exert himself physically. The woman, whose name is Ialka, explains that he needs to focus on research. A menu appears, detailing the current research options: hero reaction research, facility expansion research, and dungeon depth research, all at level 0. It also explains how to earn research points. Another menu appears, showing a recommended researcher list, with Ialka as the top choice. The player is prompted to select Ialka as the researcher. Suddenly, a new character, a girl with purple hair and fairy-like wings, appears unexpectedly, startling Ialka. Ialka is startled by the girl's sudden appearance, expressing her fright. The purple-haired girl, unfazed, tells Ialka to get used to it, explaining that she doesn't appear like this out of choice. The girl directs Ialka's attention to a desk with a container, instructing her to solve the problem within and place it in the container. Ialka, sighing, recognizes the task as something she learned at the Magic Academy. A gruff voice barked orders. "Master ordered you to. Do as he said if you don't want a lecture." Seojin Han, a young man with dark hair and a determined expression, sat in a dimly lit library, a large book open before him. He frowned, unable to decipher the arcane text. He muttered to himself, "I can't read any of this." Ialka, a woman with long reddish-brown hair, sat at a desk, her brow furrowed in concentration as she struggled with her own research. A bead of sweat trickled down her temple as she sighed. A blue light erupted from a cauldron as a scroll was consumed by flames, signifying the completion of a research task. The process was clearly magical in nature. Seojin observed the results of Ialka's research, his expression thoughtful. He commented, 10 points per hour is very bad. The efficiency isn't good. Seojin continued his analysis, concluding, I guess that's to be expected since she doesn't have any research skills. A small, dark-haired girl, seemingly a magical being, appeared, her voice sharp and demanding. You gotta do this 3 hours every day. Ialka reacted with distress to the new schedule, exclaiming, 3 hours? No. This hurts my head. Ialka, clearly overwhelmed, complained further, this isn't easy. I'm already dying trying to solve it. With this on top of everything, I'm being treated like a slave. Seojin responded with a sigh, I guess that's true. She has a pretty impacted schedule. Seojin Han, a 1-star hero in the game Pick Me Up, pondered a solution. He needed a way to maintain Ialka's drive without wasting precious time. A method that wouldn't compromise his progress. He addressed Isel, his subordinate, with a request. A request that would cost 3,000 gold. The game presented Han with a choice: accept or decline the purchase of a fur coat. He chose yes, initiating the transaction. And the game immediately delivered the item. The transaction was complete, the payment up front. She questioned his attempt to influence her with such a gift. Her eyes, filled with a mixture of annoyance and suspicion, narrowed. But Han remained firm. He simply stated that if she didn't want the coat, she could return it. This spurred Isel into action. She accepted the challenge. Undeterred, she declared her intention to complete the task, accepting the fur coat as payment. And commissioned the creation of new weapons at the equipment center. His preparations were underway. As part of a larger strategy. He also formed a new party. A party composed entirely of newcomers, inexperienced adventurers ready to face the challenges ahead. A narration box declared a simple truth: Seojin Han, the protagonist, had undeniably changed. Seojin, now sporting a more confident demeanor, sat at a large table, casually leaning on his hand while reviewing a large book. He muttered to himself, not bad. A woman with long, flowing orange hair, dressed in elegant robes, sat across from him at the table, her attention focused on a collection of scrolls. She called out to him, hey. Seojin explained, even if I can only use flame-type magic, I'm good with theories on other stuff. The woman responded, I think you're pretty talented. Seojin considered her offer. It'd be hard for just me to teach you, he admitted, but it'd be possible with the books here. A card appeared, displaying Seojin's character profile in the game. It showed his current 2-star rating and the message, I can choose a class from 3-star onwards. Another card showed potential advancement paths. He mused, at this rate, I'll probably become a warrior, but if I fulfill the conditions, I can open the path to a hidden class. One of those is the mage swordsman. He thought to himself, just because it's a hidden class, doesn't mean it's strong though. Seojin firmly rejected the woman's offer. No thanks, he stated. I like to focus on one thing. The woman replied, let me know if you ever change your mind. A woman with fiery orange hair and striking red eyes, adorned in rich, dark clothing accented with gold, sat at a desk. Her expression was one of indignant surprise as she retorted to an unseen interlocutor, you're asking because you don't want to solve problems on your own, huh? A woman continued to write, a quill in her hand, a subtle smirk playing on her lips as she added a final flourish to her writing. A thought bubble above her head confirmed her inner satisfaction, I guess I was correct. She leaned back, a slight frown etching itself onto her features as she contemplated something. The scene shifted to show the woman across a table from a dark-haired man, his face partially obscured by shadow. He asked, how was your life before coming here? The woman responded, me? I was a farmer. The man scoffed, liar, who would believe that? The woman, seemingly unfazed, calmly replied, focus on your problems. A narration box revealed more about her past. She was a daughter of a renowned family before this, but the family was ruined because of war. Suddenly, a surge of blue energy crackled around her. The energy intensified, illuminating the woman's face with an eerie blue glow. The man across from her also showed signs of the same energy coursing through him. A brilliant blue star erupted between them, filling the room with light. The man, his eyes wide with shock, whispered, "WH what?" The woman, however, seemed calm, stating, "It's beginning." The manga introduces Party 1, a group of in-game characters in the virtual world of Pick Me Up. The party consists of Arendelle Cut, a 1-star hero, Han Islet, a 2-star hero, and Genesiari, a 1-star hero. Further expanding on the roster, we see Yelka Ribble Strasher, a 3-star hero, and Adis Callan, another 3-star hero. Their higher star ratings suggest significantly greater power and abilities within the game's mechanics. The scene opens in a dimly lit laboratory, filled with alchemical equipment and towering bookshelves. A large cauldron sits center stage, glowing faintly. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupts from the cauldron, filling the room with an ethereal glow as a message appears, the goddess has blessed the lobby. A woman with long, auburn hair, dressed in regal attire, stares in surprise at the magical energy emanating from her hands. As a notification appears, there are 3 options in research. A card displaying hero reaction research is shown, along with 2 locked cards. The locked cards are labeled Dungeon Depth Research and Lobby Expansion Research. Another notification appears, anything chose to unlock hero reaction research with 30 points. The woman's eyes widen in confusion. Seojin Han, a 1-star hero in the game Pick Me Up, found himself inexplicably transported into the very game he once dismissed as a mere training ground. A wave of unease washed over him, this reality felt profoundly different from the virtual world he knew. He sat across from a woman with fiery orange hair, her expression a mixture of amusement and something akin to pity. She suggested he try accessing his stat window. With a dramatic flourish, the woman revealed a glowing, translucent screen displaying a series of numbers and symbols. A stat window showcasing Seojin's abilities in numerical form. He could finally see his stats. The woman explained that a previous party had perished due to a lack of understanding of the mission's specific requirements, their inability to see the system's details proving fatal. The image shifted to show a group of 3 adventurers, their faces grim, standing before a building. Their failure underscored the harsh reality of Seojin's new world. The woman continued, explaining that advanced research into hero reactions made this stat window possible, displaying strength, intelligence, HP, agility, and skills. Seojin, a glint in his eye, saw his skills listed, intermediate flame magic and telekinesis. He was more than just a 1-star nobody. He nodded, a plan forming in his mind. He would need to inform his fellow heroes. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through Seojin's side, causing him to cry out in agony. The unexpected attack left him reeling. Hyung Nim, a strange light ray ghost relentlessly pursued Seojin. Suddenly, a dark-haired figure appeared, moving with surprising speed to intercept the spectral energy before it could reach Seojin. The dark-haired figure easily subdued the light ray ghost, leaving Seojin both relieved and confused. Seojin's bewilderment turned to alarm as the dark-haired man approached, a smirk playing on his lips. What is this then? A faint, ethereal glow emanated from the dark-haired man's chest, a symbol of power. Seojin's expression softened, a blush creeping onto his cheeks as he gazed at the dark-haired man. A red-haired woman, observing from a distance, revealed that she had been aware of Seojin's situation all along.
So this is what you were always looking at. You already knew?
She explained that she had overheard Seojin's mumblings and simply copied his actions. Seojin, along with the red-haired woman, learned about the game's mechanics, levels, stats, and skills. The red-haired woman confirmed her own leveling up after battles. Two young women, one with fiery orange hair and the other with vibrant red, questioned a dark-haired man about some information he possessed. He simply stated that he had just come across it. The orange-haired woman scoffed at his nonchalant response, her disbelief evident in her expression. Her red-haired companion giggled at the absurdity of the situation. The red-haired woman pointed out that the dark-haired man had been there before them, implying prior knowledge. He simply replied that he had a lot of experience.
The orange-haired woman, unconvinced, conceded that everyone has secrets and let the matter drop.
The red-haired woman then praised the dark-haired man's advice, calling it helpful and amazing. The orange-haired woman, unimpressed, retorted that he was simply good at kissing ass. The dark-haired man, seemingly unfazed, stated that if they survived until the end, he would tell them everything. He added that they had already overcome many obstacles.
The dark-haired man's expression turned thoughtful as he sipped his drink.
He then added that if things came to it, it would be time to say goodbye.
The following day, news of the stat windows spread throughout the populace, thanks to Jenna.
Most could only see a portion of their stat windows, likely due to low research levels.
And not everyone could see their stat windows at all.
Meanwhile, in a desolate graveyard, a group of figures stood before a large, gray stone slab, observing a lone archer in the center. The archer knocked an arrow and fired, unleashing a powerful shot, which was swiftly deflected by a mysterious figure who appeared seemingly out of nowhere. The figure moved with incredible speed, deflecting the barrage of arrows with ease, leaving the archer stunned and questioning if the deflection was a skill. The figure confirmed it was indeed a skill, stating that they were deflecting everything. Another figure approached, complaining about the unfairness of not being able to land a single hit. A woman with fiery red hair, clad in a dark, form-fitting outfit, pondered aloud. She mused that if there existed a skill to deflect an attack, surely there must also be a counter-skill to oppose it. A question hanging heavy in the air as she gripped the quiver on her back, her golden eyes narrowed in thought. Suddenly, she launched herself into action, drawing her bow with surprising speed. An arrow whistled towards its target. But before it could find its mark, a blur of motion intercepted it. A young man with dark hair appeared, deflecting the arrow with an unseen force. The man moved with impossible speed, his attack a whirlwind of motion. The woman, caught completely off guard, cried out in surprise as she was sent sprawling, her body tumbling through the air. Fear etched itself onto her features as she landed hard. The young man smirked, "It's fine as long as I don't kill you with one hit since we're in the lobby." He continued, explaining that leveling up her skills would be difficult unless they increased the training intensity. Ignoring his words, the woman unleashed another arrow, aiming for him with renewed ferocity. But the young man effortlessly deflected it with a swift movement of his blade, the clash of energy leaving a trail of light in its wake. Seojin Han, a lowly one-star hero in the brutal world of pick-me-up, found himself in a precarious position. His body, trapped within the game's reality, protested with a barely audible "but." Meanwhile, a fiery-haired woman with a bow, her expression grim, reflected on their past training.
"The training we used to do isn't fun anymore, is it?"
She continued, her voice laced with a steely determination. "From now on, the training method is
to use real weapons instead of training ones."
The implication hung heavy in the air as Seojin braced himself for the change. A deep, authoritative voice boomed, setting the new rules of engagement: to fight until your opponent is at death's door. Seojin, his eyes blazing with a newfound intensity, gripped his sword and shield, ready to face this brutal new reality. The training grounds were stark, with wooden dummies bound to posts, awaiting their fate. Two onlookers whispered amongst themselves, their voices filled with awe and disbelief. "He sure is amazing. I heard he was a farmer. Is that true? No way." One of them dismissed the rumors as impossible. "It's gotta be a lie." A flurry of blows that left her reeling and questioning everything they thought they knew. Seojin Han, a one-star hero in the brutal game Pick-Me-Up, found himself thrust into a grueling training montage. He questioned the nature of this intense regimen, wondering aloud if he had to endure this arduous training with both his teammates simultaneously. The scene shifted to show Aaron, a seasoned warrior, observing Seojin and Jenna, a skilled archer, both of whom had a dismal record of 32 and 19 losses respectively. Jenna, despite her losses, expressed her determination to continue training, a determined glint in her eyes as she prepared for another round. Seojin, fueled by a newfound resolve, declared his readiness to face whatever challenges lay ahead. He launched a swift attack,
only to be met with Jenna's unexpected counterattack. A dagger flashed before his eyes, leaving him momentarily stunned by her agility and precision. Jenna's eyes glowed with a crimson light as she activated her newly learned skill, weakness detection, preparing to exploit Seojin's vulnerabilities. Seojin Han, a one-star hero in the brutal game Pick Me Up, found himself thrust into the very world he once played. His low rank meant he was little more than a training dummy for other players, but now, trapped within the game's reality, he had to fight for survival. And his opponent was none other than the player controlling him. He braced himself, a fierce determination hardening his gaze as he prepared to counterattack. With a burst of speed, Seojin launched a swift counterattack, surprising his opponent, leaving the player, a woman with fiery red hair, momentarily stunned. Just now, that was, she exclaimed, clearly impressed by his unexpected skill. Seojin's opponent, still reeling from his attack, questioned his sudden proficiency. Where did you learn that? She asked, her curiosity piqued. He simply replied, I just thought of it. His nonchalant response belied the intense mental calculations he had performed to anticipate and counter her attack. The woman continued, explaining her strategy. You said there would be a skill to oppose the skill you were using to defend, so I just thought about opposing your skill. Seojin, intrigued by her explanation, muttered, she learned a skill just from that? Interesting. Again. His opponent, undeterred, smirked and prepared for her next move. Be easy. She formulated a plan, aiming to force him to dodge her first arrow, then exploit his weakness with a precise second shot. The tension ratcheted up as she knocked another arrow. Seojin Han, a one-star hero in the game Pick Me Up, gritted his teeth, a bead of sweat tracing a path down his temple. He muttered to himself, strategizing, or mixing fake shots. His opponent, Jenna, a fellow one-star hero, focused intently, her eyes glowing with an inner light. A sinister smile played on her lips as she thought, to be able to deceive using arrows. Jenna's concentration intensified as she realized the difficulty of her task. She muttered, it has gotten much harder to avoid. A notification flashed across the screen. Jenna's basic archery skill had leveled up to level 6. Seojin's eyes widened in alarm as he witnessed this. A volley of arrows, precise and deadly, rained down upon Seojin. He reacted instinctively, his internal monologue filled with disbelief. A skill level up this time? He barely managed to deflect the barrage, his shield ringing with the impact. He could only watch as the arrows flew past, narrowly missing their mark. He cursed under his breath, she's getting stronger. Another arrow whizzed past, forcing him to take evasive action. He braced himself, determined to persevere. He growled, I won't lose, right? Jenna's eyes burned with fierce determination as she prepared for her next attack. Seojin watched in disbelief as Jenna's arrows continued to fly with impossible accuracy. He whispered, no way. Are they even human? Two onlookers, observing the battle, commented on the incredible skill displayed by both combatants. One of them stated, he's great, but Jenna's amazing too. Seojin Han, a one-star hero in the brutal game Pick Me Up, found himself inexplicably transported into the very world he once played. He stood amidst a grim, rain-swept landscape, his gaze fixed on two burly men and an older, weathered figure. A cold sweat beading on his brow as he wondered what awaited him in this harsh new reality. His shoulders slumped slightly, a tremor of uncertainty running through him. His hand, calloused and worn, tightened around the hilt of his sword. A grim determination settled over his features as he prepared for whatever challenges lay ahead. The weight of his new reality pressed down on him, a stark contrast to the casual ease with which he once manipulated his in-game avatar. He was no longer a player, he was a pawn in a game far more dangerous than he could have ever imagined. The scene opens on a desolate, almost skeletal landscape, dominated by a pair of weathered wooden dummies. A young woman with fiery red hair and intense, crimson eyes stood poised, ready to strike. Her arm ablur as she unleashed a flurry of blows against one of the dummies. The speed of her attack was breathtaking. Each strike precise and powerful, shattering the wood with ease. The force of her movements sent splinters flying. Across from her, a young man with dark hair and a determined expression dodged a volley of arrows, his movements fluid and practiced. He muttered to himself, frustrated by his inability to close the distance. He was clearly outmatched in terms of range. More arrows rained down, but he deflected them with a shield, reserving it for emergencies. He knew he needed to improve his combat skills. This training wasn't just about survival, it was about mastering new techniques. He focused, determined to surpass his current limitations. Seojin Han, a one-star hero in the brutal game Pick Me Up, found himself unexpectedly transported into the very world he once played. His face contorted in a grimace of exertion, as a volley of arrows, tipped with lethal energy, hurtled towards him. His mind raced. He thought, if I can detect the intent behind the arrows, he might stand a chance. The arrows, imbued with a deadly crimson light, flew with terrifying speed. Seojin reacted instinctively, his body moving with a speed he didn't know he possessed. He raised his sword and shield. But one arrow still found its mark, piercing his eye. A searing pain shot through him. Despite the injury, a notification appeared before his eyes: his skills had leveled up. His throw defense reached level 3, basic swordsmanship reached level 7, and he had obtained a new skill, insight. With newfound clarity, Seojin countered, his movements now precise and deadly. His blade a blur of motion as he deflected the remaining arrows with ease. He then launched a swift counterattack. His attack connected, sending his opponent reeling. The battle was far from over, but Seojin had taken the first step towards victory. Seojin Han, a one-star hero in the game Pick Me Up, stood victorious, a smirk playing on his lips as he pondered his latest conquest. He mused, is this my 19th win? His opponent, a female character with vibrant red hair, lay defeated at his feet. Later, Seojin reflected on his recent victories, a thought bubble appearing above his head: I've gained a few skills. He was in a tavern, discussing his progress with Aaron and Jenna, two other characters. Jenna, a striking woman with fiery red hair, asked Aaron, Appa, how many skills do you have? Aaron, a blonde man, responded, I have basic spearmanship, pain tolerance, and flame resistance, those 3. Aaron then turned to Jenna, inquiring, what about you? Jenna, displaying her character sheet, listed her skills: basic archery, switching, dagger technique, weakness detection, rapid fire, hawk's eye, nimble movement, and... Seojin, observing the exchange, offered his insight: having many skills doesn't mean you're strong. It depends more on the synergy with your level. If you have an incompatible skill, it could actually do more harm than good. My berserk and composure are some examples, but those are special cases. He then shifted his focus to Jenna, stating, but Jenna has 9 skills. A bead of sweat trickled down Jenna's brow as she wiped it away with a towel. Seojin concluded, she's top tier. Seojin Han, a young man with blonde hair, stood silently observing a red-haired woman with a bandage covering part of her face. Her expression was unreadable, but a palpable tension hung in the air between them. A high-angle shot revealed their location, a sprawling fortress, seemingly the heart of the game world. Pick me up. The intricate layout suggested a complex and potentially dangerous environment. The scene shifted to a game interface, displaying 3 elemental stones: basic fire, basic water, and basic wind. These were the ingredients for a crucial in-game combination. The stones were arranged in a magical circle, ready to be combined. The success rate was listed as 87%, indicating a high probability of success, but not a certainty. A prompt appeared, asking if the player wished to proceed with the combination. The red-haired woman, seemingly impatient, selected yes. The combination process began, accompanied by a dramatic display of light and energy. The words "fairy power" flashed across the screen, but the outcome remained uncertain. Despite the high success rate, the combination failed. The elemental stones were consumed, leaving the player with nothing to show for their efforts. The red-haired woman's disappointment was evident. Seojin, however, remained calm, observing the situation with a detached curiosity. He commented that she could still get a promotion, and that time moves quickly for a 2-star hero. Unexpectedly, a message appeared: combination complete. You have obtained a basic promotion stone. This was a surprising turn of events. The scene shifted to show a grand building, the location for promotions within the game. The red-haired woman's promotion was about to begin. Jenna, brimming with a confident smile, announced her party's current levels. She herself was level 12, Yelka was level 8, Aaron was level 9, and Jenna was now level 10. She expressed her certainty that she wouldn't die, adding that she would be back. Seojin, however, remained pensive, revealing that his recent promotion was a special case due to Tell's interference. Seojin reflected that Jenna would likely perceive the situation differently than he did. The scene shifted to a grand fountain, featuring a majestic rearing horse statue in front of a classical building. A card appeared, announcing that the hero's forgotten memories had awakened. Jenna's promotion to a 2-star hero was complete. A bright light emanated from a grand, imposing building, suggesting a significant event was about to unfold. Jenna, now a 2-star hero, stood before the entrance, seemingly awestruck. Jenna, in a new, more powerful-looking outfit, walked towards Seojin, who watched her approach with a contemplative expression. Jenna described her experience as a weird dream, recalling a burning forest where she used to live. Seojin dismissed it as a bullshit dream. Seojin Han, a young man with dark hair, sat on some steps, his posture slumped. Beside him, a woman with vibrant red hair, clad in a black bodysuit, sat with her legs crossed, a serene expression on her face. He mumbled something unintelligible, trailing off. She responded dismissively, assuring him there was no need to worry. The red-haired woman let out a short, amused laugh. Her internal monologue revealed that she had just woken from an unpleasant dream. Seo-jin, still looking troubled, inquired if there was anything else. The red-haired woman pondered for a moment before stating that was all. She reflected on a feeling of relief, as if a weight had been lifted from her shoulders. Seo-jin observed that the process seemed like a normal promotion, awakening forgotten memories. He mused on the implications, questioning whether the regaining of memories was tied to the promotion process. He concluded that the heroes were currently suffering from amnesia. The scene shifted to a blacksmith's forge, where a burly man with a red bandana worked diligently. The narration box revealed that around 4 or 5-star rank, the heroes would regain their memories. The final panel showed a burning town, illustrating the devastation of their original world. The image depicts a widespread fire engulfing the town, highlighting the scale of the destruction. The aftermath of a fierce battle was laid bare, a city reduced to smoldering ruins, buildings crumbled under the weight of destruction, and flames danced in the wind, painting a grim picture of devastation. Shortly after the devastation, Aaron Delcut, a young man with blonde hair, received his promotion. His character card, now displaying 2 stars, reflected his rise in rank within the game. He wielded a staff, unleashing a torrent of blue energy that tore through the battlefield. His movements were precise and powerful, a stark contrast to his previous demeanor. The narrator observed that Aaron's newfound drive was striking, a transformation fueled by an unknown dream. His friend, Seo-jin, approached him, concern etched on his face, and asked if he was going back. Seo-jin's question hung in the air as Aaron, his face streaked with sweat and grime, shook his head. He still had unfinished business. Seo-jin urged Aaron to rest, warning him of the dangers of overworking himself. Aaron, however, insisted he was fine, his resolve unwavering. A sigh escaped Aaron's lips as he acknowledged his friend's concern. He was exhausted, but his determination remained. Suddenly, a surge of dark energy erupted from Aaron, a crimson glow emanating from his body. His eyes glowed menacingly. The dark energy intensified, forming a swirling vortex of crimson and black. Aaron channeled this power, his sword glowing with a malevolent light as he prepared for a devastating attack. Seo-jin Han, a 1-star hero in the game Pick Me Up, found himself transported into the very game he once played. A sheen of sweat glistened on his brow as he stood amidst the game's bleak, shadowed forest. His shoulders slumped under the weight of his unexpected reality. He was no longer a player, but a pawn in a game controlled by someone else. A stark contrast to his previous life of manipulating characters for his own amusement. Meanwhile, in a different part of the game world, a shadowy figure practiced his swordsmanship against a training dummy. Dark energy crackled around him. A frustrated sigh escaping his lips as he muttered, "It's incomplete." He reflected on his abilities. I did get stronger, but I can't focus my power where I want to. A diagram appeared, outlining his skills, composure and berserk. He realized that if he activated berserk, he'd become stronger, but his skills would lose efficiency, and he'd lose his composure. Another diagram showed the basic swordsmanship and basic shield technique skills. He mused that if they were compatible, they would combine. He then understood, like the basic sword shield technique, if 2 skills are compatible, they become 1. She explained, I wanted to ask you something before I go to the 12th floor. Your party isn't made up of people who are used to battles, right? Jenna was a forest keeper, Aaron was a hunter, and you were a farmer, were you not? Although I don't believe that. Seo-jin Han, a 1-star hero in the game Pick Me Up, found himself face to face with a powerful female player. Her dismissive so hung in the air. As she leveled a chilling question at him, have you ever killed a person before? The intensity of her gaze, underscored by burning orange eyes, spoke volumes. Meanwhile, Seo-jin's perspective shifted. He thought about his party's recent accomplishment, your party climbed the 12th floor. He was being questioned about his ruthlessness, and his response was a grim admission, yes. To survive. The cost of that survival was heavy, a burden he carried with him, I'm here at the cost of others' lives. He revealed the horrifying truth of his ascent, 3 people were synthesized to me. The female player's expression hardened. She stated the obvious, a cold assessment of his actions, you should know the answer by now. She confirmed his actions, highlighting their brutal efficiency, that's true. You basically killed the pulverizing wolves mercenaries. Seo-jin, defensive, felt the accusation sting, are you trying to insult me? No, I just... The female player interrupted, explaining the cold reality of the game, whatever appears in the stage is just a monster. All you have to do is kill it. You may see it like that, but, not your party members. Seo-jin Han, a 1-star hero in the brutal game Pick Me Up, found himself thrust into the very world he once played. His philosophy of using low-ranked characters to learn enemy patterns had backfired spectacularly. Now, he wielded a glowing blue blade, his movements sharp and precise as he prepared to face an unknown challenge. A grim determination etched on his face. Nearby, a woman with long, dark hair watched him, her expression unreadable. She spoke, assuring him that he needn't worry about the new recruits he was about to acquire. As she initiated a ritual, a booming voice echoed, "Open, crack of space and time." A swirling vortex of energy opened before them, a gateway to another realm. But another, a woman with vibrant red hair, corrected him, stating that they were, in fact, on the 12th floor. A system message announced that the 12th floor of the main dungeon was now open, a subjugation mission to annihilate their enemies. 10 seconds remained before the doors opened. A silent promise to survive echoing in his heart. Another member of the party, a man with blonde hair, urged him to do better, knowing his capabilities. A surge of energy erupted from Seo Jin. The party charged forward, ready to face whatever awaited them on the 12th floor. A young woman with fiery red hair, braided down her back, and clad in hunter's green, stood with her hand on her head, a quiver of arrows strapped to her back. She appeared disoriented, her brow furrowed in confusion. It's a subjugation type. Where are the enemies? She wondered aloud, her voice laced with a mixture of anxiety and determination. Her gaze darted around, searching for any sign of hostility. A growing unease etched onto her features. Her eyes widened as a sudden realization washed over her, a chilling premonition settled deep within her. A deep, guttural roar echoed through the air. "Stop," a voice boomed, filled with raw power and barely contained rage. A phalanx of human soldiers, 13 strong, each wielding a long spear, materialized before her. The caption below read, "Human Soldier LV 11 by 13. They were clearly prepared for battle, their expressions grim and determined. The red-haired woman's eyes widened in shock and fear as she stared at the approaching soldiers. A whispered gasp escaping her lips. "Human soldiers," she stammered, her voice barely audible above the rising tension. The soldiers advanced, their spears glinting menacingly in the sunlight, as the red-haired woman and her companions found themselves surrounded and outnumbered. Elsewhere, a young man with long, dark hair, his face etched with worry and distress, clenched his jaw, his eyes filled with unshed tears. His expression was one of profound despair. The image displays Party 1 of the game Pick Me Up, composed of 3 characters, Aaron Delcut, Han Islet, and Jenna Ciari. Each character is depicted on a separate card, showcasing their in-game stats and appearances. A young woman with vibrant red hair and striking golden eyes stood amidst a chaotic scene, a bead of sweat trickling down her temple. Her expression was one of disbelief and daunting horror. Her whispered question hung in the air, "Human soldiers?" The camera pulled back to reveal a company of armored human soldiers marching through a medieval town square. The woman and a blonde man with a worried expression were among a group observing them from a distance. A young man with dark hair and intense eyes watched the scene unfold from behind the group, his face a mask of grim determination. 2 women, one in regal attire and the other in more revealing dark clothing, stood observing the soldiers from a shadowed alcove. Their expressions were unreadable. The red-haired woman and the blonde man remained tense, their attention fixed on the approaching soldiers. The blonde man's voice cracked with fear as he spoke, "Young Nim, they aren't monsters." The dark-haired man challenged him, "So what? Are you not going to fight?" The dark-haired man continued, "No, that's not it, we should talk to them first." The red-haired woman agreed, "I agree. We might be able to get some information about this place." A regal woman with fiery red hair, clad in rich crimson and gold robes, addressed a dark-haired man, his face partially obscured by shadow. Her voice, sharp and commanding, cut through the air as she declared that they might not have to fight. The dark-haired man, his expression grim, muttered to himself that they should avoid unnecessary killing. A question hanging in the air, a woman with vibrant red hair and piercing golden eyes countered, "What about you?" A formation of soldiers, their faces hidden behind helmets, stood at attention. The dark-haired man's companion, a blonde man, explained that these soldiers were different from the usual non-player characters, they could see them. The blonde man stated that this meant the soldiers were enemies. He then questioned the dark-haired man's actions, asking why he was raising his weapons. The dark-haired man, startled, called out to his blonde companion, "Hyungnim," a term of respect. The blonde man continued, stating that if the dark-haired man didn't want to fight, then. The dark-haired man, his eyes now glowing with an unnatural light, challenged his companions, asking if they were going to stop him. The scene shifted to show the other members of the party, their expressions a mixture of apprehension and concern, as they watched the escalating confrontation. The final panel focused on the dark-haired man's face, his eyes blazing with determination, a stark contrast to his previous hesitation. Seo Jin Han, a young man with striking black hair and intense eyes, stood before a woman with fiery orange hair and crimson eyes, her face etched with worry. Her ornate, dark clothing contrasted sharply with his simpler attire. A palpable tension filled the air. A silent scream hanging in the air between them. Beside them, a woman with vibrant red hair and golden eyes, her expression a mixture of fear and determination, watched with bated breath. While a blond young man, his face contorted in a grimace of frustration and anxiety, clenched his jaw tightly. Seojin's eyes, usually dark, now glowed with an unnatural light, reflecting the intensity of his inner turmoil. The orange-haired woman, her voice barely a whisper, gave a resigned order to her companions. She instructed them to do as they wished, a subtle hint of desperation in her tone. The red-haired woman and the blonde young man exchanged a worried glance. Before the blonde man, whose name was Aaron, expressed his gratitude and his intention to speak with them. Aaron, visibly relieved, approached a group of guards armed with spears, a nervous energy radiating from him. He announced his name, Aaron, to the guards, his voice carrying a hint of defiance. Seo Jin Han, a blonde-haired young man in dark, worn leather armor, stood defiantly amidst a desolate, sun-baked plaza. His mouth was open, a shout frozen mid-air, his expression a mixture of disbelief and determination. "I would like to talk to you," he declared, his voice ringing out across the empty square. A gruff voice responded from the shadows. It belonged to a man with a weathered face and a helmet, his own shout echoing Seojin's defiance. "We would like to talk too. We were brought here out of nowhere." Seojin's gaze shifted to a group of figures emerging from the gloom. They were a party of adventurers, their armor gleaming faintly in the harsh sunlight. One of them, a dark-haired man, spoke, his voice laced with confusion. "How?" Another figure, clad in gleaming silver armor, stepped forward. He was a soldier, his face obscured by his helmet, but his voice was calm, almost dismissive. "It's too complex to really say. Why don't you come closer?" The soldier's words were accompanied by a subtle shift in the scene. The adventurers seemed to tense, their hands instinctively moving towards their weapons. Seo Jin, however, remained unmoved. His response was immediate and resolute. "Then I'll come." As Seo Jin approached, a line of soldiers in full plate armor blocked his path. The soldier from before spoke again, his tone softening slightly. "Put down your weapon first. My colleagues are a bit fearful." Seo Jin lowered his weapon, his expression thoughtful. He seemed to consider their words. "We don't intend to fight, so don't worry. We just want to go back." He placed his spear on the ground, the action deliberate and slow. His movements were controlled, betraying no hint of aggression. One of the adventurers, a man with dark hair and a stern expression, stepped forward, his voice sharp and accusatory. "Are you stupid? You're really going to just do as they say?" Seo Jin Han, a one-star hero in the game Pick Me Up, found himself in a precarious situation. He and his fellow low-ranked comrades were ordered to approach a group of heavily armed soldiers, but without their own weapons. One soldier grumbled that this would be quite difficult. Seo Jin, incredulous, voiced his outrage at the unfairness of the situation. He questioned the absurdity of being forced to approach armed opponents unarmed. The leader of the soldiers, a grizzled veteran with a weary expression, considered the situation. And then declared that 3 of the unarmed heroes would proceed. The 3 heroes approached, emphasizing their unarmed status to the soldiers. While a female soldier, clad in heavy armor, requested the same of the soldiers. With a decisive movement, Seo Jin tossed his shield to the ground, a clear sign of disarmament. And asked if that was sufficient. The soldiers seemed satisfied. Now that the weapons were discarded, the soldiers indicated that they could finally talk. However, Seo Jin was troubled by something else. He revealed that he was hearing a persistent, incessant voice in his head. Seo Jin Han, a one-star hero in the game Pick Me Up, found himself inexplicably transported into the very game he once played. He watched, from a distance, as his party, 2 other low-ranked heroes, stood rigidly before an unseen threat. A voice echoed in his mind, a relentless compulsion urging him to act, despite his initial hesitation. The voice, insistent and commanding, continued to press upon him, even now. A grizzled veteran, clad in heavy armor, stood alone, his face etched with grim determination. He was clearly hearing the same voice, the same relentless command. Seo Jin, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes, wondered what the voice was saying. A subtle smile played on his lips as he listened intently. The voice's message was chillingly clear: to kill the other heroes. The armored veteran lunged forward, his blade a silver flash against the darkening sky. A desperate cry escaping his lips as he unleashed a brutal attack. His eyes, wide with a terrifying frenzy, were filled with a bloodlust that chilled Seo Jin to the bone. The veteran, now consumed by the voice's command, moved with terrifying speed and precision, his attack relentless. He was a whirlwind of steel and fury. Seo Jin recognized the attack pattern instantly. He had seen it before, countless times, while playing the game. A familiar chill ran down his spine as he recalled the countless one-star heroes who had fallen victim to this very move. He knew the outcome. Those who hesitated against this attack were doomed. Seo Jin, however, was not merely a player anymore. He was a character within the game, and he would fight for his survival. Seo Jin Han, a one-star hero in the brutal game Pick Me Up, found himself unexpectedly thrust into the very world he once played. His opponent, a powerful player who controlled his in-game party, was now his enemy. He moved with surprising speed and skill, dodging a blow from a heavily armored knight. and countered with a swift, precise strike, sending the knight sprawling. Meanwhile, a female archer, eyes wide with shock, watched the unfolding battle. Seojin's movements were fluid and deadly. He was no longer the weak, easily defeated character from the game. He moved with a newfound grace and power, his every action precise and lethal. He launched a devastating attack, a projectile hurtling towards the knight's head. The impact sending the knight reeling backward. Seojin's sword, a blur of motion, sliced through the air, a testament to his newfound strength and skill. The scene shifted to a narration box. A compromise does not exist. He moved with a renewed determination, his blade a whirlwind of destruction as he engaged his opponent once more. A fierce clash of steel echoing through the battlefield. Above, another narration box appeared, whoever it may be. Seojin's attack was relentless, a furious barrage of blows aimed at his foe. He was fighting not just for survival, but for his very freedom. And however they may be. The final panel showed the knight, eyes bloodshot, readying his crossbow, a grim determination etched on his face. Seojin Han, a one-star hero in the brutal game Pick Me Up, found himself plummeting towards the earth, the ground rushing up to meet him. His descent interrupted by a powerful figure, a woman with long, dark hair, clad in dark clothing, who stood poised to strike. The impact of her attack sent Seojin sprawling, leaving him wounded and helpless on the ground. Nearby, a blonde-haired man watched in shock, his concern evident as he approached the fallen Seojin. Suddenly, a dark-haired man appeared, his expression grim as he addressed the blonde man, his words a stark warning: kill or be killed. He then questioned the blonde man's intentions, asking if he still wished to negotiate with the fallen soldiers. The two men faced each other, their expressions conveying a palpable tension, a silent standoff filled with unspoken threats. The blonde man, his resolve hardening, declared his intention to fight. He prepared himself for battle, gripping his spear with fierce determination. While the dark-haired man, his own weapon gleaming, prepared to meet his opponent's challenge. Seojin Han, a one-star hero in the game Pick Me Up, found himself unexpectedly transported into the game's world. He observed his fellow party members, their faces etched with worry. Jenna, a skilled archer with fiery red hair, voiced her apprehension. If they killed their enemies, they risked being killed in return, she reasoned. Jenna's eyes glowed with an inner light, a strange symbol appearing in her iris. She declared that she was prepared for whatever came next. With deadly accuracy, Jenna unleashed a volley of arrows, piercing the armored foes who charged towards them. Another party member, a woman with fiery orange hair, declared herself ready for battle, a fiery aura surrounding her. Meanwhile, Seojin, observing from a distance, smirked, realizing his worries were unfounded. He confidently stated that it didn't matter whether the enemy was a monster or a human. Seojin explained his party selection criteria: he prioritized mentality over strength or talent. The enemies continued their assault, their ferocity unwavering. The scene concluded with Seojin, Jenna, and another party member facing a group of enemies, their determination evident. Seojin Han, a young man with dark hair and intense eyes, braced himself, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword. He stood amidst a chaotic battlefield, his party a motley crew of other heroes surrounding him. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as he prepared for the inevitable clash, the words "prepare for battle" echoing in his mind. A stark reminder of his predicament. He was no longer just a player, he was now a character within the game, Pick Me Up, and his very survival depended on his ability to overcome the odds. The cards displayed the members of Party 1, Arendelle Cut, 2 stars, Han Islet, 2 stars, Jenna Ciari, 2 stars, Idulka Rival Strasher, 4 stars, and Adis Callan, 3 stars. Each card depicted a unique character, their stats and abilities hinted at the challenges that lay ahead for Seojin and his unlikely allies. Seojin Han, a one-star hero in the brutal game Pick Me Up, found himself thrust into a desperate battle. He and his fellow low-ranked comrades were surrounded by a wave of heavily armed soldiers. Their eyes glowing with an unnatural red intensity, their movements swift and brutal. The soldiers advanced relentlessly, their weapons raised high. Suddenly, a blur of motion erupted from the chaos. A female warrior, wielding a wickedly curved blade, launched a devastating attack, striking Seojin with surprising speed. Despite the ferocity of the blow, Seojin's eyes flashed with determination as he muttered, "I can tell." The battle raged on. Another member of Seojin's party, a red-haired archer, unleashed a volley of flaming arrows. Each arrow a fiery projectile aimed at the heart of the enemy. The archer's movements were precise and deadly. But the soldiers were relentless, their numbers overwhelming. Seojin, seeing an opening, roared, "Yelka," as he charged forward. A blonde-haired man and the red-haired archer cried out in alarm as a powerful wave of fire erupted from the ground, engulfing them in a fiery inferno. The source of the attack was a woman with fiery red eyes, who declared, "Ignite." A fiery explosion engulfed the battlefield, the intense heat warping the air around a group of armored figures. A guttural roar of pain echoed from within the inferno. As a fiery-haired woman, her face contorted in fierce concentration, unleashed a searing arrow from her bow, adding to the destructive chaos. A young man with blonde hair moved with surprising speed, his blade a blur as he cut down one of the armored figures with brutal efficiency. His attack a whirlwind of motion, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Meanwhile, another figure, this one with dark hair and piercing eyes, engaged in a desperate struggle against a heavily armored opponent. His sword flashing as he parried blows and countered with swift, precise strikes. The dark-haired warrior finally overpowers his foe, leaving him defeated and gasping for breath. He observes the scene with a cold assessment, weak. Their armors are great, but they're neither in position nor organized. Another armored soldier, caught off guard, cries out in terror as he is swiftly dispatched by a blow from the dark-haired warrior. The dark-haired warrior's face is shown in close-up, his eyes burning with a cold intensity. A defeated soldier begs for mercy, W8. Spare me. Spare me. Amidst a fiery inferno, a battle-worn warrior, his armor scorched and bearing the marks of countless conflicts, voiced his desperate plea. He spoke of a wife and daughter waiting for him at home, his resolve to return to them unwavering. But his words were met with a chilling question: how? The close-up revealed a crimson eye, veins pulsing with an unnatural energy, a terrifying glimpse into the horrifying power at play. A horrifying transformation was taking place before their eyes. Terror seized the warrior as he stammered, that's. A guttural roar escaped the warrior's lips as the transformation intensified. His face contorted in agony, his features becoming monstrous. The change was complete. With a swift, decisive movement, a sword sliced through the air, ending the horrifying transformation with a fatal blow. The monstrous figure collapsed. Observing the scene from a distance, a woman with fiery orange hair and regal attire commented on the strange nature of the events, noting that these people were strange. Confirming her suspicions, they were indeed the same, raising the stakes of the conflict. Seo Han, a 2-star hero in the brutal game Pick Me Up, knelt amidst a gruesome scene. The ground was slick with the dark blood of fallen foes. Their blood, thick and black, a stark contrast to the vibrant hues of the game's usual aesthetic. A ghostly image of a woman with crimson eyes flickered before him. A chilling reminder of the player's power. Han, his expression grim, touched his chin thoughtfully. He muttered to himself that the blood was just like hers. He stared at the lingering crimson stains on the ground, a grim determination hardening his gaze. Concluding there was too little evidence to definitively confirm his suspicions. The game then displayed a stage-clear message, indicating that Jenna and Adis, both 3-star heroes, had leveled up, earning 3,500 gold and leather as rewards. Han Islet, the 2-star MVP, was highlighted. His character card appeared, showcasing his 2-star rating. He stood, his expression resolute. He vowed to adapt to the brutal reality of his situation. His party members, however, were less than enthusiastic about his grim determination. One of them questioned his resolve, asking if he meant to get used to murdering. Han confirmed their suspicions, stating that there was no difference between monsters and humans in this world. As Seo Han's party continued their ascent through the tower, they encountered more human-form monsters on the 14th and 15th floors. Their equipment and formations differed, yet one similarity persisted. They were all uniformly hostile. The relentless hostility, however, proved to be a strange comfort. This unwavering aggression allowed the party to eliminate enemies without hesitation, streamlining their progress. But fighting human-like monsters proved more stressful than battling regular creatures. The party noticed this increased tension, but it didn't significantly hinder their advancement. Their leader, Han Islet, implemented a daily rest period after each day's battles. After several days of strategic combat and well-earned rest, the party had leveled up sufficiently to challenge the 15th floor. Han Islet reached level 15, while Aaron Delcut and Jenna Ciari both reached level 13. Yalka and Adis, however, lagged behind at level 11 due to their initially higher starting ranks. This highlighted a common drawback for high-ranking heroes: slower experience gain. Meanwhile, the party's equipment workshop facility became operational, providing Han Islet with a leather pouch that increased his carrying capacity. Seo Han, a 2-star hero in the game Pick Me Up, was given a basic HP potion. A small, fairy-like creature, his in-game companion, warned him not to drop the potion, emphasizing its high cost. But before he could react, the potion slipped from his grasp. The potion shattered on the ground, its contents spilling out in a crimson mess. A narration box appeared, explaining that in-game items can sometimes break while in a player's possession. Seo, frustrated by the loss of the expensive potion, blamed his overworked state for the mishap. Another character, a blonde boy, announced that the incident was over. He then showed a group of other characters, presumably his party members, who were waiting for their next instructions. Seojin's companion questioned the blonde boy's nonchalant attitude, expressing concern about the potential for rebellion among the party members if strict rules weren't enforced. Finally, Seo-jin reached the 15th floor of the main dungeon, marking another stage conquered in his quest to save the world. Seo-jin Han, a one-star hero in the game Pick Me Up, found himself inexplicably transported into the very game he played. He pondered the nature of his upcoming mission, uncertain of what lay ahead. He was joined by two other party members, their conversation hinting at a routine mission, though one member expressed a lack of confidence in their abilities. Despite this, the other reassured them that the orders were clear. Seo-jin's stats were revealed, a total of 107, comparable to an advanced 3-star hero. This was a significant improvement from his initial 1-star status. His in-game status showed his progress. 2 months had passed since his arrival, and he hadn't had a break. The weight of his situation was evident in his weary expression. Seo-jin considered the possibility of saving a replay of the stage challenge, a feature requiring an in-game purchase. The game confirmed the purchase, granting Seo-jin access to view past hero records, a feature helpful for improving insight and judgment skills. While direct interference in missions was currently impossible, this would change at higher floors. The party then discussed the mission's details. The mission was revealed to be special, connected to the goddess statue mentioned on the 10th floor. A pair of statues, resembling angelic figures locked in an embrace, stood on a pedestal. It was said that destroying them would result in the death of everyone present. A similar condition existed on the 15th floor, as evidenced by Party 3's swift demise. They had entered and perished within 5 minutes. They failed the mission before even comprehending the situation. The penalty for failure was death. Therefore, their immediate objective upon entering was to quickly ascertain the mission specifics to avoid a similar fate. A man with dark hair and a determined expression explained this to a woman with long black hair. He emphasized the urgency, stating they only had 15 minutes, at most. The woman, surprised by the short time frame, questioned the implications. Inaction within the mission area automatically resulted in failure, leading to certain death. The man, his face grim, confirmed this as the second critical factor. Time flowed differently between the lobby and the mission area. 15 minutes in the lobby equated to only 5 minutes inside. This was a time-sensitive mission. The announcement echoed through the digital space, main dungeon. The current challenge floor is the 15th floor. The doors will open after 10 seconds. Get ready. Seo-jin Han, a 1-star hero in the game Pick Me Up, stood poised, sword at his side. A voice, presumably from another player, instructed, once we're in there, we'll gather information within 3 minutes and start the mission. A surge of blue energy enveloped Seo-jin, transporting him into the game's world. The scene shifted to a quaint, medieval-style town square, bathed in sunlight. Civilians went about their daily lives, unaware of the impending danger. A young girl skipped along, clutching a loaf of bread. Seo-jin and his party, their presence subtly disrupting the town's peaceful rhythm, moved through the crowd, their footsteps echoing softly on the cobblestones. Suddenly, a wave of energy washed over the town square. As other players materialized, their arrival causing a stir among the townsfolk. Seo-jin, observing the chaos, muttered, "Really? This floor is a city too?" Seo-jin, a young man with dark hair, stood resolute, his sword at his side. He declared his intention to proceed, despite the uncertainty. His companion, a blonde-haired man, voiced his concern about their visibility to others. An older woman, observing them from a distance, offered her assessment: they must be non-player characters. The scene shifted to a bustling marketplace, a stark contrast to the previous, more dangerous areas. The relative peace was noted by Seo-jin's party. Seo-jin, his expression serious, contemplated the situation. A notification appeared, revealing their current mission, Floor 15, a guard mission to protect a specific individual. Seo-jin's eyes widened, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple as he processed the implications of this new objective. The mission's true nature was revealed to him, a difficult task that demanded the identification of a single person within a massive crowd. The panel showed a vast crowd, the sheer scale of the task becoming immediately apparent. Seo-jin and his party stood out, silhouetted against the sea of faces. The weight of the mission pressed down on them, the challenge of finding one person in such a large crowd overwhelming. The image displayed a series of character cards, each showcasing a different hero from the game Pick Me Up. Han Islet and Aaron Delcut, both 2-star heroes, were featured alongside Jenna Sarai, another 2-star hero. More prominently displayed were Edilka Rival Strasher and Adis Callan, both 3-star heroes, their cards suggesting a higher level of power and ability within the game's hierarchy. Seo-jin Han, a 1-star hero in the brutal game Pick Me Up, found himself staring into a reflection of his own eyes, now burning with an unsettling crimson. It was a chilling realization: the game's cruel master wanted them to find a specific person within a massive crowd. The scene shifted to a bustling city square, teeming with countless civilians. Seo-jin and his party, a motley crew of low-ranked heroes, were tasked with a seemingly impossible mission: to locate a single individual amongst this sea of faces. a task made even more urgent by the ominous implication of failure. Meanwhile, another character, a blond man with sharp features, observed the scene from a distance. He mused that Party 3, a group of players who had previously attempted the same mission, had likely panicked at the sheer scale of the crowd. Their lack of knowledge about the mission's true objective and the identity of their target had led to their demise. He continued his internal analysis. He concluded that there were only two possible explanations for Party 3's failure. Either they were ambushed while attacking civilians, or the person they were supposed to protect had already perished. The blond man's thoughts crystallized into a stark conclusion: to avoid the same fate, they had to find that one person. Seo Han, a man with dark hair and intense eyes, stood amidst a group of other characters. His expression was serious, his gaze fixed on something unseen. He stated that their objective was to protect someone, emphasizing the need to find a specific individual. Amongst the group, a woman with long black hair and a stern expression commented that those they were tasked to protect were likely to die soon. A red-haired woman, her face etched with worry, questioned who exactly they were supposed to protect, noting that there were no monsters, only people. Seo then asked if anyone knew anything about their current location. A black-haired woman, identified as Hyung Nim, stepped forward, revealing that she had been to this place before as a merchant. A wide shot revealed the city of Tonia, its many interconnected roads facilitating trade. Seo, confirming the location, inquired about any noteworthy places in Tonia. Hyung Nim informed them of a temple in the city's center dedicated to the worship of a goddess. She further explained that it was famously known as the White Silver Hall, one of the top 3 temples, excluding the holy city. The red-haired woman, having heard of the White Silver Hall before, wondered aloud if there were people heading there, suggesting something significant might be happening. Seo Han, a one-star hero in the game Pick Me Up, found himself inexplicably transported into the very world he once played. He requested support from Adis, a fellow character, as they set off towards the temple. A sudden, powerful blast of purple energy erupted nearby, sending Adis sprawling. Her eyes narrowed, a fierce determination hardening her expression. Adis landed hard, her boots scraping against the stone floor. As force of the blast sent a shockwave through the air, leaving a trail of shimmering particles in its wake. The attack had clearly come from above. Looking up, Adis saw a breathtaking view of the city sprawling below. But her gaze quickly returned to the immediate threat. She prepared herself for another attack. They arrived at the temple, finding a large crowd gathered before its imposing entrance. 2 guards stood watch, their presence a stark contrast to the nervous energy of the people. Seo Han, a low-ranking knight in the game Pick Me Up, found himself in an unfamiliar situation. His usually blank expression was now filled with a mixture of confusion and apprehension, his eyes wide behind his helmet. He stood before a group of players, their figures looming large and menacing. One of them, a dark-haired man with intense eyes, tried to stop him, but with a swift, powerful kick, Seo sent the man flying. The force of the blow created a shockwave of energy. The impact was brutal. Another knight, caught off guard, was sent sprawling, blood gushing from his nose. His shocked expression spoke volumes. The attack continued relentlessly. Seojin's movements were a blur of motion as he delivered another devastating blow, sending the knight crashing to the ground. The force of the impact sent a shockwave through the air, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Blood splattered across the ground. Seojin's assault was relentless, each strike precise and brutal. He showed no mercy. A blonde-haired player, Hyung Nim, watched in disbelief as his companions were defeated. He called out to Seo, but Seo, however, was far from victorious. A grim realization settled upon him: the players could see them. He stood defiantly, sword drawn, alongside Hyung Nim, facing the unseen threat that had just become terrifyingly real. Seo Han, a low-ranking hero in the game Pick Me Up, found himself and his party facing a group of soldiers. He realized, with a grim understanding, that these figures were their enemies. The party had managed to stealthily navigate the 10th floor, evading the notice of the cavalry and other soldiers. However, their luck ran out as they were suddenly spotted by a new group of soldiers. Unlike the previous soldiers, these new ones could clearly see them, indicating that they were not ordinary non-player characters, NPCs. One of Seojin's companions, a woman with fiery red hair, voiced her uncertainty about the situation, but Seojin acknowledged the possibility of facing a more formidable foe. Another member of the party reassured them that she hadn't killed the previous soldiers, they were merely incapacitated. As they moved forward, they were met with a breathtaking sight: a densely populated city square. Recognizing a prominent landmark, Aaron confirmed that they had reached the White Silver Hall. A sweeping aerial view showcased a bustling town square, teeming with people. The scene was peaceful, yet a sense of anticipation hung in the air. As an aged figure, a man with long white hair and a flowing white robe, carrying a staff topped with a dark blue orb, walked calmly along a balcony overlooking the square. His expression was serene, almost expectant. He paused, his gaze fixed on the square below, a subtle shift in his demeanor suggesting a change in his focus. He stood tall and regal, the light catching the intricate details of his robes. A close-up on his eye revealed a depth of wisdom and perhaps a hint of concern, as if he sensed something significant about to occur. The scene shifted to a large crowd gathered before a grand building. Among them, a man with a neatly trimmed beard cleared his throat, drawing attention to himself. His staff striking the ground with a resounding thud. The impact sent a small shockwave rippling outwards. A brilliant blue light erupted from the balcony, emanating from the old man. The crowd watched in awe and apprehension as the light intensified. A powerful magical energy swirling around him. Among the onlookers, a young man with short brown hair watched with a mixture of curiosity and concern. The blue light coalesced into a figure, a woman with fiery orange hair and piercing red eyes. She was clearly powerful, her presence commanding attention. A man with blonde hair spoke, "The successor is making her entrance. Do not cause a ruckus." A group of adventurers, including a young man with dark hair and a shield, prepared to enter a temple. Another adventurer, a woman with long red braids, warned them, "Stop, you cannot enter." The blonde-haired man explained, "That's the person we have to protect. We're the main characters of the event." Seo Jin Han, a young man with striking blue eyes and dark hair, stood defiantly, his sword held at the ready. His attire, a blend of practical combat gear and a more casual jacket, hinted at his unexpected situation. He warned his opponents, "Move, unless you want to die." A heavily armored knight, his face partially obscured by his helmet, roared his accusation, "Are you heretics?" Another figure, with dark hair and a sinister smirk, echoed the question, "Heretics?" With a blur of motion, the winged knight launched a fierce attack. Seo Jin met the assault with a powerful kick, the force of the blow creating a blinding flash of light, sending the knight sprawling, his wings shattering on impact. The remains of the fallen knight lay scattered across the ground. Seo Jin, observing the scene, mused, "Is this what a heretic is?" A subtle smirk played on Seo Jin's lips as he contemplated his next move. Another knight, issuing a battle cry of "Kill him," charged towards Seo Jin. A game warning appeared, "Warning." The game interface displayed the approaching enemy stats, human soldier LV.13x, and unidentified enemy LV.X. Seo Jin Han, a man whose dark hair framed intense eyes, smirked at the woman beside him. Her fiery orange hair was pulled back, and a look of exasperation crossed her face as she muttered something about his boldness. He questioned the group's faith, a challenge met with a resounding no from the red-haired archer, who declared her sole belief in herself and him. Their plan was simple: push through the oncoming guards and protect their charge within the temple. A group of heavily armored soldiers charged, their battle cry echoing through the air, "Drive out the heretics!" Seo Jin and his blonde companion charged forward, swords drawn. A burst of energy erupted from Seo Jin's hand as he effortlessly dispatched the first wave of attackers. The force of his attack sent one soldier sprawling, while another found himself impaled by Seo Jin's blade. Seo Jin moved with terrifying speed, a blur of motion as he cut down his opponents, leaving a trail of fallen soldiers in his wake. Seo Jin Han, a one-star hero in the game Pick Me Up, found himself thrust into the very world he once played, now facing a relentless onslaught of enemy knights. He parried a blow with his shield, the force of the impact sending tremors through his arms. The knight's battle axe narrowly missing its mark. A grunt escaped the knight's lips as he staggered back, momentarily stunned by the force of the impact. Seizing the opportunity, Seo Jin launched a swift counterattack, his movements a blur of motion as he disarmed the stunned knight, sending the weapon flying with a powerful kick. He continued his assault, his movements precise and deadly. Surrounded, Seo Jin realized he couldn't fight them all. He heard a knight shout at him to stop, but he knew he had to escape. Just keep running instead of trying to fight them all, he thought, his mind racing to formulate a plan. Another knight, seemingly the leader, bellowed a command, "Protect the temple." Heeding his own advice, Seo Jin fled, narrowly avoiding a sword strike as he dashed past another knight. "Don't fight them all. We don't have time," he urged himself, his heart pounding in his chest. He used his shield to deflect a blow, the force of the impact sending him sprawling, but he quickly recovered, continuing his desperate flight. His mind racing. The target is probably hiding somewhere in this temple, he realized, his eyes scanning the surroundings for any sign of his pursuers. He engaged another knight, a swift, decisive strike ending the encounter quickly. "I don't know how, but they'll probably die soon," he muttered, his focus unwavering. Seo Jin Han, a one-star hero in the game Pick Me Up, found himself in a desperate situation. He launched himself forward, his movements a blur of motion. A desperate attempt to reach his objective before time ran out. His companion, breathless, voiced their concern. They only had a few minutes left to find their target. The weight of their words hung heavy in the air. Failure meant certain death for the entire party. Driven by this stark reality, Seo-jin pressed onward, his steps echoing in the grand hall of the castle. A sense of urgency filled the air as a voice announced, "We only have a few minutes left." Seo-jin Han, a one-star hero thrust into the game pick-me-up, launched himself forward with a powerful kick, his sword glinting in the sunlight. The desperate words, "We'll all die," echoing in his ears. He ran, the vast hall stretching before him, a beacon of light at the far end. On the 15th floor, Seo-jin desperately called out, "Yalka." Yalka, a woman with fiery orange hair and glowing purple eyes, responded with a single, chilling word, "I know." A wave of dark purple energy erupted from her hands, shattering nearby furniture. The force of the blast sent Seo-jin sprawling across the floor. Seo-jin Han, a young man with dark hair, stood in awe before a majestic cathedral. His eyes, wide with disbelief, reflected the ethereal glow emanating from the stained glass windows. Beside him, a red-haired woman, equally astonished, whispered a question, "Who are you?" The scene shifted, revealing a closer view of Seo-jin and the red-haired woman, now facing a group of armored figures. Tension filled the air as the woman's expression hardened, her eyes narrowed in suspicion. A blond man, his face etched with concern, approached them. He questioned their presence, "How did you get in here?" The blond man, seemingly a cleric judging by his attire and the emblem on his robe, held a book, his gaze fixed on something beyond the immediate scene. Seo-jin's eyes glowed with an unnatural light as he silently observed the cleric. He noted the lack of change in the message window, concluding, "It's not him." A sudden realization struck Seo-jin as he looked at a partially open door. The hallways, he surmised, were the entrances to other parts of the game world. Two knights in shining armor charged down a corridor, their swords drawn, ready for battle. Seo-jin, facing the pursuing knights, calmly instructed his party, "You guys go take care of the right path and come after us. I'm gonna go left." His party, consisting of the red-haired woman and two other figures, nodded in agreement, preparing to follow his plan. The knights, spurred on by a shout of "Get him," pursued Seo-jin relentlessly. Seo-jin Han, a one-star hero in the brutal game Pick-me-up, found himself unexpectedly thrust into the very world he once played. His usual strategy of observing boss patterns was useless now, he was the pawn, not the player. He moved with surprising speed and agility, dodging a brutal attack from an unseen foe. The impact of the near miss sent a shockwave through the air. A blinding flash of light erupted, momentarily obscuring his vision, leaving him disoriented and searching for his attacker. Where was he? The scene shifted to a grand temple. A hush fell over the assembled crowd as a figure of immense importance was about to arrive. The sun's successor. Whispers of anticipation rippled through the crowd as they prepared for the arrival of the sun's successor. The target was inside. Seo-jin, unseen, slipped into the temple, his movements silent and deadly. He moved with a purpose, his eyes fixed on his objective. Kyle von Strauss, a holy knight, revealed himself, his presence radiating power and authority. He declared himself an enemy of those who opposed the Strauss family. A clash of steel echoed through the temple as Seo-jin and Kyle engaged in a fierce battle. Seo-jin Han, a one-star hero in the brutal game Pick-me-up, found himself unexpectedly thrust into the very world he once played. He was now a character within the game, desperately trying to make himself known to the player controlling him and his party. His pleas, however, were ignored as he desperately tried to introduce himself. He moved with surprising speed and agility, his movements a blur as he dashed through the castle corridors, sword drawn. His desperate attempts to get the player's attention continued. Seo-jin continued his frantic search, his frustration growing with each passing moment. He demanded to know the player's location, his voice filled with a mixture of urgency and desperation. His search led him to a surprising sight, a priest greedily devouring a roasted chicken, completely oblivious to Seo-jin's presence. The priest's obliviousness highlighted the limitations of Seo-jin's ability to interact with the game world. Seo-jin, realizing the extent of his predicament, launched a powerful attack, his frustration boiling over. The force of the blow sent the priest sprawling. However, the attack only served to further highlight the strange nature of his situation. He questioned whether everyone in this world could even see him. Seo-jin, now acutely aware of his limited visibility, prepared for action, his shield raised defensively. A woman in the background, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding events, continued her work. He moved with renewed purpose, his sword glinting in the dim light. A timer appeared, indicating that he had less than 3 minutes remaining. Time was running out. Seo-jin knew he had to act quickly. He launched himself forward, his movements a blur of motion, shield leading the charge. His determination was palpable. Seo-jin Han, a one-star hero in the brutal game Pick-me-up, found himself gasping for breath, his chest heaving with exertion. He had been transported into the very game he once played, a cruel twist of fate that left him stranded in a world far more dangerous than he ever imagined. The imposing stone architecture of a grand castle looming before him, a stark contrast to the vibrant, almost ethereal flower garden he had just left behind. A lone figure stood guard at the castle entrance, a knight clad in shining armor, his sword held at the ready. The scene was breathtaking, yet heavy with unspoken tension. Seojin, his back to the viewer, cautiously approached the castle, his mind racing. He knew he was vastly outmatched, a mere one-star hero in a world of powerful beings. Escape seemed impossible, but surrender was not an option. Through the castle window, two shadowy figures could be seen, their forms indistinct but their presence ominous. He wondered who they were, and what their intentions were. The knight, seemingly aware of Seojin's approach, turned to face him, his imposing figure filling the frame. The weight of the situation pressed down on Seojin, a palpable sense of dread washing over him. His eyes, glowing with an unnatural blue light, revealed a hidden power, a spark of defiance in the face of overwhelming odds. A tremor ran through the knight's body as he braced himself for a confrontation. The clash was imminent. Two armored figures clashed swords in a flurry of steel, their movements a blur of precise strikes and desperate parries. Meanwhile, Seojin Han, a young man with dark hair and a determined expression, rolled away from the fight, his shield raised protectively. A stark contrast between the chaotic melee and his calculated retreat. The scene shifted to reveal a towering figure in dark armor, its visor reflecting a cold, red light. Its hand reaching out, a chilling declaration escaping its lips, death to the heretic. The scene changed again, showing a woman with long, flowing brown hair, her back to the viewer, standing on a balcony overlooking a vast landscape. Someone addressed her respectfully, "Your Highness." The camera focused on her elegant crown and flowing hair, emphasizing her regal bearing. A moment of quiet contemplation before a concerned question was posed, "But is there some trouble in the garden?" An older man with a long white beard, dressed in priestly robes, responded calmly, "I think there is an invader. We'll take care of them, do not worry." A blinding flash of light erupted from the center of the battlefield. As Seojin Han, a one-star hero thrust into the game pick-me-up, launched a desperate counterattack. His expression was one of grim determination, a stark contrast to his usual nonchalant attitude. His blade, a blur of motion, sliced through the air, leaving a trail of crimson in its wake. The enemy, a grotesque flower-like creature, wilted and crumbled under the force of the blow. Having dispatched the immediate threat, Seojin found himself facing a new challenge. Three heavily armored knights emerged from the shadows, their weapons gleaming menacingly. He braced himself, realizing that these opponents were far stronger than the previous foe. "They're on a different level from the soldiers down there," he thought, his eyes narrowing in concentration. One of the knights charged, its sword a silver streak across the battlefield. But Seojin reacted instantly, his movements a blur of calculated precision. The force of the impact sent the knight reeling back. Seizing the opportunity, Seojin unleashed a devastating counterattack, his blade finding its mark with deadly accuracy. Blood sprayed across the battlefield as the knight crumpled to the ground. The camera focuses on a powerful, armored figure, their helmet obscuring their face, as they brace for impact. A sense of impending violence fills the air. A brutal clash of steel on steel echoes through the scene as Seojin Han, a one-star hero thrust into the game pick-me-up, is thrown back by a powerful blow from his opponent. But he quickly recovers, his dark eyes blazing with determination as he prepares a counterattack. A whirlwind of motion ensues, a blur of limbs and flashing steel as Seojin expertly deflects and parries the knight's attacks. The knight, momentarily staggered, finds himself on the defensive. Seojin seizes the opportunity, launching a fierce assault, his movements precise and deadly. His blade sings through the air, leaving a trail of sparks and blood as he overpowers his foe. A desperate parry from the knight is easily countered. Seojin's blade finds its mark, piercing the knight's armor. Seojin stands victorious, his breath ragged but his eyes burning with a newfound resolve. Seojin Han, a one-star hero in the brutal game pick-me-up, found himself thrust into a desperate battle. His opponent, a heavily armored knight, swung a massive axe, aiming to cleave Seojin in two. But with a swift, precise movement, Seojin parried the blow, the impact sending tremors through his body. Blood splattered as the axe struck the ground. He used the momentum of the knight's attack to his advantage, launching a counterattack, driving his sword deep into the knight's chest. The force of the strike sent the knight sprawling. Seojin pressed his advantage, his movements a blur of deadly precision. He danced around the knight's desperate swings. Each strike aimed to exploit a weakness, each parry a calculated defense. The knight's armor, once a symbol of invincibility, was now riddled with cuts. With a final, powerful thrust, Seojin pierced the knight's heart. The knight crumpled to the ground, his life force extinguished. Seojin stood over his fallen foe, his breath ragged but his eyes burning with determination. He knew this was only the beginning. His journey to defeat the player who controlled his fate had just begun. A long and arduous path filled with challenges and peril lay ahead. But Seojin, the unlikely hero, was ready to face whatever came next. Seojin Han, a mere one-star hero in the brutal world of pick-me-up, found himself thrust into the very game he once dismissed as a grind. His usual strategy of observing boss patterns was useless now. He was the pawn, not the player. He stood defiant, a whirlwind of motion surrounding him. His sword ablur as he met the onslaught of attacks head-on. The force of his counterattack shattering the very stone around him. Despite his ferocity, the battle took its toll. He stumbled, a cut blooming across his cheek. But even wounded, Seojin's eyes burned with determination. He braced himself, a new power surging within him. A blue energy coursing through his veins as he unleashed a devastating counterattack. His blade sliced through his opponent with terrifying speed, sending the enemy sprawling to the ground, defeated. Later, before a regal figure, Seojin expressed his gratitude. "I appreciate the chance you have given me. I won't forget it." The regal figure, likely a goddess, smiled. "Of course, Your Highness, the goddess will also be happy." The scene opens with a bloody, worn boot resting on a stone floor, the sole of the boot stained with dark crimson. A glimpse of a damaged wooden doorframe is visible in the background. Then shifts to reveal an older man with long, gray hair, his face contorted in pain and exertion. His eyes are wide, filled with a desperate intensity. As he gasps out a single word, "Invader." The camera focuses on Seojin Han, a young man with dark hair and a determined expression, his body covered in cuts and bruises. He carries a sword and shield, his posture radiating a weary defiance as he stands in a grand doorway. A scene that abruptly shifts to show three figures: an older man with a staff, a woman with long, light hair, and a cloaked figure wielding a sword. The older man speaks, surprised, "You managed to get through the guards?" The cloaked figure lunges forward, a blue orb materializing in his hand. A sound effect suggests a sudden, violent impact, leaving Seojin with a look of shock and disbelief on his face. A fresh cut bleeds across his cheek as the older man unleashes a furious attack, roaring, "Die!" The older man channels dark energy, forming a swirling, ominous red orb in his hand. While the woman with light hair observes, a worried expression on her face. She whispers to herself, "He's aiming not for me." Seojin Han, a one-star hero in the game pick-me-up, braced himself, his dark eyes narrowed as a crimson energy swirled around the imposing figure of his opponent. He stood before a powerful foe, a high-ranking character, her white hair flowing as she unleashed a devastating attack. The raw power of the attack threatened to overwhelm him, a wave of red energy threatening to consume him entirely. He was a mere pawn in this game, a one-star hero facing a godlike player's might. The image displayed the party roster: Han Islet, 2 stars, Arendelkut, 2 stars, Genesiari, 2 stars, Idulka Rival Strasher, 3 stars, and Adiskallen, 3 stars. Each character card showcased their unique appearance and star rating, highlighting the disparity in power between Seojin and his teammates. A young woman with long, flowing blonde hair watched from a distance, her expression a mixture of concern and apprehension. She realized the attack wasn't targeting her, but rather, someone else. A dark-haired man in dark clothing, wielding a shield, braced himself against an onslaught from an older man with white hair and a stern expression. The older man unleashed a powerful, swirling red energy blast directed at the blonde woman. She barely had time to react. The dark-haired man, moving with surprising speed, dashed forward, intent on intercepting the attack. The older man watched him approach, his eyes narrowed in anticipation. With a swift, precise movement, the dark-haired man deflected the energy blast, sending the older man reeling backward. He followed up with a powerful strike, landing a blow that sent the older man crashing to the ground, bleeding. A crimson wave of energy erupted from an unseen source, its raw power obliterating everything in its path. The shockwave tearing through the stone buildings of a nearby city, sending several civilians sprawling as they screamed in terror. The scene was one of utter chaos. Amidst the destruction, Seojin Han, a young man with dark hair and a determined expression, stood his ground, his sword at the ready. He noted, however, that the attack hadn't targeted him. His thoughts turned to the mission's objective: protecting the princess. A vision of the princess, a striking woman with long, flowing silver hair and a regal bearing, appeared in his mind. She was the target of the attack. Seojin moved swiftly, his eyes scanning the area for any sign of the princess, and soon spotted her standing calmly amidst the chaos. She seemed unfazed by the destruction around her. Approaching her cautiously, Seojin questioned her identity, but she responded curtly, revealing nothing. Her fear intensified as she questioned whether he was there to kill her. A woman with long, white hair and golden eyes cried out in pain, her face contorted in agony. A young man with short, dark hair deflected a blow with a shield, his expression grim. The force of the impact sending shockwaves through the air and scattering several arrows on the ground. The young man, his face etched with concern, looked down at the injured woman. "What is happening?" she gasped. He responded calmly, "Stay down." 3 cloaked figures ascended a staircase in the distance. The young man turned, his gaze fixed on the approaching figures. one of the cloaked figures launched a swift attack. The attack was met with a powerful counterforce. With a powerful impact. Seo Han, a one-star hero in the brutal game Pick Me Up, found himself unexpectedly thrust into the very world he once played. His in-game avatar, a delicate-looking woman with flowing white hair and golden wing-like adornments, stumbled backward, eyes wide with alarm. A wave of dark energy rippling outwards from an unseen source. He was trapped within the game's reality, at the mercy of the player who controlled his every move. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows, a man with dark hair and intense eyes, launching a flurry of poisoned daggers at Seojin's avatar. The attack was swift and brutal. The poisoned daggers whizzed past, narrowly missing their mark. The attacker, his face contorted in a grimace, muttered, "Poison daggers." He was clearly aiming for her, but Seojin's avatar reacted instinctively, dodging the deadly projectiles with surprising agility. With a swift counterattack, Seojin's avatar retaliated, her movements a blur of motion. A crimson spray erupting from the attacker's chest as he crumpled to the ground, lifeless. From a rooftop overlooking the scene, a mysterious woman with long black hair and a katana watched the unfolding events with a calculating gaze. She was clearly observing Seojin's actions. Another figure, cloaked and heavily armed, charged toward Seojin's avatar, shield raised in defense. But was swiftly dispatched with a brutal, decisive blow. The scene ended with a bloody splatter, leaving Seojin's avatar standing victorious, but the mysterious woman's watchful presence hinted at further challenges to come. Seojin Han, a one-star hero in the game Pick Me Up, found himself unexpectedly thrust into the very world he once played. A cloaked figure, radiating dark energy, launched a swift attack. A flurry of blows aimed at his head. He barely managed to dodge. The attack continuing relentlessly. The cloaked figure's weapon, a whirling disc of razor-sharp metal, sliced through the air, forcing Seojin into a desperate defensive maneuver. He countered with a powerful kick, sending the attacker reeling. The force of the blow sent the cloaked figure sprawling, creating an opening. Seojin seized the opportunity, unleashing a furious counterattack. A whirlwind of blows that left the cloaked figure disoriented and vulnerable. Having dispatched his immediate attackers, Seojin found himself atop a high wall. A woman with long dark hair, clad in leather armor, appeared, commenting on the height of the wall and the time it took her to climb it. The white-haired woman, intrigued, asked who he was. The white-haired woman, clearly agitated, rebuked Seojin for barging into a place he shouldn't be. A powerful force slammed into Friasi's, sending her sprawling. She cried out in pain, the impact clearly significant. The attack leaving trails of energy in its wake. From a distance, a man's voice cut through the air, "Are you sure?" Seojin, his expression grim, stood before Friasi's. He warned her, "You'll die if we do." Perched atop a nearby building, a hooded archer loomed, his voice echoing with menace, "Or die here." The archer's words hung heavy in the air as Seojin and a dark-haired woman turned to face Friasi's. Seojin pressed, "What's your answer?" Tears welled in Friasi's eyes as she contemplated her dire situation. The weight of the decision pressing down on her. She was clearly conflicted. The aftermath of the battle was grim, bodies lay scattered across the courtyard. A stark reminder of the brutal fight. A game notification appeared, the mission objective had changed to escaping the city with Friasi's. Seojin Han, a one-star hero in the game Pick Me Up, and now trapped within its reality, surveyed the scene. His face, marred by cuts and bruises, held a grim determination. An escape mission, he muttered, already formulating his plan. He addressed his companion, Adis. Adis, prepare for descent. As they began their descent, Seojin's resolve hardened. He knew the mission wouldn't be easy, the game's AI wouldn't let them escape so easily. He would hold the enemies at bay, buying time for his party's escape. His eyes, glowing with an unnatural blue light, reflected his unwavering focus. Below, the party, a princess, a warrior woman, and a young man, were making their way through a corridor. "Appa, there's no time. The soldiers are gathering at the bottom." The princess, observing the young man, instructed the warrior woman. "Memorize her face. This kid is the one we're supposed to protect." The young man, annoyed, retorted, "I'm not a kid." Seojin, appearing behind them, smirked. "She gets mad when you call her a kid, as you can see." The princess, surprised by his sudden appearance, questioned him. "Who are you?" "You know me." Seojin, bracing himself for the inevitable confrontation, responded with cold indifference. "It doesn't matter who you are." Seojin Han and his party found themselves in a precarious situation, trapped within the castle walls. A plan was quickly devised, they would descend using a rope, while simultaneously securing an escape route. A woman with long black hair, already having formulated a plan, pointed out the left side of the castle as the optimal path, noting its lower soldier presence and complex pathways ideal for concealment. Agreeing with her assessment, Seojin nodded. They would proceed along that route. The escape order was established: Ada's first, followed by Aaron, then himself, and finally Jenna. A red-haired woman, presumably Ada's, questioned the order, surprised she wasn't going first. Their escape strategy involved a coordinated effort. Aaron and Ada's would descend first, creating a diversion, while Bolka created a wall of fire to prevent enemies from approaching. The fiery barrier erupted, engulfing the area in flames. Amidst the chaos, a mage was spotted by the party, prompting a swift decision: eliminate the mage first. The black-haired woman volunteered to go first, taking the initiative. She began her descent, carefully securing the rope around the railing. Aaron followed suit, skillfully navigating the descent as flames licked at the walls around him. Seojin Han, a one-star hero in the game Pick Me Up, stood defiantly before a high-ranking character, his shield raised. He challenged her, stating that he was next in line for battle. The woman, surprised, questioned his audacity. As the woman prepared to attack, Seojin's companion, a blonde woman in ornate clothing, warned him to hold on tight. She grabbed onto him as a powerful force launched them into the air. A volley of arrows whizzed past them, narrowly missing their mark. The blonde woman looked back, her eyes wide with fear as she clung to Seojin. Seojin, despite the danger, maintained his grip, his face set in grim determination. They swung wildly through the air, narrowly avoiding further attacks, until they finally reached their destination, landing safely inside a large, imposing building. Seojin announced their arrival. Suddenly, another woman with fiery orange hair appeared, urgently requesting to be let down from her precarious position. A young man with light brown hair and a determined expression appeared, seemingly ready for battle. A fiery slash erupted from Seojin Han's blade, a searing line of orange and yellow cutting through the air. The force of the blow sending his opponent reeling backward. A pained roar escaping his lips as the blade found its mark, piercing his armor and flesh. Aaron, the one-star hero, stumbled, his vision blurring as a cold sweat beaded on his brow. Below, a terrifying sight met his gaze: three figures in shining armor emerged from the flames, their faces contorted in grim determination. A game notification appeared: Aaron had been poisoned. His health points would steadily decrease. Seojin Han, witnessing his comrade's plight, shouted his name in alarm. Despite the poison, Aaron insisted he was all right, his resolve unwavering. He braced himself, ready to face whatever came next. The scene opens with a tense confrontation. A woman with fiery red hair, clad in the attire of a ranger, stands poised with her bow, her gaze fixed on a dark-haired woman wielding a sword. The air crackles with anticipation as the two women prepare for battle. Meanwhile, a young man with dark hair, his face etched with determination, observes the scene from a distance. He speaks, reporting to someone unseen: "We secured the target, and the party members are safe. Now we just need to get out of the field to clear the mission." His voice is urgent, laced with a sense of relief and the need for swift action. He then shouts a warning: "Run to the left if you don't want to die." The dark-haired woman and the ranger, having finished their fight, flee the scene, pursued by the young man. He moves with surprising speed, his movements a blur of motion, as he chases them through the town's narrow streets. The sounds of pursuit echo through the cobblestone lanes. Suddenly, a group of knights in shining armor appears, blocking their escape route. Their leader bellows, "Don't let them escape." The young man and the woman with long, white hair exchange a look of surprise. The young man says, "I think they mean you." The woman, clearly taken aback, whispers, "No way." One of the knights, his face grim, intercepts the fleeing pair. He declares, with a fierce determination, "You won't get past me." Seojin Han, a one-star hero in the brutal game Pick Me Up, found himself unexpectedly thrust into the very world he once played. His low rank made him little more than a training dummy for other players, a fact he was acutely aware of as he parried a vicious blow, a pained gasp escaping his lips. The attack leaving him reeling. He found himself surrounded by his party, a motley crew of other low-ranked heroes, facing a formidable foe. The enemy player's voice boomed across the battlefield, a chilling command echoing in the air. A simple, brutal order: kill them. Seojin, however, had other plans. He saw an opportunity, a chance to escape the immediate threat. A female assassin, swift and deadly, appeared, darting past him. And he seized it. As she moved, another member of his party, a powerful sorceress with fiery orange hair, spoke, guiding their escape. She knew the path to safety, a route that would lead them to the outskirts of the city. A plan forming in her mind. With a flick of her wrist, she unleashed a wave of dark magic. A purple energy erupting from her hands, engulfing their pursuers in a destructive blast. A scream of agony cut through the air, leaving behind a trail of devastation. The sorceress's spell carved a path through the city, shattering buildings and leaving a chaotic landscape in its wake, creating a temporary escape route for Seojin and his party. Having escaped the immediate danger, the group found a moment of respite in a quiet alleyway. The assassin suggested they rest before continuing their flight. Exhaustion etched itself onto Seojin's face as he nodded in agreement. A young woman with long, white hair and golden accents on her dress knelt on the ground, clearly exhausted. A man in dark clothing stood beside her, his hand resting on a satchel. "We'll rest for 5 minutes before continuing," he stated, his tone suggesting a necessary pause in their urgent journey. The woman's hand glowed with purple energy as she spoke. "Yalka's blockade won't hold up for too long. They'll find us soon," she warned, her words laced with a sense of impending danger. A man with short, dark hair, dressed in tactical gear, held a small vial. His expression was grim. "It'll be worse for us if we get surrounded here," he muttered, his voice low and serious. Another woman, this one with long, reddish-orange hair and an elaborate robe, gasped for breath. Despite her exhaustion, determination shone in her eyes. "We can clear the mission if we have an escape route," she declared, her voice firm despite her labored breathing. The dark-haired man, Aaron, looked at the blonde man beside him. "Aaron, what about your injury?" she asked, her concern evident. The blonde man, his face streaked with sweat and dirt, offered a small, strained smile. "Well," he began, his voice barely a whisper. Aaron's face was grim, his expression reflecting his own pain and concern for his companion. A cut marred his cheek. Close up on Aaron's face, highlighting the intensity of his gaze and the beads of sweat on his forehead. His eyes showed a mixture of determination and pain. Aaron placed his hand over a wound on his abdomen, a purplish glow emanating from the injury. The pain was clearly intense. The blonde man winced, his expression pained. "The pain won't go away even if I drink a potion," he admitted, his voice strained. Seojin Han, a one-star hero in the brutal game Pick Me Up, lay bleeding on the cold, rough ground. A deep wound marred his abdomen, staining his armor a dark crimson. A young woman with fiery red hair, her face etched with worry, knelt beside him. "Appa," she pleaded, "isn't there a way to treat him?" She turned to a stoic young man with dark hair, his expression unreadable. He remained silent, his gaze fixed on Seojin's injury. Meanwhile, a pale young woman with long white hair, her eyes wide with fear, whispered, Do you have any skills?" "Healing skills." The dark-haired man, seemingly lost in thought, muttered, "There are sometimes NPCs with special skills." "If she does?" His eyes flickered towards the pale woman, a glimmer of hope in their depths. The pale woman shook her head, her face contorted with grief. "I'm sorry," she whispered, tears welling in her eyes. The dark-haired man let out a frustrated sigh, the sound heavy with resignation. The scene shifted to show the full party. Seojin lay unconscious on the ground, surrounded by his companions. The red-haired woman, the pale woman, and the dark-haired man stood over him, their faces grim. A fourth member, a woman with long black hair, watched with a stoic expression. The black-haired woman's gaze lingered on Seojin's lifeless form, her expression unreadable. The red-haired woman's eyes widened in a mixture of fear and desperation. Seojin Han, a one-star hero in the game Pick Me Up, found himself in a dire situation. His face, usually stoic, now bore the weight of his predicament, his red eyes reflecting a grim determination. Sweat beaded on his brow, a testament to the physical toll the battle had taken. Scars marred his face, a grim reminder of his struggles. His companion, a blonde-haired warrior, was suffering from a potent poison. The narration box confirmed it was not treatable with basic HP potions, and he only had about 10 minutes before his mobility was completely gone. They were out of antidotes. The warrior clutched his side, his pain evident in his posture. And to make matters worse, there were no NPCs nearby capable of healing him. The warrior's despair was palpable as he recalled Seojin's earlier words about leaving them behind if they couldn't keep up. Seojin's eyes narrowed. He realized this was the moment he had been dreading, the moment he would have to make a difficult choice. A grim determination settled on his features. The blonde warrior, weakened by the poison, pleaded with Seojin to leave him behind, to save himself. Seojin, despite his own exhaustion, refused. He would not abandon his companion. Meanwhile, the red-haired woman from their party, watching from a distance, declared her intention to join them, solidifying their resolve to face whatever lay ahead together. Jenna, a fiery-haired archer in green leather armor, argued vehemently with a blonde-haired man. His expression was one of disbelief, his brow furrowed in deep concern. "Jenna, that's not possible," he insisted, but she countered with a determined, "But..." A sudden burst of energy erupted from a dark-haired man, his eyes blazing with intensity as he unleashed a powerful attack. The force of the blow sending shockwaves through the air. Jenna, her eyes glowing with a strange, otherworldly light, seemed to anticipate the attack. A look of grim determination etched on her face. Below, the blonde man winced, clearly feeling the impact of the attack. His body visibly trembling from the force. The strain was evident on his features. The blonde man, his face etched with defeat, confessed, "I'm just too weak." Jenna, her expression unreadable, turned to the dark-haired man and asked, "What about you?" The dark-haired man, his gaze intense, looked at Jenna. She seemed to be considering something difficult, her face a mask of internal conflict. Before finally responding, "You decide." The dark-haired man's eyes narrowed as he considered the situation. A woman with silvery white hair and golden horns appeared in the background, her expression grim. A narration box appeared. "If we consider efficiency, it would be right to leave him here." Bringing Aaron along was proving too difficult for the group. A narration box declared a stark truth: protecting one person and protecting two are very different matters. Below, Seojin Han, the protagonist, a young man with dark hair, stared downward, a single bead of sweat tracing a path down his temple. Seojin's hands, gloved and calloused, delicately held a small vial filled with a crimson liquid. He brought the vial to his lips, the red liquid shimmering under the dim light. Beside him, a blonde-haired man in worn armor, winced in pain. The blonde man, his face contorted in agony, reached for the vial. His desperate grasp emphasized his dire need for aid. Seojin, however, remained resolute. Seojin's gaze hardened as he commanded the blonde man to drink the potion. "Drink it," he stated, his voice devoid of any sympathy. The blonde man protested, claiming potions would be useless. Sweat beaded on his brow. Seojin countered that while the potion wouldn't heal him, it would prevent his condition from worsening. He then addressed the rest of the party, ordering them to consume all their remaining potions. Seojin stood before his party, a determined expression on his face. Two other figures, a woman with fiery red hair and another with long white hair, stood beside him, awaiting his instructions. One of the women, the redhead, reached into her bag, pulling out a small, worn leather pouch. Seojin Han, a young man with dark, spiky hair and intense eyes, stood amidst a quaint, medieval-style town. A determined expression etched his face as he clutched his sword. Instructions echoed in his mind: drink one every 10 minutes. He looked down at a small, brown pouch in his hand, a flicker of annoyance crossing his features. Internally, he muttered, "It's a waste." A blonde-haired man, seemingly a companion, received the pouch, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. He declared, "That's my decision to make." The scene shifted to a panoramic view of the town at sunset. Seojin Han, his voice firm, announced their plan: "We're gonna divide up the party." He stood with two other figures, a woman with dark hair and another with long, light hair and a crown. He specified the divisions: Party 1 is Adis, the child, and I. The camera focused on the trio, highlighting their determined expressions. Seojin Han stated their objective: "We will take the child out of this place." Meanwhile, the other group, consisting of a red-haired woman, Jenna, and a blonde man, Aaron, were given their instructions. Seojin Han instructed them: Party 2 is Aaron, Jenna, and Ialka. You will protect Aaron until this kid escapes. Jenna, her brow furrowed, questioned Seojin Han: "So we just help Aaron Appa?" Seojin Han explained, "The enemy is after the child, so if you head in the opposite direction from us, you will be able to find a safe place." He continued, explaining the risks of their plan: "Han, if we do that, it'll be hard to get through the exit. There will be a ton of soldiers at the exit." A woman with dark hair and intense eyes, dressed in dark clothing, spoke with urgency. Her words conveyed a sense of mounting danger. It would become increasingly difficult to protect their charge. The scene shifted to a figure from behind, clad in armor, holding a shield and sword. The individual pondered a different approach, as the initial objective of this stage was to find and protect their target. The mission briefing appeared: Floor 15, Guard Mission Type, Objective, Protect a certain individual. A beautiful woman with long, flowing white hair and a regal bearing was shown, seemingly the target of protection. The mission parameters changed. The new objective was an escape the city with Friasi's Al Ligner. A young man with dark hair, his expression grim, acknowledged the shift in strategy. He proposed a plan: they would infiltrate the crowd instead of a direct confrontation. Their escape plan was simple and direct: they would escape tonight. The young man's face was shown in close-up, his determined gaze reflecting his resolve. His eyes, a striking blue, burned with intensity. The final panel showed a panoramic view of the city, bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun. Their escape from this city was imminent. Seojin Han, a young man with piercing blue eyes and determined expression, resolved to escape. "We will escape tonight," he vowed, his gaze hardening with grim determination. From this city. A sweeping vista of the city revealed its medieval architecture and bustling streets, bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun. The escape plan was underway. As twilight descended, Seojin and his party huddled together, their escape plan taking shape. "We will wait until night falls to escape," he stated, acknowledging the challenges ahead. "Because a direct confrontation would be too risky. Since we will be less capable of fighting with a divided team, we can't try and fight our way out," he explained, highlighting the strategic necessity of stealth. A tactical map showed their current position, surrounded by enemy forces. A red X marked their precarious situation. He continued, explaining the rationale behind a change in their party composition. If we don't fight, then there's no need to have a mage with us. Fire magic is bound to garner a lot of attention, so we can't have Ialka with us. Seo Jin Han, a one-star hero in the brutal game Pick Me Up, observed his party's disastrous attempt to overcome a boss. Jenna, his teammate, was struggling to adapt to the unexpected attack patterns. The narration box explained that keeping Jenna in the same team would increase their flexibility in handling unforeseen circumstances. Meanwhile, a dark-haired man, presumably the player controlling Seojin's party, issued orders. He instructed the other two members to retreat to the city's edge, anticipating further encounters with other teams throughout the night. He specifically told them to leave Aaron behind. Aaron, visibly distressed, apologized. The player, however, reassured him, stating that his survival was not for Aaron's sake but for a strategic purpose. The player then addressed the other two, instructing them to abandon Aaron without hesitation if they were unable to protect him. He emphasized that their lives were a higher priority than an injured teammate, declaring the break to be over. The scene shifted to a wide shot of the city, setting the stage for the next phase of the operation. The player then instructed his team to split up, going in opposite directions. The two remaining party members began to move away from Aaron, leaving him alone. The player and his other teammate continued their journey. The player and his teammate discussed the advantages of the city's complex alleyways and buildings as potential hiding spots. The player questioned the possibility of using buildings for cover, expressing some uncertainty. His teammate explained that the accessibility of buildings differed significantly between the 5th floor and the ground level. Seo Jin Han, a one-star hero in the brutal game Pick Me Up, found himself unexpectedly transported into the very world he once played. He lay injured in a grimy alleyway, muttering to himself, "That's a good thing." Meanwhile, in a dimly lit tavern, two women engaged in conversation. One, with fiery red hair, calmly smoked a pipe, while the other, with golden curls, listened intently. A striking woman with long, flowing white hair and a regal bearing stood in the town square, her expression a mixture of apprehension and determination. Two other figures, cloaked in shadow, watched her from behind. A disheveled man approached her, his words laced with a nervous chuckle, "Young lady, are you lost?" The white-haired woman responded with a quiet, "Ho-hoo." Before he could finish, a swift kick from a dark-haired woman sent him sprawling. The man coughed, spitting blood as he crashed to the ground. The dark-haired woman addressed the white-haired woman, "It's the slums, but this is a good place to hide. The streets are like a maze, and there are a lot of buildings." The white-haired woman nodded, "I'll go ahead and look for a place to hide." Observing from a distance, a figure deemed the action unfolding before him as probably boring for anyone to watch. His attention, however, was drawn to a young girl, whose nervousness was palpable despite her efforts to remain calm, leading him to conclude that she was no ordinary child. The observer, a man with dark hair and a determined expression, reflected that had she been an ordinary girl, she would have refused their offer. Her acceptance, he realized, was a pragmatic decision born from the chaos surrounding them. A calculated move to survive. The scene shifted to a damaged city street. The man and the girl found refuge in a seemingly abandoned building. He pointed out the existence of a back door, ensuring a quick escape route. A strategic choice given their precarious situation. A woman with dark hair and intense eyes appeared, announcing her intention to set a trap near the entrance as a precaution. The girl, slightly surprised, questioned the necessity of staying there for an extended period, her apprehension evident in her expression. The man, however, revealed his intention to leave, stating that he had duties to attend to. The woman, seemingly unconcerned, asserted that he alone was sufficient to protect the girl, while he, in turn, expressed his determination to find a way out. Seo Jin Han, a young man with dark hair, sat slumped in a wooden chair within a dilapidated room. His attire suggested a blend of practicality and wear, hinting at a journey fraught with hardship. Across from him, a woman with striking silver hair and ornate golden headwear observed him with a curious expression. Her elegant clothing contrasted sharply with the room's decay. The woman mused that perhaps she should intervene in Seojin's situation, but there wasn't much she could do in such a desolate place. Seojin, lost in thought, rested his chin on his hand. His expression was one of quiet contemplation, a hint of weariness in his eyes. He silently repeated his name to himself, Friasis Al Lagner. A new identity in a world he didn't recognize. The woman spoke, stating his name, Friasis Al Lagner. She continued, revealing her identity, "I am the second successor of the Empire." The woman observed Seojin, concluding that her usual methods wouldn't work on him. She then asked, "Where did you come from?" Seojin, his expression hardening, simply replied, "None of your business." Seojin, a young man with dark hair, sat in a dimly lit room, his expression thoughtful. He had just revealed his true identity, a secret he had kept hidden for so long. Across from him sat a woman with light hair, her gaze intense. You should at least return the favor, she stated, her tone implying a demand for reciprocity. He sighed, running a hand through his hair. You won't understand even if I tell you, he replied, his voice laced with weariness. The woman tilted her head, a flicker of curiosity in her eyes. Really? Did you come from a place I don't know about? She questioned, her voice laced with intrigue. Seo-jin paused, considering his words carefully. You could say that, he finally responded, a hint of mystery in his tone. A sudden shift in the conversation. Perhaps. Are you the soldiers that saved Nelsa? She asked, her voice filled with a sense of wonder. A map of a city, Nelsa, flashed before Seo-jin's eyes. Was that the name of the city on the 10th floor, he wondered, a sudden realization dawning on him. He remembered overhearing NPCs discussing the city, confirming his suspicions. Seems like I'm right, he muttered to himself. The woman held a golden crown, a symbol of royalty. I saw it in my dreams, she whispered, her voice barely audible. Seo-jin's eyes narrowed, a serious expression settling on his face. He recalled a vivid dream, soldiers fighting valiantly to protect a city. Though he couldn't see their faces clearly in the dream, he felt a strong connection to them. I couldn't see their faces, but I feel like you were them, he stated, his voice filled with conviction. A golden circlet, adorned with intricate, wing-like details, was held delicately between two hands. It seemed to radiate a soft, warm light. But the room itself was in stark contrast, a dilapidated space with broken wooden walls and a general air of neglect. A young woman with long, light-colored hair sat in a dimly lit room, her expression troubled. She confessed to having experienced ominous dreams for a year. These dreams, she revealed, depicted a catastrophic end, mirroring the circlet in her hands. The scene shifted to a panoramic view of a city engulfed in flames. The empire, the renowned four-family city, and smaller settlements were all ablaze. The entire continent consumed by fire. The woman's eyes, shown in close-up, reflected a deep sense of foreboding. Her dreams, she stated, had confirmed her fears, the continent was nearing its end. She then turned to address someone off-panel, informing them of ominous events unfolding across the land. The woman continued, describing the spread of mysterious diseases, parasites, and monsters, suggesting that the recent NLSA invasion was a symptom of a larger, continent-wide crisis. A man with dark hair, seated nearby, listened intently, questioning her. Seo-jin Han, a man whose dark eyes reflected a weariness beyond his years, sat slumped in a worn wooden chair. The remnants of a chaotic struggle littered the floor around him. He muttered to himself, his voice barely a whisper, expressing a desperate need for power. A power, he clarified, was needed to save the world. Across from him stood a young woman, her blonde hair framing a face etched with worry. Her golden eyes, wide and filled with a desperate plea, held a profound sadness. She was clearly in distress. Seo-jin, his gaze unwavering, simply stated that she wanted his help. The princess, for that is who she was, confirmed this with a single, quiet word. Leaning back, Seo-jin questioned her request, pointing out the princess's inherent power in the numerous knights at her disposal. He couldn't understand why she'd seek his aid. The princess responded with a heartbreaking confession: she was merely a figurehead, a powerless princess with no real authority or influence. She lamented her isolation, unheard and unheeded by her court. Her words revealed a deep sense of loneliness and powerlessness. No one listened, no one obeyed. Her despair was palpable. Seo-jin, unmoved, suggested she hire mercenaries with her wealth. His suggestion was blunt, devoid of empathy. However, Seo-jin refused, advising her to seek help elsewhere. Seo-jin Han, a low-ranking hero in the game pick-me-up, reflected on his past. He had always dreamed of greatness, but his claims were dismissed as mere fantasies. You can just hire some other capable person if you have money, a voice scoffed, echoing the general sentiment of disbelief he had faced. But then, a glimmer of hope appeared. A voice, different from the others, offered a contrasting perspective: but you were different. A woman with long, silvery hair and intense golden eyes spoke, her expression a mixture of determination and quiet confidence. She explained, "You didn't laugh at my story. That is why I want to." Seo-jin, however, found her persistence irritating. His internal monologue revealed his frustration: "This is annoying." The scene shifted, and a narration box provided crucial context: "If the explanation I heard from the promotion is true, this stage is Taunia's past." A new character, a woman with dark hair and a serious expression, appeared. She addressed Seo-jin directly, her words sharp and commanding: "You need to make them change the story. Even if the settings and plausibility are messed up, and even if space and time are mixed up and destroyed." Despite her urgency, Seo-jin remained unconvinced. A narration box summarized his internal conflict: "Even if I wanted to help, it would not work out." The scene transitioned to a tranquil sunset, birds flying across a peaceful sky, a stark contrast to the tension of the previous moments. Another narration box revealed a harsh truth: this child is just an NPC. The silvery-haired woman, her expression now tinged with resignation, spoke again.
We won't have anything to do with each other once this mission is over, is that a no?
A young woman with long, flowing white hair sat in a dilapidated room, her expression a mixture of defiance and weariness.
Scattered around her were broken pieces of what looked like weaponry.
I have my reasons, she stated, her voice firm despite the circumstances. A dark-haired man with a smirk watched her from the shadows. He seemed amused by her predicament.
You might laugh at it, he mused, a hint of arrogance in his tone.
The woman's eyes narrowed, a question mark forming above her head as she contemplated his words. The man, leaning against a crumbling wall, revealed his origins with a confident declaration, "We're from a different world." Seo-jin Han, a young man with a smirk playing on his lips, sat in a dimly lit room. He mused to himself that others might find his situation humorous. Beside him sat a young woman with long, flowing white hair and striking golden eyes. A question mark floated above her head, indicating her confusion. Seo-jin, his expression hardening, declared that they were from another world. The camera angle shifted to show him seated on a broken chair in a dilapidated room, his attire suggesting a warrior's garb. The woman, her expression now one of disbelief, questioned if they were truly from a different world.
Seo-jin, looking thoughtful, remarked that there was nothing to do until dawn.
He decided it would be all right to talk to her for a bit. He added, with a hint of bitterness, that this was a truly awful place. Seo-jin Han, a young man with dark hair, found himself bound to a crude wooden chair. His surroundings were dim and ominous, the air thick with the scent of dust and decay. He listened as a woman's voice explained their dire situation. In this world, they were given missions, and failure meant death.
Their current mission was to protect someone.
They didn't know who the target was at first, but they soon realized it was him. Failure to protect the target resulted in death. A woman with long, flowing blonde hair and striking golden eyes appeared before Seo-jin.
Her expression was one of intense curiosity.
She questioned their presence, wondering why they, warriors from another world, had come to this place to carry out a mission. Seo-jin, still bound, explained that they would be forcibly returned to their world once the mission was complete.
This was why he couldn't help her.
He found the entire situation absurd, a story from another world entirely. The blonde woman, however, remained unconvinced. Suspecting he was lying to avoid her request, she pressed him further.
Seo-jin, however, remained firm in his explanation. Finally, she conceded, accepting his explanation.
She acknowledged that he was a warrior from another world. Seo-jin, though relieved, remained wary. His gaze held a hint of suspicion, even as he outwardly complied. A young woman with long, flowing blonde hair lay on a stone floor, a pensive expression on her face. She spoke, her voice soft yet resolute, "I won't doubt your story, since you didn't laugh at mine.
I get that you have your reasons."
A man with dark hair and a serious demeanor stood before her. He stated, "I won't try and change your mind anymore, you do your job, and I'll do mine."
The woman, intrigued, asked, "What's your job then?" The woman's eyes widened slightly as she responded, "It's obvious, isn't it? It's to prevent my dreams from becoming reality."
The man listened intently, a thoughtful expression on his face. He stroked his chin, lost in thought.
He then asked, "Were you the one who called the people to the square?" The man continued to ponder the question, his gaze intense. The woman clarified, "You mean the White Silver Hall?"
"Yes, I was going to give a speech." The man's expression hardened. He replied, "For what?" "In order to gain more influence. I'm nothing compared to my brother at the moment."
He mused, "Influence, huh?"
A golden ring lay amidst a pool of blood, its intricate design stark against the crimson backdrop. A voice, seemingly detached from the scene, observed, "If it weren't for us, this child would have surely died here." The scene shifted to reveal a young woman with long, flowing white hair, lying lifelessly amongst wilting red flowers. The same voice continued, explaining, "If there is meaning to the missions of Pick Me Up, it is that Phreases is an NPC worth saving." The perspective changed again, focusing on a young man with short, dark hair, his expression unreadable. He stood in shadow, his features partially obscured. He spoke, his voice low and firm, "My name is Han." Han stood in a dimly lit room. The young woman, Phreases, weakly opened her eyes, her gaze falling upon him. A faint whisper escaping her lips, "Han." Phreases' eyes fluttered open, a glimmer of gratitude in their depths as she looked at Han.
She murmured again, "Han."
Her voice strengthened slightly as she expressed her thanks, "Thank you.
I would have died if it weren't for you." Han responded calmly, "We're not done yet."
Phreases shook her head, her voice barely a whisper, "No." A young woman with long, flowing white hair and striking golden eyes peered out from behind a large, dark figure. Her expression was one of quiet apprehension, her gaze fixed on something unseen. A man with dark hair and a stern expression confronted her. "You're too conspicuous," he stated, his voice low and sharp, "you're like a walking billboard." The woman's eyebrows furrowed slightly. You want me to wear this? She questioned, gesturing to her current attire. He responded, then what about what I'm wearing right now? He continued, explaining, we're gonna throw it out. There's a dumpster outside. Do you not want to? The woman's head hung low. No, I expected this much, she murmured, her voice barely audible. But... A quiet plea escaped her lips, let me be alone. The man, seemingly conflicted, turned away, his silhouette framed against the rough stone wall. He appeared to be wrestling with his own thoughts. His expression was unreadable, a mixture of concern and weariness etched onto his features. A moment later, a subtle shift in his demeanor. He paused, a faint sound reaching his ears. I can hear her, is she crying? The panel shifts to show the young woman again, alone. A narration box appears, even if it is just by name, she is still a princess. She is at most 15. I am sure it is hard for her to accept the current situation she is in. A young woman with long, flowing blonde hair examined a piece of fabric, her brow furrowed in concern. The texture is weird, she murmured to herself, her voice laced with apprehension. She lifted the hem of her simple, earthy-toned skirt, revealing more of the unusual material beneath. A look of dawning horror crossed her features. Her eyes widened in alarm as a dark-haired man entered the room. He looked at the fabric with a grim expression. I'm sure it is, the bugs were laying eggs on it, he stated, his tone grim but matter-of-fact. What? She exclaimed, her voice sharp with fear. He chuckled, a humorless sound. I'm just joking. The woman, visibly relieved, let out a shaky breath. Don't make jokes like that, she scolded, her voice still trembling slightly. He crossed his arms, his expression softening slightly. We'll leave in 2 to 3 hours. You should sleep. The young woman, exhausted, collapsed onto a nearby bench, her eyes fluttering closed as she drifted off to sleep. The man watched her, a thoughtful expression on his face. If something happens to Aaron, I'll receive a status abnormality message. We still have time, he muttered to himself, a hint of grim determination in his voice. A narration box appeared, hold on just a bit more. The young woman slept soundly, her face serene under the pale moonlight. The scene opens with a stark white space, a blank canvas that hints at the mystery to come. Then transitions to a dimly lit room, where Seo Jin-han, a young man with sharp features and dark hair, sits calmly in a wooden chair, his arms crossed, a picture of quiet confidence. He speaks, his voice low and even, as he observes a sleeping figure in the background. She's sleeping well, he notes, his gaze unwavering. A woman with long, dark hair, her features partially obscured by shadow, approaches him, her voice laced with concern. What about the exit? She asks. Seo Jin turns to face her, his expression unchanged. The woman's attire is revealing, hinting at a certain boldness. I found it, she replies, her voice confident, but a flicker of apprehension crosses her face. However, Seo Jin's response is cautious. There's a small problem, though, he says, his eyes narrowing as he gestures towards a cauldron of flames. The flames reveal a group of heavily armed knights, a formidable force blocking their escape. 22 in total, Seo Jin observes, his voice calm but assessing the situation. Seo Jin-han, a young man with dark hair, observed a fair-haired woman with a sword. He mused that her success hinged entirely on escaping the gates. And that the knight guarding the exit was a formidable opponent. The knight, a towering figure in black armor, was a level 21 human knight. Seo Jin realized this was a significant challenge, 5 levels higher than most he'd encountered. He concluded, with a grim determination, that he had no other choice. Seo Jin, speaking to a dark-haired woman, flatly refused a suggestion. The woman, seemingly impatient, inquired about his knowledge of the city's layout. She explained that a crown was at the shelter and that they needed to retrieve it, instructing him to have Jenna put it on. The dark-haired woman's expression hardened as she questioned Seo Jin's intentions. Seo Jin revealed his plan, to use Jenna as bait. According to Adis's intel, there was no other way. A map showed a city layout with a marked route, indicating Jenna's planned movement towards the city gate, flanked by 2 marked no-go zones. A strategic discussion unfolded, the urgency palpable in the unspoken words. They could investigate further, but the precarious situation demanded immediate action. A plan formed in their minds, a daring gambit to exploit the chaos. If Jenna disguised herself as the princess and created a diversion, some of the soldiers would surely leave their posts, creating an opening for their escape. Jenna nodded, her resolve firm. All right, she said, I'll be back. A risky move, as it reflected light, making him a target. Aaron looked at Jenna, his expression grim but determined. An hour, at most, he stated, we'll make it out of here in that time. He gave her clear instructions, stay inside and only emerge when he gave the signal. Jenna's concern was evident. Even if you're hurt? Her worry was palpable, but Aaron's resolve remained unshaken. He simply replied, all right. With a final, determined look, Jenna set off to execute her part of the plan. A woman with long, silver hair stood in a dimly lit alleyway, her expression somber. She murmured to herself, "I guess this is our last moment together." A man with short, dark hair and a smirk stood nearby, a large sword strapped to his back. He replied curtly, "Probably." The man's hand moved towards the sword at his back. Their eyes met, a silent understanding passing between them. And then, a sudden burst of motion. The woman was thrown back violently, crashing into a nearby wall. The impact sent debris flying. Silence fell over the alleyway. Elsewhere, a young man with blonde hair clutched a bloody cloth to his face, wincing in pain. A woman with long, red hair anxiously asked, "How long do we have to wait?" A man with purple hair responded grimly, "He might die at this rate." A young woman with vibrant red hair, her face etched with worry and desperation, pleaded, "Appa, please." Another woman, this one with long, dark hair and a fierce expression, interrupted. She declared, "We can't stall any longer." With a blur of motion, a dark figure dashed past, leaving only a trail of debris in its wake. The figure, a young man with dark hair and a determined look, moved with surprising speed and agility. He was clearly prepared for a hasty retreat. He stated, "We will leave the city before dawn." The scene opens on a dilapidated, medieval-style town, shrouded in the gloom of twilight. The buildings, aged and worn, stand as silent witnesses to a history of conflict and decay. A close-up reveals Seo Jin-han, his face contorted in a grimace of exertion, sweat beading on his brow as he gasps for air. His labored breathing speaks of intense physical strain. Meanwhile, a woman with long, dark hair and a fierce expression stands over a fallen figure. Her attire is dark and practical, hinting at a life lived on the edge of danger. She is Jenna. In the background, a knight in shining armor stands guard, his presence a stark contrast to the surrounding decay. He is Friasi's. The camera angle shifts to show Seo Jin trapped in a crude wooden cage, his head bowed low, his shoulders slumped in defeat. A narration box appears, stating that Jenna and Friasi's have similar builds, making them difficult to distinguish in the dark. A dramatic text box announces that Eren, a one-star hero, has been poisoned. Further text boxes detail that his HP will be reduced for a period of time, and his condition is worsening. Seo Jin-han, a two-star hero in the game pick-me-up, moved with surprising agility, his movements a blur against the dimly lit alleyway. A stark contrast to his usual clumsy demeanor. He was on a critical mission. If Jenna, disguised among the enemy forces, were discovered, it would endanger everyone around her. The plan was to distract the enemy while protecting Eren. The mission was difficult, but Seo Jin knew there was no other option. He realized that if he didn't complete it quickly, Eren's life would be in grave danger. A knight, his armor gleaming faintly in the low light, held a torch aloft. The flickering flames cast dancing shadows on the stone walls. Eren, his face bloodied and bruised, gasped for breath, wiping blood from his mouth with a trembling hand. A woman with fiery red hair, her expression etched with worry, anxiously questioned the situation. "How long do we have to wait?" "He might die at this rate," she fretted. Another woman, with shorter, pink hair, clenched her jaw, her eyes narrowed in determination. She looked at Eren with a mixture of fear and desperate hope, whispering, "Appa, please." A woman with fiery red hair, clad in a crimson robe, addressed three figures huddled together. Her voice, though calm, carried an undercurrent of urgency. Two of the figures appeared to be young men, one with blonde hair, the other with dark hair, both bearing visible injuries. The third was a young woman with vibrant pink hair, her face etched with worry. She gestured towards something off-panel, her command sharp and decisive. One of the young men, the blonde one, lay on the ground, clearly wounded. The urgency in her tone was palpable, she needed them to act quickly. The young woman with pink hair reacted instantly, swiftly accepting the offered garments. She moved with a practiced efficiency, her movements betraying a hidden strength and determination. Meanwhile, the dark-haired young man, seemingly the leader of the group, peered cautiously from a shadowy alleyway. He observed a group of armored guards patrolling before a grand gate, their presence a clear indication of danger. He smirked, a glint of mischief in his eyes. The guard's presence, while threatening, also presented an opportunity. He considered the situation, a plan forming in his mind. His internal monologue revealed his assessment, a thief's skill, combined with a stroke of luck, had placed him in an advantageous position. He silently counted the enemy guards, 22 in total. The sheer number was daunting, but he remained calm, his gaze unwavering. His eyes glowed with a cold light, reflecting his grim determination. He knew that a direct confrontation would be suicide, so he chose a different approach. The signal would be his cue to act. A sudden burst of fire erupted from a nearby location, signaling the start of the operation. The young man's eyes sharpened, his body tensing in anticipation. A fiery sunset cast long shadows across the cobblestone streets of a medieval town. A group of knights, clad in gleaming armor, stood poised, their torches casting flickering light on their determined faces. A powerful magical aura swirled around them, hinting at the imminent arrival of something extraordinary. A sudden burst of energy rippled through the air as a figure, cloaked in darkness, was thrown violently to the ground. The impact sent tremors through the cobblestones. One of the knights, his face contorted in a grimace of exertion, roared a command. His voice, amplified by the magical energy, echoed through the town square. He advanced, sword drawn, his eyes fixed on the fallen figure. The other knights followed close behind, their weapons ready. Another knight, breathless but triumphant, announced their success. He pointed towards the fallen figure, confirming their target had been found. The knight, his voice ringing with authority, ordered his troops to follow him. The knights moved as one, their heavy boots echoing on the stone as they pursued their quarry. The camera angle shifts to show a dark-haired young man, seemingly unnoticed, observing the knights from a shadowed alleyway. He watched them go, a grim expression on his face. The young man silently counted the knights as they passed, his eyes narrowed in concentration. He muttered the number 18 under his breath. A grim realization dawned on him, only 4 knights remained unaccounted for. His expression hardened. He knew, with a chilling certainty, that their leader was still nearby, watching, waiting. Seojin Han, a one-star hero in the brutal game Pick Me Up, found himself unexpectedly transported into the very game he once dismissed as mere practice. He assessed the situation, muttering to himself that while concerning, it was a significant improvement over his previous circumstances. He resolved to escape this predicament as quickly as possible. With a burst of speed, Seojin launched himself into action, his movements a blur as he sliced through the air. The timer ticked down, 0.01 seconds already elapsed. He faced a knight, his opponent in this deadly game. The battle commenced, a whirlwind of steel and skill. At 0.26 seconds, Seojin's blade met the knight's, a clash of might. The knight, surprised by the ferocity of the attack, staggered back, his defense breached. Seojin pressed his advantage, his movements precise and deadly. At 0.93 seconds, he delivered a decisive blow. Sending the knight sprawling to the ground, his head severed from his body. The timer showed 2.20 seconds. Another knight charged, but Seojin was relentless, leaving him a bloody mess on the ground. With 3 knights defeated, the timer read 3.90 seconds. Seojin Han, a one-star hero in the brutal game Pick Me Up, found himself thrust into a desperate battle. He moved with surprising agility, his sword a blur as he dodged and weaved through the attacks of several heavily armored soldiers. A flurry of precise strikes leaving his opponents wounded and reeling. He paused, his breath ragged, a grim determination etched on his face. "Move," he commanded, "then I'll let you live." But a new, imposing figure emerged from the shadows, a towering knight clad in obsidian armor, his long, violet hair flowing behind him. The timer ticked down relentlessly. Seojin's eyes widened, a flicker of apprehension crossing his features as he instinctively backed away. The knight's imposing presence filling him with a sense of foreboding. The timer continued its relentless countdown. The knight remained silent, his gaze unwavering, a palpable tension hanging in the air as he slowly raised his sword. Seojin assessed the situation, his thoughts grim. "I guess that's not going to work. I can't slice through the armor with my current strength. I'll have to go for the gaps in the armor, but there aren't many." He launched himself forward, sword flashing, aiming for a weak point in the knight's defenses. A desperate gamble against a seemingly insurmountable foe. The knight reacted instantly, his own blade a deadly counter. Seojin barely managed to evade the blow, the near miss leaving him breathless. He realized the gravity of the situation. "I have no time to measure how strong he is." Seojin Han, a one-star hero in the brutal game Pick Me Up, found himself thrust into a desperate battle. His blade, a blur of motion, sliced through the air. Aimed at his opponent, a powerful warrior clad in dark armor. The impact was imminent. And the clash of steel echoed through the virtual battlefield. Sparks flew as the two weapons collided. A fierce exchange of blows ensued. Seojin, despite his low rank, fought with surprising ferocity. His movements a whirlwind of calculated strikes. He pressed his advantage, forcing his opponent back with a series of devastating attacks. A golden energy began to build around him, a powerful aura radiating outwards. He unleashed a devastating blow, a wave of golden energy erupting from his blade. The warrior staggered back, unable to withstand the force of the attack. Seojin pressed his attack, delivering a final, decisive blow, sending his opponent sprawling to the ground, defeated. The timer on the screen read 20.88 seconds remaining. Seojin Han, a one-star hero in the brutal game Pick Me Up, found himself locked in a desperate clash with Jenna, a higher-ranked character. His sword clashed against hers, sparks flying as the two combatants traded blows. A whirlwind of steel and fire. The force of their collision sent shockwaves through the arena, leaving Seo Jin-han panting, sweat beading on his brow. He glared at his opponent, a furious thought burning in his mind, this bastard. Jenna, however, seemed to be holding back. Seo Jin-han's eyes widened in disbelief as he realized something unexpected. He's not attacking? Jenna's internal monologue revealed her strategy. She had deliberately left openings during her attacks, but Seo Jin-han hadn't even attempted a counterattack. She mused, I've fully purposefully left openings in between my attacks, but he hasn't even made an attempt to counterattack. Seo Jin-han's grim determination was evident. He understood Jenna's plan. He thought, he knows that he will win even if he just stalls for time. With a sudden burst of speed, Seo Jin-han lunged forward, his blade aimed at Jenna. He snarled, come here. The game interface flashed a message, Jenna is inflicted with bleeding. Her HP will be reduced for a period of time. Jenna's expression shifted, a hint of surprise in her eyes. A warning appeared, his life is in danger. Jenna, however, remained unfazed. She uttered a single word, kukuk. The attack overwhelmed him, pushing him to the brink. The game interface announced, Han has fallen into a state of frenzy. A powerful shockwave erupted from the center of the battlefield, the force of the blast sending debris flying in all directions. The impact of the attack leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Seo Jin-han, a one-star hero thrust into the game pick-me-up, found himself at the heart of the chaos. His strength stats suddenly surging to 40. A surge of power coursed through him. He resolved to destroy the enemy's armor, even if it meant slicing through it with brute force. The sheer intensity of his focus pushing him into a state of mana frenzy. His dark hair whipped around him as he prepared for the next attack. He realized they didn't have much time, only a few minutes at most. A desperate shout escaped his lips. He yelled at the other character, a young woman with long white hair, to run. She obeyed, fleeing the scene as fast as her legs could carry her, ignoring everything else happening around her. While Seo Jin continued his assault, his instructions to her echoing in his mind, run out of the castle gates and along the road. He unleashed a devastating attack, the force of it sending another shockwave through the battlefield. The battle raged on. Seo Jin-han, a one-star hero in the brutal game pick-me-up, found himself unexpectedly thrust into the very world he once played. He was now a pawn in the game, controlled by a player who saw him as nothing more than a tool to learn enemy attack patterns. A dark knight, his movements stiff and unnatural as he was manipulated by unseen forces. He braced himself for the inevitable blow. A swift, brutal strike from a shadowy figure, the impact sending him hurtling through the air. He crashed to the ground, the force of the impact jarring him. A young woman with long, white hair watched from a distance, her expression a mixture of fear and determination. Seo Jin, despite his weakened state, found a surge of defiance within him. He would not be a mere puppet. With a roar, he unleashed a powerful counterattack, his sword flashing in a blur of motion. The young woman, startled by his sudden burst of power, watched in awe as he fought back against his controller. Meanwhile, a cloaked figure appeared, their movements swift and silent, preparing to unleash a devastating attack. The air crackled with anticipation. A wave of dark energy surged forth, aimed directly at the young woman. A crimson tide erupted from a deep wound on the dark-haired figure's back as he crumpled to the ground. The silver-haired woman, eyes wide with a mix of horror and determination, knelt beside him, her own clothes stained with his blood. Han, the silver-haired woman, cried out his name in alarm, her face etched with worry. Her anguished cry echoed the growing despair as she watched him. The dark-haired figure, despite his grievous injury, roared at her, urging her to continue the fight. But the situation was dire, a stark warning appeared, declaring the party to be at risk of death. A crimson spray erupted as a dark, shadowy figure plunged a weapon into Seo Jin-han, a one-star hero in the brutal world of pick-me-up. The game's stark message appeared, Han is inflicted with poison, his HP will be reduced for a period of time. A young woman with long, white hair cried out in alarm, Han. Meanwhile, despite the poison coursing through his veins, Han's eyes blazed with determination as he gritted his teeth, urging his companions, don't stop. His face contorted in agony, Han roared a desperate command, run. A game notification flashed across the screen, party at risk of death. Then another, Master, the party is in danger. A dark blade plunged downwards, narrowly missing Han's head. A figure with long purple hair, clad in dark armor, swung a sword with furious speed. Seo Jin-han, a one-star hero in the brutal game pick-me-up, found himself unexpectedly thrust into the very world he once played. His journey began not with glory, but with a desperate flight. A desperate attempt to evade the deadly blows of his opponent, a powerful warrior clad in dark armor. But even as he dodged, the warrior's blade grazed his skin, drawing blood. Seo Jin's eyes burned with a fierce determination. With a roar, Seo Jin countered, his own blade meeting the warrior's in a clash of steel that shattered the very ground beneath their feet. sending the armored warrior sprawling. The impact of the blow sent tremors through Seojin's body. A wave of pain washed over him as blood gushed from his mouth, but Seojin's resolve remained unbroken. He was not merely a game character, he was a fighter. He staggered to his feet, his body screaming in protest, but his eyes fixed on his opponent, ready to strike again. Despite the searing pain, Seojin assessed the damage. He muttered to himself, relieved that his breastplate had saved him from a fatal injury. He looked up to see his opponent, the armored warrior, clutching their face in pain. "Does it hurt?" the warrior asked, their voice laced with surprise. Ignoring the pain, Seojin declared, "I have no time." A game notification appeared. Adis was inflicted with bleeding, and her HP would be reduced for a period of time. Seojin Han, a one-star hero in the brutal game Pick Me Up, found himself unexpectedly transported into the very game he once dismissed as mere practice. He now faced a desperate situation. 3 other players, each controlling a higher-ranked character, were closing in, their weapons glinting menacingly in the dim light of the alleyway. His dark hair whipped around his face as he braced himself for the inevitable. Rage and determination warred within him. He was no longer just a game character, but a fighter for his own survival. A purple energy bolt, fired from one of his attackers, hurtled towards him, but Seojin reacted instantly. Dodging with surprising agility, he narrowly avoided the blast, a grim smile twisting his lips. He was not going down without a fight. The other players underestimated him, mistaking his low rank for weakness. With a sudden, brutal move, Seojin launched a counterattack, his blade flashing out in a deadly arc. "What the hell are you looking at?" he roared, his voice filled with barely contained fury. The attack connected with devastating force, sending one of his opponents reeling. He followed up with a swift kick, sending the dazed player crashing to the ground. Seojin's movements were a blur of speed and precision, a stark contrast to his initial 1-star rating. He stood over his fallen foe, his dark eyes burning with a fierce intensity. This was no longer a game, it was a fight for survival, and Seojin Han was ready to win. A devastating blow erupted from above, a torrent of raw power that crashed down upon a group of armored figures. The impact sent a shockwave through the scene, leaving them scattered and broken, their armor shattered, blood staining the ground. One figure, a warrior with long purple hair, lay amongst the carnage. A crimson arc of energy arcing towards them. The force of the attack impacting with a deafening roar. A figure emerged from the chaos, their form obscured by shadow, wielding a colossal crimson blade. The sheer size of the weapon was awe-inspiring, its menacing presence casting a long shadow over the fallen warrior, who, despite her injuries, managed to escape the immediate danger, fleeing through a stone archway into the night. The crimson figure's face, contorted in a savage grin, was briefly visible before disappearing into the darkness. A final, sweeping arc of crimson energy tore across the scene, leaving behind a trail of destruction. Seojin Han, a 1-star hero in the brutal game Pick Me Up, found himself facing a devastating attack. The force of the blow sent him sprawling, a crimson explosion erupting where he'd stood moments before. The sheer power of the attack was evident in the shattered remains of his opponent. A violent impact echoing through the desolate landscape. Seojin's body slammed against the ground, the impact jarring his senses. A force of the blow leaving him breathless and disoriented. He struggled to regain his bearings, his vision swimming as he realized the extent of his injuries. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as he coughed up blood. He cursed, the poison spreading rapidly through his system. "Damn it! The poison is spreading too fast." Seojin slumped against a wall, defeated but not broken. He spat out the blood staining his lips, muttering bullshit. Nearby, the lifeless body of his opponent lay still, a grim testament to the battle's ferocity. A bitter taste of defeat mingling with the metallic tang of blood in his mouth. A lone figure, a woman with long, silver hair, ran through a stone archway. Behind her, the sky bled into a dusky purple, the distant mountains silhouetted against the fading light. Meanwhile, Seojin Han, his face streaked with blood and his breath ragged, leaned against a wall. He muttered, "That's goodbye," a weary acceptance coloring his tone. A surge of blue energy pulsed beneath his skin, a faint glow illuminating his pained expression. Exhausted, Seojin slumped against a stone brazier, the flickering flames casting dancing shadows on his weary form. He whispered, "I'm tired." Suddenly, a woman with long, black hair appeared, her face contorted in a furious grimace. 2 armored knights flanked her, their spears poised. The black-haired woman lunged forward, her attack swift and brutal. She struck down one of the knights with a powerful blow. Another woman, this one with vibrant red hair and a golden crown, appeared, her eyes wide with terror. A wave of blue energy erupted from the red-haired woman, racking her body with pain. A blond man lay on the ground, his armor stained crimson. Scattered around him were broken glass vials and a small, leather-bound book. His eyes, though blazed with pain, held a flicker of defiance. Seo Han, a young man with long, flowing white hair, ran with all his might, his breath coming in ragged gasps as he fled across a watery expanse at sunset. His face was etched with desperation, sweat beading on his brow as he struggled to maintain his pace. He continued his desperate flight, his legs pumping furiously as he pushed himself to his limits. Each step sent ripples across the water's surface as he pressed onward, his pursuers surely hot on his trail. Meanwhile, a woman with vibrant red hair and golden antlers appeared, her expression one of disbelief and alarm. She watched as Seo Jin disappeared into the distance, a golden ornament falling from her person as she reacted to the situation. Her eyes narrowed, a surge of energy coursing through her as she prepared to take action. A brilliant blue light enveloped her, signifying a powerful ability activating. The light intensified, revealing a digital interface overlaying her form as she unleashed her power. A brilliant blue light engulfed Seo Jin Han, Jenna, Aaron, Yelka, and Adis as they stood in a circular formation. The intense energy swirled around them, a vortex of pure power. Then receded, leaving them unharmed but shaken. Jenna, her red hair a fiery contrast to the cool blue of the arena, gasped, "Whoa! I thought I was gonna die." She turned to Seo Jin, her eyes narrowed. "You were the one who made me wear that weird outfit, right?" Seo Jin responded, "Did you not like it?" Jenna interrupted, her voice sharp with frustration. "That's not the issue. Did you know that all the soldiers were trying to kill me?" The scene shifted to show the aftermath of the battle. Jenna and another female character lay on the ground, exhausted but alive. Seo Jin stood over them, his sword sheathed. He stated calmly, "No one died, and we cleared the boss stage." A woman with long black hair and a confident smirk appeared on screen. She said, "I just did what I should." A young woman with long black hair, dressed in dark attire, stood before a shimmering, blue digital portal. She raised a hand towards it, a sword strapped to her hip, and stated her intention to return to her party. She explained that she hadn't planned on staying long and was confident that her master would soon send reinforcements. The scene shifted to a young man with dark hair, his face partially obscured. He reflected on the recent mission, concluding that its success hinged entirely on the intelligence provided by someone named Adis. His expression was one of quiet contemplation, a hint of weariness in his eyes. He then muttered to himself about the near-death experiences they had endured during the mission, before announcing his intention to rest. The scene shifted again, showing the young man speaking with a woman with long, reddish-brown hair, dressed in ornate clothing. She expressed concern for his well-being, noting his exhaustion. He attributed his fatigue to lack of sleep, while another woman with red hair and a man with blonde hair approached, offering words of comfort. The blonde-haired man, addressing the dark-haired young man, reassured him that his recent struggles were due to bad luck, not his inadequacy. As the dark-haired young man and the red-haired woman walked away, the blonde-haired man, identified as Hyungnim, watched them leave. The scene shifted to the dark-haired young man, who apologized for his shortcomings, to which Hyungnim responded with understanding. Seo Jin Han, a one-star hero in the game pick-me-up, glared at his companion. His expression was grim, a stark contrast to the ethereal blue glow illuminating the scene. "Don't do that again. I'm not going to save you twice," he warned, his voice laced with a weariness that belied his youthful appearance. His companion, a figure with silvery hair, seemed unconcerned. A hint of doubt flickered in his eyes as he countered, "Is there a guarantee that the same thing won't happen next time?" Seojin's patience snapped. He was clearly irritated by the other's nonchalance. "What the hell are you talking about?" he demanded, his voice sharp and edged with frustration. The silver-haired man sighed, his expression shifting to one of weary resignation. "Do you intend on taking me all the way to the end of this tower?" he asked, his tone suggesting a long and arduous journey. The camera focused on Seojin's feet, emphasizing his stance and the weight of his sword. He was clearly prepared for a long fight. The silver-haired man continued, his voice low and filled with self-doubt. "I don't think I can catch up with the rest of you, no matter how much I try. I think the gap between us grows every day." Suddenly, a fiery figure appeared in the distance, her name, Yelka, echoing in the air. The scene shifted dramatically, the cool blue tones replaced by a vibrant inferno. Yelka, a fiery-haired woman, stood defiantly, a powerful aura emanating from her as she clenched her fist, flames dancing around her. Another figure, a red-haired woman with an arrow nocked, appeared, ready to unleash her attack. And finally, a dark-haired figure with a large sword appeared, adding to the growing sense of impending conflict. "And you too," a voice boomed, underscoring the imminent threat. The chapter opens with a close-up on Seo Jin Han, his face partially obscured by shadow, only his intense gaze visible. A sense of brooding determination hangs in the air. The darkness highlighting the sharp angles of his jaw and the grim set of his mouth. He is clearly wrestling with something internally. A single thought bubble emerges, "I'm sorry." The weight of his unspoken words hangs heavy in the silence. The scene shifts to show Seo Jin and another man, Aaron, who appears to be injured. Aaron speaks, his voice laced with regret, "I was just speaking nonsense. Seojin's expression remains unreadable as he looks at Eren, his thoughts hidden behind a mask of stoicism. A narration box appears, stating, "It is true that we took a lot of losses because of Eren this time." The narrative shifts to another character who is observing the scene. He continues, his voice filled with a mixture of concern and frustration. "If he hadn't gotten injured, we would not have had to risk so much." Seojin walks away, his thoughts turning inward. He reflects, "But I was the one who chose to save him." He continues his internal monologue, acknowledging his mistake. "My lack of judgment was what put us in danger." The final panel shows Eren, his back to the viewer, as he reflects on the situation. A narration box explains, "There isn't a difference in level, but the stat growth rate is different." Jenna and Seojin Han's stats increased significantly upon leveling up, by 5 or even 6 points. However, Eren's stats remained unchanged. His proficiency was low, and he possessed very few skills. Despite this, Eren possessed good basic combat skills, he simply lacked the ability to utilize them effectively. They could manage for now with what Eren had, but the gap in their abilities would inevitably widen over time. The image shows Eren, wielding a spear, and Seojin Han, armed with a sword and shield, standing apart. Ultimately, Eren risked being left behind, either due to his lack of progress or his lack of skill. Seojin Han contemplated Eren's fate, his thoughts filled with concern. He worried that Eren might die due to his lack of talent, and time was running out. Seojin Han hadn't abandoned Eren out of sentimentality, but he also wouldn't keep a useless member. The scene shifts to show Eren walking away from Seojin Han, leaving him alone. A stark declaration hung in the air: if he could not keep up, he would be left behind. Seojin Han, a one-star hero in the game Pick Me Up, stood alone in a desolate square, his shoulders slumped, a heavy sword strapped to his back. A lone figure, Eren Delcut, stood in the distance, his spear held at the ready. A grim reminder of the harsh reality of his situation. That truth had always been valid. The game's party roster was displayed, showcasing the characters' stats and ranks. A young woman with vibrant orange hair, a cheerful grin splitting her face, exclaimed incredulously. She questioned whether they were seriously going to continue feeding her only potatoes or similar fare, given her current rank. A dark-haired young man, his expression grim, countered that he was telling her the truth. She had only been fed lies until now. He declared that from that day forward, her training would be independent. He informed her that she no longer needed to adhere to the established training schedule, and that this break would last for 4 days, essentially a vacation. The orange-haired woman, her face alight with joy, added that their master wouldn't be sending them into battle for a while either. A red-haired woman, in a dark outfit, asked what the others planned to do with their newfound free time. She stated that she wouldn't simply rest, only doing so until evening, as training had become a habit. The dark-haired young man insisted that it was a break, and that they should all take it. Seojin Han, a one-star hero in the game Pick Me Up, ran with 10 kilograms of weight strapped to his body. He mused that without this added weight, he would expend too much stamina, a testament to his unusually high physical capabilities for a human. A fact he attributed to the intervention points mentioned in the game's tutorial. After completing the tutorial, Seojin noticed a significant shift in the atmosphere of the game's lobby. A large, imposing stone door, adorned with a cryptic carving of 2 winged figures, stood before him. Meanwhile, in the lobby, the low-ranking heroes, initially diligent in their efforts during the culling process, had grown noticeably more relaxed. Their relaxed demeanor stemmed from the cessation of igniting synthesis, eliminating the need for further competition among them. A fact that one of the heroes, a man with short, gray hair, observed with a dismissive tch. Seojin, approached by 2 other heroes, questioned their intentions. One of them, the gray-haired man, revealed that he had overheard something interesting in the lobby. He declared that regardless of Seojin's past status, he would have to prove his worth. 2 figures stood against a bleak, gray backdrop. One, a powerfully built man with gray hair, was addressed by a woman with dark hair, her expression sharp and assessing. The woman's words, though seemingly dismissive, held a hint of expectation. "Show your worth," she stated, while the man responded with a curt, "Useful." The man, his eyes gleaming with a predatory intensity, revealed his inner thoughts. He found a perverse thrill in challenges, relishing the opportunity to prove himself. "When someone said that to me, I got excited," he mused. "Anything is possible here as long as I prove my worth." He even embraced the life-threatening risks inherent in such challenges. "I even enjoyed the fights where I risked my life," he admitted, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. However, a shift in his demeanor suggested a change in circumstances. His expression hardened, a question forming in his mind: but how about now? A bitter laugh escaped his lips as he contemplated his current predicament. He could hear the scorn of others, their mocking laughter echoing in his ears. "I hear the laughter of bastards, not even worth as much as pigs and dogs from outside," he sneered. The narration shifted to a new character, providing background information. A man named Velkist was described as a second-generation mutant, possessing exceptional determination and talent. Velkist. He was also a second generation, but he's a kind of mutant. He voluntarily jumped into training even without synthesis, and he's as determined as Eren. The panel showed Velkist, a fierce warrior with dark hair and a determined expression, wielding a large sword. His appearance spoke of his strength and skill. He's also talented. The focus then turned to another individual, Nerissa. And Nerissa. Nerissa was shown, her expression thoughtful and somewhat melancholic. Her appearance was understated yet elegant. The man from the first panel reappeared, his expression one of disdain. He voiced his disappointment with the team he'd been assigned. This isn't what I expected, but if you'd permit it, I'd like to train these garbag. A sinister grin stretched across the face of a man with vibrant blue hair and piercing red eyes. Two swords were held at his sides, their blades gleaming menacingly. His tongue peeked out from between his lips as he addressed an unseen opponent. I'm sure you're fine with it, right? The scene shifted to reveal another man, this one with dark hair, warning his companion, don't step in. He continued, explaining his intentions, I just need to stop them before they die, no? The blue-haired man sheathed his swords, a slight tremor in his hand. He muttered, geez, you're so scary. Sorry about that then. But his expression hardened, and he pressed his point, but you should answer my question. Was what you said back then all lies? The dark-haired man responded, his voice laced with suspicion, you mean proving your worth? The scene shifted to a group of people sitting by a fountain. One of them, a blond man, spoke, I don't think it matters here. I heard that there is a very good system called synthesis that gets rid of garbage. Another person added, but it seems like Master doesn't use it. The dark-haired man, seemingly resigned, said, do what you have to do. You'll find out soon anyway. The blue-haired man smirked, all right then. Seojin Han, a one-star hero in the game Pick Me Up, found himself unexpectedly transported into the very world he once played. He watched from the shadows as three figures, two women and a man, walked away from him, their backs turned, their destination unknown. A grim determination hardening his gaze. His eyes, dark and intense, reflected the weight of his predicament, trapped in a game he once dismissed as mere entertainment, now fighting for survival against a player who held his fate in their hands. A voice echoed in his mind, a reminder of a crucial rule, do not use synthesis rashly. That is the rule I went by when I managed Nibelheim. The voice continued, explaining the consequences of ignoring this rule. When I revealed my methods, many masters went by this rule too. But the grim reality was undeniable, but everyone failed. The image shifted to two men, their faces contorted in fear and agony. A chilling narration box appeared, fear is one of the strongest motivators of all. Without synthesis, heroes do not listen to their masters. One of the men cried out in terror, Yua. The other, defeated, muttered, that's it, right? I'm going back home. I'm leaving this place. Another narration box explained the pervasive laziness among heroes. Many heroes become lazy and do whatever they want, disobeying orders. The reason we have so few active heroes despite there being so many heroes is the same. The scene shifted to a tavern, where a group of people were celebrating. A woman laughed uproariously, while a man with a sinister grin watched them. Seojin Han appeared, observing the scene with a thoughtful expression. Someone asked, did they come back from the daily dungeon? It's Enoch, the carpenter. Did something happen? Seojin Han, a young man with dark hair, stood before a weathered, older man. The older man questioned Seojin's decision to enter the storage alone. Seojin explained that his party members were not cooperating, merely playing around instead of working together. He had done all the work himself. The scene shifted to show Seojin with a group of other characters, their expressions bright and cheerful. He reflected on how drastically the situation had changed. In the past, such a group would have perished. He looked at the older man again, a thoughtful expression on his face. The world had become much larger and more complex. Seojin continued his internal monologue, noting that despite the progress, the efficiency of the heroes was not as great as it should be. He stood alone, gazing into the distance, lost in thought. Seojin's internal monologue continued, he observed that the efficiency of the heroes was rapidly declining. He concluded that there were two possible solutions to this problem. A map of a large city or fortress appeared, suggesting the scale of the problem. The first solution was labeled mass synthesis. A strategy session unfolds, the narrator's voice echoing in the void. The core problem is identified. Seojin Han, trapped within the game Pick Me Up, is driven by fear, a motivator that proves insufficient, prompting a shift in tactics. The solution, find a different motivator to fuel his desperate fight for survival. Seojin reviews his research options within the game, hero reaction research, lobby expansion research, and dungeon depth research. He chooses to focus on expanding his in-game base, requiring a 150-point investment. He confirms the decision. The three research options are presented visually, each represented by a card. The lobby expansion research card is highlighted, indicating Seojin's choice.
The lobby expansion research is upgraded to level 1.
The upgrade results in more facilities becoming available for construction, and customization options are unlocked, allowing Seojin to personalize his in-game base.
The game interface displays a message indicating that setting customization is now open. The player can now decorate the lobby to their liking.
Seojin, the protagonist, stands over a training dummy, his sword at his side. He appears calm and focused.
He anticipates an upcoming party, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. The anticipation is palpable.
Seojin Han, his dark hair tousled, stood defiantly before a blonde-haired man. The blonde man scoffed, his words dripping with disdain. He wouldn't last a minute against him, especially after just facing Adis in a duel. The blonde man continued, questioning Seojin's belief that he could simply become stronger through self-training alone. It was a naive notion, he implied. Suddenly, a call rang out, commanding everyone to assemble at the square.
Seojin and the blonde man, whose name was revealed to be Kai, paused their training to comply.
A group gathered, their expressions a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. Among them was a woman with vibrant red hair, who speculated that the sudden summons might be for a synthesis event. A young girl with dark hair and a dark dress appeared, her eyes glowing ominously.
She asked if everyone was present, excluding those currently in dungeons.
She then floated down, her fairy-like wings shimmering, confirming that only those in dungeons were missing. A stern voice scolded someone for being late due to sleeping. The speaker was partially obscured, but the scolded individual was clearly visible. The young girl, whose name was revealed to be Runa, then directed everyone to the storage area. The scene shifted to an aerial view of a village, focusing on a building that appeared to be a storage house. The panel showed the building's exterior in detail, hinting at the mystery of the summons. Seojin Han, a one-star hero in the brutal game Pick Me Up, found himself in an unexpected situation.
A wave of disorientation washed over him as he muttered, "What? What's happening?"
His confusion deepened as a mysterious woman with crimson hair appeared before him, explaining, "If you get swept up, you might disappear."
Seojin, bewildered, questioned, "Swept up? By what?"
Meanwhile, a dark-haired girl with striking red eyes smirked, announcing, "We're gonna do a big remodeling."
The dark-haired girl's sinister smile widened as she prepared for some unknown action. And a wave of chaotic energy erupted, engulfing the tavern where Seojin and several other patrons were present. Panic seized the room as people screamed and scrambled for safety. The crimson-haired woman, observing the changes, commented, "This is what happened last time too." "Well, we do have more people now too. It's about time."
A system notification appeared, announcing that the lodging had been upgraded to level 3, increasing the maximum capacity of heroes. A red-haired girl, her expression a mixture of mischief and expectation, spoke to a shadowy figure in the background. She mused that the master sometimes added new facilities to the lobby, adding that a bathhouse with warm water would be quite nice. A prompt appeared, offering the choice to construct a bathhouse as a new lodging attachment.
The option to proceed was presented.
The choice was made, and the construction of the bathhouse began. The screen displayed a message confirming the upgrade to the rest area.
A young man with blonde hair, his expression one of mild curiosity, wondered what would appear next.
The screen displayed a message confirming the upgrade to the cafeteria.
The central square was evolving to level 3.
A large, imposing structure emerged from the digital landscape, its appearance both awe-inspiring and ominous.
The blonde-haired young man's expression shifted to one of surprise and apprehension.
He questioned whether things would unfold as expected. A dark-haired young man with piercing eyes appeared, his expression confident and almost smug.
He simply stated, "You'll see."
Within the digital realm of Pick Me Up, Infinite Gacha, a notification appeared, Square, a character in the game, was evolving to level 3. Observing this event, an unseen player reflected that things were not going as expected. A young man with blonde hair, a bead of sweat on his brow, questioned if things were going as expected.
A dark-haired man with intense eyes countered, "You'll see."
A woman with vibrant red hair reassured someone that new buildings were being constructed. Another individual, seemingly relieved, inquired about improvements to the facilities, specifically mentioning better living conditions. A young man with brown hair expressed his excitement about the improved living conditions, particularly mentioning his now comfortable bed.
A voice, amplified and echoing, announced throughout the space, "Construction done. You can all come out now."
A young woman with dark hair and piercing red eyes emerged from a doorway, a mischievous grin spreading across her face. A delighted chuckle escaped her lips as she looked forward. Two men emerged, their expressions a mixture of awe and alarm. One of them exclaimed, "The buildings changed."
From a high vantage point, a sweeping view of the newly altered landscape unfolded. A question arose in the observer's mind, where does that stairway lead to? The new lodging was significantly larger than before. Another thought followed, is that the new lodging?
It's much bigger now. A notification appeared, detailing the expansion. The number of floors has been increased. You can now build more facilities. A map revealed the expanded layout, showing new buildings and areas. Further information was provided. You can bring in external map data. Facility layout has been changed. More updates followed, highlighting improvements to the training center and bathhouse. The training center's level increased, boosting hero training efficiency. The bathhouse's completion improved hero satisfaction. Finally, the resting area and cafeteria received upgrades. The resting area's completion meant heroes would be less tired, and the cafeteria's level up ensured better food. Seo Jin Han, a young man with dark hair, stood calmly as a red-haired woman excitedly exclaimed about a nearby bathhouse. A blonde man beside him suggested they check into their lodging first. The lodging was a 3-story building, typical of the game's medieval-style architecture. Inside, a large, sparsely furnished common room awaited them. A long wooden table and a few stools were the only furniture present. The blonde man, visibly distressed, complained about the missing sofas and decorations in the lobby. And the disappearance of fireplaces from all the rooms. Even the beds were gone, leaving the rooms completely bare. The red-haired woman looked around in confusion. She questioned what had happened, clearly bewildered by the sudden changes. The red-haired woman wondered aloud if this was supposed to happen, but Seo Jin Han calmly replied that it could. He smirked, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Seo Jin Han began to ascend the staircase, leaving the others behind. A young woman with vibrant orange hair and sparkling eyes exclaimed in delight, her mouth wide open in a joyful expression. She clenched her fists, a determined look on her face, her black, low-cut top accentuating her figure. The background suggests a celebratory atmosphere. The scene shifted to an opulent interior, a stark contrast to the previous panel. A voice, presumably hers, stated that the current location was far superior to the first floor. With everyone wanting to stay on this floor, a practical concern arose: how to assign rooms. A character, presumably one of those present, expressed their aversion to sleeping on the floor. Another voice warned that such complaints would lead to similar issues from others. The scene showed a grand dining hall. A question was raised about who would stay on the first floor. And a suggestion was made to simply move the beds to accommodate those who needed them. The discussion continued on room assignments, with one character expressing a strong preference for the second floor due to its bathroom amenities. Another character, seemingly annoyed, questioned the need for such a preference, implying a lack of personal hygiene. The scene shows a luxurious bathroom. A dark-haired, winged fairy, her expression one of clear annoyance, floated before a scowling man. "Why are you all talking all this nonsense?" she demanded, her voice sharp. The man, taken aback, could only mutter, "Nonsense." The scene shifted to show a group of people, their faces a mixture of confusion and mild annoyance. One of them, an older man with a gray beard, spoke, "Room assignment is very important." The fairy announced, her tone brooking no argument, "Everyone, to the second floor square. Master's assigning you to rooms." A wide shot revealed a large, circular plaza on the second floor. A diverse group of people, clearly a collection of adventurers, stood waiting patiently as the fairy hovered in the center. The fairy, now consulting a large, ornate book, muttered to herself, "Lodging's second building. Cafeteria LV2, bathhouse LV1, resting area LV1. Let's see." She continued, her eyes widening slightly as she read further, "There are a total of 35. Master's orders are." The book glowed briefly, indicating a process was complete. Setting complete. Applying changes. Please wait a moment. She announced, closing the book with a decisive snap, "I'll tell you which rooms you're in, so listen up." The fairy pointed to a group of 4 adventurers. They were all on the second floor and free to choose their rooms. A group of individuals stood in hushed anticipation. Among them, a man with dark hair and a serious expression, his gaze fixed on something unseen, was the clear focus. He was certain that Mr. Han would be on the second floor. And the same could be said for Party 2. A young man with light brown hair and bright green eyes grinned, assuring his companions that there were plenty of rooms to choose from. A woman with dark hair and striking blue eyes announced that Chloe, Enoch, Alter, Patrick, and Amarin were all on the second floor as well. Suddenly, a young woman with dark hair styled in pigtails appeared, radiating an unsettling energy. Her arrival caused a ripple of shock and disbelief among those present. The men reacted with stunned disbelief, their expressions a mixture of confusion and outrage. One of them sputtered incoherently, unable to comprehend the situation. A man with purple hair and a sharp gaze explained that the master was assigning rooms, causing further confusion and frustration among the group. Meanwhile, a young woman with vibrant red hair turned to a young man with dark hair, expressing her bewilderment at the strange turn of events. The young man with dark hair attempted to reassure her, claiming it was perfectly normal. The image shifts to an exterior view of a large house, with two additional characters expressing their disbelief and confusion through exaggerated facial expressions. A group of heroes, their expressions a mixture of confusion and frustration, huddled together. One of them questioned the arrangement, so Party 3 is also on the first floor? Until now, the heroes had been living similar lives, the level of effort and progress varied, but the rewards remained the same. Another hero, a young woman with dark hair and a determined expression, exclaimed, "Yeah. I'm sure at least 30 people can stay on the second floor." A narration box explained that while the current management method worked with few heroes in synthesis, a separation was needed to level up the lobby's heroes. The need for separation was emphasized, highlighting the disparity in the heroes' development. A woman with reddish-brown hair, holding a hand fan, observed the situation, comparing it to the division between aristocrats and peasants. She mused that the current path was obvious if the master wanted to manipulate them to their will. And that she didn't like how things were going, considering this a positive development. Another woman, with vibrant red hair, agreed, noting the stark difference between the lives of the heroes. A man with dark hair explained that the higher-ranking heroes had a rigorous training schedule, hunting in daily dungeons and training extensively. A woman with fiery red hair, clad in a dark, revealing dress, addressed someone unseen. She insisted that they fulfill their part in the missions. But then questioned the well-being of others, her expression turning thoughtful as she considered their situation. A different woman, with shoulder-length auburn hair partially obscuring her face, spoke with disdain. She observed that a certain group did nothing to help. And she sharply criticized their inaction, calling them idiotically dumb. Her inner thoughts revealed a long-simmering frustration. The conversation continued, with the auburn-haired woman questioning a certain man's methods. She wondered why he was focusing on creating ranks instead of synthesis. Complaining about the lack of beds. The auburn-haired woman agreed, stating that the current arrangement was bad for their bones. The narration box explained that the facility customization feature was initially intended only for decorating the game's lobby. But its use expanded after game masters realized that in-game heroes were similar to humans. A map of a large, fortified island was shown, revealing a complex layout of buildings and structures. The narration box explained that this was a model used in the beginning of the game. The narration box concluded that while there were disadvantages, this method was the simplest way to reduce the use of synthesis. A young woman with dark hair styled in pigtails, wearing a dark purple outfit, clenched her fists. Her eyes glowed with an intense purple light, and a furious expression contorted her features. She unleashed a powerful blast of energy, sending several figures flying backward. The force of the attack shattered the ground around them, creating a scene of chaos and destruction. The blast continued to ripple outwards, its destructive power evident in the way bodies were thrown and the ground cracked further. "You're all so entitled. Just a month ago, you all would have been synthesized. You should know how lucky you are." She launched another attack, a powerful blow that sent a shockwave through the air. Level 257 was displayed next to her. The remaining figures looked defeated and cowed. "You don't have any more complaints, right? Now, moving on. The woman assigned tasks, Chloe and Amarin, you will work as cooks just for the second floor." Chloe questioned the assignment, just for the second floor? Another character, seemingly a man, reacted with concern to the news. "Wait. Then how are we supposed to eat?" The pigtailed woman responded dismissively, "Your problem. First floor is banned from meat. There are potatoes in the first floor cupboard. You can roast that or something." A burly man with short, dark hair glared at a small, dark-haired girl with fairy-like wings. His voice, thick with frustration, echoed his question, "Is that all we're supposed to eat?" The girl, unimpressed, simply replied, "Yeah. What about it?" Enraged, the man's face contorted in fury. "Fuck. You're making us sleep on the floor and not even giving us food?" He spat out his words, his anger barely contained. "You think I'll just take this kind of treatment?" The man's jaw clenched, his eyes burning with a dangerous light. With a roar, he lunged at the girl, shouting, "You! Die!" He swung a powerful blow, but the girl deftly dodged, her movements surprisingly agile. The man's attack was met with a swift counterattack. His eyes widened in shock as he felt a sharp pain. Blood spurted from a deep wound as he stumbled back, his body momentarily paralyzed by the sudden assault. A spray of blood and the image of a broken sword marked the end of his attack. Seo Jin Han, a one-star hero in the brutal game Pick Me Up, found himself screaming in agony. His body was racked with pain, blood staining his clothes. A crimson spray erupting from a deep wound on his arm. The attack had been swift, brutal, and utterly unexpected. His injured hand, dripping with blood, fell limply to the ground. The force of the blow had clearly shattered something within him. Meanwhile, a young woman with dark hair watched the scene unfold, her eyes wide with a mixture of shock and horror. Her expression was one of pure disbelief. Her wide, horrified eyes reflected the gravity of the situation. The silent scream in her gaze spoke volumes. A man with long purple hair and a cruel smirk appeared, his response chillingly calm. "It's fine as long as I don't kill him, right?" He casually wiped his blood-stained sword on his pants, his nonchalant attitude a stark contrast to the severity of the situation.